Traversing the world of Naruto, you become a member of the Hyuga clan, devoid of any golden fingers or systems. The sole possession you hold is the scientific mindset of a modern individual. In order to survive in this dark realm of shinobi, and to transform the Byakugan into the Rinnegan, you choose to align yourself with Orochimaru, another scientist of renown. With the solid scientific foundation from your past life, you swiftly become Orochimaru's most vital experimental assistant. From him, you acquire extensive knowledge of genetic technology. With his clandestine assistance, you obtain the flesh and blood of the Hyuga clan leader. Thus, the final piece of the Rinnegan project falls into place. Before Orochimaru's defection, you quietly formulate the genetic serum to complete the genetic sequence. Can this audacious act defy fate? Upon extracting the gene liquid sealed within the scroll, you muster your resolve and inject the serum into your own body. Almost simultaneously, you let out a pain cry, a searing agony, a torment that pierces to the core. Your chakra begins to dissipate. Your body crumbles. Flesh begins to dissolve. Is this the horror of genetic fusion and recombination? Amidst overwhelming reluctance, darkness envelopes you as you lose consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, your first instinct is to assess your body. Though you lack specific bodily data, you can sense a marked difference within yourself. Hastily, you rush to the mirror, removing your protective goggles. Before you lies a pair of ethereal, light blue eyes, resembling celestial stars, so exquisite, like the vast sea of stars that, as you lean closer, yearning to observe more clearly, a sudden wave of intense dizziness engulfs you. Simultaneously, a fierce pain surges within your eyes. After what feels like an eternity, the dizziness and sting gradually subside. Regaining your composure, you lean against the wall and rise slowly. You realize that during this adaptation phase, using your eyes, even for the simplest observation, is strictly forbidden. Thus, you close your eyes, readjust your goggles, and return to your bed. You silently ponder your situation. Currently, your Rinnegan is evolving. What the future holds remains uncertain. But for now, you find yourself weaker than before. Hence, it is not yet the time for celebration. You must devise a strategy to navigate this challenging adaptation period. 3 days swiftly pass. You remain ensnared in the adaptation phase, occasionally tormented by dizziness and pain. Yet, this suffering carries no bitterness, as each bout of pain is accompanied by a surge in strength. Though lacking precise testing, you surmise quietly that the chakra residing within you has increased to over 10 times its volume prior to the injection of the serum. The 3 days of adaptation have also allowed you to barely use your eyes. Moreover, you notice the dragon within your forehead still exists, though it appears to have lost its efficacy. This is only to be expected, as the dragon was designed for the Byakugan, having no relation to your Rinnegan. As the days unfold, you finally emerge from the adaptation period of the Rinnegan, the dizziness and pain completely dissipating, replaced by a profound enhancement of your vision. The reincarnation possesses a portion of the Byakugan's capabilities, surpassing it significantly in subtle perception. With mere observation, one can discern the flow of chakra within an opponent's body and the fluctuations of their muscles, allowing for a rough prediction of their subsequent movements. Apart from this heightened insight, the most notable transformation lies in the quantity of chakra. Conservatively estimated, one might conjecture that their chakra level has increased to between 40 and 50 times that of before the gene infusion, already exceeding that of a typical genin. Furthermore, there is a vague sensation of awakening additional abilities within the body. Currently, confined to a remote outpost for recuperation, every movement is under scrutiny, making exploration inconvenient. Suppressing the excitement within, an opportunity for solitary patrol arises after a few days. With a soft command, the distant yellow sands surge forth like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward Hinata Kyō's outstretched right hand. With a mere thought, the approaching sands are repelled as if struck by a tempest, sent flying far away. Observing the sands that respond to his beckoning and retreat at his will, a subtle smile graces the lips of one isolated in this desolate desert. This technique amalgamates the powers of Pain's Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin, relying on the principles of attraction and force. In the hazy recollections of Hinata Kyō's previous life, the Otsutsuki clan member on the moon employed a similar maneuver. Since this is a capability of the reincarnation it shall be named revolving reality. After experimenting with revolving reality several times, the initial thrill began to wane, revealing its shortcomings. The effective range is limited to approximately 15 meters, and the farther the distance, the weaker the effect becomes. Breathing heavily, Hinata Kyō furrows his brow most crank, and above ninjutsu possess an attack range exceeding 20 meters, with some even reaching 50 meters. Moreover, skilled throwers can easily surpass a 20-meter lethal range with weapons like shuriken. This implies that once an enemy increases the distance, the revolving reality you wield can only serve as a means of defense or interference. Setting aside the limitation of range, you discover another flaw despite the impressive increase in chakra that once thrilled Reba. The elevation of 4 to 5 times has led to unexpected depletion after several consecutive uses of revolving reality. It is only now that you realize the substantial increase in chakra had clouded your objective judgment, leading to an erroneous estimation of your chakra reserves. In truth, your initial chakra level was already alarmingly standard, so even with a 4 to 5-fold enhancement, the total amount is merely above that of an ordinary Jinin far from the extravagant capabilities you had envisioned. Compared to the Otsutsuki clan member who can treat the moon as a mere plaything, you find yourself at a considerable distance from that standard, having long regarded them as a benchmark for your own aspirations. Reality has dealt you a heavy blow, leaving you to ponder the reasons behind it. What went awry? Could it be that your method of acquiring the rebirth is flawed? A cascade of questions floods your mind. After grappling with confusion, anxiety, and even panic for quite some time, you finally regain your composure. Upon adopting a different perspective, all prior uncertainties are resolved with remarkable clarity. In the recesses of your past life memories, it becomes evident that only Tsutsuki Shurin possessed the rebirth eye. Thus, you instinctively believe that by merely acquiring the rebirth eye, you would attain the same formidable prowess as Tsutsuki Shurin. However, upon further reflection, it dawns on you that the bloodline limit varies from person to person. Even among your peers of the Hyuga clan, many are stronger than you, despite sharing the Byakugan. Similarly, when faced with Uchiha Madara, the majority of the Uchiha clan appear as mere fodder. Tsutsuki Shurin was, after all, the last solitary bird on the moon, a genuine prodigy. The legacy of Tsutsuki Y is one that, even in the absence of the rebirth eye, boasts strength at the level of shadow. Such an individual is not one who could be easily compared to a mere genin like yourself. Upon acquiring the rebirth eye, Tsutsuki Shurin effortlessly ascended to the level of a super shadow, a progression that was only natural that it is, therefore, unrealistic for you to expect to match Tsutsuki Shurin's super shadow prowess with just a pair of rebirth eyes, especially when starting from such a disparate position. Upon realizing this, you attempt to recall the techniques that Tsutsuki Shurin employed with the rebirth eye, only to discover that you are indeed unable to enter the rebirth eye. Chakra mode.as for the legendary technique of severing the moon, along with the combined offensive and defensive prowess of the truth-seeking orbs. Those are entirely beyond your reach. Could it be that entering the rebirth eye chakra mode requires hand seals? Years of traversing through time have rendered your past memories distant and vague, leaving you unable to clearly recall whether Tsutsuki Shurin needed to perform seals to access the rebirth eye chakra mode. If seals are necessary, which one should be executed? What is the chakra flow pattern within your body? In grappling with these uncertainties, you come to understand the awkwardness of lacking a legacy that feels akin to possessing a treasure mountain, yet being unable to access it. Reflecting on contemporaries such as Obito, Nagato, and the fourth Hokage, you recognize that they have all, to varying degrees, received meticulous guidance from shadow level experts and have been the beneficiaries of diverse legacies, while you possess none. You're not one to wallow in self-pity. Once you identify a problem, you are determined to find a solution. When it comes to the most suitable legacy, it naturally points towards the inheritance from Tsutsuki Y on the moon. Yet, in your current state, you have no knowledge of how to reach the moon. Moreover, the presence of Tsutsuki Shurin's lineage and the colossal rebirth eye, formed from the fusion of numerous Byakugan, serves as a formidable guardian, thus rendering this legacy temporarily unattainable. Perhaps the Suki family's main branch conceals some secrets worth exploring. The notion of legacy warrants your thoughtful consideration, particularly in light of Orochimaru's remarkable research capabilities. Renowned globally, one aspires to elevate their prowess further. It is imperative to maintain a connection with Orochimaru, however. The method of collaboration must undergo a transformation. Remaining merely as a spy for Orochimaru, akin to a marionette devoid of autonomy, offers no promising future. One must transition from being a subordinate to a collaborator to reap the benefits of this alliance. This necessitates addressing the issue of strength in the world of ninjas. The weak lack the privilege to negotiate with the strong. After thoroughly adjusting your mindset, you commence an assessment of your current combat capabilities. In terms of chakra, you undoubtedly reach the level of a Chunin. Coupled with the unparalleled insight granted by the Rinnegan, as well as the gentle fist technique and the unpredictable, seamless nature of your jutsu, it is reasonable to believe that you could potentially triumph over a special Chunin. However, in a confrontation with a true Chunin, it is likely that he would meet his demise. Of course, this is merely the present situation. With the accumulation of experience and further development of the Rinnegan, you are confident that it will not be long before your strength ascends to that of a Chunin, or even an elite Gen T. Such a time, you would possess the qualifications to engage in a serious discussion with Orochimaru. Having contemplated the future, you redirected your thoughts to the present. Currently, you remain embroiled in the village's cleansing operation, and your strength has yet to reach a level capable of contending with the village's authority. Therefore, safeguarding yourself without revealing the Rinnegan is of utmost urgency. Upon returning to the outpost, Mitsui Chuichi summoned you forth, his tone cold as he informed you to prepare for a mission scheduled for tomorrow, with specifics to be disclosed. En route, initially inclined to decline, after a moment's reflection, you ultimately acquiesced. You were well aware that due to your prior illness, you had evaded the initial round of purges, and now that you have recovered, evasion is no longer an option. The following day, fully equipped, Hinata Kyō and Mitsui Chuichi set out. Along the way, Mitsui Chuichi briefly outlined the mission: to assist a Konoha spy concealed within Sunagakure and to retrieve intelligence gathered by the spy regarding the village. Upon hearing the mission briefing, you became unequivocally certain that this assignment was a trap devised for your elimination. Nevertheless, you maintained a stoic demeanor, pondering silently what role Mitsui Chuichi would play in this scenario. Would he merely guide you into an ambush, or would he actively partake in the assault against you? With the awakening of the Rinnegan, your perspective has gradually shifted. Where once your sole aim was survival, now you harbor greater desires and ambitions. After some time, you arrived at the designated street location, a desolate expanse strewn with debris, offering an unobstructed view in all directions. Hardly an appropriate setting for a clandestine meeting. In the distance stood a solitary figure, somewhat obscured by the swirling sands. You focused intently and immediately discerned that the individual contained a substantial amount of chakra, far exceeding that of a Chunin. Furthermore, you noticed several lifeless bodies scattered nearby, their positions indicating a violent confrontation. This eerie scene instilled a sense of peril within you. You immediately halted your steps and spoke in a low voice. "Captain, something seems amiss." Mitsui Chuichi also furrowed his brow tightly, clearly sensing that the situation before them deviated from his expectations. However, he lacked your sharp insight thus. Through the swirling sands, he could neither discern the stranger's strength nor notice the few bodies partially concealed beneath the sand at the stranger's feet. After a moment of hesitation, Mitsui Chuichi commanded, "Let us proceed." The captain. His orders were absolute, and you had no choice but to follow him slowly towards the enigmatic figure. Moments later, the two of you stood before the stranger. Clad entirely in a brownish cloak, even his face was obscured by a fabric mask, revealing only his piercing eyes. Yet the gaze within those eyes was unsettling, akin to a beast fixating on its prey. At that moment, Mitsui Chuichi finally noticed the bodies draped in sand-colored attire lying beside the stranger, and his expression darkened. "Who exactly are you?" The stranger slowly removed his hood and unwrapped the mask, tilting his head with a mocking demeanor. "Ah, so it is you they have been waiting for," he remarked. The figure known as Sasori, with a striking red hair, prompted simultaneous gasps from both Mitsui Chuichi and yourself. His identity was all too familiar to the two of you, having just emerged from the chaos of war. Sasori, the prodigious puppet master, was one of the most formidable ninjas among the ranks of the Akatsuki, having vanished alongside the third Kazekage. Ultimately classified as an rank rogue ninja, he had made multiple appearances on the battlefield, collecting the corpses of fallen ninjas, and had several recorded instances of eliminating elite jounins. His strength was such that it had once compelled the Sand Village to cease their pursuit of him, rendering him a source of considerable trouble for all 5 great ninja villages. With a casual sway of his waist, Sasori chuckled. "Have I been recognized? Well then, Leaf Ninjas, since we've met, Do assist me in testing this newly crafted masterpiece of mine." With that, he produced a scroll marked with a number 3. In a puff of white smoke, a colossal puppet emerged before Mitsui Chuichi and yourself. Staring in awe at the black iron sand swirling around the puppet, Mitsui Chuichi trembled. "This is the magnetic shield of the third Kazekage." You were equally astonished, though not by the puppet itself, but rather by the fact that you had encountered a formidable adversary of Sasori's caliber in such a desolate place. Assessing Sasori's current strength proved challenging, but it was evident that he surpassed the elite Jounin level, making him a foe you could not contend with under any circumstances. Thus, in that fleeting moment, a singular thought consumed your mind: how to preserve your life. As the puppet of the third Kazekage began to levitate slowly, Sasori remarked, "This is my most satisfactory creation to date. Leaf ninjas, behold my art." No sooner had he spoken than the iron sand enveloping the puppet transformed into a multitude of fine needles, raining down upon Mitsui Chuichi and yourself. As Mitsui Chuichi recoiled in retreat, with both hands clutching 3 explosive tags, the bitter wind shot towards the sky, filled with iron needles. Behind you, the figure of Mitsui Chuichi quickly retreated, taking shelter behind him as he fled in haste. The explosions of 6 explosive tags resounded, stirring up a thick cloud of smoke on the desolate plain. The tags, barely managing to deflect the iron needles, served their purpose amid chaos. Mitsui Chuichi shot you a cold glance before, without uttering a word, fleeing towards the outpost, abandoning any pretense of camaraderie. It was evident that he had torn the veil of pretense, revealing his malicious intent towards you. Without hesitation, you chose to escape in another direction, observing as the two, after a brief resistance, retreated in disarray. Xie, smiling, leapt onto the back of the third Kazekage puppet. Subsequently, the puppet transformed the swirling iron sand into 2 massive iron sand wings, soaring towards the direction where Mitsui Chuichi had fled. Clearly, this captain was the primary target that Xie aimed to eliminate. With a fleeting glimpse, the corner of your eye caught the blood of those flying with the third Kazekage puppet. A wave of unease washed over Hinata Kyō in the ninja world. The ability to fly presented a significant advantage in battle. Encountering a flying ninja often placed one in an exceedingly disadvantageous position. Given the current situation, your ground-bound speed could not possibly match that of an aerial opponent. Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts, you observed Xie's movements with composure, subtly analyzing your predicament. You recognized that Xie, having transformed the third Kazekage into a puppet, would not spare you. This revelation should still be a secret, so to avoid complications, Xie would not allow anyone privy to this knowledge to survive. In other words, the moment Xie revealed the third Kazekage puppet, both Mitsui Chuichi and you had been marked for elimination. The nearest outpost was still 2.5 hours away, and even upon arrival, the ninjas there would be ill-equipped to withstand an enemy of Xie's caliber. It was futile to solely fixate on escapist strategy. To repel Xie was imperative. As you contemplated your tactics, you suddenly noticed Mitsui Chuichi, who was also frantically fleeing, collapsing to the ground. What had transpired? After a moment of surprise, realization struck you: the iron needles had been poisoned. Although Mitsui Chuichi had previously thrown explosive tags that blocked a significant number of needles, 1 or 2 had indeed pierced through, grazing his arm. The injury, not critical, had gone unnoticed, but now, witnessing Mitsui Chuichi fall, you understood. Moreover, from your recollections of a past life, you were aware that Xie was indeed a master of poison. Without Mitsui Chuichi to restrain you, continuing to flee would only exhaust your energy and lead to further distress. Thus, you decisively halted, approached, and delivered the final blow to the incapacitated Mitsui Chuichi. Xie, leisurely approaching, mocked, "Have you given up on escape?" Your gaze remained fixed on Xie. "I have long been intrigued by your motives for defection. Given your prowess and standing, it seems improbable that you could not have aspired to become the Wind Shadow, should you have desired it. Your remarkable composure is unexpected." Scorpion scrutinized you with an amused glint, remarking that there was no need for delay. No one could save you. As you approached Scorpion, you spoke to yourself, reflecting that even the third Wind Shadow, revered as the most formidable, fell victim to your ploys. How could the mere sand shadow village be of any concern to you? Scorpion remained silent, his eyes narrowing slightly, a playful curiosity evident in his demeanor. He was indeed intrigued by the intentions of this individual. Drawing closer to him, at a distance of 19 meters, then 17, and finally 14, you appeared calm on the surface, yet your heart raced. You calculated the space between you and Scorpion, Realizing that your only chance lay in the element of surprise, using the rotation of desire to draw him closer, followed by the gentle fist to seal his chakra points and gain control over him. However, the effective range of rotation of desire was merely about 15 meters, necessitating your approach. As you near to approximately 11 meters, you cautiously raise your hands, and the puppet of the third wind shadow, connected by shimmering azure chakra threads, began to levitate. The iron sand encircling him transformed into an array of iron spears. Aware that you were at the critical distance, you hesitated no longer, extending your hands to unleash the full force of rotation of desire. In that fleeting moment, as you raised your hand, the seasoned scorpion curled his lips in a derisive smirk. Simultaneously, he maneuvered the third wind shadow puppet to shield his front while retreating. To him, your actions were merely an attempt to initiate a mutually destructive jutsu, a scenario he had encountered countless times before, rendering it inconsequential. Scorpion was intimately familiar with the defensive capabilities of the third wind shadow puppet. Even a basic ninjutsu would struggle to breach the defenses of magnetic iron sand. Thus, those who attempted to perish alongside him ultimately became mere statistics in his victories. Yet, the corners of his mouth, which had not yet fully curled, suddenly froze. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the puppet that had been positioned before you was yanked away by an overwhelming force. This suction was so potent that it instantaneously severed the chakra thread connecting Scorpion to the third wind shadow puppet. As you witnessed the puppet being drawn towards you by your rotation of desire, you were momentarily taken aback, left with a singular thought. This was truly the end. With a combatant of such caliber, the loss of the element of surprise made any subsequent stealthy attack nearly impossible. Moreover, in such a fierce battle, even the slightest wound could incapacitate one due to poison. How could one engage a being of scorpion stature without sustaining even a minor injury? Thus, the failure of this ambush signified the clear delineation of victory and defeat. In the blink of an eye, the third wind shadow puppet, drawn by your rotation of desire, was seized by your grip around its neck, leaving you devoid of control over the magnetic shield. The strands of iron in the air disintegrated, transforming into black iron sand that cascaded to the ground. From a distance, you gazed upon the third Kazekage puppet, held firmly in your grasp. The expression on Sie's face was one of profound discomfort, a mixture of astonishment and suspicion, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Although internally disoriented, you maintained a facade of calm, betraying no visible emotion. In this tense standoff, both parties were acutely aware of each other's presence, the swirling sands around them amplifying the silence. This confrontation heightened your anxiety, and just then, you were astonished to discover that your chakra was surging towards the third Kazekage puppet you held. A sudden transformation occurred, yet you dared not display any hint of your turmoil, keeping your gaze fixed on your opponent. The chakra continued to flow into the puppet, and your resolve began to wane. The thought of having finally acquired the Rinnegan, only to meet your demise at the very outset, filled your heart with bitterness and discontent. As approximately 2/3 of your chakra flowed into the third Kazekage puppet, it began to jerk erratically in your hands. Accompanying this movement, the iron sand that had scattered earlier began to levitate. Scorpion, witnessing this, was taken aback and exclaimed, "Damn it, you can use puppetry. Who are you? Why have you arranged to meet with the assassination squad from the village here?" The Sand Village's assassination team, upon hearing Scorpion's inquiry, felt a chill run down their spines. They realized that the corpses that had fallen beside Scorpion were members of their own assassination squad, unmistakably indicating that the Sand Village had engaged in the cleansing operations alongside the Leaf Village. This revelation implied that all high-ranking officials in the Sand Village had tacitly approved of this purge. Suppressing the rage simmering within, you redirected your attention to the present. Having moved past the initial confusion, you now comprehended the reason behind the sudden activation of the third Kazekage puppet. Drawing from vague memories of your past life, you recall that the Rinnegan, much like the Sharingan, possessed a significant ability, the control of puppets. While the Rinnegan employed the black rods of pain to manipulate puppets, the technique associated with the Rinnegan involved infusing chakra into the puppets. Once infused with a sufficient amount of chakra, the puppet could even be imbued with a semblance of soul, granting it a degree of intelligence and autonomy. You remembered that Otsutsuki Kagaya had once effortlessly defeated a nearly cage-level opponent, Hyuga Hayashi, using a puppet without revealing her true form, brazenly abducting Hinata Hanabi in the process. With this realization, you concentrated your thoughts, Without the need for chakra threads to control it, the third Kazekage puppet began to levitate gracefully before you, positioning itself protectively and adopting an aggressive stance towards Scorpion. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami remarked casually, "I have no interest in eliminating the rogue ninjas of the sand. There is no need for further conflict." With a grim face, Scorpion retorted, "Having taken my beloved collection, do you truly believe I will let you go?" Even the Scorpion is confronted with the unprecedented display that you present. Scorpion's face darkened. "You took away my beloved collection. Do you think I would let you go?" Even Scorpion, facing the mysterious techniques that Hinata Kyō had displayed, which he had never seen before, felt a sense of apprehension. At that moment, he had already regarded Hinata Kyō as a powerful opponent that could threaten his life. Hinata Kyō smiled. "The greatest advantage of this human puppet is the combat power it retains in front of it. I must say, you are indeed a genius when it comes to making puppets." This smile was not a feigned gesture. Hinata Kyō genuinely felt happy because having the third-generation Wind Shadow puppet gave him a flying ability in disguise, allowing him to decide whether to fight or retreat. The reason he didn't immediately leave the battlefield and continue to engage Scorpion in idle chatter was merely to ponder how to hide his identity and avoid Scorpion's future revenge. After all, being targeted by a powerhouse like Scorpion could lead to losing one's life unexpectedly, just like the third-generation Wind Shadow. How are you controlling the puppet without using chakra strings? After a pause, Scorpion suddenly tilted his head and smiled wickedly. "Forget it. Once I catch you, everything will be clear." With that, Scorpion took out a red scroll. With a light shout from Scorpion, the scroll was suddenly thrown open, and figures flew out from it. Floating around Scorpion, these figures were all puppets cloaked in red, totaling more than 10, each with different appearances, some holding knives, some holding swords, and others bearing large shuriken. Scorpion laughed. "Red secret technique, Tin Machine performance, come forth." Looking at the scene before him, Hinata Kyō thought to himself, "It seems that at this moment, Scorpion has not mastered the 100 Machine performance yet, but even the 10 Machine performance is quite challenging for me." Gulu gulu. With the sound of the puppets shaking, the 10 red cloak puppets lunged at Hinata Kyō. Hinata Kyō frowned and raised his hand to use the rotating transformation. Having lost 2/3 of his chakra, he actually had little combat power left, so after deflecting the 10 red cloak puppets with the rotating transformation, he immediately leaped onto the third-generation Wind Shadow puppet. In an instant, the iron sand transformed into a pair of iron wings, and the third-generation Wind Shadow puppet carried Hinata Kyō towards the corpse of Mitsui Nakamichi in the distance. Scorpion, who was also knocked back along with the puppets, cursed. "Damn it, here we go again." He was greatly troubled by the rotating transformation, a technique that could be freely used without hand seals. However, through this test, he keenly noticed that the effective range of the rotating transformation was only about 15 meters, so he immediately changed his strategy, controlling the puppets to launch ranged throwing attacks against Hinata Kyō, almost without needing Hinata Kyō's instructions. The third-generation Wind Shadow puppet used magnetic release to block all incoming shuriken and kunai. Seeing this, Scorpion's face darkened, feeling as if he had been slapped in the face by his own creation. Soon, under Scorpion's control, the throwing weapons of the 10 red cloak puppets were all replaced with poison-coated bone shuriken. Since magnetic release could not control non-metallic objects, the third-generation Wind Shadow puppet transformed a portion of the iron sand into a hemispherical shape, fully shielding itself from behind. Ding ding dang dang. In an instant, the sound of bone shuriken striking against the iron sand ball echoed continuously. Chapter 11. Acting Hinata Kagami did not entangle with Scorpion. He flew directly above the corpse of Mitsui Nakazumi and unhesitatingly threw several kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of violent explosions, Mitsui Nakazumi's corpse was instantly blown to pieces. The reason Hinata Kagami destroyed Mitsui Nakazumi's body was to prevent Scorpion from tracing him based on Mitsui Nakazumi's identity. After all, he was unsure how long he would have to stay at the border outpost. If Scorpion came looking for him, he wouldn't even have a place to escape to. It was important to note that the village was currently trying to eliminate him, and if he abandoned the outpost and fled, the village could justifiably accuse him of desertion and execute him. By destroying Mitsui Nakazumi's body, it would not be easy for Scorpion to figure out Hinata Kagami's identity. No matter how strong Scorpion was, he was still just a rogue ninja. Without the support of Tsunagakure, his intelligence-gathering capabilities would inevitably be his weakness. Moreover, the collaboration between Konoha and Tsunagakure involved the cleansing of their own people, so there would be very few who were aware of it. and it would certainly only be the highest echelons within both villages. Therefore, it would be difficult for Scorpion to obtain a specific list of personnel involved in this cleansing operation, whether he tried to gather information from Konoha or Sunagakure. One was flying in the sky, and the other was chasing on the ground. Naturally, the distance between them increased. Glancing back at the frustrated Scorpion far behind, Hinata Kagami laughed heartily. At this moment, Scorpion had not yet joined Akatsuki. Although he had impressive achievements like killing a Kaga-level ninja, he still belonged to the traditional category of Sunagakure puppet masters. His methods were singular, overly reliant on puppets, and he lacked countermeasures against various strange and powerful opponents. Therefore, after Hinata Kagami had the good fortune to seize the third Kazekage's puppet, Scorpion's combat power immediately diminished significantly. This weakening referred not only to combat effectiveness, but more importantly to mobility. Without the third Kazekage's puppet, Scorpion lost the initiative on the battlefield, and whether to fight or retreat was no longer in his control. This is also why the fourth Hokage was able to surpass the Sannin in such a short time and dominate the ninja world. Those who could fight against the fourth could not catch up, and those who could not beat the fourth could not escape. Where to engage and when to engage were all dictated by the fourth Hokage, which was the greatest helplessness felt by all enemies who encountered him. As the fourth's strength grew day by day, slowly, there were fewer and fewer people who could defeat him one-on-one, and the title Golden Flash naturally became renowned in the ninja world. Currently, Scorpion's strength had not yet reached its peak. Perhaps after he joined Akatsuki in the near future and encountered the Rinnegan. Gaining insight into the powers that surpassed the Kage level, his strength would further improve. With such thoughts in mind, Hinata Kagami gradually shook off Scorpion, leaving the desert terrain and entering the forests of a land of rivers. After confirming for the third time that he had lost Scorpion, Hinata Kagami deliberately made a large detour and finally stopped at a large tree 5 miles away from his outpost. If he returned so carelessly, Hinata Kagami would undoubtedly be questioned about Mitsui Nakazumi's death. However, having seized the third Kazekage's puppet, he could not report the encounter with Scorpion because once he reported it to the village, under the village's intense investigation, it would be difficult to keep the third Kazekage's puppet in his possession. Moreover, once it involved an S-rank rogue ninja, the village would most likely send high-ranking ninjas or even elite ninjas to investigate, which would greatly increase the probability of his Rinnegan being exposed. Therefore, he had to stage an act to make Mitsui Nakazumi's death seem reasonable. After pondering briefly, Hinata Kagami took action. He wrapped the exposed parts of the third Kazekage's puppet, such as the head and arms, with bandages, leaving only a pair of somewhat dull eyes visible. He then draped it with a gray cloak. Since it was originally made from a corpse, the puppet size was nearly identical to that of the deceased, and without any chakra strings connecting it. After Hinata Kagami's disguise, the third Kazekage's puppet looked like a living ninja. After carefully inspecting it to ensure there were no flaws, Hinata Kagami handed the puppet to Kunai, instructing it to use the kunai to inflict wounds on itself. Once everything was set, Hinata Kagami began to shout for help while rushing back toward the outpost. In the outpost, hearing Hinata Kagami's cries for help from a distance, the injured Akamichi was momentarily stunned before leaping out of his room and landing outside the outpost. At the same time, the other 2 team leaders in the outpost also jumped out together, vigilantly looking in the direction of Hinata Kagami's cries for help. Moments later, they saw a bloodied Hinata Kagami stumbling toward the outpost, with a cloaked unfamiliar ninja chasing after him. Including the injured Akamichi, the 3 Konoha ninjas did not hesitate. They immediately rushed to confront the unfamiliar ninja pursuing Hinata Kagami. Even the third Kazekage's puppet, even if only using taijutsu, was superior to Akamichi and the others in strength. To avoid overplaying his part, Hinata Kagami, feigning exhaustion, collapsed to the ground, allowing the third Kazekage's puppet, pretending to be the pursuer, to exchange a few moves with the 3 before quickly retreating. The 3 did not take the risk to pursue, but instead returned to Hinata Kagami's side, asking what happened. Hinata Kagami shook his head. I don't know either. Captain Mitsui and I had just infiltrated the land of wind when we were ambushed. Captain died on the spot, and I barely managed to escape from his pursuit. Upon hearing this, Akamichi's expression darkened further. The other 2 Nin team leaders exchanged glances, finding each other's eyes filled with suspicion and surprise. Back in Hinata Kagami's room at the outpost, while bandaging Hinata Kagami's wounds, Akamichi hoarsely said, "They are all dead." The they Akamichi referred to were the other 7 members of Orochimaru's former subordinates who had come with him, excluding Akamichi and Hinata Kagami. Today, it was not just Hinata Kagami's team that was on a mission. The other two teams in the outpost were also out. However, only the two team leaders with questionable identities returned safely, while all the other members of Orochimaru's former subordinates encountered accidental deaths. Hinata Kagami remained silent, merely nodding. In a remote outpost of 12, 8 had died in less than 2 weeks. Apart from Mitsui Nakazumi, who was accidentally killed by Scorpion, the other 7 were all former subordinates of Orochimaru. As long as one wasn't blind or stupid, anyone could see the underlying issues. After a moment, Hinata Kagami pointed to the door and whispered, "Be careful of them. I suspect they are from the root." Akamichi had already sensed that the 3 new team leaders were somewhat off, so he nodded and then quietly asked, "What happened with you today?" Hinata Kagami glanced at Akamichi and calmly replied, "Don't think too much. I genuinely encountered an accident today." Chapter 12. Puppet Test. After Hinata Kagami treated his wounds, Akkad understood their situation clearly and said nothing more, quietly returning to his room. Hinata Kagami lay on the bed, carefully reflecting on what had happened today. Undoubtedly, today's mission was a trap, and Sunagakure was involved. If it weren't for Scorpion's interference, he would have likely faced Sunagakure's assassination team today. Perhaps, if necessary, he would also have to deal with his captain, Mitsui Nakahito, by his side. As for why Sunagakure got involved in Konoha's cleansing operation, Hinata Kagami pondered for a moment and arrived at an answer. The 4th Kazekage of Sunagakure had hurriedly ascended to power due to the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage. Without the pressure of war, the 4th Kazekage would inevitably seek to weaken the influence of the 3rd Kazekage within Sunagakure. Therefore, the village actually had a strong need to cleanse its own people, even more so than Konoha. Moreover, the post-war Sunagakure was also willing to ally with Konoha. This could explain why Sunagakure participated in Konoha's cleansing operation. The highest levels of both sides had clearly reached some kind of agreement to eliminate their respective pawns. This would avoid the bloodshed of their own villagers and provide an excuse in case of any mistakes. Understanding this, Hinata Kagami also realized that even if Dans was leading this cleansing in the village, the 3rd Hokage and other high-ranking officials must have tacitly approved or been aware of it. Otherwise, a single Dans would not have the power to negotiate such significant actions with Sunagakure without the village's consent. Thinking of how many people had been ruthlessly abandoned by the village, Hinata Kagami felt both shocked and angry. It could be said that 90% of these people were innocent. Only a small handful were truly involved in Orochimaru's human experiments. And most of them were like Hinata Kagami, who participated in some peripheral experimental projects. The core projects involving bloody human experiments were almost entirely handled by Orochimaru himself, and very few had the privilege to participate, including Hinata Kagami. This was not Hinata Kagami shirking responsibility. Rather, aside from Orochimaru, there were hardly any individuals in the village capable of conducting complex human experiments independently. What was the village trying to achieve by going so far this time? The more Hinata Kagami thought about it, the more he felt something was off. The village's higher-ups could not be unaware that this cleansing would affect many innocent people, yet they still proceeded with it. There must be some reason he did not know. Furthermore, considering Orochimaru's voluntary defection and Danz's unusual behavior, which had always been in cooperation with Orochimaru, Hinata Kagami suddenly felt that perhaps Orochimaru had indeed done something that provoked the wrath of the village's higher-ups, leading to such a frenzied pursuit. Regardless of the cause, the cleansing had already begun. Hinata Kagami had to suppress his wandering thoughts and calmly sort out the various threats he was facing. The most immediate threat was undoubtedly the village's cleansing. Since it had already started, the village would not let it fizzle out. Even if Hinata Kagami avoided this time, there would be another opportunity waiting for him, and the intensity would increase each time. Additionally, Scorpion's threat could not be overlooked. The 3rd Kazekage had been hailed as the strongest Kazekage, yet he had fallen into Scorpion's hands without anyone noticing, demonstrating just how strong Scorpion's ambush and assassination capabilities were. Now that he was at odds with Scorpion, Hinata Kagami had to be wary of his schemes. After thinking it over, the most pressing concern was still how the village would react to Mitsui Nakahito's death. If the village suspected that Hinata Kagami was behind it, he would have no choice but to defect. He wondered if the act he played could deceive the village. Hinata Kagami had made the 3rd Kazekage puppet pretend to be a wandering ninja, which was a clever move. Due to the war, many wandering ninjas had defected and were active in various regions. So encountering a wandering ninja in border areas where the control of various ninja villages was weak was quite normal. Furthermore, The two suspected root squad leaders in the outpost had seen the third Kazekage puppet disguised as a wandering ninja and had even engaged in combat, which made Hinata Kagame's story more persuasive. After a night of wild thoughts, Hinata Kagame found a gap the next day to retrieve the third Kazekage puppet hidden near the outpost and sealed it in a scroll he carried. Currently, the number of ninjas in the outpost had been severely reduced. Among the remaining 4 ninjas, there were also the injured Akkad and Hinata Kagame. So the village would send a support team at any moment, and the support team might already be on the way. The support team would undoubtedly include reconnaissance-type ninjas. If the third Kazekage puppet continued to linger near the outpost, it could easily encounter the support team and be exposed. Ultimately, the third Kazekage puppet was too conspicuous. Not to mention Hinata Kagame. Even the audacious Scorpion would not dare to use it for daily purposes. If it was exposed in Hinata Kagame's hands, not only would he lose a trump card, but it would also be difficult to explain. Although the third Kazekage was dead, he had once been the shadow of a village, representing Tsunagekyu's face. Even to maintain the authority of one of the 5 great ninja villages, Tsunagekyu would go to great lengths to retrieve the third Kazekage puppet and kill its owner. Hinata Kagame, already marked as a target for cleansing by the village, did not want to attract further trouble from Tsunagekyu. At any rate, currently, only Hinata Kagame and Scorpion knew that the third Kazekage had been turned into a puppet. As the culprit who killed the third Kazekage and turned him into a puppet, Scorpion would certainly not actively publicize this matter. Moreover, given Scorpion's character, he was likely still pondering how to reclaim the third Kazekage puppet from Hinata Kagame. Therefore, as long as Hinata Kagame did not make any mistakes, the matter of the third Kazekage puppet would not be exposed anytime soon. In the following days, everything was calm. Taking advantage of this rare breather, Hinata Kagame closed the door and began to study the ability to control puppets with his Byakugan. After multiple attempts, he discovered that the agility of the puppet entirely depended on the amount of Byakugan chakra he infused. In simple terms, the more chakra he poured in, the higher the puppet's agility. Hinata Kagame did not know much about puppets. He wasn't sure if the third Kazekage puppet was a high-end puppet, but it required at least half of his chakra just to activate it. If he wanted the third Kazekage puppet to possess the ability to use magnet release, it would require at least 2/3 of his chakra to maintain. In other words, in the activated state of the third Kazekage puppet, Hinata Kagame could only retain half of his chakra, barely reaching the chakra level of an elite J-nin. He had also tried pouring all of his chakra into the third Kazekage puppet to see if it could advance further and gain a small amount of autonomy. However, the result disappointed him. He did not know if it was because his total chakra was too low or for some other reason. But even after infusing all his chakra, the third Kazekage puppet did not change further. At best, it was just a bit more agile than when he infused 2/3 of his chakra. At this point, Hinata Kagame had already learned to adjust his mindset and did not compare everything to the impression he had of Otsutsuki SH10. So he did not feel too much frustration, just a little annoyance. Chapter 13. The Ninetales Chaos in the blink of an eye. 3 weeks had passed. Hyuga Kagame was quite surprised that, after such a long time, the village had not sent any support teams and had not conducted any further purges against him and Akado. This clearly did not align with his expectations and was not in accordance with logic. How could a purge be carried out so slowly? Could it be that something had happened in the village? Searching through his vague memories, Hyuga Kagame tried to find clues to understand what had happened. But after recalling for a long time, he gained no insights. Suddenly, a scene flashed through his mind, and he was jolted, murmuring to himself, "The Ninetales Chaos?" Although he didn't know the exact timing of the Ninetales Chaos, he knew it occurred on the night Naruto was born. Naruto's mother, Kushina, was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, and all information related to her was classified. With his status in the village, it was impossible for him to obtain such information. However, this did not prevent him from making deductions, as Hinata was of a similar age to Naruto, and he had already received news of the clan leader's wife's pregnancy before leaving the village. If Naruto was a few months older than Hinata, then Naruto's birthday should fall within this recent time frame. How could I have forgotten about this? Hyuga Kagame silently chastised himself. It was somewhat understandable. After all, he had crossed over into the ninja world for more than a decade, and his memories had become somewhat fuzzy. Additionally, his lack of strength had kept him under the threat of death, giving him neither the ability nor the desire to intervene in various major events. So he had not paid much attention to significant happenings in the ninja world. Now it was different. With the Rinnegan, he had the ability to intervene in certain matters. So he needed to pay attention to every major event in the ninja world like a true powerhouse in order to profit from them. After reflecting on himself, Hyuga Kagami began to analyze the current situation in the village. If the Nine Tails chaos had indeed occurred, it would mean a drastic change in the village's structure. At the same time, the fourth Hokage in his youth and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, Kushina, had both perished, resulting in the loss of the two most promising shadow-level powers and leaving Konoha in a precarious position. White Fang had committed suicide, Tsunade had left, Orochimaru had defected, and Jiraiya had left the village to pursue. Now, in Konoha, among the younger and middle-aged generations, aside from Jiraiya, who was not in the village, there were no other substantial shadow-level powers left. Only the third Hokage and Danzo, the elders who had held power for over 20 years, were maintaining the facade. Moreover, during the Nine Tails chaos, the Nine Tails was suspected to have been controlled by the Sharingan, leading the village to suspect the Uchiha clan an important combat force. All strong members of the Uchiha clan were placed on a watch list. Without needing memories from his previous life, Hyuga Kagami could foresee that infighting between the Uchiha and the village was inevitable. After analyzing the changes in the village's structure, Hyuga Kagami pondered his own situation. Undoubtedly, compared to the Uchiha clan, which had seemingly caused the Nine Tails chaos and was powerful and united, he and Orochimaru's former subordinates were not seen as much of a threat by the village. Furthermore, during the Nine Tails chaos, many ordinary ninjas had perished, and the village, having lost a significant number of personnel, not only had to immediately rebuild the damaged areas, but also had to allocate elite personnel to monitor the Uchiha clan. Even for a strong village like Konoha, their manpower at this time was likely stretched thin, making it reasonable that they could not pay attention to the border outpost. Before long, Hyuga Kagami's speculations were confirmed. The village sent a message to abandon the outpost and ordered everyone to return immediately. After tidying up briefly, the four people in the outpost set off on their journey back to the village. Along the way, Hyuga Kagami silently felt fortunate that he had not been discovered by Scorpion during this long period. In fact, this was a misunderstanding on Hyuga Kagami's part. The capture of the third Kazekage's puppet was actually an accident, something Hyuga Kagami was aware of, but Scorpion was not. To Scorpion, Hyuga Kagami's ability to manipulate puppets without chakra and his unique techniques were too strange, leading him to misjudge Hyuga Kagami's strength, mistakenly believing he was at least an elite Jonin, and thus he disregarded the border outpost. According to logic, border outposts, which primarily serve as early warning stations, would not deploy elite Jonin. As a result, the border outpost where Hyuga Kagami was stationed became a dark spot under the lamp, ironically becoming the safest place, which was also why Scorpion had been unable to find Hyuga Kagami. After a week of hurried travel, the four finally returned to the village. At this time, the village resembled a large construction site, with busy workers, scaffolding everywhere, and transport vehicles coming and going, pointing at the distant damaged city walls. Akado looked somewhat dazed and asked, "What happened here?" The two accompanying ninjas, who seemed to belong to the route, appeared to know some news. But upon seeing the scene before them, they also revealed expressions of surprise. Clearly, the extent of the village's damage far exceeded their previous expectations. Hyuga Kagami was also taken aback. Although he had long known that the Nine Tails chaos had brought deep-seated damage to Konoha, the sight of the village's devastation was still difficult for him to adapt to. Even in the midst of brutal wars, the village had never suffered such severe losses. Upon reaching the mission center and briefly handling the mission handover, the four dispersed. After months of freedom, Hyuga Kagami did not idle, but began to investigate the changes in the village. Before long, he had gathered a lot of information. Firstly, the exact timing of the Nine Tails chaos was about a month ago, which coincided with the days around when Hyuga Kagami encountered Scorpion at the border. Secondly, in just one night of chaos, the village lost over 20 elite Jonin and hundreds of lower-ranked ninjas. Almost every ninja family in the village suffered casualties, and it was said that the mourning period lasted a whole week. Lastly, several districts ravaged by the Nine Tails were completely flattened, and civilian casualties were incalculable. Even now, many civilian bodies had yet to be found. Having collected enough information, Hyuga Kagami returned home, filled with thoughts. Obito was not a stranger to him, as among his classmates, there were few who could barely overshadow him, and Obito was one of them. Yet, this seemingly dim-witted underachiever had now grown into a behind-the-scenes boss capable of challenging the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, manipulating the entire ninja world at will. To be honest, Hyuga Kagami felt somewhat displeased. However, despite his displeasure, He understood in his heart that with Obito now possessing the Manjiki Sharingan and the cells of the first Hokage, he was no longer the same as before, and he could not view him with the old perspective from school. At the same time, a surge of ambition arose within Hyuga Kagami. If Obito could stir up turmoil with the Manjiki Sharingan, then why couldn't he, with the Rinnegan, step out of the audience and onto a stage uniquely his own? Chapter 14. Ambition. When something named ambition burned fiercely in his heart, Hinata Kagami's thoughts became increasingly agile. The White Fang, the shadow-level powerhouses of the Three Ninjas era, either died, fled, or disappeared, leaving only Jiraiya, who was absent-minded and uninterested in the Hokage position. Among the shadow-level powerhouses of the fourth Hokage and Kushina's generation, apart from a fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki couple, the clan heads of various families like Hinata Hizashi, Uchiha Fugaku, and Inuzuka Tsume had decent strength, but they were still faintly lacking compared to true shadow-level ninja. The talent gap in Konoha was evident. This posed a huge crisis for Konoha, but for Hinata Kagami, it was an unprecedented opportunity. For him, the only real competitors left were Kakashi, Guy, Asuma, Shursui, Itachi, and other new generation ninjas of his age. However, Shursui and Itachi, being powerful new generation Uchiha, faced the village's wariness due to the tense relationship between the Uchiha clan and the village. Therefore, they were practically excluded from the competition. In the future, this will be my stage. Hinata Kagami was incredibly certain, as this was both his confidence in himself and his expectations for the future. Specifically, regarding how to seize power, Hinata Kagami faced two troubles. The first was his Rinnegan. Although the Hinata clan members wouldn't casually activate their Byakugan in the village, if someone happened to activate it in front of him, his Rinnegan would be immediately exposed. After all, there was a clear distinction between the Rinnegan, which contained the stars of the universe, and the pure, white Byakugan. The second trouble was his identity as a former member of Orochimaru's faction. For the first trouble, Hinata Kagami couldn't come up with a good countermeasure and could only temporarily avoid the Hinata clan members. As for the second trouble, considering the current manpower shortage in the village and the Uchiha clan drawing the attention of the village's higher-ups, Hinata Kagami felt that as long as he operated correctly, it might not be difficult to resolve. Immediately, Hinata Kagami's expression darkened. Becoming a Chunin, and one promoted during wartime, his status was simply too low. Anyone could step on him. In recent months, he had truly had enough of feeling constrained. The helplessness of being called around, the anger of being listed as a target for elimination, and the sorrow of being unable to control his fate. All these experiences made him understand a very simple principle. To avoid being stepped on, he could only try to climb higher. In the village, he needed a new persona, one that was different from the past. A persona that wouldn't be mediocre. When he thought about how to elevate his status, Hinata Kagami instinctively associated it with the fourth Hokage. Indeed, the fourth Hokage was a typical representative of the common ninja's counterattack in this era. If he had to summarize the characteristics of the fourth Hokage, words like powerful, sunny, and high-profile would immediately come to Hinata Kagami's mind. The crueler the war, the more dazzling the stage. It could be said that the third great ninja war made the fourth Hokage, allowing him to achieve the position of Hokage, representing the highest power in the ninja world. As a young common ninja, now that the war had ended, if Hinata Kagami wanted to gain immense prestige, he had to be even more high-profile than the fourth Hokage. He needed to present himself as an unparalleled powerhouse in front of everyone, making everyone realize his strength, so that whenever they thought of a successor to the Hokage, his figure would subconsciously flash in their minds. Of course, changing his persona had to be gradual, not rushed. Otherwise, it would inevitably arouse the suspicion of the village higher-ups. Having made up his mind, Hinata Kagami no longer hesitated and immediately took action. During peacetime, the fastest way to showcase one's talents was to take on missions. And a good mission record was also an important basis for promotion. Thinking of this, Hinata Kagami promptly went to the mission center. Compared to usual, the mission center was somewhat quiet today. When he reached the counter, Hinata Kagami said to the staff, "I am Chunin Hinata Kagami. Could you please show me what B-rank missions are available?" After verifying Hinata Kagami's identity, the staff handed him a mission list. "These are all B-rank missions. You better choose from the first few pages. Those employers are waiting anxiously." Hinata Kagami knew that there was currently a severe manpower shortage in the village, and many missions had piled up, so he didn't say much and immediately began to check the mission list. The village had a rigorous classification for missions. Jonin could accept all tasks, including S rank, while Chunins could only accept B rank to D rank tasks, and Genins could only accept C rank to D rank tasks. Among them, S rank missions were usually commissioned by certain forces, mainly for assassinating key figures or stealing confidential information. A rank missions were mostly also commissioned by certain forces, primarily for protecting key figures or subduing rogue ninjas. B rank to D rank missions were generally commissioned by individuals, with B rank and C rank missions potentially involving combat, while D rank missions would not involve combat. Hinata Kagami was a Chunin with special Jonin-level strength without using the third Kazekage's puppet. So choosing a B rank mission was the most appropriate option. After briefly reviewing the mission list, Hinata Kagami frowned. The tasks on the list weren't difficult in terms of difficulty, but most of them had a requirement for the number of people, with the minimum requiring at least a 2 ninja team to accept. At that moment, a small figure appeared at the work window next to Hinata Kagami. Hinata Kagami glanced at the figure out of the corner of his eye and was taken aback. This little guy was none other than the Uchiha clan's genius, Uchiha Itachi. Although he was only 6 or 7 years old, Itachi already displayed a maturity far beyond his age, flipping through the mission list with the seriousness of an adult. After a moment, Itachi returned the mission list to the staff and asked with a hint of childishness, "Excuse me, are there any C-rank missions that could be accepted by a single person?" The staff at Itachi's window seemed to be accustomed to dealing with the Uchiha clan and was not surprised that a 6 or 7-year-old child wanted to take on a C-rank mission alone. They simply shook their head. "No, if you want to take on a C-rank mission, you should find familiar ninjas to form a team." Hearing this, Itachi looked somewhat troubled and whispered, "It seems I can only wait for Brother Suresui to return to the village." Hinata Kagami laughed from the side. "Kid, you haven't graduated yet, right?" Itachi politely replied. "Because of the reconstruction, the school has been on break for 4 months." Hinata Kagami hadn't expected that the ninja school had also been destroyed during the Nine-Tails incident, saying, "Since you have a break, you should stay home and rest. It's dangerous for you to go on missions alone." Itachi replied seriously. "The village is currently short-staffed, and many missions are piling up. If no one does them for a long time, it will greatly damage the village's reputation, and the number of commissions the village can accept will gradually decrease." Hinata Kagami was taken aback and momentarily didn't know what to say. After sizing up Hinata Kagami, Itachi asked, "Excuse me, senior, are you a Chunin?" Hinata Kagami nodded. Itachi's face lit up with joy. "Then, senior, do you need someone? My name is Uchiha Itachi. Although I haven't graduated yet, I am already a qualified genin." Hinata Kagami shook his head. "I'm looking to take on a B-rank mission. You're not suitable." At this moment, the village was already suspicious of the Uchiha clan, and Hinata Kagami hadn't completely shaken off his own troubles, so he didn't want to get involved with the Uchiha clan. Itachi quickly said, "I've checked the B-rank missions, and there are none that can be taken solo, so you definitely need a team member, senior." Hokage Kyō contemplated for a moment, realizing that he would inevitably have to deal with the strong members of the Uchiha clan in the future, so it was necessary to understand their combat style in advance. Itachi was one of the most outstanding individuals of this generation of Uchihas, and establishing a personal friendship with him early on might have some unexpected benefits. Smiling, Hokage Kyō said, "All right then, but everything must follow my orders, and you cannot act on your own." Itachi quickly bowed to Hokage Kyō and said, "Please rest assured, senior." Chapter 15. Shun known after finalizing the team arrangements, Hinata Kagami flipped through the mission list again, while Itachi stood quietly beside him, patiently waiting for Kagami to select a task. When he reached the second page of the mission list, a name suddenly caught his attention. Shinno. Who is he? To have such a grand name? Muttering to himself, Kagami immediately began to examine the task seriously. The mission was simple. Escort a physician named Shinno to the land of rice, which borders the land of fire. Focusing on the task description, Kagami furrowed his brow. For some reason, he felt a sense of déjà vu. After a moment, he finally recalled something. In his vague memories, there was indeed a remnant of the empty ninja who disguised himself as a physician, traveling from country to country, gaining prestige while secretly attempting to steal confidential forbidden techniques from various ninja villages. This guy seemed to be called Shinno. He later seemed to have created an artificial tailed beast named Zero Tail, causing quite a stir. Could it be him? After pondering for a moment, Kagami decided that regardless of whether it was him or not, he would take on this mission. After completing the necessary procedures to accept the task, Kagami and Itachi soon met with the client. Upon carefully observing the man named Shinno in front of him, Kagami felt he had found his answer. This person, whether in appearance or attire, closely resembled the Shun known from his past life memories. There was no doubt that this guy was a remnant of the empty ninja and the future creator of Zero Tail. Understanding the other party's identity, Kagami calmly introduced himself. My name is Hinata Kyō, a Chunin from Konoha, and I am the team leader for the task you entrusted to us. This beside me is my teammate, Uchiha Itachi, a Genin from Konoha. Shinnon, who appeared to be in his early 30s, responded politely, bowing slightly. Then I will rely on both of you this time. We will do our best, but before we depart, I need to understand some circumstances. After a pause, Kagami asked, you raised the task to be a rank, so you must have your reasons. Who is your enemy? Shinnon seemed a bit uneasy and cleared his throat. Actually, I wouldn't call them enemies, just a small misunderstanding. When I was traveling in the Cloud Village, it seemed they happened to have a theft incident, and they suspected I was related to it. But I'm just an ordinary physician. How could I be involved in such matters? I believe that. Kagami thought to himself with a smirk. He then pondered, this guy seems quite skilled at stealing. The Cloud Village is a notorious place where even Konoha's elite spies find it hard to infiltrate. To steal information, ninjutsu, forbidden techniques, and so forth is even more challenging. Yet this unremarkable Shun known managed to steal something from the Cloud Village and, more astonishingly, escaped unscathed, which was rather surprising. Considering that he might need this guy in the future, Kagami chose not to expose him. After some preparations, the three of them set off on their journey to the land of rice. As soon as they left the village, Kagami witnessed Itachi's seriousness. Whether it was choosing the route or the camping location, everything was meticulous and flawless. Along the way, Itachi would occasionally correct errors on the map he carried, and while camping, he would record the day's journey, occasionally jotting down insights. It could be said that Itachi's presence saved Kagami a lot of trouble. Naturally, Kagami was not idle either. He utilized his Rinnegan's unparalleled insight to constantly observe Itachi and Shinnon, honing his own perception and prediction skills through their facial expressions and muscle movements. Sensitive Itachi quickly noticed this, but he thought Kagami was merely assessing whether he was a qualified genin, so he felt no resistance. Shinnon undoubtedly sensed it too, but he tried hard to conceal it, maintaining a facade of ignorance while cheerfully discussing amusing stories from his travels. After several weeks of traveling, they finally arrived at the border between the land of fire and the land of rice. Seeing that night was falling, Kagami instructed, Itachi, find a suitable campsite. Let's rest well tonight and cross the border tomorrow. Yes. Itachi responded obediently, then leaped into the trees to look for a suitable campsite. Shinnon smiled and said, Kagami-kun and Itachi-kun truly live up to their noble lineage. Waving his hand dismissively, Kagami replied, the surname isn't important. In the ninja world, strength speaks for itself. Shinnon continued to smile. During my travels, I've encountered many ninjas, but there are very few as outstanding as you. I believe it won't be long before your name spread throughout the ninja world. Knowing what kind of person Shinnon was, Kagami paid no mind to his flattery and shifted the conversation to medical techniques. It was undeniable that Shinnon was quite skilled in medicine, especially in areas like bandaging techniques, human meridians, and herbal pharmacology, surpassing ordinary physicians by a significant margin. This was also one of the reasons he could disguise himself as a physician while traveling, otherwise he would have been captured as a spy long ago. After finding a campsite with a clear view, the three of them ate their rations while discussing human meridians. Of course, it was mainly Shinnon explaining, while Kagami and Itachi were learning. To Kagami, who was born in the Hinata clan, the topic of human meridians was not mysterious. He had studied meridian knowledge within his clan, primarily for the gentle fist technique. However, the meridian knowledge Shinnon explained was for medical purposes, and the different fields, thoughts, and perspectives clashing gave Kagami a deeper understanding of human meridians. Itachi listened attentively, and in no time, his small notebook had several pages filled with notes and sketches. For the Uchiha clan, who possessed the Sharingan, human meridians were not unfamiliar. However, since there was no medical legacy related to human meridians within the Uchiha clan, Shinnon's knowledge became particularly precious. Shinnon spoke earnestly, but he had his motives for doing so. In his eyes, Kagami and Itachi, as scions of Konoha, were valuable connections. Once a personal friendship was established, he would have two supporters in his future activities in Konoha. As they chatted, Kagami suddenly asked, by the way, what exactly was stolen from the Cloud Village? Why are they so persistent in causing trouble for you, a physician? How would I know? I have nothing to do with that matter. Shinnon awkwardly laughed and explained, If it weren't for a village in the land of rice suffering from an epidemic, and an old friend of mine, they're urgently requesting me to come, I really wouldn't want to be running around at this time. Knowing that he couldn't extract any useful information from Shinnom, Kagami said, "All right, let's end the conversation here for today. We all need to rest. We have to hit the road tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Itachi quickly set up several warning tripwires around the campsite using wire and bells. Then he leaped up to a tree branch with a good view to rest. Watching Itachi skillfully set up traps, Kagami couldn't help but admire. The Uchiha clan really knows how to use ninja tools. Even at such a young age, Itachi is already so proficient in trap setting. Chapter 16. The Zero-Tailed Jinchuriki. After observing Itachi set up the warning traps, Hyuga Kagami casually picked a clean patch of grass, leaned against a tree trunk, and pretended to doze off. Due to the employer, Shinobu, they had been walking all the way, which posed no burden to Hyuga Kagami as a ninja. Therefore, even after a full day of travel, he felt no fatigue. In his pretense of sleep, Hyuga Kagami contemplated his own matters. The main constraints on his strength improvement, aside from the lack of the Rinnegan's inheritance, were his chakra levels. As the Rinnegan entered a stable phase, his chakra growth also became steady. Although it was increasing daily, the effects were far less significant than during the adaptation period. In terms of chakra quantity, he had already distinguished himself among his peers, but this did not satisfy him. He was well aware that he could not yet shine as brightly as the fourth Hokage. To solve this problem, there were indeed ways. The tailed beasts were excellent sources of chakra, and nearly all Jinchuriki had access to an inexhaustible supply of chakra. The difference lay in whether the Jinchuriki could control the tailed beasts within them. However, the 9-tailed beasts were in the hands of the 5 great ninja villages and were also targets for Akatsuki in the future. So seizing them was akin to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. A slight misstep could lead to self-destruction. On the other hand, the Zero-Tails was different. It was an artificial tailed beast. Although it was far inferior in strength and stability compared to the legitimate 9-tailed beasts, if it were merely used as a battery, it might indeed resolve Hyuga Kagami's current dilemma. With this thought, Hyuga Kagami casually glanced at Shinobu, who was resting not far away, and mused, when the Zero-Tails makes its appearance, Naruto will already be quite grown. Waiting for 10 years or so, that would be too late. The next morning, after packing their gear, the 3 set off again. Once they entered the land of rice, they were quickly targeted by a group of wandering ninjas. Wandering ninjas were typically composed of rogue ninjas from major villages and scattered ninjas from smaller villages. Their strength was generally not strong, so most of them were entrenched in small countries like the land of rice, engaging in robbery and mischief. Glancing at the few wandering ninjas trailing behind them, Itachi asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Hyuga Kagami scanned the surroundings and said calmly, 3 are ambushed in front. 3 are following behind. I'll deal with the ones in front. You handle the ones behind. Quick and decisive. Swish, swish. With Hyuga Kagami's command, he and Itachi turned into 2 afterimages and pounced on the wandering ninjas, targeting them. On Hyuga Kagami's side, he did not use the Rinnegan. Relying solely on the incredible insight of the Rinnegan, with a few gentle fist strikes, he quickly dealt with the 3 wandering ninjas in front of him. When he turned back to check, Itachi had also finished his battle. With his precise kunai throws combined with fluid and efficient taijutsu, Itachi's combat was equally swift and clean, matching Hyuga Kagami's performance. The entire skirmish seemed like an inconsequential episode, and the 3 did not pay much attention to it, continuing on their journey. After walking for half a day, Hyuga Kagami suddenly stopped. Itachi and Shinobu looked puzzled, but seeing Hyuga Kagami gazing into the distance with a serious expression, they remained silent and instinctively became alert. After a few breaths, Hyuga Kagami said solemnly, "We might be in trouble." Itachi asked, "Is it from Kumogakure?" Hyuga Kagami nodded. The 4 approaching figures possessed considerable chakra, especially the leader, whose chakra amount surpassed anyone Hyuga Kagami had seen before, even including the 3rd Hokage. Moreover, the 4 did not conceal their movements at all, boldly coming over, as if they had already determined to capture Hyuga Kagami and the others. Hyuga Kagami was not foolish. At this moment, he realized that the important item Shinobu had stolen from Kumogakure was likely something significant. Otherwise, the other side would not have mobilized such a strong team to recover it. After a few more breaths, the 4 figures landed on the surrounding trees, looking down at Hyuga Kagami and the others. As they scrutinized Hyuga Kagami, he also examined them. There were 4 in total, with the leader being a female ninja of a similar age to Hyuga Kagami. Based on his past memories, he had some impression of this female ninja. Though he couldn't recall her name, she seemed to be the Jinchuriki of the Two Tails. In addition to the Two Tails Jinchuriki, the other three appeared to be of special J-Nin level, likely a guard team specifically assigned to the Two Tails Jinchuriki from Kumobikure. After a brief standoff, the Two Tails Jinchuriki coldly said, "Hey, Konoha brats, hurry and scram. Go back and tell your village that you encountered the Jinchuriki of Kumobikure, and your village won't blame you for abandoning the mission." Despite being of similar ages, being called brats was understandably infuriating for Hyuga Kagami. The Two Tails Jinchuriki was incredibly arrogant about her strength, completely disregarding Hyuga Kagami and Itachi. In Hyuga Kagami's hazy memory, this individual later seemed to have met her downfall due to her arrogance, insisting on challenging Akatsuki's immortal duo, ultimately losing not only her tail beast but also her life. At this moment, Shinobu's expression was fluctuating. Having traveled through various countries, he had seen quite a bit. In his eyes, Hyuga Kagami and Itachi were indeed good ninjas. But compared to Kumogakure's Two Tails Jinchuriki, they were evidently lacking. Itachi, being perceptive, guessed that their employer, Shinobu, must have concealed something upon seeing the lineup sent by Kumobikure. Seeing Hyuga Kagami and Itachi remain silent and seemingly unfazed, the Two Tails Jinchuriki added, "This guy named Shinobu has stolen our important secret from Kumobikure. He is a complete fraud. Is it worth losing your lives for such a fraud?" Shinobu immediately defended himself. "I have never set foot in your village. How could I have stolen your secrets? The way you Kumogakure treat a physician is disgraceful." The Two Tails Jinchuriki sneered, "No need to quibble. Whether it's you or not, we will find out after interrogation." Hyuga Kagami was momentarily hesitant. He was on a mission to gain prestige. If he sold out his employer without a fight, not only would he fail to gain prestige, but he might also face punishment from his village. Moreover, the Two Tails Jinchuriki was not an ordinary opponent. Once a fight broke out, controlling the level of combat would be quite difficult. Boom! Just as Hyuga Kagami was weighing the pros and cons, a sudden explosion echoed from a distance. In an instant, both sides turned their gazes toward the source. Hyuga Kagami focused, realizing that the sound of the explosion came from two individuals fighting, both of whom he recognized, Orochimaru and Jiraiya from the legendary Sannin of Konoha. At that moment, he noticed a fleeting hint of joy on Shinobu's face. Chapter 17. Secret meeting with Orochimaru. Only the Rinnegan possesses such insight, while others, including Itachi, who has not yet awakened his eyes, did not notice the fleeting surprise on Shino's face. Observing this, Hyuga Kagami began to ponder. Why would Shino show joy upon seeing Orochimaru and Jiraiya together? The fact that Orochimaru defected from Konoha is well known. Their simultaneous appearance should not materially help our current situation, unless Shino is certain that Orochimaru and Jiraiya will join forces to help us deal with the Cloud Ninja. But why would he be so sure that the rogue ninja, Orochimaru, would assist us, knowing that the Cloud is pursuing him at this moment? Why would he insist on coming to the Land of Rice? Did he want to provoke a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud by ostentatiously hiring Konoha ninjas for escort? What confidence does he have that he can escape unscathed? Could it be that encountering Orochimaru here is not a coincidence? Is his trump card Orochimaru, who is hiding in the Land of Rice? Is he one of Orochimaru's people? No, he is a remnant of the Sky Ninja. Definitely not a subordinate of Orochimaru. There must be some sort of cooperative relationship between him and Orochimaru, combining the information observed with vague memories. Hyuga Kagami quickly arrived at an answer. However, regardless of the circumstances, the unexpected appearance of Orochimaru and Jiraiya is a turning point for Hyuga Kagami. If Orochimaru truly has a partnership with Shino, then he would not ignore Shino, and Jiraiya would not allow the Cloud Ninja to kill Konoha ninjas in front of him. With this thought, Hyuga Kagami immediately put his hands behind his back and gestured to Itachi. Seeing this, Itachi quickly took out a Konoha distress signal flare and threw it high into the sky. Boom, 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 accompanied by a series of explosions. The signal flare burst into 3 red smoke clouds in the air. In fact, there was no need for Itachi's distress signal. At the moment Hyuga Kagami and the others noticed Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they were also spotted by Orochimaru and Jiraiya, who tacitly stopped fighting and rushed over together. Soon, Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared before Hyuga Kagami and the others. Looking at the crowd in front of him, Orochimaru said in a hoarse voice, grinning ominously, "I didn't expect to encounter the Jinchuriki of the Cloud here. It seems today will be fruitful." Jiraiya urgently said, "Orochimaru, don't do anything reckless. It will lead to war." Orochimaru ignored Jiraiya, shifting his gaze from the cloud Jinchuriki to Hyuga Kagami and his group, briefly lingering on Hyuga Kagami and Itachi before finally resting on Shino, revealing a playful smile. On the cloud side, with the successive appearances of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the Jinchuriki had lost the calm demeanor he previously had, and the three accompanying cloud ninjas were on high alert. Unlike the laid-back Hyuga Kagami and the inexperienced Itachi, Orochimaru and Jiraiya's reputations were earned through numerous real battles, and even someone as arrogant as the Jinchuriki would not dare to act recklessly in their presence. Today's events are not over. Seeing that the situation was untenable, the Jinchuriki dropped a harsh remark and decisively led his team to withdraw. Orochimaru had no intention of pursuing, standing quietly with his hands on his hips, clearly indicating that his earlier words were just to intimidate the Cloud Jinchuriki. Seeing the Cloud Ninja retreat voluntarily, Jiraiya let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami shifted his focus from the Cloud Ninja to Orochimaru and tentatively asked, "Lord Jiraiya, do you need our assistance?" As a rogue ninja from Konoha, Hyuga Kagami naturally had to make his stance clear. Jiraiya waved his hand. "Orochimaru is not someone you can deal with. This is no longer your concern. Go carry out your own mission." Hyuga Kagami had only intended to show a stance, so upon hearing this, he did not say more, immediately left with Itachi and Shino. After this disturbance, the three of them became more cautious, avoiding all towns and not interacting with anyone. When encountering flat, open terrain with no cover, they even changed to a schedule of hiding during the day and moving at night. With such carefulness, Hyuga Kagami and the others finally arrived safely at their destination a week later. This village was indeed suffering from an epidemic. The scene was desolate, and one villager claimed to have written a letter requesting Shino's help to treat the plague. Hyuga Kagami was already aware of Shino's identity, so he pretended not to know anything and followed the proper procedures to complete this B-rank escort mission. On the way back, Itachi looked back at the village and quietly said, "Captain, that Shino has issues. I know, but it's not our concern." After hesitating for a moment, Itachi said, "I don't know if it's my illusion, but I always feel he harbors hostility towards us from Konoha." Hyuga Kagami looked at Itachi in surprise, and after a while said, "Maybe. The Sky Ninja village was destroyed by Konoha, so it's normal for Shino to have animosity towards Konoha." Hyuga Kagami could identify Shino's identity due to his previous life's memories, and Itachi, at such a young age, had such keen intuition, which surprised Hyuga Kagami. While camping at night, Hyuga Kagami noticed a secret sign left by Orochimaru on a nearby large tree. Realizing that Orochimaru was summoning him, he casually made up an excuse to Itachi and quietly went to the meeting place. As soon as Hyuga Kagami arrived, Orochimaru stepped out from the shadows. Hyuga Kagami respectfully greeted, "Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru looked at Hyuga Kagami with great interest for a while before saying, "Kagami-kun, you seem different this time than before." Hyuga Kagami calmly replied, "Thanks to you, I almost died at the hands of the villagers, so I suppose I would be somewhat different." Orochimaru smirked and said, "Turning misfortune into a blessing? Then you should thank Danzo properly. Are you saying that this cleansing was orchestrated by Danzo? I overestimated his capacity and underestimated his means." Orochimaru spoke casually, as if discussing something completely unrelated to himself. Hyuga Kagami probed. "It seems you must have stolen some treasure from him." Orochimaru did not deny it, instead smiling. "Indeed, it's quite a nice treasure." After confirming his guess, Hyuga Kagami did not continue probing, but instead changed the topic, quietly asking, "That Shino is your person, right?" Orochimaru stared at Hyuga Kagami. "Even this couldn't escape your notice. You really are different from before." Hyuga Kagami humbly shook his head. "It's just that he revealed too many flaws. Not only I, but even that little Uchiha noticed something." With a non-committal smile, Orochimaru said, "He stole some secret techniques about physical regeneration from the cloud, which are very helpful for my current experiments." "I see. No wonder the cloud sent such a strong pursuit team." Seeing that Hyuga Kagami seemed very interested, Orochimaru's hoarse voice seductively said, "Kagami, if you're interested, I can consider giving you a copy." Chapter 18 A rank mission. If even a powerhouse like Orochimaru is interested in a secret technique, it would be self-deception for Hyuga Kagami to claim he is not interested. So he straightforwardly asked, "What do you need me to do?" Orochimaru replied, somewhat off topic, "What do you think of Uchiha Itachi?" Without hesitation, Hyuga Kagami responded, "Unlike many so-called geniuses, he is a true genius. Perhaps in just 3 to 5 years, he will grow to an unimaginable level." Throwing a scroll from his bosom to Hyuga Kagami, Orochimaru said, Keep an eye on him for me. I'm very interested in this Uchiha. After saying that, Orochimaru's figure vanished into the shadows as if he had never appeared. Holding the secret technique scroll thrown by Orochimaru, Hyuga Kagami pondered. What exactly is Orochimaru coveting? Itachi's Sharingan, or his body? There is no doubt about Itachi's excellence. Even the third Hokage praised him in public. However, Hyuga Kagami was somewhat unsure about what Orochimaru meant by keeping an eye on him. Returning to the campsite, Hyuga Kagami found Itachi again writing in a small notebook he carried with him. He casually asked, "What are you writing?" Itachi answered seriously, "I'm recording the mission log. According to the village's regulations, ninja executing missions must record a mission log, which will be kept as a record and stored in the mission center's archive upon returning to the village. However, while regulations exist, very few ninjas are willing to meticulously document every detail of the mission. Most ninjas, like Hyuga Kagami, simply narrate the mission process during the handover, and the staff at the mission center records it on the spot before storing it in the archive." Hyuga Kagami remarked, "Itachi, you are the most meticulous and serious ninja I have ever seen. Although you are young, you are meticulous in everything you do." Closing the notebook, Itachi replied, "I just want to learn more from my seniors." Hyuga Kagami shook his head and smiled, not saying anything more. The return journey was smooth. Unlike the slow pace on the way there, Hyuga Kagami and Itachi traveled at full speed as ninjas and returned to the village in just a week. After submitting the mission log at the mission center, the center immediately upgraded the difficulty level of the mission from B rank to I rank. The reason was that this mission involved the Cloud Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages, and the opponent even dispatched the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yujito and her escort team. The Jinchuriki is often seen as the strongest combat power in a ninja village, second only to the village leader, and is a pillar of the village. Therefore, encountering such a difficult character in the mission and still successfully completing the commission, according to convention, the mission center would appropriately upgrade the mission evaluation by 1 level. Of course, the bounty given to Hyuga Kagami and Itachi remained at the B rank standard. They simply added an A rank mission completion record to their resumes. Completing an A rank mission is a rare achievement for a Chunin, let alone for Itachi, who hasn't even graduated yet. So he was very happy as he left the mission center. Looking at Itachi's smiling face, Hyuga Kagami sighed. Only now does he truly seem like a child. At this moment, Itachi deeply bowed to Hyuga Kagami and sincerely said, "Thank you for your guidance, senior. I learned a lot from this mission. You are a true leaf ninja." Hyuga Kagami laughed. "I don't remember teaching you anything." Itachi replied, "You are indeed not a talkative person, but you taught me a lot through your actions, especially when encountering the two-tails Jinchuriki. You made me understand the perseverance a leaf ninja should have." Hyuga Kagami was taken aback and then asked, "Don't you think I was quite uncomfortable at that time?" Itachi shook his head. Hyuga Kagami smirked. "Then do you know why I was able to remain calm in the face of the Cloud Ninja's humiliation?" Itachi thought seriously for a moment and tentatively answered, "Because anger can interfere with judgment, so ninjas should not be angry?" "No." Shaking his hand, Hyuga Kagami smiled mysteriously. "It's because thinking about the fact that Uchiha Itachi was also embarrassed with me suddenly made me feel much better." Itachi took it as a joke from Hyuga Kagami, chatted for a bit, and then took his leave. Watching Itachi's departing figure, Hyuga Kagami gently sighed. One must say, the Uchiha clan is indeed an anomaly. They are too prone to extremes. Narrow-minded like Obito, wanting to destroy the world for a crush. Broad-minded like Itachi, being able to personally kill his parents and clan to avoid suffering for others. If it were just extreme thoughts, that would be one thing. There are many such people in the world, but the Uchiha are different. The more extreme they are, the stronger their ocular powers become. And once they evolve into the Manjiki Sharingan, these individuals have both the drive to implement their extremist thoughts and the strength to achieve them. Just thinking about it sends chills down one's spine. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was puffing on his pipe while looking at the documents in his hand. Suddenly, the third Hokage asked his assistant beside him, "Did that kid from the Uchiha clan just complete an A-rank mission?" Since the village had already launched a comprehensive surveillance of the Uchiha clan. The documents arrived at the Hokage office right after Itachi completed the mission. The assistant replied, "Yes, it was originally a B-rank commission. But since the mission involved the Cloud Village and the opponent dispatched the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yujito, the mission center upgraded the evaluation from B rank to A rank." While flipping through the mission records, the third Hokage said, "Is Hyuga Kagami related to Orochimaru?" The assistant replied, Yes, during the war, Orochimaru used his connections to arrange him from the front lines to the battlefield hospital, where he served as a hospital guard for a period of time. He doesn't know any medical ninjutsu, but is skilled in treating external injuries and has a good reputation in the medical team. Aside from his close ties with Orochimaru, there are no other blemishes. The third Hokage then took out Hyuga Kageme's personal file and glanced at it, frowning. Has the cleansing already been conducted on him? The assistant answered, yes, the root conducted a cleansing on him, but failed due to an unidentified wandering ninja, resulting in the death of the root ninja Mitsui Nakai, who was monitoring him. The third Hokage's furrowed brows tightened further. An unidentified wandering ninja? Can we confirm? The assistant replied, we also received news from Sunagakure that the assassination team responsible for that cleansing operation was completely wiped out, but the information they sent was somewhat vague. It seems they know who the culprit is, but don't want to tell us. So, the intelligence team analyzed that this so-called wandering ninja is likely a rogue ninja from Sunagakure. Only then did the third Hokage's brows relax. Since we can confirm that it wasn't Hyuga Kagami who did it, let's observe him for a while longer. If there are no abnormalities, remove him from the cleansing list. With Orochimaru's defection and the subsequent Ninetales incident, the village had suffered significant losses, including Orochimaru, the fourth Hokage, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, and a large number of ninjas, severely weakening its strength. According to reports from spies embedded in the other major ninja villages, these villages seem to be conspiring something after learning about Konoha's repeated setbacks, all appearing somewhat restless. Additionally, with the internal issues of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage was already feeling overwhelmed. So the cleansing operation proposed by Danzo had been indefinitely suspended. Chapter 19. The secret technique of physical rebirth. What happened in the Hokage office was naturally unknown to Hyuga Kagami, who had just completed an A-rank mission and was now heading home. Long ago, Hyuga Kagami's parents had died in the war, but due to being part of the prestigious Hyuga clan, he was sheltered by his relatives, living a much better life than other orphan ninjas in the village. At the very least, he had a unique house left by his parents. Upon returning home, Hyuga Kagami noticed that the house was spotless, clearly indicating that someone had been helping him clean while he was on his mission. The only one who would clean his house was Hyuga Hinata, who was betrothed to him. The engagement was arranged when Hyuga Kagami's parents were still alive, so after their passing, Hinata's family took great care of him, treating him like one of their own. After closing the door, Hyuga Kagami took out the secret technique of physical rebirth he obtained from Orochimaru. After careful study, he barely understood the principle of this technique. Simply put, it involves using a very special technique to stimulate the cells in the body with chakra, accelerating cell division to quickly heal wounds and restore chakra. In terms of effectiveness, this technique lives up to its name of physical rebirth, as it indeed allows the body to regenerate by accelerating cell division. However, Hyuga Kagami knew that every person's cell division has its limits. Accelerating cell division also speeds up the consumption of life, meaning the more frequently this technique is used, the quicker one dies. If it were only used occasionally in dire situations, it could still be a trump card. Thinking about the shortcomings of this technique and recalling the impure world reincarnation technique that Orochimaru was about to develop, Hyuga Kagami's heart skipped a beat. Once Orochimaru possesses the impure world reincarnation, he could frequently change bodies, completely overcoming the shortcomings of this technique. No wonder Orochimaru became nearly impossible to kill later on. Even Itachi could only find ways to seal him. The physical rebirth technique not only allows for rapid recovery from injuries, but also generates new sources of chakra due to the creation of new cells. Therefore, if the technique is used recklessly, the user would almost be fearless of harm and have a continuous supply of chakra. For others, this is akin to suicide. But for Orochimaru, who was about to develop the impure world reincarnation technique, using up one body and then switching to another is not an issue at all. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kagami couldn't help but admire Orochimaru. Although he couldn't use it recklessly, mastering another secret technique was ultimately not a bad thing. So, he quickly focused his thoughts and concentrated on learning the physical rebirth technique. It was unclear whether it was due to the physical changes brought about by the Tenseigan or the increase in chakra within him. But Hyuga Kagami found that he was learning the new technique much faster than before. Coupled with his already proficient knowledge of human meridians, he quickly grasped the chakra operation method and the hand-sealing steps for this technique. After mastering this technique thoroughly, Hyuga Kagami did not hesitate to destroy the scroll that recorded the technique. Being cautious, he did not want to leave any evidence that could be detrimental to himself. After learning the technique, Hyuga Kagami began to ponder the problems he encountered during the mission. whether it was the rotation or the third Kazakage's puppet, although both were powerful. They couldn't be exposed to light and couldn't be used as regular means. Once there were Konoha ninjas accompanying him, his means of defense would become very limited and monotonous. This feeling of being constrained was vividly reflected in this mission. Thus, Hyuga Kagami urgently needed a series of visible and usable means of defense. Considering his identity as a member of the Hyuga clan, further developing the Gentle Fist was undoubtedly his best choice at the moment. It was also time to try training in the Heavenly Spin. The principle of the Heavenly Spin was not complicated. Previously, he had been hindered by insufficient chakra and had not been able to train successfully. Now, Hyuga Kagami's chakra had far surpassed that of a low-ranked ninja like Niji Hyuga. Since Niji could comprehend the Heavenly Spin by himself, there was no reason for Hyuga Kagami, who understood the principles and had enough chakra, to not comprehend it. The next day, Hyuga Kagami found a small grove far from the Hyuga clan's territory. After confirming that there was no one around, he wasted no time and immediately began his attempts. There were two key points to mastering the Heavenly Spin. One was understanding the various chakra points in one's body, and the other was having a sufficient amount of chakra that could be stably controlled. For Hyuga Kagami, both of these points were easy, so after just a few attempts, he managed to form a prototype of the Heavenly Spin. This further proved that the physical changes brought to Hyuga Kagami by the Tensigen were not merely reflected in the amount of chakra. He also had significant improvements in aspects such as insight, balance, chakra control, and perception. After a deep breath, Hyuga Kagami wiped his sweat with the towel he had prepared in advance. After a morning of diligent practice, he barely mastered the Heavenly Spin. Although there was still much room for optimization and improvement in technique, it was no problem for practical combat. Having consecutively mastered the physical rebirth technique and the Heavenly Spin, Hyuga Kagami was in a good mood. So he took a short break at noon before returning to the mission center. As before, the mission center was still quiet, and most of the passing ninjas were hurried, due to his previous record of leading a team to complete an A-rank mission. Coupled with the backlog of tasks in the mission center, Hyuga Kagami was exceptionally granted the authority to accept A-rank missions. A-rank missions are typically tasks commissioned by political figures or large factions, generally requiring at least a special Jonin-level ninja to undertake. As Hyuga Kagami gradually adapted to the Tensigen, his strength was increasing every day. Now that he had mastered the physical rebirth technique and the Heavenly Spin, even without using the rotation and the third Kazakage's puppet, his raw strength had reached the level of a special Jonin. So taking on some not-too-difficult A-rank missions was no problem. Glancing through the A-rank mission list, Hyuga Kagami couldn't help but frown. At the A-rank mission level, there were very few that allowed for solo acceptance. Even if there were one or two that allowed for solo acceptance, there were high-difficulty tasks like assassination, which required a Jonin or even elite Jonin level to have a chance of completing. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami realized that lacking a tacit teammate was a significant problem. Just as he was feeling troubled, a green figure darted into the mission center. Chapter 20. Sparring, turning his head. Hinata Kagami discovered that the green figure holding a large calico cat was not a stranger, but his classmate from the same graduating class, Mike Guy. At that moment, Guy was frantically handing the large cat over to the staff at the mission center, seemingly transferring a task. Watching this scene, Hinata Kagami smiled. In his previous life, Guy was an elite J-nin with formidable strength, representing the Konoha Steel Fist style, and later became a pillar among the J-nin of Konoha. However, in this life, Guy left him with the impression of a complete underachiever, a strong competitor for the last place in school alongside Obito. Initially, Hinata Kagami thought that his transmigration had caused some deviation. But as his strength and experience grew, he now understood that this was not a deviation brought by his transmigration. The seemingly comical green-clad boy before him would undoubtedly become the Guy he remembered from his past life. The reason was simple. The Steel Fist style was closely related to physical attributes. Without speed and strength, the Steel Fist would be like a weed without roots. Therefore, in childhood, due to their undeveloped bodies, ninjas practicing the Steel Fist would be far inferior to those practicing ninjutsu. This was a natural law that did not involve personal talent. Once they reached adulthood and their bodies fully developed, ninjas training in the Steel Fist would quickly reach their peak and catch up with the orthodox ninjas practicing ninjutsu. Moreover, Guy had the family secret technique 8 gates. So as he grew older, this once underachieving student in school would surely shine in a different light. Thinking of the 8 gates technique that Guy mastered, Hinata Kagami couldn't help but feel a bit eager. The 8 gates technique was generally passed down from father to son, from master to disciple, or between close friends. Perhaps the village also had a collection of the 8 gates technique, but given Hinata Kagame's current status, it was obviously unrealistic to obtain it through official channels. Therefore, the present guy became the best route for Hinata Kagame to acquire the 8 gates technique. As for how to befriend Guy, that was not an issue for Hinata Kagame, as he had a ready-made example, Kakashi. As long as he made himself Guy's eternal rival like Kakashi did, then he would almost not need to take any initiative, and Guy would come to him on his own. Having made up his mind, Hinata Kagame approached Guy and said with a slightly disdainful expression, "I remember you're already a Chunin. Why are you still doing tasks like finding cats and dogs that are meant for genin?" Guy recognized Hinata Kagame and awkwardly turned his head, saying, "Ahaha, I just found it while training, so I brought it in." Looking at the scratch marks on Guy's face from the calico cat, Hinata Kagame chuckled and said, "Could it be that no one wants to team up with you, so you can't take on higher-level tasks?" Caught off guard by Hinata Kagame's merciless exposure, Guy immediately drooped his head and said dejectedly, "Everyone thinks I can't use ninjutsu, so they don't want to take me on missions. Is that really the case?" Hinata Kagame chuckled lightly and said, "That's why I say the Steel Fist has no future." Guy suddenly raised his head and shouted, "I will prove to everyone that even without ninjutsu or jinjutsu, a Steel Fist ninja can still become a true ninja." So naive. With a cold snort, Hinata Kagame slowly said, "It seems I need to help you see reality. Follow me. I will let you understand that our Hinata family's gentle fist is the true essence of taijutsu." Guy was taken aback. He didn't expect Hinata Kagame to be willing to spar with him. After graduating from school, ninjas rarely spar with each other unless they were very close friends or from the same clan. This was because sparring would inevitably reveal information about one's ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, etc., and such information regarding one's strength, once grasped by enemies, could lead to dire consequences. Bringing Guy to a secluded grove where he practiced the heavenly turn earlier that morning, Hinata Kagame stopped. "Here will do." Thinking about sparring with someone from a prestigious family like Hinata Kagame filled Guy with vitality. He gave Hinata Kagame a thumbs up, revealing a big, white-toothed grin, and cheerfully said, "Kagame, this is the youth I aspire to." Hinata Kagame still wore a cold expression and impatiently waved his hand, signaling that they could start. Guy stopped chatting and transformed into a blur as he lunged toward Hinata Kagame. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a deep, muffled sound. So fast, Hinata Kagame's heart tightened. Guy's straight punch was both quick and heavy. If he had the Rinnegan, perhaps just this move would have put him on the defensive. Not daring to underestimate him any longer, Hinata Kagame immediately focused his attention. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two figures engaged in a fierce battle in the woods. The key to the Steel Fist is speed, precision, and ferocity. Thus, if one's insight is insufficient, ordinary ninjas cannot keep up with the rhythm of a ninja who has mastered the Steel Fist. Sasuke's brief encounter with Lee before the Chunin exams is the most typical example. However, Hinata Kagame at this moment was not Sasuke. The Rinnegan was not something that could merely be compared to a two-tomo Sharingan. So although Guy's speed was incredibly swift, Hinata Kagame quickly adapted. At this moment, beneath the dark goggles, Hinata Kagame's blue Rinnegan sparkled with brilliant light. Guy's chakra flowed, the muscles in every part of his body contracted and expanded, and even the trajectory of the debris kicked up from his footfalls could not escape the insight of the Rinnegan. Guy's rapid speed gradually became slow under those eyes, as if the two were not on the same time flow. The battle continued. On the surface, Hinata Kagame appeared to be becoming increasingly relaxed. However, in reality, with every block and every parry, Hinata Kagame felt a burden he could not express. He truly did not expect that after just a few years. Guy's strength had become so great that even merely blocking and parrying felt somewhat strenuous. Entering combat mode, Guy transformed from his earlier comical demeanor into a figure of seriousness, exuding a natural aura of authority. After a series of relentless attacks that reduced Hinata Kagame's evasion space, Guy immediately shouted, "Konoha Whirlwind!" Whoosh! Guy truly resembled a green whirlwind, fiercely rushing toward Hinata Kagame, with nowhere to escape. Hinata Kagame chose not to retreat, but to unleash all his chakra, and met him head-on with the gentle fist. Bang! Another deep, muffled sound echoed as Guy was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. In a confrontation between taijutsu-type ninjas, although it lacks the grand spectacle of ninjutsu battles, the struggle for dominance in such a small space is far more intense. That last blow, If Hinata Kagami had not quickly sealed several of Guy's acupoints in his legs with a gentle fist, blocking the flow of chakra to his legs, it would have been him getting knocked away instead. Although his heart was pounding thump, thump, thump and his arms felt extremely sore, Hinata Kagami maintained a cold expression on his face and sarcastically said, "It seems you haven't made much progress in the past 2 years." Having long been accustomed to the cold sarcasm of the village ninjas, Guy did not pay much attention to Hinata Kagami's mockery and instead sincerely said, "Kagami, you are so strong." Chapter 21. 8 Gates of Doinja. Hinata Kagami stood with one hand on his waist, mimicking Orochimaru's demeanor, and chuckled lightly. "I can't feel any joy being praised by a weakling like you." Upon hearing this, Guy, who was lying on the ground, immediately lowered his head. Seeing Guy a bit downcast, Hinata Kagami thought to himself, did I overdo it with the arrogance? Just as he was preparing to subtly comfort Guy, Guy suddenly put away his dejected expression and shouted loudly, "I'm the proud azure beast of Konoha. One day, I'll catch up to you. I really overthought it." Hinata Kagami muttered inwardly and said, "Hey, that wasn't your full strength just now, was it?" Guy immediately jumped up, "Of course. I have my secret technique." As he subtly hid his slightly swollen and numb arms behind his back, Hinata Kagami contemptuously said, "A secret technique? Then show it to me." After hesitating for a moment, Guy shook his head. Hinata Kagami was trying to provoke Guy into using the 8 Gates of Doinja, so he intentionally said, "Why not? Do you look down on me?" Guy quickly waved his hands to explain, "My father said this is a forbidden technique that must never be used against comrades. Even though your father is a respected ninja, I don't think you have any forbidden techniques that can hurt me." After pausing, Hinata Kagami continued, "You seem to not understand the gap between us at all. You don't have the qualification to hold back against me." Guy still hesitated, but this is really an amazing forbidden technique. I still haven't fully mastered it." Hinata Kagami stepped forward, filled with momentum. "Is your talent greater than mine? Or is your bloodline stronger than mine? If you don't go all out, what gives you the right to win against me?" I. Staring at the stuttering Guy, Hinata Kagami continued to apply pressure. "Or have you never thought about defeating me? If that's the case, you can leave. I have no interest in sparring with someone so mentally weak." Upon hearing this, Guy felt as if struck by lightning, and then slowly clenched his fists. Suddenly, Hinata Kagami noticed a change in Guy's aura. At that moment, Guy looked at Hinata Kagami and shouted, "Kagami, you're right. To spar with a genius from a prestigious clan like you, I should go all out. Only then will my youth not be wasted." Hinata Kagami was puzzled and thought, "I barely fit the prestigious clan part, but when did I become associated with genius? Did my arrogance really make him think I'm a genius?" Just as Hinata Kagami was pondering, Guy's aura suddenly surged. First gate, open. A stream of air surrounded Guy. Second gate, rest gate, open. The air gradually transformed into waves. Third gate, life gate, open. Chakra seemed to flow out of Guy's body as if it were tangible. Hinata Kagami's expression remained serious, but he was secretly shocked. Hey, he is really going all out. That's enough. Don't open any more gates, or someone might get hurt." Naturally, Guy couldn't hear Hinata Kagami's thoughts, so there were no signs of him stopping. Fourth gate, wound gate, open. The dissipating chakra seemed to thicken, rising into a dense wave of energy, wrapping around Guy completely like a tailed beast chakra cloak. Perhaps Guy could only open up to the fourth gate for now, or perhaps he knew this was just a spar between comrades. So he stopped after opening the wound gate. "Kagami, I'm coming." Without waiting for Hinata Kagami's response, Guy transformed into a bolt of green lightning, racing around Hinata Kagami, seemingly searching for the perfect moment to strike. Tracking Guy's movements, Hinata Kagami's Rinnegan quickly shifted back and forth. With the insight of the Rinnegan, he could easily catch sight of Guy, who had opened the fourth gate, but being able to see Guy didn't mean that Hinata Kagami could keep up with his movements. Feeling a sinking sensation in his heart, Hinata Kagami thought, "Damn it, too fast." His experience in taijutsu combat was still at the Chunin level. Although he had been practicing secretly since obtaining the Rinnegan, he still lacked practical experience beyond the Chunin level. As Guy opened the wound gate and his combat level reached the Jonin stage, he immediately sensed that his body was slightly lagging behind. Watching Guy continue to circle around him at high speed, searching for an opportunity to strike, Hinata Kagami was anxious while desperately thinking of a countermeasure. Indeed, without using the Rinne Sharingan and the third Kazakage's puppet, Hinata Kagami could not reach the Jonin level. However, his chakra amount had already exceeded that of an ordinary Jonin, and that was his advantage. So he quickly made up his mind. This time, he wouldn't compete in techniques or speed. He would only compete in chakra consumption. He had to win this battle. Even if he had to put on a brave face, he had to win. After obtaining the Rinnegan, he couldn't allow himself to have a loss in the village, not even in a friendly spar. Suddenly, Guy made his move. He kicked off the ground, raising a cloud of dust, and with the immense recoil, he shot towards Hinata Kagami's back like a cannonball. Boom! The speed was so fast that it seemed to create a sonic boom, shaking the entire grove as if it were morning. Hinata Kagami's expression tightened, and he immediately reacted. In fact, even before Guy made his move, Hinata Kagami had already sensed the abnormal flow of chakra within Guy through his Rinnegan. But this tiny advance warning was not enough for Hinata Kagami to launch a counterattack with Gentle Fist. So he didn't hesitate to use the heavenly body technique that he had barely mastered that morning. Boom! Another solid collision occurred, and Guy was sent flying by the heavenly body technique, crashing into 4 or 5 large trees, the force carrying far and startling many people in the village. Hinata Kagami also had a hard time. At that moment, he felt his blood surge within him and became dizzy. However, in just a moment, Guy flipped over and sprang back up, turning into a shadow again, rapidly moving through the air with a series of thump, thump, thump sounds as he stepped on the air. Watching Guy move quickly in the low air by merely stepping on the air, Hinata Kagami immediately dismissed the idea of taking the initiative to attack and focused solely on defense. It was fortunate that Hinata Kagami had the Rinnegan. If it were still the Byakugan, he might not even have time to activate the heavenly body technique. As the sound of footsteps on air grew more urgent, Guy struck again. This time, he executed the leaf whirlwind from above, and before his body even arrived, a gale swept through the entire grove. Heavenly body technique. Under the Rinnegan, no matter how Guy concealed his attack trajectory, it couldn't escape Hinata Kagami's insight. So if he completely gave up on attacking and focused solely on defense, Hinata Kagami could barely manage to time the activation of the heavenly body technique. Boom! As expected, Guy's leaf whirlwind was once again blocked by Hinata Kagami's heavenly body technique. Guy was sent flying like a cannonball, landing far outside the grove, almost crashing into several passing villagers, causing quite a commotion. In the grove, Hinata Kagami felt as if he couldn't move at all. I hope my bones aren't broken. Feeling the soreness all over his body, Hinata Kagami was secretly alarmed. At this moment, he finally noticed the ground beneath his feet. From the center where he stood, cracks like spider webs were spreading outwards, extending 7 or 8 meters away. Chapter 22 Team Formation. Not long after, Kai, who had already lifted the 8 gates, slowly walked into the small grove. Seeing that Kai had dispelled the 8 gates, Hinata Kagami breathed a sigh of relief, but coldly said, "Under my heavenly return's perfect defense, any attack is ineffective. You should have experienced this yourself." Kai, panting, replied, "Kagami, the Byakugan and gentle fist of your Hinata clan are indeed well-deserved. I feel like my every move is under your watch." In the state of the 4th gate, both of his full-strength attacks were effortlessly blocked by Hinata Kagami, and Kai realized that if he continued to fight, he had no chance of winning. Hinata Kagami said calmly, "Of course, I can see through all your attacks." Kai sat down on ground, sigh. "I lost after all. Being able to force me to use heavenly return, your secret technique, is indeed commendable." After a pause, Hinata Kagami added, "Get some good rest today. See you at the mission center tomorrow morning." Kai was first taken aback, then exclaimed, "You're willing to team up with me for a mission? I don't like waiting for people, so don't be late." After coldly throwing down a sentence, Hinata Kagami said no more and quickly walked home. At this moment, he felt like he was falling apart all over. If he didn't leave now, he really wouldn't be able to hold on any longer. Oblivious, Kai seemed unfazed, cheering and bouncing home. Shortly after Hinata Kagami and Kai left, a team of Umbu appeared in the small grove where the two had fought. After a brief investigation of the scene, one of the Umbu said, "There are no traces of ninjutsu, and it seems no ninja tools were used. It was purely a taijutsu confrontation." The leading Umbu said in a deep voice, "Have the identities of the combatants been confirmed?" An Umbu member beside him replied, "Yes, one is a CH Nin from the Hyuga branch, named Hinata Kagami, and the other is Might Guy's son, CH Nin Might Kai. From the traces, it seems the Hyuga kid won." Looking around at the trees toppled in all directions and the various sized pits on the ground, the Umbu squad leader said, "To create such a commotion with just taijutsu, report this to Lord Hokage. These 2 kids are worth paying attention to." Back at home, Hinata Kagami found that Rin was cleaning the house for him, and his heart warmed instantly. Rin hurried out to greet him. "Kagami, welcome home." Hinata Kagami smiled. "Thank you for your hard work." In front of Rin, Hinata Kagami set aside all his disguises and defenses. If there was anyone in the village he could trust unconditionally, it was this simple girl before him. At this moment, Rin noticed Hinata Kagami's swollen arms and exclaimed, "How did you get hurt? Come, let me bandage you." "It's nothing, just an accident during practice." Pulling Hinata Kagami to the tatami, Rin started applying medicine while saying, "Lord Hinata Nichiru asked me to apologize to you and seek your understanding." Hinata Nichiru was the twin brother of the clan leader Hinata Hisashi, usually responsible for assisting his brother in managing the branch family's personnel. Hinata Kagami was a bit confused. Understanding? Understanding what? Rin said, "Aren't you angry? Everyone thought you were mad at the clan, which is why you haven't wanted to return to the clan's land lately." Hearing this, Hinata Kagami immediately understood. Undoubtedly, the family had misunderstood. The clan clearly believed that Hinata Kagami held a grudge against them for not speaking up for him during the incident involving Orochimaru's defection, which led to his distancing from the family. But in reality, Hinata Kagami had never resented the clan. He knew better than anyone that clans like Uchiha and Hyuga, while seemingly powerful in the village, actually had little influence over the decision-makers. The future death of Nichiru was a good example, under justifiable defense. The clan couldn't even protect the clan leader, and it took the sacrifice of the clan leader's twin brother, Hinata Nichiru, to barely make it through. One could ask, what ability did the clan have to protect themselves during Orochimaru's defection? Therefore, Hinata Kagami did not hate the clan, because he understood that they truly had good intentions, but were powerless. Distancing himself from the clan was merely to protect the secret of the Tenseigan. However, this misunderstanding could be utilized. Otherwise, the unwarranted distancing from the clan would inevitably raise suspicions among the village's higher-ups. The simple-minded Rin did not notice Hinata Kagami's distraction and continued. Lord Nichiru also said that during today's meeting, Lord Jiraiya praised you for staying calm and composed in the face of the two-tails Jinchuriki from the Cloud Village, and that you did not embarrass the village. Looking at Rin's proud face, Hinata Kagami gently smiled. Lord Jiraiya has returned to the village? Rin nodded. Lord Jiraiya returned to the village today. Hearing this, Hinata Kagami thought to himself, for Jiraiya to give up his obsession with Orochimaru and return to the village. It shows that the troubles facing the village are even greater than I anticipated. In fact, during the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha no longer had the advantage it once did against the other major ninja villages. If it weren't for the rise of the fourth Hokage, who turned the tide on several battlefronts, the war might still be a stalemate. Therefore, when the other major ninja villages learned of Orochimaru's defection, along with the unexpected death of the fourth Hokage and his wife, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, it would be impossible for them not to have ulterior motives. After finishing bandaging his swollen areas, Hinata Kagami went to bed early. This battle with Kai could be said to be the hardest he had fought since obtaining the Tenseigan, but at the same time, it also provided him with a lot of experience and insights. Kai was simply an impeccable training partner for taijutsu. The next morning, after wrapping his arms and legs in bandages, Hinata Kagami hurried to the mission center. A single night of rest was not enough for his bruises to heal completely. For the sake of appearances, Hinata Kagami did not want Kai to discover that he was covered in injuries. Kai was already waiting early at the entrance of the mission center. When he saw Hinata Kagami coming, he waved from afar. "Kagami, I'm over here. I'm over here." Looking at Kai, who was bouncing around at the entrance of the mission center, Hinata Kagami felt quite embarrassed. Entering the mission center, Hinata Kagami immediately began browsing the A-ranked mission list. Kai whispered, "Kagami, aren't A-ranked missions only for Jonin?" Hinata Kagami casually explained, "I just led a team to complete an A-ranked mission a few days ago, so I received special permission to take on some A-ranked missions." Kai exclaimed, "What? You've completed an A-ranked mission?" For Kai, who dealt with C-ranked and D-ranked missions daily, completing an A-ranked mission was merely a fantasy. So hearing that Hinata Kagami, as a CH Nin, had led a team to complete one was naturally shocking. Hinata Kagami glanced at Kai. What's so strange about it? With me and a kid from the Uchiha clan, isn't it normal to complete an A-ranked mission? Kai tilted his head and laughed. That's true. You are a genius. Hinata Kagami nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to establish a strong image in Kai's mind, even though he felt he had little to do with the word genius. Chapter 23. Tracking and encounters. After flipping through a few pages, a mission caught Hinata Kai's attention. Eliminate the wandering ninjas within the land of fire. A-level missions involve battles between ninjas, so Hinata Kai had 3 principles for selecting missions. First, the distance should be short, as long journeys can lead to unexpected events. especially since the war had just recently ended and the world was still chaotic. Second, the enemy's strength should not be too strong. Third, the enemy's background should be simple to avoid creating messy grudges because of the mission. Therefore, this mission to eliminate wandering ninjas in the Land of Fire perfectly matched Hinata Kai's 3 principles for selecting missions, which brightened his eyes. He handed the mission slip to Kai and pointed at the task of eliminating the wandering ninjas, asking, "How about this mission?" Kai replied, "I have no objections." After accepting the mission, the two set off immediately without delay. On the way, Hinata and Kai analyzed the detailed intelligence about the mission obtained from the mission center. The mission was commissioned by the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Recently, a group of wandering ninjas had continuously attacked several villages near the border with the Land of Waves, causing significant loss of life and property. Intelligence indicated that this group of wandering ninjas consisted of 5 to 7 individuals, suspected to be rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, with considerable strength and cruel methods. Due to the war, the number of defected ninjas has been increasing year by year, with various ninja villages experiencing this, and Konoha was no exception. However, most of these defected ninjas, who avoided the war, took refuge in small countries without ninja villages, making it rare for them to brazenly attack the Land of Fire. Hinata Kai cautioned, "The enemy dares to plunder in the Land of Fire, so their strength must not be weak. We must not be careless." Kai quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing that Kai seemed a bit nervous, Hinata Kai thought for a moment and added, "But there is no need to be too tense. These rogue ninjas who only dare to act against civilians may not be that strong. As long as we perform normally, completing the mission shouldn't be a problem." Kai clenched his fists, saying, "I'm not afraid of them." A few days later, Hinata and Kai followed the trail and arrived at a village that had been attacked not long ago. The village was in ruins, with corpses scattered everywhere. The air thick with the smell of blood, and the sounds of wailing and crying echoed constantly. Hinata approached the survivor and asked, "We are ninjas from Konoha. Please tell us who attacked you." The survivor appeared somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Hinata before finally responding, "I don't know who they were. They killed anyone they saw and left after that." Hinata unaffected by the tragic state of the village, calmly pressed on, "How many of them were there? When did they leave? In which direction did they go?" The survivor pointed in a direction, saying, "They went that way. I don't know how many there were, nor when they left." Hinata focused on the direction the survivor indicated, then coldly said, "Let's chase after them." Kai, already filled with righteous anger, nodded vigorously. "Yeah, in the Hyuga clan, tracking is a fundamental course, and every member who has been on the battlefield is a tracking expert." So Hinata was no exception. He quickly found traces left by the enemy. Moments later, the two arrived at a muddy area. After examining the footprints in the mud, Hinata said, "There are 5 to 7 of them, and their footsteps are somewhat chaotic. It seems they were in a hurry." Kai urged, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Hinata shook his head and pointed at a nearby large tree. "Hold on. Look at the moss on that tree." Kai looked over and saw a faint footprint on the moss, puzzled. How could there be a footprint there? Are there others tracking this group of wandering ninjas? The footprints on the tree were clearly not from the same group as those in the muddy area. If the muddy footprints belong to the wandering ninjas, then the footprints on the tree should belong to another group of ninjas. Since we've accepted the mission, the village shouldn't send anyone else. So I suspect the other group tracking these wandering ninjas is from the Mist Village. Hinata speculation was not unfounded, as the intelligence indicated that this group of wandering ninjas were defectors from the Mist Village. So it was reasonable for the Mist Village to send a pursuit team. As it involved other ninja villages, Kai momentarily lost his bearings. What should we do? Hinata pondered for a moment and then firmly said, "Any obstacle to completing our mission is the enemy. But, Nobu, we keep chasing." After a while, Hinata and Kai had to stop because they encountered 2 groups of ninjas facing off. One side had 4 members, all dressed as the Mist Village's assassination unit, with only the leader not wearing a mask but instead wrapped his lower face in bandages. Based on his build and appearance, Hinata recognized him as the infamous Demon Zabuza Momochi. The other side had only 2 members, who were from Konoha's Umbu. One of them was small in stature with white hair, and although he wore a fox mask, Hinata still recognized him as his contemporaneous genius ninja, Kakashi Hitaki. Both sides were filled with tension, seemingly on the verge of combat. Seeing more Konoha ninjas arriving, Zabuza drew the long sword from his back, appearing ready to strike. Standing on a tree branch, Hinata placed one hand on his hip and looked down at the Mist Village's assassination unit with a proud expression and a contemptuous tone, saying, "Get lost." Zabuza was enraged by the remark. Are you looking for death, kid? Hinata Kai ignored Zabuza and calmly ordered Kai, go teach him a lesson. Having long been accustomed to following Hinata Kai's orders, especially since the opponent was a Mist Village ninja, Kai agreed and charged at Zabuza with a shout. Both the Mist Assassination Unit and Konoha's Umbu were taken aback by Hinata Kai's boldness, but both sides were hesitant to act immediately, only creating an area for Zabuza and Kai to engage in a one-on-one battle. As a taijutsu ninja, Kai immediately closed in for a close-range attack, not giving the enemy a chance to use ninjutsu. Zabuza seemed confident in his swordsmanship, showing no fear of hand-to-hand combat, and swung his sword to engage Kai. For a moment, fists flew and blades flashed. At this time, Zabuza had already gained some fame in the Mist Village. Although he had not yet joined the 7 ninja swordsmen, he was already a standout among his peers, with sharp techniques and a murderous aura. Kai was also in a rapid growth phase, with his speed and strength increasing daily, no longer the bottom of the class. The battle between the two quickly intensified, spreading further and further, causing the watching ninjas from the Mist Village and Konoha's Umbu to retreat a distance. Soon, Kai kicked Zabuza's blade, and both jumped back to disengage. Chapter 24. Quick victory. After both sides retreated, the scene suddenly fell silent. Kai's expression was serious at this moment. He had over a dozen cuts on his body, both large and small. Although the wounds were shallow, with some barely breaking the skin, he was still injured. Zabuza, on the other hand, was holding his sword with a fierce expression, panting heavily. He had received a solid kick to his ribs from Kai, seemingly breaking a few ribs, and at this moment he found it hard to straighten his back, with a twinge of pain when he breathed. Seeing an opportunity from his perch on the tree, Hinata Kagami immediately spoke up. Kai stepped back. Kai did not argue and silently stepped aside. Despite the brief encounter, he had gauged Zabuza's strength and knew that if he did not use forbidden techniques, it would be difficult for him to defeat his opponent. Hinata Kagami lightly jumped down from the branch, walking towards Zabuza in front of both the enemy and his allies, saying, I'm different from Kai. Dealing with you Mist ninja scum doesn't require much seriousness. His tone was flat, and his expression was dismissive, as if he were facing mere insignificant pests. Zabuza had never been treated with such disdain and was immediately enraged. Do you dare to call me a scum? Swish! Hinata Kagami's figure flashed. Lunging forward, he had been waiting for this moment. Although Zabuza was furious, he was not a rookie. Realizing he had fallen for a trap, he immediately shut his mouth and swung his long sword horizontally towards the incoming Hinata Kagami. Swish! The sword sliced through the air, creating a sharp sound. However, Hinata Kagami showed no fear. No one noticed that beneath his goggles, his Byakugan was flashing with brilliant light. With the unparalleled insight of the Byakugan, he had already noticed that Zabuza's chakra was flowing toward his hands, while there was no chakra gathering in Zabuza's legs, nor were there any signs of muscle contraction. All these details had already exposed Zabuza's tactical intentions. This horizontal slash was clearly just to force Hinata Kagami back. The lack of muscle contraction in his legs indicated that he was not exerting force, which also meant that there would be no follow-up attack after the horizontal slash. Simultaneously, the chakra gathering in his arms indicated that Zabuza planned to abandon his sword and form hand seals to perform a jutsu after pushing Hinata Kagami back. In just that brief moment, Hinata Kagami had predicted all of Zabuza's subsequent tactical arrangements through the flow of chakra and the subtle changes in his limb muscles. Thus, he halted, leaned back. Hinata Kagami's entire set of movements was almost seamless, effortlessly dodging Zabuza's horizontal slash while not creating any distance between them. How is that possible? Seeing Hinata Kagami barely evade his horizontal slash without a hint of concern for a follow-up attack, Zabuza's heart sank. At this moment, he realized that Hinata Kagami had seen through his tactics, but it was too late to change his strategy. Taking advantage of Zabuza's sword swing, during the moment he could not retract or change his move, Hinata Kagami crouched down, closing in on Zabuza, and unleashed a flurry of gentle fist strikes. Fixing his gaze on Hinata Kagami's chakra-infused palms, Zabuza felt his heart sink. At this point, whether he tried to exert force to swing his sword or directly abandon it to form hand seals, it was already too late. Bang, bang, bang. A series of muffled sounds of palm strikes hitting flesh resonated in the ears of those nearby. Amidst the sounds of strikes, Zabuza trembled all over, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a deflated ball. Hiss! Both the 3 members of the Mist Assassination team and the Konoha Umbu on the other side gasped in shock. Not for any other reason. But because Hinata Kagami had dealt with Zabuza too decisively and effortlessly, for someone as skilled as Zabuza, even Kakashi, known as a genius, or the Umbu Jonin beside him, could not guarantee a complete victory. Yet Hinata Kagami resolved Zabuza in a single simple exchange. The entire process was light and easy, as if his opponent were merely a rookie genin. Standing in the arena, Hinata Kagami remained indifferent, scanning the three mist ninjas not far away. He then kicked Zabuza, who lay unconscious on the ground, sending him towards the three mist ninjas. Take him away and get lost. Two mist ninjas caught the unconscious Zabuza, while another said, "We are ordered to hunt down the rogue ninjas." Hinata Kagami slightly tilted his head, looking down on the mist ninjas with disdain, and coldly replied, "The rogue ninjas you mentioned are my targets. If you dare interfere, I won't hesitate to take you down too." Looking at the unconscious Zabuza and then at the two Konoha Umbu nearby, the mist ninjas exchanged glances, then hurriedly retreated with Zabuza on their backs. After the mist ninjas left, Hinata Kagami did not greet the two Umbu, directly calling over Kai, who had bandaged his wounds, to continue tracking the group of rogue ninjas. At this moment, the two Umbu exchanged glances. The older Umbu muttered, "Hey, that kid just used the gentle fist, right? From the Hyuga clan?" Kakashi, wearing a fox mask, nodded, "Yes, I know both of them. They're my classmates from the same generation, one named Mike Guy, and the other Hinata Kagami." The older Umbu was surprised. "I remember your class. Besides you, there didn't seem to be any strong ones. How come?" Most of Kakashi's classmates had died in the war, and those who survived were often only at the Chunin level. Kakashi, having achieved Jonin status at a young age, was seen as the best among that generation of ninjas, without exception. At this moment, Kakashi was also puzzled. He didn't have a deep impression of Hinata Kagami, feeling he was quite ordinary, with nothing particularly noteworthy. However, today, Hinata Kagami's performance had astonished him, especially the confidence he displayed against the infamous mist assassination team, which unconsciously reminded him of his teacher, the fourth Hokage. The older Umbu continued to reflect, "Make a record of this. After returning, report to Lord Hokage. Such talents should be prioritized for recruitment into Umbu." On Hinata Kagami's side, as they rushed forward, Kai could not help but ask, "Kagami, why don't we ask those two Umbu about the information on that group of rogue ninjas?" Hinata Kagami smiled. "There's no need. The appearance of the mist assassination team indicates that the group of rogue ninjas is indeed mist effectors, and the Umbu's presence should only be to monitor the mist assassination team's entry. Otherwise, they would have acted long ago, without needing to think too much." Hinata Kagami had already figured out the situation. The mist sent out an assassination team, undoubtedly to clean up their own house and take away the bodies, which also indicated that there might be bloodline users among the defectors. Kakashi and the two Umbu were clearly sent to monitor the mist assassination team's entry. This was evident from their standoff without engaging in combat. After hearing this, Kai also found it reasonable. If those two Umbu were only responsible for monitoring the mist assassination team's entry, then they likely wouldn't have any information about the group of rogue ninjas. Moreover, since they had already locked onto the traces of the rogue ninjas' escape, there was indeed no need to waste more time. Kai then said, "Kagami, what you did just now was really impressive. That guy from the other side seemed quite powerful, and I didn't expect he couldn't even block your single strike." Hinata Kyō's lips curled slightly upward, smiling a bit reservedly. Chapter 25, Transformation. Just now, Hinata Kai felt a bit proud deep down, but he wouldn't let such a watered-down achievement cloud his mind. Let's get to the point. After Zabuza had a tough match with Kai, both his sharpness and stamina had taken quite a toll, and most importantly, he had broken a few ribs. Although the injury wasn't visible from the outside, it significantly impacted his combat ability, especially in physical techniques. This was one of the main reasons Zabuza chose to push Hinata back and then discarded his sword to perform ninjutsu, as engaging in physical combat while injured would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. As a result, Hinata not only took advantage of his opponent's injury, but also caught him off guard, seizing the initiative, further amplified by the unparalleled insight provided by his Byakugan. All these factors combined led to this swift victory. Of course, on the other hand, it also indicated that Hinata was undergoing a transformation. The previously mediocre version of himself was fading away, replaced by a decisive, sharp, and opportunistic emerging strong warrior. At this moment, Kai curiously asked, "You don't seem afraid of those mist village ninjas. But they should all be Jonin, right?" Hinata replied, "They should just be special Jonin. While special Jonin are still considered Jonin, there's a distinction between them and true Jonin, as Jonin is a very broad concept that encompasses many monsters, including those at the level of Kage. Special Jonin, however, represent a clear tier. Those with strong abilities often quickly advance to Jonin. So ninjas who remain at the special Jonin level are generally slightly weaker than regular Jonin, and the probability of having Kage-level strong individuals among them is quite low. Additionally, Hinata's earlier attitude towards the Mist Village was also somewhat performative. In fact, when he confronted the Mist Village assassination squad and his village's Umbu, Hinata had already begun his act. He wanted to change his previous mediocre image, but couldn't go too far or be too anxious, making the choice of opponent particularly important. Zabuza, who had reached the special Jonin level but lacked extensive experience, was undoubtedly a good stepping stone. As for the arrogance in his demeanor, that was also intentional on Hinata's part. First, as a member of a prestigious bloodline, some degree of arrogance is quite normal. Second, arrogance implies that one is not to be trifled with. When faced with an arrogant and cold person, many would think twice before making a move, which could, in turn, reduce a lot of trouble for Hinata. However, the real reason that prompted Hinata to quickly start establishing a new image was something else. Yesterday, he learned from Rin that due to a severe shortage of manpower in the village, the higher-ups had decided to select a batch of special Jonin from the Chunin ranks. Hinata was determined to seize this opportunity for promotion. Once he became a special Jonin, his identity and status would undergo a tremendous change. Currently, he was a wartime promoted Chunin, and in terms of status, he couldn't compare to a normally reviewed and promoted Chunin. Therefore, if he became a special Jonin, it would be equivalent to jumping 2 ranks, placing him above all Chunin and completely escaping the fate of being cannon fodder, becoming one of the village's high-level combat forces. Moreover, after becoming a special Jonin, he could submit requests to the village to learn advanced ninjutsu and even secret techniques by accumulating achievements. Back then, the 4th Hokage earned the opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique through his merits on the battlefield, thereby laying the foundation for his rise to Kage level. After a few hours of tracking, Hinata and Kai finally found the group of wandering ninjas. There were 5 of them, all dressed as Mist Village ninjas. The leader had his hair in a bun, with a red dot above each eyebrow, seemingly from the notable Kagaya clan in the Mist Village. Hinata whispered, "It looks like the Kagaya clan with the Shikatsumiyaku. Be careful," Kai nodded cautiously. Famous bloodline clans are generally formidable, and this is something Kai, who has experienced war, understands well. The Kagaya clan from the Mist Village is notoriously fierce and crazy, a scourge that everyone avoids on the battlefield. The ninja from the Kagaya clan laughed loudly. "Is Konoha sending just you 2 brats to hunt us down?" The other wandering ninjas also burst into laughter with someone teasing, "I heard that Konoha's Hokage was taken down in his own village not long ago. It seems Konoha is really going to be finished." Hinata surveyed the surroundings with his Byakugan, confirming that there were no other people nearby, and then came up with a plan. The Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku, combined with their superb physical techniques, made them nearly invulnerable to regular physical attacks and weapons. Even Gentle Fist might not penetrate the bone armor of the Shikatsumiyaku. Thus, the Kagaya clan was particularly effective against physical-type ninjas, and unfortunately, both Hinata and Kai fell into that category. For this reason, Hinata decisively decided to use his rotation technique to draw the leading Kagaya ninja towards him, rapidly sealing his chakra with Gentle Fist to prevent him from using the Shikatsumiyaku. With a plan in place, Hinata feigned weakness and said, "This is within the land of fire. Please leave immediately." Upon hearing this, the wandering ninjas laughed even more recklessly, with some even taking out their flasks to drink openly, unconcerned. Hinata took a few steps forward, pretending to be fierce but internally anxious, shouting, "If you don't leave, don't blame us for being impolite." The Kagaya ninja took a few steps towards Hinata, laughing, "Brat, do you know who I am?" Just as he began to speak, the Kagaya ninja suddenly felt a tremendous pulling force yank at his body, drawing him toward Hinata. At the same time, Hinata leaped forward like a fierce tiger. The distance between them was only about 10 meters, so in the blink of an eye, they collided. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled sounds from the palm strikes, the Kagaya ninja couldn't even activate his bloodline limit before Hinata sealed all of his chakra points with Gentle Fist, and he fell to the ground like a sandbag. Sealing the chakra points was just the beginning. Hinata unleashed a set of Bagua palm strikes on the defenseless opponent, targeting vital points, quickly ending him and damaging his brain. These individuals were rogue ninjas, mission targets, and unlike Zabuza before, there would be no mercy here. At the same time Hinata made his move, Kai also jumped forward, blocking the other 4 wandering ninjas. The other 4 ninjas in this group were all weaklings. So before Hinata could provide support, Kai dealt with them all by himself. After sealing the Kagaya ninja's body in the mission scroll, Hinata and Kai wasted no time and immediately returned to the village. On the way, Kai couldn't help but ask Kai what just happened. Hinata smiled and said, "You didn't think you were the only one with secret techniques, did you? That move just now was my secret technique." Chapter 26 Selection. Kai himself has no bloodline limit, but his mastery of the steel fist gives him keen insight. Hinata Kagami's use of the rotation technique at such close range naturally cannot escape his notice. However, he didn't think much of it, and upon hearing Kagami say it was a secret technique, he immediately exclaimed, "I didn't even notice when you activated it. That secret technique of yours is really impressive." The rotation technique is similar to Pain's almighty push. Strong because it doesn't require hand seals and can be activated at will as long as the thought arises. Those who are unaware are easily caught off guard during their first encounter. Even a master as strong as Scorpion was caught off guard and lost the 3rd Kazekage puppet to Hinata Kagami, which instantly turned the tide of battle. At this moment, Hinata Kagami put away his smile and sternly advised, "Remember, this is my secret. You must not reveal it to anyone, not even to our comrades in the village." Protecting the secret of the rotation technique is also one of the reasons why Kagami chose to kill the target on the spot instead of capturing him alive. Okay, I understand. I won't say a word to anyone. Hinata Kagami felt relatively at ease with Kai. Although he seemed a bit silly, he was fundamentally a very rule-abiding ninja. Upon returning to the village, Hinata Kagami and Kai headed straight to the mission center. After handing over the mission, the center once again elevated the permissions of Hinata Kagami's team, granting him access to all high-difficulty A-rank missions, including assassination. This was due to the excellent performance in his recent mission. He not only swiftly eliminated all mission targets, but also brought back the corpse of a missed ninja with a bloodline limit, which can be considered as an over-fulfillment of the task. The corpse of a ninja is, to some extent, a source of intelligence, especially the corpses of bloodline ninjas, which have even greater research value. Therefore, during the war, major ninja villages have formed efficient corpse recovery teams specifically responsible for collecting the bodies of bloodline ninjas left on the battlefield for research purposes. In the following months, Hinata Kagami and Kai transformed into mission maniacs, completing 2 A-rank missions and 5 B-rank missions as Chunin, achieving a high completion rate and becoming a topic of conversation in the village. The receptionist at the mission center began to actively filter tasks for Hinata Kagami, providing convenience. After completing another B-rank mission, while on his way home, Hinata Kagami suddenly felt someone watching him. He discreetly observed his surroundings and frowned slightly. Although the streets were bustling with people, no one was lurking in the shadows watching him, a fact he was very certain of due to his Byakugan. Yet the feeling of being watched persisted, which puzzled him. Soon, he recalled a certain secret technique, one used by the 3rd Hokage. The telescope technique. Is the 3rd Hokage spying on me? It seems my efforts over the past few days have brought me into the 3rd's line of sight. After guessing that it might be the 3rd Hokage observing him, Hinata Kagami didn't pay much attention to it. The 3rd spying was clearly preparing for the review of Hinata Kagami before his promotion. Otherwise, given the current busy state of the village, the 3rd Hokage would not have the time to observe a Chunin. This occasional spying continued for about a month. Hinata Kagami, already cautious, became even more careful after suspecting the 3rd Hokage was watching him, refraining from any unusual behavior. Every day consisted solely of missions, so he was confident that the 3rd would not discover any flaws. As expected, before long, Hinata Kagami received a notification for the internal assessment for promotion to Special Jonin. Special Jonin can be considered as the village's high-level combat force. Although the village can mobilize tens of thousands of ninjas during wartime, the actual number of Jonin, including Special Jonin, is only a few hundred. In other words, among 100 ninjas in the village, only a few are Jonin or Special Jonin, while the remaining 90 or so are Chunin and Genin. This ratio means that Special Jonin are indeed part of the command hierarchy and can even command several 4-man teams during wartime. The assessment took place at a base of the Umbu, where Hinata Kagami discovered many familiar faces. Among them were Kai, Yuhi Kurinai, Sarutobi Isuma, Irika, Mitarashi Anko, Narashikamuro, and others who were of similar age to him. There were also many elite Chunin who were already middle-aged, and even a genius from the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Shursui, who was a few years younger than him. Kai shouted from a distance, "Kagami, over here, over here." Hinata Kagami walked over and greeted his classmates who had gathered together. In the past, Hinata Kagami would feel a bit restrained around this group, as ninjas are a profession that values strength, and without strength, even classmates cannot become close. But now, Hinata Kagami could interact with these classmates calmly, feeling somewhat superior in mindset. Seeing Hinata Kagami's indifferent expression, Asuma asked with a frown, "Hey, I heard you and Kai have completed several A-rank missions. Is that true?" Upon hearing Asuma's words, Kurenai, Irika, Anko, and others gathered around, clearly interested in this matter. Hinata Kagami nodded, "Yes." Kai burst into laughter. "See, I wasn't lying. We really completed several A-rank missions." As someone who was always the butt of jokes, Kai was finally able to boast for once, and his mood was naturally exceptionally good. After being shown up by Kai, the others couldn't help but feel a bit down, their competitive spirits rising, and the conversation soon shifted to the upcoming special Jonin assessment. Asuma glanced around and then whispered to the others, "I heard there are more than 200 Chunin participating in this assessment, but only about 15 spots for special Jonin." Gasp! Everyone inhaled sharply. Competing for about 15 spots among over 200 people means that roughly 13 or 14 people are vying for one spot, indicating how fierce the competition is. Irika said dejectedly, "It seems I have no hope." Gema and Shikamaru sighed as well, clearly lacking confidence like Irika. Seeing Irika and the others sighing, Asuma expressed his dissatisfaction. "Hey, can you all have some confidence? That bastard Kakashi is already a Jonin. How can we be downcast about the special Jonin assessment?" As the son of the Hokage, being overshadowed by Kakashi had always been a burden for Asuma, and sometimes the third Hokage would even use Kakashi to educate him, which frustrated him greatly. Kai, who shared the same burden, clenched his fists and echoed, "Right, we must catch up to Kakashi." Hinata Kagami took the opportunity to observe the other competitors. He roughly counted and confirmed that there were indeed over 200 Chunin participating in the assessment. However, almost no one had more chakra than him, so he remained confident. At this moment, Uchiha Shursui approached and said, "Senpai, thank you for your previous care of Itachi. He has mentioned you several times, saying you are a very excellent ninja." Hinata Kagami observed the other party. "You are Uchiha Shursui?" Shursui, feeling somewhat apologetic, replied, "I apologize for my rudeness, Senpai. I am indeed Uchiha Shursui." Chapter 27. Uchiha Shursui carefully observed the short Uchiha in front of him, and Hinata Kagami's thoughts immediately began to wander. Uchiha Shursui, a boy who influenced Itachi's life and indirectly caused the Uchiha massacre, a young man full of hope for reconciliation with the village, yet betrayed and ambushed mercilessly by Danzo. After losing one of his Mangeki Sharingan, he resolutely chose to commit suicide in silence to prevent conflicts between his family and the village from escalating. This talented Uchiha, perhaps even more gifted than Itachi, ended his life in a tragically beautiful way, like a comet, brief yet brilliant. How sad. The thought of Shursui's future made Hinata Kagami sigh inwardly. Shursui's tragic fate was closely related to his innocence. He should not have revealed his Mangeki Sharingan, nor should he have confessed to the village's higher-ups about the feared eye technique, Kodoe Tsukumi. If he were in the position of Hokage, and a powerful Uchiha with Kodoe Tsukumi appeared while plotting a coup, Hinata Kagami would also find it hard to feel at ease. Regaining his focus, Hinata Kagami smiled and said, "I've heard many legends about the Sharingan, and I hope to have the opportunity to spar with you this time and experience the power of the Sharingan firsthand." Shursui smiled back. "Compared to your Byakugan Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan has no advantage, but I'm also looking forward to sparring with you." After a few polite exchanges, Shursui turned to leave. He was well aware of the village's suspicions towards the Uchiha clan, so he kept a certain distance from the other ninjas in the village, both to protect himself and to protect others. Watching Shursui's departing figure, Hinata Kagami let out a soft sigh. The Uchiha coup seemed ridiculous because the three top experts within their clan were either slacking off or rebelling. Not to mention Shursui and Itachi, even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, was completely coerced by his clansmen into planning the coup and did not have a strong desire for it. Thus, when he discovered his son's rebellion, he directly gave up resistance and sacrificed his life to fulfill Itachi's ninja way. In reality, if the Uchiha had united as one, it was uncertain whether the coup would succeed, but they could definitely have caused significant destruction to Konoha. Even Shursui alone could sweep away the higher-ups of Konoha with Kodoe Tsukumi. Just as Hinata Kagami was lost in thought, Guy approached and whispered, Hey, this Shursui may be famous, but he seems like a very approachable Uchiha. With a kunai in his mouth, Gekei snorted coldly. That depends on who it is. Kagami is from the Hokage clan, so of course, he will be polite. If it were you, he might not even bother. Asuma joined in, his expression serious. This guy is not simple. If you encounter him during the assessment, be very careful. Guy asked curiously, how strong is he? I've heard he has a record of killing 3 mist Umbu, and he is recognized as a genius within the Uchiha clan. After a pause, Asuma continued to explain, I also heard from the old man that his strength is already sufficient to be promoted to J-Nin. This special J-Nin selection is just a formality. The others were astonished. What? Seeing their shocked expressions, Asuma shrugged. What's so strange about it? Just look closely. The Uchiha sent only him, and that already says a lot. Upon hearing this, everyone began to pay attention. They noticed that although the venue was crowded, there was indeed only Uchiha Shursui wearing the Uchiha clan's emblem among the ninjas present. Instantly, everyone felt a weight in their hearts. Asuma clearly wasn't lying. Out of about 15 promotion spots, one was indeed already claimed by the Uchiha. Of course, it wasn't strictly a claim, because with Shursui's strength, passing the selection would be a piece of cake. Such a claim limited the Uchiha clan from sending more members to compete for spots. Hinata Kagami also noticed that there seemed to be only himself from the Hokage clan participating in the assessment. And he pondered, could it be that the clan reached some agreement with the village to secure a spot for me? Seeing Hinata Kagami's expression change slightly, Asuma raised his eyebrows and patted his shoulder. You've noticed, right? Your Hokage clan must have fought for a spot for you. Hinata Kagami crossed his arms and put on an unhappy expression. What a redundant move. If it's about taking shortcuts, then it sounds too pretentious. However, in front of all my classmates, I must show disdain for such privileges. As a teammate, Guy wholeheartedly agreed. Yeah, with Kagami's strength, this assessment will be no problem. Everyone had heard about Hinata Kagami's recent achievements and knew his strength was indeed growing rapidly, so they all nodded in agreement. Moreover, in their minds, it was natural for children of noble families to have some privileges. Being surprised was one thing, but it wasn't worth dwelling on too much. At that moment, the third Hokage appeared in the examination hall. Since the participants were all experienced ninjas, the third Hokage didn't waste time and directly announced the rules of the assessment. This assessment focused on combat strength. As long as one's strength was sufficient, or if they had a unique talent in a certain aspect, they could pass the assessment. Therefore, for bloodline ninjas and secret technique ninjas, it was somewhat easier to be promoted to Special J-Nin than for regular ninjas. The assessment rules involved random drawing for combat. And after the official drew lots, Hinata Kagami's opponent in the first round was his classmate, Yuhi Kurenai. At practice ground number 9, Hinata Kagami stood with one hand on his hip and calmly said, Kurenai, your luck isn't too good. Kurenai's face darkened, and she remained silent, staring at Hinata Kagami, seemingly searching for a flaw. As a Jinjutsu-type ninja, encountering a bloodline user with eye techniques was indeed challenging. It was well known that both Byakugan and Sharingan had a certain degree of resistance to Jinjutsu, although they weren't completely immune. The effects of ordinary Jinjutsu would certainly be significantly reduced against these eye technique bloodline users. Hinata Kagami was also curious about how his Rinnegan would resist Jinjutsu, so he didn't attack like he usually did, but quietly waited for Kurenai to make a move. Hinata Kagami's calmness put immense pressure on Kurenai, causing her to feel a sense of foreboding. Under the pressure of their standoff, Kurenai ultimately couldn't hold back. Jinjutsu, tree binding death. As soon as Kurenai made her move, she used her best Jinjutsu, which was also one of her family's secret techniques. Hinata Kagami felt a moment of disorientation, but quickly returned to calmness. As if nothing had happened, Kurenai exclaimed in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Chapter 28. Arch nemesis from the feedback of her chakra. Han clearly felt that Hyuga Kagami had broken her illusion technique. This result left her utterly shocked. According to common sense, even if an enemy could break an illusion, it often required a process to do so. This process could involve hand signs to channel chakra to stimulate oneself or self-harm to stimulate oneself. In any case, this process of breaking the illusion was almost indispensable. However, Hyuga Kagami did nothing and simply dispelled her illusion, which somewhat subverted her understanding of illusion techniques. At that moment, Hyuga Kagami also gained some insights. Undoubtedly, the Tenseigan had a strong resistance to illusion techniques. If it were an ordinary illusion, he would hardly need to do anything for the Tenseigan to passively eliminate the effects of the illusion on him. Moreover, The entire process happened in an instant. As the spar continued, Hyuga Kagami suppressed the joy in his heart and said to Hong, "Here's a piece of advice. If you encounter a master of ocular techniques, don't use illusion techniques lightly." Hong stared at Hyuga Kagami intensely. "Why was my illusion ineffective? How did you do it?" Her loud question attracted the attention of many, and several Chunin who had not yet taken the stage turned their eyes to watch the match between Hyuga Kagami and Hong. Seeing the audience, Hyuga Kagami thought for a moment and felt it was a good opportunity to establish a strong image. So he said calmly, "For a master of ocular techniques, ordinary illusion techniques are meaningless. This is why I said you were unlucky earlier, because your illusions are completely ineffective against me." Hong was not someone who would easily admit defeat. She snorted coldly at his words, then formed hand signs again, shouting, "Illusion technique, 3 absolute cherry blossoms." Whoosh! The practice field number 9 seemed to be brushed by a gentle breeze. Hong's lips curled into a slight smile. "You've fallen for it." After saying that, she crouched down, and her entire body lunged toward the motionless Hyuga Kagami like the wind. Hyuga Kagami, however, remained still, seemingly trapped in some kind of illusion, losing all reaction to the outside world. Just when the watching Chunin thought Hong was about to succeed, Hyuga Kagami suddenly raised his right arm without any warning, precisely blocking Hong's attack route. What? The strike that seemed certain to succeed was blocked, leaving Hong stunned on the spot. Hyuga Kagami didn't even turn his head. He simply turned and kicked the dazed Hong away. "It seems you still don't understand. Disruption-type illusions are also ineffective against me." Hyuga Kagami spoke slowly and plainly, as if stating an obvious fact. With a face full of unwillingness, Hong got up from the ground and asked, somewhat lost, Why is this happening?" Illusions were the specialty of the Yuhi clan and something that Yuhi Hong had always been proud of. However, today, that pride was shattered in the face of reality. Not only Yuhi Hong, but even the many Chunin watching were either shocked or surprised, and Uchiha Shursui, who had just defeated his opponent, also noticed this side. Hyuga Kagami knew that Hong had lost her father during the recent Ninetales incident and didn't want to provoke her too much. But upon reflection, the vulnerability of ordinary illusion-type ninjas against bloodline ocular technique masters was an unavoidable fact. Realizing this sooner might not be a bad thing for her. Thus, Hyuga Kagami continued with a cold tone. "Someone will always make you understand this. It's better for me to tell you than for your enemies to." Hong looked at Hyuga Kagami. "Can your eyes really see through everything?" Hyuga Kagami shrugged, not answering. Then he recalled how Hong would be easily defeated by Itachi in the future and kindly reminded her, "If you encounter a true master of illusion among ocular technique bloodline users, remember not to rely too much on illusion techniques, or the consequences will be dire." Hong nodded seriously and then decisively chose to forfeit. Though she lost this battle, it did not come without gain. On the contrary, this battle made her recognize her weakness and understand which type of ninja was her arch-nemesis. On the observation platform in the distance, the third Hokage observed this scene, pondering for a moment before instructing the Umbu beside him for the final round, arranged for Hyuga Kagami to compete against Uchiha Shursui. The nearby Umbu seemed eager for the clash between the Sharingan and Byakugan, and nodded. "Yes, I will arrange it right away." As expected, Hyuga Kagami won 2 more rounds, earning the qualification for the final round of assessment. At this point, only 30 Chunin remained in the venue. Among these 30, Hyuga Kagami recognized only Guy, Asuma, and Uchiha Shursui. The rest of his peers had all been eliminated in previous matches. As for the consecutive victories of Hyuga Kagami and Shursui, Asuma had long anticipated. But he didn't expect that Guy, who usually lagged behind, could also win 3 matches in a row. He exclaimed in surprise, "Guy, you've made quite an improvement." Guy struck his signature pose, flashing his big white teeth, and laughed. "Why, I'm the azure beast of Konoha." Seeing the victorious contestants looking over, Asuma awkwardly waved his hand. "Don't look at me like that. I don't know him. I really don't know him." At this moment, the third Hokage, holding a pipe, walked over slowly. The Chunin quickly bowed to the third Hokage. The third Hokage smiled. "You are the most outstanding Chunin in the village, and, as Hokage, I am proud of you. However, the number of special Jonin positions is limited, and you will need to undergo the final round of assessment." Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, their expressions growing solemn. Having reached this stage, the remaining 30 were almost all the elite among Chunin, and no one dared to claim they could definitely defeat the others. Therefore, the final round of assessment would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. Cough cough. Clearing his throat, the third Hokage announced, Let us begin the final round of drawing lots. The results of the drawing came out quickly, and in the first match of the final round, it was Hyuga Kagami versus Uchiha Shursui. Hyuga Kagami was not surprised by this result. He never believed in the so-called drawing of lots. In his view, manipulating the results of the drawing was a necessary skill for every superior, beyond reproach. Shursui only paused slightly before regaining his composure. Unlike the calm between Hyuga Kagami and Shursui, the others immediately showed great interest upon seeing this draw. As the two great ocular techniques of the village, the debate over which was stronger, the Sharingan or the Byakugan, had always been a hot topic in the village. Therefore, the duel between Hyuga Kagami and Shursui was bound to be highly discussed. Without needing anyone to urge him, Hyuga Kagami lightly jumped down to the number 1 practice field. Looking at Shursui, who was slowly walking onto the practice field, he said, "I'm curious to see just how strong the latest genius of the Uchiha clan is. Please don't disappoint me." Chapter 29. Hyuga versus Uchiha. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami's mindset was very good. In this situation, Shursui would definitely not use his Manjiki Sharingan or any techniques related to it. Therefore, what they were competing with was their basic skills. Hyuga Kagami had a greater chakra reserve than Shursui and also possessed the Rinnegan, which had a strong resistance to Genjutsu. When it came to Taijutsu and Ninjutsu, he would not be at a disadvantage. Thus, he had a good chance of winning this battle. Shursui slowly ascended the training platform and bowed to Hyuga Kagami, replying, "Senior, I will do my best." The match began. The referee below issued the start command at the right moment. As soon as the referee's voice fell, Hyuga Kagami and Shursui on the platform entered their stances. Shursui was the first to strike. In less than 2 seconds, he launched dozens of shuriken. Clang, clang, clang. The shuriken collided in the air, altering their flight trajectories, some going forward, some backward, some left, some right, like a large net spreading out, enveloping Hyuga Kagami. Despite having witnessed Itachi's use of ninja tools, Hyuga Kagami couldn't help but feel a chill at Shursui's shuriken throwing technique. The angles and force were impeccable. Even with the Rinnegan, he couldn't find any flaws and could only seek dodging space through countering with his own shuriken. Calming his impatience, Hyuga Kagami quickly seized the opportunity and shot out 8 shuriken. Ding ding clang clang. In an instant, the sound of shuriken clashing echoed throughout the examination venue. Watching the dazzling ninja tool throwing battle on the platform, the Nin spectators below held their breath. Those who could advance to this stage were all skilled in throwing ninja tools, so they naturally recognized the intensity of the battle taking place. Suddenly, from the crowd, Guy exclaimed, "Look, the shuriken that Kagami blocked are moving again." Asuma's face darkened as he said in a low voice, "It's wire. Shursui has connected those shuriken with specially treated wire. If you don't look closely, you won't notice it at all." The gasp from the audience below did not affect Hyuga Kagami on the platform. Knowing the prowess of Uchiha's ninja tool throwing, how could he not pay attention to the opponent's secondary attack? Therefore, during his counterattack, he had already been deliberately targeting the wires connecting the shuriken. However, those wires were clearly treated specially. Not only were they tough, but they also didn't reflect light at all. Even with the Rinnegan, Hyuga Kagami couldn't identify them all at high speed. Moreover, with Shursui's experienced techniques, he still missed a few wires after some turmoil. The consequence of his oversight was that he quickly fell into a disadvantage. This was due not only to Hyuga Kagami's insufficient throwing skills, but also to his lack of preparation. After just a brief exchange, his pouch of ninja tools was already empty. He initially thought that Shursui's ninja tools were also running low, but unexpectedly, Shursui took out a scroll, unfurled it, and with a gentle press, countless shurikens sprang forth from the smoke. Connected by wires, these shuriken fluttered in the air as if they had a mind of their own. At a glance, Hyuga Kagami even thought Shursui was controlling these shuriken with his mind. Seeing the scene, he was left with only one thought. Ninja tools could be used like this? Below, Asuma shook his head and sighed. Kagami is probably going to lose. This Shursui is even more troublesome than I imagined. Guy, however, stared intently at the two battling on the platform and said without turning his head, "Don't worry. This is just a warm-up. Kagami hasn't even gotten serious yet." As Guy said, when Hyuga Kagami deeply realized that relying solely on ocular power couldn't make up for the gap in ninja tool throwing skills, he decisively abandoned the entanglement of throwing ninja tools and charged directly at Shursui. Taijutsu was where Hyuga Kagami had the advantage. Seeing Hyuga Kagami charging fiercely, Shursui's fingers danced lightly as he manipulated the wires, as if playing a beautiful melody, and the countless shuriken flying around him immediately shot towards Hyuga Kagami. Reversal Heaven. After months of training, Hyuga Kagami had become very proficient in using Reversal Heaven, able to activate it anytime and anywhere at will. Clang, clang, clang. The countless shuriken colliding with Reversal Heaven produced a deafening sound that hurt the eardrums, and the shuriken that were deflected by Reversal Heaven flew off in all directions. Doton. Doriheki. The quick-thinking third Hokage immediately used Earth Release to erect 4 earthen walls at the edge of the training platform, barely blocking the shuriken that were deflected by Reversal Heaven. The CH spectators also quickly retreated 10 meters. Asuma wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and muttered. These two guys, seemingly unconcerned, laughed and said, "It's inevitable to take some risks to watch such an exciting duel." On the platform, seizing the opportunity created by Reversal Heaven, Hyuga Kagami finally closed in on Shursui. He thrust both palms forward, his whole body resembling a tiger breaking free, unstoppable. Shursui was not afraid either. He immediately drew the short blade from his back, and the 3 tomo in his eyes spun continuously. In an instant, the two engaged in close combat, competing in taijutsu. Before long, a CH below questioned, "Why do their taijutsu look so strange?" Many of the observing CH nodded in agreement. The fighting Hyuga Kagami and Shursui indeed looked somewhat peculiar. Their attacks often halted abruptly, either a palm, slash, stopping halfway, or a blade that was just swung suddenly changing direction. After entangling for a while, neither had executed many complete attacks. Most of the time, they were switching between launching attacks, changing techniques, and forcibly retracting moves, and because their speed was so fast, to the onlookers, their taijutsu contest appeared quite bizarre. Guy, who was well-versed in taijutsu, became unusually serious at this moment and explained, "This is prediction. They are both constantly predicting each other's attacks, which is why it appears strange." Asuma, somewhat incredulous, remarked, "Such frequent predictions and adjustments? Their insight is almost exaggerated. Are they even human?" Asuma seemed to voice the thoughts of everyone present, and they all simultaneously had the same idea. Could it be that ocular technique bloodline ninjas can really do whatever they want? The third Hokage's gaze flickered, and he pondered something in his heart. An Umbu, standing beside him, quietly asked, "Lord Hokage, are they intentionally competing in ocular power?" Nodding, the third Hokage intended to explain a few more points, but at that moment, the two on the platform suddenly separated, each retreating to a corner. Chapter 30. Hinata vs. Uchiha. Part 2. Such an intense battle of eye techniques was quite a burden for both Hinata Kagami and Shursui, making it difficult for this peculiar close combat to last long. Hinata Kagami was panting heavily while supporting himself with one hand on the ground. His entire body ached, and his calves began to tremble. Without using his hands for support, he could barely maintain his stance. This contest was not just a competition of eye techniques, but also a test of their control over their bodies. The minute variations in their movements were an immense challenge for their muscle groups, putting Kagami's muscles under constant high pressure. So even a brief clash felt as intense as an entire afternoon of training with Guy. On the other side, Shursui was in even worse shape. He was drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, and looked utterly exhausted. Shursui had not paid much attention to Itachi's praise of Kagami earlier, not out of arrogance, but because he truly believed he was above most of the so-called geniuses in the village. However, after this battle, he personally experienced just how powerful Hinata Kagami's eye techniques were. He had never expected that even with his awakened Mangeki Sharingan, he would find himself at a disadvantage in the battle of insight. Neither of them rushed to get up. Instead, they tacitly took a moment to rest. After a while, Hinata Kagami calmed his breathing, stood up first, and said, "Let's continue." Shursui seemed to still be recovering, but he forced himself to stand up and nodded seriously. Hinata Kagami slightly bent forward, then suddenly stomped his foot, causing 2 shurikens that had fallen at his feet to tremble. He quickly grabbed one in each hand and threw them at Shursui. At the same time, his body swayed, and he followed the shurikens, lunging at Shursui. Having learned the hard way from the previous taijutsu confrontation, Shursui was not about to let Hinata Kagami close in easily again. He immediately formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire release! Great fireball technique!" In an instant, a massive flame erupted from Shursui's mouth, nearly engulfing the entire training platform. Seeing the huge fireball rushing towards him with no way to evade, Hinata Kagami had no choice but to activate his rebirth technique once more. The training platform turned into a giant furnace, and with the wind blowing, Hinata Kagami, who was using his technique, was like a fan stirring the chaotic flames of Shursue's fireball technique. The surrounding Neen's spectators panicked, dodging the splattering flames. And even the third Hokage had to step back a few paces. On the platform, Hinata Kyō, who was braving the fireball technique, was not in a good position. The rebirth technique was primarily a defense against physical attacks, and its effectiveness greatly diminished against ninjutsu. Thus, although he blocked Shursue's fireball, the chakra he consumed was 3 or even 4 times that of Shursue's. Even though his chakra reserves exceeded Shursue's, this trade-off was unsustainable for him. Fortunately, after blocking the fireball technique, Hinata Kyō had closed the distance to Shursue. Body flicker technique. Knowing how terrifying Hinata Kyō was in close combat, Shursue disregarded his fatigue and formed hand seals again, unleashing his trump card. Accompanied by Shursue's youthful voice, several shadow clones of Shursue appeared on the training platform. Hinata Kyō immediately ceased his attack, and under the goggles, his mesmerizing Tenseigan scanned the surroundings, trying to locate Shursue's real body. However, for some reason, every Shursue on the platform seemed indistinguishable from the real one, making it difficult for him to tell them apart. Hinata Kyō didn't know much about Shursue's body flicker technique, but he was aware that Shursue had a title body flicker Shursue, and since he could be called body flicker, Shursue's technique must have some merit. At that moment, all the Shizuis on the platform spoke in unison, "Kagami-senpai, I'm going to strike." The voices came from all directions, making it hard for Hinata Kyō to discern. As soon as Shursue finished speaking, a torrential wave of attacks followed. Surrounded by several Shizuis, Hinata Kyō found himself in a tight spot, struggling to defend himself, and soon received several cuts from their blades. Left with no choice, he activated Rebirth again, barely managing to fend off the barrage from Shursue's body flicker technique. After gaining a brief moment to catch his breath, Hinata Kyō finally had time to observe Shursue's body flicker technique. Gradually, he began to see some clues. Shursue's body flicker technique seemed to create illusions through high-speed movement, generating several clones from one real body, making it difficult for the enemy to defend. Unlike Guy's rapid movements, Shursue's technique was not purely taijutsu. It incorporated ninjutsu, similar to the gentle fist of the Hyuga clan. Although it required hand seals, its effectiveness surpassed Guy's speed, making it challenging for Hinata Kyō, even with his Tenseigan, to see through it immediately. However, fundamentally, Shursue's body flicker technique was still a form of taijutsu. As long as it was taijutsu, barring a few abnormal forbidden techniques, Rebirth could generally handle it. After making up his mind, Hinata Kyō decided not to attack proactively anymore and focused entirely on defense. In a battle of chakra, he was not afraid of Shursue. After blocking several more rounds of attacks from Shursue, Hinata Kyō wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "If this is all you've got, your body flicker technique can't do anything to me." Shursue also realized this and decisively stopped using the technique, gasping heavily as he said, "Senpai, I'm not your opponent. I've lost this match." Hinata Kyō was taken aback. He hadn't expected Shursue to concede so easily. Shursue smiled helplessly and explained, "My chakra is nearly depleted, but you still seem to have some reserves. If we continue this match, I will definitely lose." Observing the fatigued expression on Shursue's face, Hinata Kyō suddenly understood. Although the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan was a qualitative improvement for Shursue, this enhancement was purely in terms of combat power. In terms of physical condition, it did not just fail to improve, but actually increased his burden, effectively weakening him to a certain extent. Moreover, given Shursue's young age and incomplete physical development, the burden of the Manjiki Sharingan on him was even heavier. Essentially, the Manjiki Sharingan was more like an abnormal mutation of a bloodline limit, inherently unstable. Before advancing to the eternal Manjiki, it was a double-edged sword for any ninja. The more it was used, the greater the harm to vision and physical condition. This also explained why Danzo dared to take action and ambush Shursue. Firstly, the burden of the Manjiki on the body was far greater than that of the ordinary Sharingan, prompting Shursue to subconsciously avoid using it in battle. Secondly, Danzo acted in the name of the village, putting pressure on Shursue and preventing him from going all out. To put it simply, as long as Shursue was unwilling to unleash his full power, he would merely be a slightly troublesome elite Nin in Danzo's eyes. However, once Shursue let go of all his inhibitions and used all his means, not to mention Danzo, even the third Hokage could potentially fall victim to his Kodoame Tsukumi and be instantly killed. Chapter 31, The Invitation of the Third Generation. Although it was somewhat unsatisfactory, Hyuga Kagami understood that in such situations, Uchiha Shursui would not use his Mangeki Sharingan, just like he wouldn't use the Tensigen or the third Kazekage's puppet. Moreover, if Shursui truly used powerful techniques like Kodoame Tsukumi or Susanoo, Kagami wouldn't be able to resist them. So he didn't dwell on it and calmly accepted the victory in this match. After stepping down from the practice platform, Guy and Asuma immediately surrounded him. Guy happily congratulated. Kagami, congratulations. Winning this round means your promotion to Special Jonin is almost a done deal. Asuma glanced at Shursui in the distance and whispered to Hyuga Kagami. This Shursui truly lives up to his reputation. Apart from you, I doubt anyone here can withstand his body flicker technique. Guy nodded in agreement, saying, yeah, I thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with a way to counter it. His body flicker technique is just too fast, and his swordsmanship is exquisite. I'm afraid I do have to use the 8 gates to compete with him. To some extent, Hyuga Kagami, with his Tensigen, did have an advantage over Uchiha Sharingan. First, the Tensigen is immune to most ordinary Jinjutsu, which alone can suppress many Uchiha who excel in illusion techniques. Secondly, the Tensigen's powerful insight, combined with the ability to use Byakugan, nearly immunizes him against all of Uchiha's weapon throws, which is undoubtedly a significant suppression against Uchiha who specialize in throwing weapons. Lastly, Hyuga Kagami's chakra volume surpasses that of most Uchiha, giving him a considerable advantage in tactical choices. Of course, this suppression is limited to ordinary Uchiha. If he were to face a strong Uchiha with Mangeki Sharingan, it would be hard to say whether Kagami's Tensigen could withstand the Mangeki's ocular techniques. Seeing that Asuma and Guy were still deep in thought, trying to figure out how to counter Shursui's body flicker technique, Hyuga Kagami shook his head and smiled. Shursui is indeed the #1 genius of this generation of Uchiha. With such strength, it's only natural. Don't get too caught up in it. Asuma nodded but still looked gloomy. Guy, however, laughed heartily, haha. Now I have another goal to chase. Asuma looked at him with exasperation. What is there to be happy about? Guy clapped Asuma on the shoulder, grinning widely. The passionate competition between comrades is the true essence of youth. Asuma, don't fall behind. Shoving away Guy's hand from his shoulder, Asuma glanced at Hyuga Kagami, then at Shursui in the distance, and finally fixed his gaze on Guy. Fall behind. Don't underestimate me. With that, Asuma turned and angrily walked away. Guy didn't pay much attention to him and excitedly looked around, muttering, when will it be my turn? I can't wait. After clearing the first practice platform, the evaluations continued. Guy and Asuma took turns competing and successfully defeated their opponents, each earning a valuable spot to be promoted to Special Jonin. After several rounds of competition, 15 victors were quickly determined, and with these victors, the Special Jonin promotion assessment was announced to be over. Ultimately, due to his outstanding performance, the defeated Uchiha Shursui also received an extra special spot and was successfully promoted to Special Jonin. Regarding this decision by the third Hokage, the eliminated Nin had no objections, as they had witnessed the fierce battle between Hyuga Kagami and Shursui and understood that Shursui indeed met the standards for promotion to Special Jonin. He just had bad luck drawing a stronger opponent in Hyuga Kagami. After the assessment, the third Hokage kept Hyuga Kagami, Guy, Asuma, and Shursui behind. Puffing on his pipe, the third carefully scrutinized the 4 of them before sincerely issuing an invitation. You are all outstanding ninjas and the future of Konoha. I hope you can join the Umbu and become the cornerstone of protecting the village. Konoha urgently needs strong new generation ninjas. And these 4 before me are all seeds I have high hopes for. Faced with the third's personal recruitment, Hyuga Kagami, Guy, and Shursui did not hesitate at all and agreed on the spot. However, the most unexpected was Asuma, the third son, who clearly expressed his opposition, crossing his arms and saying defiantly, I don't want to be one of those sneaky guys in the shadows. The third immediately furrowed his brow. What are you talking about? Asuma, who was in a rebellious phase, was not afraid of the third. He shot a cold glance at Hyuga Kagami, Guy, and Shursui, then angrily shouted at the third, I will prove to you that I am not any worse than anyone else. Before anyone could react, Asuma tossed his head and walked out. Asuma was sensitive. Through these rounds of competition, every opponent had been slightly weaker than him, which made him vaguely aware of the manipulations within this Special Jonin selection. His pride wouldn't allow him to accept the goodwill that had already been arranged by the third. Yet he also knew that he was a match for either Hyuga Kagami or Shursui, and even against Guy, he lacked the confidence to win. So he could only choose to leave in a huff. After Asuma's outburst, the third lost interest in saying anything further. He briefly explained the matters regarding joining the Umbu to Hyuga Kagami, Guy, and Shursui before turning to leave. Exhausted, Hyuga Kagami declined Guy's celebratory proposal and returned home alone. However, as soon as he stepped through the door, he discovered the one-eyed viper coiled in the corner of the room, hissing and flicking its tongue. After retrieving a note from the viper's mouth and glancing at it, Hyuga Kagami burned the note, then changed into his casual clothes and headed to an izakaya in the village. Climbing to the second floor and entering a private room, Hyuga Kagami addressed Orochimaru, who was drinking alone. "Lord Orochimaru, why did you sneak into the village? This is quite dangerous." "Dangerous?" Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. "The fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki are no longer here, and the old man is tied up with various matters. The village is far from as dangerous as it seems." Indeed, as Orochimaru said, Konoha now lacked many powerful shinobi, especially after losing the fourth Hokage, making it rare to find a strong opponent who could threaten Orochimaru. Moreover, both the third Hokage and Jiraiya, even if they encountered Orochimaru, would likely hesitate to use lethal force. Thus, while Konoha appeared to be on high alert, it was not a forbidden place for Orochimaru, who was familiar with the village. Suppressing the oppressive feeling emanating from Orochimaru, Hyuga Kagami calmly asked, "So, what do you need from me?" Orochimaru fixed his gaze on Hyuga Kagami. Was the assessment for special Jonin successful? Chapter 32. Undercurrents. Hyuga Kagami's expression changed when he heard this, but he quickly returned to normal and respectfully replied, "The assessment went smoothly, and the third Hokage has already arranged for me to join the Umbu." It was surprising to him that Orochimaru knew about it, right after he had just finished the special Jonin assessment. Clearly, Orochimaru had more than one spy planted in the village. Orochimaru put down his cup and stared at Hyuga Kagami with a serious expression, asking, "Kagami, your recent growth has exceeded my expectations. Do you have any secrets? Or perhaps the research on the Byakugan has yielded results?" Kagami's recent strength had improved significantly. Those who didn't know him might think it was just a normal awakening of his bloodline, as he was in a phase where many ninjas, like Guy and Asuma, were rapidly increasing their power. However, Orochimaru was different. He knew Kagami was not one of those exceptionally gifted ninjas, so Kagami's recent performance raised his suspicions. Kagami naturally wouldn't admit anything. He shook his head, saying, "The research on the bloodline limit is not something that can yield results overnight. You should know this better than I do." Orochimaru squinted his eyes, non-committally saying, "Is that so?" Orochimaru was aware that Kagami had only participated in the research for a few years, and in such a short time, it was unlikely to produce results. He had also inspected Kagami's laboratory, which only contained basic genetic testing data, completely lacking any live experiment components. Just think about it. Without live experiments, results were out of the question. Of course, Orochimaru did not know that Kagami had actually conducted a live experiment once, and the subject was himself, so there was no related experimental data. After a moment, Orochimaru smiled and said, "It seems I underestimated you before. You not only have the potential to become a researcher, but also to be an excellent ninja. Thank you for the compliment." It seemed he suddenly remembered something, and Orochimaru smiled again. "Recently, I encountered an interesting fellow who inquired about you." "Who?" "The scorpion of the red sand from Sunagakure." Staring at Kagami, Orochimaru asked, "Have you met?" Kagami calmly nodded. "Indeed, we have crossed paths." It was evident that during this time, both Scorpion and Orochimaru had joined the Akatsuki, and it was only natural for Scorpion to inquire about Kagami's information from one of the legendary three ninjas of Konoha. Kagami had anticipated this, so he did not show any surprise. Seeing Kagami's expression unchanged, Orochimaru continued, "He seems very eager to take you down. How did you offend him?" Kagami believed that with Scorpion's pride, he wouldn't detail his defeats to Orochimaru, so he briefly recounted the incident when Konoha targeted him, omitting the part about unexpectedly obtaining the third Kazekage's puppet. After finishing, Kagami smiled. "A small character like me escaping from him perhaps makes him feel quite embarrassed." Orochimaru laughed heartily at this. What Kagami didn't know was that although Orochimaru and Scorpion had temporarily formed a duo, their relationship was not pleasant. Both obsessed with immortality. One pursued biological technology, while the other focused on mechanical technology, and both had touched upon the threshold of immortality in their respective fields. It was easy to imagine how sharp their scientific disagreements would be. After laughing for a while, Orochimaru said, "Though I haven't told him any information about you, he surely has other sources of information, so you need to be cautious. He's a paranoid guy, and I don't want to see your figure among his collection of puppets." Kagami immediately forced a smile. Being hated by such a powerful person is really not a pleasant experience. Uchiha Clan District. Seeing Shirsui's figure, Itachi, who had been wandering by the roadside, hurriedly approached him. Brother Shirsui, was this assessment successful? Shirsui patted Itachi's head. Yes, it went relatively smoothly. So, Brother Shirsui, you are now a special jounin? Itachi asked excitedly. What was the content of the assessment? Tell me about it. Shirsui immediately recounted some amusing stories from the special jounin assessment. After listening seriously for a while, Itachi suddenly asked, Brother Shirsui, you must have easily defeated all your opponents, right? Shirsui's expression stiffened, and he gently shook his head. In the final round of the competition, I lost to my opponent. However, Lord Hokage believed my performance was exceptional, so I was still granted promotion to Special Jounin. Itachi was shocked. Lost? How is that possible? The title of the Uchiha clan's #1 genius was not something that came from self-praise. It was supported by achievements. Shirsui's strength as a Jounin was already recognized within the Uchiha clan, so Itachi never expected someone could defeat Shirsui in this special Jounin assessment. I didn't expect to lose either. With a wry smile, Shirsui continued, the person who defeated me is someone you know, it's Hyuga Kagami. Itachi was momentarily stunned. Kagami-senpai. Itachi had always possessed extraordinary sharpness and keen observation skills, allowing him to notice details that others overlooked. Because of this, during the previous encounter with the two-tails Jinchuriki from Kyōmogakure, he keenly sensed that Hyuga Kagami was not particularly afraid of the opponent. At that moment, he guessed that Kagami was not an ordinary chunin. Shirsui then said seriously, Itachi, there are many strong ninjas in the village. We must not let the power of the Sharingan blind our hearts, and should always remain humble. Itachi nodded seriously, though he somewhat understood. Looking at the passing clansmen in the distance, Shirsui asked, feeling somewhat downcast, what do you see in them? Itachi observed carefully for a moment and replied, pride. Yes, they feel proud to be born into the Uchiha clan. After a pause, Shirsui continued solemnly, but this pride is too much, more than we can bear. In the earlier battle with Hyuga Kagami, Shirsui had not used his Manjikyu Sharingan abilities and had even held back in conventional means. The reason he did this was not only because he sensed the village's suspicion towards the Uchiha, but also because he clearly felt the undercurrents within the Uchiha clan. The village's weakened state was known even to other ninja villages, let alone the Uchiha clan living within it. The Uchiha clan had never lacked ambitious individuals, but previously, due to the overwhelming presence of strong figures like the legendary 3 ninjas, the 4th Hokage, and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki, the Uchiha had to choose to remain dormant. But now, among the legendary 3 ninjas, only Jiraiya remained, and he was often absent from the village. The 4th Hokage and the 9-tailed Jinchuriki had also perished, leaving only the 3rd Hokage and the older generation like Danzo that the Uchiha clan felt wary of. As a result, many people's ambitions within the Uchiha clan had erupted uncontrollably. Shirsui did not have the ability to extinguish this surging ambition within the clan. All he could do was try to contain it. Thus, he chose to lose to Hyuga Kagami in the selection, intending to make his clansmen understand that there were countless experts in the village, and blind ambition would only lead to the complete destruction of the Uchiha clan. Chapter 33. The concept of artificial tailed beasts. Shirsui's feelings made Itachi fall into deep thought. He naturally sensed the undercurrents within the family. Although he was still young, he could vaguely feel the contradictions between the clan and the village, but he was powerless to change anything. After pondering for a moment, Itachi hesitated and said, Shirsui, if the news of your defeat to Elder Kage spreads, I'm afraid. The Uchiha clan being ostracized by the village was not a coincidence. It could be said that the vast majority of Uchiha were not particularly likable. The main reason for this was that once an Uchiha awakened their Sharingan, their strength would skyrocket with the awakening of their bloodline, eventually growing into 8J Nin, which was almost inevitable. They could grasp power that surpassed others without much effort. Over time, it was inevitable that a sense of superiority would arise. Therefore, Itachi was very worried that if the news of Shirsui's defeat to Hinata Kage spread, those unruly masters within the clan would seek trouble with Hinata Kage. This was not without precedent. Shirsui smiled and said, I know what you're worried about, but you can rest assured, Elder Kage is stronger than you think. Itachi immediately understood Shirsui's intention and became even more curious about the match between Shirsui and Hinata Kage. Hastily asking, quick, tell me about your match with Elder Kage. Shirsui recalled the previous match with Hinata Kage and said slowly, I didn't expect that Elder Kage who had always been inconspicuous, actually had a stronger ocular power than mine. Sigh. Every time I think about how such a genius is so low-key, while I am pushed by the clan as the top genius, enjoying the envy and admiration of my peers in the village, I really feel a bit ashamed. After shaking his head and sighing, Shursui described the process of the match. Illusions and taijutsu couldn't do anything to Elder Kage. Itachi murmured to himself for a moment, and then said, Elder Kage's strength is actually this strong. It seems I was overthinking. Shursui was recalling something at this moment, and said, I always have a feeling. Itachi asked what feeling. Elder Kage seems to know that I didn't use my full strength. He seems to. Shursui initially wanted to say that Hinata Kage seemed to sense he had a Mangeki Sharingan, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed this absurd thought. Currently, the only ones who knew about his awakened Mangeki Sharingan in the entire village were him and Itachi, and he believed Itachi would not leak this secret. On the second floor of the izakaya, after discussing the topic of Scorpion, Hinata Kage pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, Lord Orochimaru, do you know about tailed beasts? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. Are you interested in tailed beasts? Is it because of the two tails Jinchuriki you encountered before? Hinata Kage did not hide it and nodded naturally. Due to my insufficient talent, my chakra has always been limited. To solve this problem, I have read many books and materials, but the answers all pointed to tailed beasts in the end. Orochimaru chuckled softly. You like me? We'll go to great lengths for answers, but I advise you not to mess with tailed beasts. They're more troublesome than you think. Hinata Kage quickly said, Tailed beasts are taboo for the 5 great ninja villages. I certainly wouldn't overestimate my abilities and make plans against them. My idea is it possible to artificially create a small tailed beast? Then, Hinata Kage laid out his plan to create an artificial tailed beast before Orochimaru. With Hinata Kage's current technological level, it was impossible to create an artificial tailed beast. If he wanted the 0 tails, an artificial tailed beast, to come into existence early, he would have to rely on Orochimaru's power. Surprised by Hinata Kage's idea, Orochimaru paused for a moment and then said in a hoarse voice, Kage, you are indeed different from others. You are a person full of ideas. Hinata Kage looked at Orochimaru expectantly. Is this idea of mine feasible? After thinking for a long time, Orochimaru said solemnly, in fact, the village has been researching tailed beasts since the first Hokage. The research project on tailed beasts existed until the second Hokage's reign. However, for some unknown reason, the project was suddenly halted and all the materials were sealed away, leading to a complete suspension of the tailed beast research plan. Hinata Kage thought to himself, the village indeed researched tailed beasts. In fact, after encountering Shinnong, he had been analyzing which village Shinnong had stolen the technology for creating 0 tails from. Among the 5 great ninja villages, Kirigakure and Sunagakure had unstable political situations and were relatively weak, so they did not have the capability to conduct in-depth research on tailed beasts. Hence these 2 villages were excluded first. Iwagakure and Kumogakure were strong, but Iwagakure focused on earth release-related research, while Kumogakure focused on lightning release and taijutsu development, and neither seemed to have made significant achievements in tailed beast research. Therefore, after comparing, it seemed that Konoha, with the first Hokage who could completely suppress tailed beasts, was the village truly capable of in-depth tailed beast research. Regaining his train of thought, Hinata Kage timely asked, why did the plan stop? Orochimaru replied, I'm not sure about the specific reasons, but based on my speculation, it might be due to instability. I have reviewed some materials, and the probability of an artificial tailed beast going berserk is very high, and once it goes berserk, it would be a complete disaster. Hinata Kage proposed again. What if we abandon the offensive capabilities of the artificial tailed beast and just let it act as a battery? Would that improve its stability? Orochimaru glanced at Hinata Kage and said in a guiding tone, a large amount of chakra gathered together is essentially a form of destructive power. There is no such thing as abandoning offensive power. Years ago, I had a similar idea. If you want to improve stability, there is only one method. The chakra source supplying the artificial tailed beast can only have one source, and the chakra attribute cannot be too violent. Hinata Kage frowned. Besides tailed beasts, who has the ability to supply chakra to artificial tailed beasts on their own? Indeed, in the ninja world, perhaps only the first Hokage had the capability to supply chakra to artificial tailed beasts with his own power. Others, including the second Hokage, probably did not have that ability. After a pause, Orochimaru continued, and if you use the violent chakra of tailed beasts as the chakra source for the artificial tailed beast, The artificial tail beast would likely go berserk immediately. So, I suspect this is the reason the artificial tail beast project was halted. Hinata Kyō strained to think about everything from his past life, hoping to find the answer to this seemingly unsolvable problem. In his vague memories from his previous life, there were many figures with large amounts of chakra, but none of them were anything less than peak powerhouses in the ninja world. No one would work for Hinata Kyō as a laborer supplying chakra. Excluding these powerhouses, Hinata Kyō vaguely remembered two mysterious places with large amounts of chakra. One was the Dragon Vein Inn, the ancient city of Lulan within the Land of Wind, and the other was the Mori, a monster sealed by the priestess of a land of demons. Chapter 34. The priestess's plea. Hinata Kyō initially wanted to mention Dragon Vein and Wraith Orochimaru, but considering how difficult it would be to explain how he knew these secrets, he hesitated and ultimately decided not to speak. Moreover, judging by Orochimaru's demeanor, he seemed to have little interest in the artificial tail beasts. This was quite normal. For someone like Orochimaru, who had mastered forbidden techniques like eight-headed serpent technique and body regeneration, and was developing impure world reincarnation, chakra was hardly a problem. After weighing his options, Hinata Kyō asked, "Lord Orochimaru, I wonder what price I would have to pay to obtain information about the artificial tail beast from you." Orochimaru looked at Hinata Kyō with interest and said, "I'm curious. Why are you so obsessed with artificial tail beasts? Is there another reason?" Hinata Kyō retorted, "Then why are you fascinated by forbidden techniques? People like us don't need a reason to study. We just need to be interested." That explanation doesn't persuade me. Orochimaru shook his head and suddenly smiled. "All right, I also want to see what kind of monster you can create." Hinata Kyō was delighted to hear this. "You agree?" Orochimaru extended two fingers. "I will give you all the information, but there are two conditions." "Please go ahead." Orochimaru smiled. "First, the research results must be shared with me. Second, I want you to collect information on all Anbu members, including the old man's shadow guard." With no room for negotiation, Hinata Kyō could only nod in agreement. That night, Hinata Kyō obtained all the information about artificial tailed beasts from the One-Eyed Viper. From this, it could be inferred that Orochimaru had stolen most of the village's forbidden techniques and research data even before his defection, which might be one of the reasons why the village's higher-ups launched a bloody purge against Orochimaru's former subordinates. Unrolling the scroll that recorded the experimental data on artificial tailed beasts, Hinata Kyō frowned tightly after just a brief glance. The complexity of the artificial tailed beasts far exceeded his previous expectations. There were over 700 different complex techniques, many of which were sealing techniques so intricate that even J-level ninjas would find them difficult to execute. Additionally, the requirements for the shell of the artificial tailed beast were also very high. According to the data in the scroll, the village had experimented with 17 types of high-strength materials, and only one, called purple clay adhesive, could barely withstand massive amounts of chakra. This purple clay adhesive was a specialty of the land of marsh, and was a type of clay found at the deepest parts of the marshes. Because of this, it was difficult to mine and produced in very small quantities, with market prices almost equivalent to gold, making it a very rare and expensive material. Hinata Kyō initially thought that the massive chakra source was the main difficulty in creating artificial tailed beasts, but after reviewing the data, he realized that from the techniques to the shell materials, almost every aspect was a challenge. No wonder Shinon, who controlled the remnants of the Sky Ninja Village, had only managed to produce a bizarre zero tail after so many years of effort. After a light sigh, Hinata Kyō put away the scroll. At this point, whether in terms of technical reserves or material reserves, Hinata Kyō was far from sufficient. So, in the short term, he simply had no ability to initiate the artificial tailed beast project. The next morning, Hinata Kyō arrived at the Anbu reporting location. After changing to a new ninja ID, he officially became a Special J, Nin in Konoha Village, and also officially joined the Anbu directly under the Hokage. In the equipment storage room, Hinata Kyō met Guy and Shursui. After greeting each other, the three of them seriously began selecting their gear. In front of the mask rack, Hinata Kyō chose an eagle-faced mask, tried it on, and found it to fit perfectly, so he decided on this mask. Guy picked a common dog-faced mask. Shursui hesitated for a long time between a fox-faced mask and a cat-faced mask, ultimately abandoning the seemingly too cunning fox mask and choosing the relatively gentle cat mask. In the Hokage's office, Hinata Kyō, Guy, and Shursui, now dressed in Anbu attire, stood straight in front of the Hokage's desk. The third Hokage carefully examined the three of them, nodded in satisfaction, and said, "Not bad. You all look spirited." From now on, you will be assigned to Umbu's 11th squad. With that, the third Hokage gently clapped his hands. A figure landed beside the three of them. The third Hokage introduced. This is Kakashi. He will be your 11th squad leader. Kakashi removed the fox mask from his face and coldly said to the three, I'm Kakashi. Please take care of me. Hinata Kagami and the others also took off their masks and politely bowed to Kakashi. At this moment, there was a particularly challenging mission. Tapping a pipe on the table, the third Hokage continued. A few days ago, the priestess from the land of demons sent us a request, hoping we would send someone to assist them in sealing the otherworldly monsters that threaten the ninja world. This is your first mission after joining the Umbu, and it is an S-rank mission. Hinata Kagami felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Just yesterday, he had thought of the monster wraith, and today the third Hokage assigned him a mission to seal the monster. He couldn't tell if it was a coincidence or if the village had sensed something. At this time, the third Hokage stood up and turned to look out the window at the village, saying, We know nothing of the details of this mission, so you must rush to the land of demons as soon as possible and meet with their priestess. The land of demons may have sent requests to other ninja villages as well, so you might encounter ninjas from other villages during this mission. You need to be cautious and try to avoid conflicts with ninjas from other villages. The four responded in unison, yes. Time was tight, and the mission was urgent. The four dared not delay and went directly out of the Hokage's office and headed towards the land of demons. After leaving the village, Guy excitedly said to Kakashi, Kakashi, I'm AJ Nin now, too. I've finally caught up with you. Kakashi replied weakly, yes, yes. Guy, completely unaware of Kakashi's impatience, continued cheerfully, Kakashi, this kind of chasing after each other is the true youth. Just thinking about it gives me so much motivation. Kakashi turned his head to glance at Hinata Kagami and Shursui, who were slightly lagging behind the team, while continuing to respond to Guy, yes, yes. At the back half of the team, noticing that Hinata Kagami seemed a bit unsettled, Shursui curiously asked, Senpai, what's wrong? Hinata Kagami shook his head, it's nothing. At this moment, Hinata Kagami indeed felt somewhat paranoid. Just yesterday, he had met with Orochimaru and mentioned the chakra source. And today he was assigned to the mission to seal Wraith. It was truly too coincidental. However, he recalled that the priestess of the land of demons seemed to have died sealing the monster Wraith around this time, leaving behind a next-generation priestess named Cheyenne, who was about the same age as Naruto. Chapter 35. Sharing secrets in his impression, the time when the monsters roamed the world could align with the present. But this coincidence made the usually cautious Hinata Kagami feel an unease. Seeing that Hinata Kagami still looked lost in thought, Shursui asked, Senior, what do you think about this mission? Lost in his thoughts, Hinata Kagami casually replied, The land of demons is sandwiched between the land of wind and the land of earth. This incident also involves foreign monsters, so the priestess will definitely seek help from Sunagakure and Awagakure. Therefore, this mission will inevitably involve multiple ninja villages. In short, it will definitely be troublesome. Shursui was a bit curious. I wonder what kind of monsters those foreign creatures are. Hinata Kagami pondered for a moment and decided to share some information he knew with his teammate, saying, based on my speculation, those monsters are at least tailed beast level. Otherwise, the Hokage wouldn't have classified the mission as S-rank, tailed beast level. After a moment of contemplation, Shursui suddenly lowered his voice and said softly, Senior, I have a technique that can briefly counter a tailed beast, but after using it, I'll basically lose my combat effectiveness. Hinata Kagami was taken aback that Shursui would share such a secret with him, and then he said, During the match yesterday, I already felt it. Your Sharingan is different from an ordinary Sharingan. Shursui hesitated several times, as if wanting to say something but having some concerns. Hinata Kagami smiled and said, You don't need to explain it to me. Everyone has their secrets. As long as you don't harm the village, I won't reveal your secret to anyone. Shursui breathed a sigh of relief and sincerely said, Thank you. Waving his hand, Hinata Kagami casually said, Actually, I have a secret too. I have a technique that can also briefly counter a tailed beast. Hinata Kagami was not joking. The third Kazekage, known as the strongest wind shadow, possessed the ability to suppress Shikaku, the one-tailed beast. Now that the third Kazekage puppet was in his hands, he naturally had the strength to briefly counter a tailed beast. Shursui laughed. As expected, I also felt that you didn't use your full strength yesterday, Senior. Sharing secrets is undoubtedly one of the best ways to strengthen relationships. After just a few exchanges, the relationship between Hinata Kagami and Shursui became noticeably closer. Of course, This was also related to the fact that they were both from prominent families and were both high-technique bloodline ninjas. At the front of the team, Kakashi turned his head back and said to Guy beside him, "Kagami seems to have become much stronger lately." Guy smiled and said, "You mean Kagami? He has a genius on par with you." Yes, yes, yes. Kakashi replied absent-mindedly and then hung his head, saying no more. After suffering the blows of his father's suicide, his close friends and teacher dying in battle one after another, Kakashi became withdrawn and indifferent, only occasionally speaking more when with his peers. The 4 members of the Umbu Team 11 were all outstanding among the new generation of Konoha, and their speed in traveling was naturally very fast. In just a week, they crossed the national border and entered the rainy land of rain. In a cave, the 4 were roasting fire while studying the upcoming route. Between the land of demons and the land of fire, there were several small countries, including the land of rain, the land of birds, and the land of bears. These small countries were currently inhabited by a large number of wandering ninjas, and carelessness could lead to fierce battles. Therefore, choosing the travel route had to be done with utmost caution. After a discussion, Kakashi confirmed the travel route and put away the map. At this time, Guy quietly complained, "The weather in the land of rain is terrible. It rains all day long, making me feel sticky." As the captain, Kakashi dutifully reminded, "Though the land of rain is small, it also has ninja villages. The man known as the demigod is the leader of the rain village here, so we must be extra careful." Guy and Shirzue both nodded. Hans was a well-known figure in the ninja world, and the title of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha came from him. Leaning against a dry cave wall, Hinata Kagami thought to himself, "Considering the time, Han should have been killed by Nagato by now, right?" With the addition of Scorpion and Orochimaru to the Akatsuki, it meant that the Akatsuki had transitioned from the era of Yahiko's leadership to Nagato's leadership. In Hinata Kagami's impression, one of the first things Nagato did after becoming the leader was to avenge Yahiko by killing Hans and secretly controlling the entire land of rain. With Yahiko's death, Nagato no longer had a clear boundary between good and evil in his heart, compared to the monsters wreaking havoc in the land of demons. The Akatsuki at this time was the true monster capable of destroying the ninja world. Thinking of Hans, this powerful ninja known as the demigod, dying so quietly, Hinata Kagami couldn't help but sigh. The ninja world is indeed a treacherous place. After passing through the land of rain without incident, Team 11 successfully crossed the land of birds and the land of bears. They thought everything was going smoothly and that they would soon meet the priestess of the land of demons. However, as soon as they stepped into the territory of the land of demons, they ran into trouble. Boom! Dust and debris rose slowly amid a loud noise. Guy suddenly retreated, panting and shouting, "Damn it, these monsters can't be killed at all." Before Team 11 stood a group of towering stone golems. These lifeless golem statues acted as if they were alive, forming rows and charging aggressively as if they had some deep-seated grudge. Kakashi used Chidori to take down a few, while Guy used Taijutsu to kick apart several others, but in an instant, the shattered golems stood up again. Seeing another broken golem recover, as before, Kakashi frowned. They really seemed to be immortal. Hinata Kagami didn't know much about these golems either, but it was clear to anyone with eyes that they were just soulless puppets. He suggested, "There's no need to waste time on these puppets. Let us meet the priestess first." Regarding the current situation in the land of demons, Team 11 was in the dark, so everyone agreed with Hinata Kagami's suggestion, bypassing these slow-moving golems and hurriedly heading towards the heart of the land of demons. Along the way, they witnessed the golems rampaging, not to mention small villages. Even markets and some towns have been affected, and the heavy casualties among civilians made the 4 members of Team 11, who had just experienced war, feel slightly shaken. Despite their reluctance, the 4 knew in their hearts that it would be better to quickly meet the priestess and defeat the monsters behind the scenes than to waste time entangled with these golems along the way. Otherwise, the number of casualties would only increase. Fortunately, the land of demons was not very large, and after several days of trekking, Team 11 finally approached the priestess's palace. Chapter 36. Sand-hidden leaf warehouse on a high cliff, for members of the Umbu Team 11 either crouched or stood at the edge, gazing at the towering palace in the distance. At this moment, the witch's palace was protected by a thin barrier as delicate as a cicada's wing, and the surrounding warrior puppets seemed unable to enter the barrier, only able to surround the palace in layers. Seeing this, Kakashi let out a long sigh. "It seems the witch's palace has not fallen yet. We still have a chance," Kai urged, "but with so many warrior puppets outside, how do we get in?" Kakashi turned to Hinata Kagami and asked, Kagami, can you find a route into the palace? Hinata Kagami shook his head. He had already observed that the witch's palace was completely surrounded by warrior puppets, leaving no gaps or blind spots. Shizuki said solemnly, it seems we can only break through. Breaking through was clearly not an easy task. Team 11 had already dealt with these warrior puppets several times. Although they were clumsy, each possessed immense strength. And once they formed a formation, it would be very difficult to engage them in a positional battle. While observing the surroundings, Hinata Kagami suddenly pointed to a high cliff opposite. Look over there. The others looked and saw several figures appearing on the opposite cliff, dressed like sand-hidden ninjas. Kakashi, as the team leader, pondered for a moment and said they should be ninjas sent by the Sand-Hidden for support. We might be able to work together with them to break through the encirclement of the warrior puppets and enter the witch's palace. Given that the current enemy was a foreign monster, the group did not object to collaborating with the Sand-Hidden and nodded in agreement with Kakashi's proposal. Soon, both sides met up. The Sand-Hidden support was also a four-man team, led by a ninja named Yukura, who was a powerful Blaze Release bloodline user. Second only to the fourth Kazekage in fame within the Sand-Hidden. Kakashi stepped forward to exchange a few words with Yukura and reached a consensus. The front of the assault would be led by Kakashi and Yukura, the middle section by three Sand-Hidden ninjas and Kai, and the rear by Hinata Kagami and Shizuki. Once the deployment was complete, the assault action began immediately. Whoosh! With a sharp, bird-like cry, the not-so-tall Kakashi took the lead, thrusting into the array of warrior puppets like a spear flashing with lightning. Boom! 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 Amid a series of explosive sounds, the warrior puppets fell one after another. The 1,000 birds assault capability was fully displayed by Kakashi at this moment. In almost an instant, he had already torn through 5 or 6 layers of the warrior puppets' ranks. Following closely, Yukura immediately formed hand seals and shouted, Blaze Release, 5-wheel fire. 5 fireballs, seemingly alive, circled around Yukura, roasting the surrounding warrior puppets into pieces, further tearing apart their formation. The 3 Sand-Hidden ninjas in the middle of the team then used ninjutsu together. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. In an instant, 2 earth walls sprang up from the ground, protecting the path that Kakashi and Yukura had forced through, establishing a temporary safe passage within the warrior puppets' ranks. At the back of the team, Hinata Kagami said to Shizuki, You go to the middle. I'll handle the rear by myself. Knowing Hinata Kagami's strength, Shizuki didn't waste words. He understood that he wasn't good at going head-to-head with these warrior puppets, so he quickened his pace and left the rear. Now, at the end of the team, Hinata Kagami fully activated his Byakugan. All the attacks from the warrior puppets appeared to him as frames of a lagging movie. Except when he had no choice but to evade, he occasionally activated a few counters. The attacks from the warrior puppets posed almost no threat to him. Through close combat, Hinata Kagami keenly noticed that the chakra within these warrior puppets was identical, clearly from the same source, and that source felt filled with evil and brutality. If the source of this chakra was that foreign monster wraith, then, thinking of this, Hinata Kagami secretly shook his head. Chakra, with such evil and violent attributes, was clearly unsuitable as a source for creating artificial tailed beasts, so he ruled out the option of wraith. Although the combined ninja forces numbered only 8, they were almost all elites from their respective villages, especially Yukura, who had already reached a decision-making level within the Sand-Hidden. Therefore, without much effort, the combined team completely broke through the encirclement of the warrior puppets and safely entered the palace protected by the barrier. As soon as the combined team entered, the guards of the palace cheered. With the monster's arrival, the first to be targeted was the witch of the land of demons. So for these days, the guards had not dared to relax for a moment. Now, seeing that strong reinforcements had arrived, they naturally rejoiced amid their anxiety and fear. Inside the temple, the witch sat on a mat with a worried expression, beside her a little girl of just over a year old, who looked very much like the witch, seemingly her daughter. Nearby stood a group of Awagakure ninjas. Clearly, the Awagakure ninjas had arrived here before Team 11, and this group of Awagakure ninjas appeared quite arrogant and unruly. Upon seeing this group of Awagakure ninjas, Hinata Kagami instantly became furious. They were the very ninjas who had ambushed him while escorting the wounded back to the village outside Konoha, and that time had been nearly the closest he came to death during the entire war. If the Nin sent from the village had arrived, even a moment later, Hinata Kagami would have met a suffocating death just a few miles from the village, like the vast majority in the team. Afterwards, Hinata Kagami had specifically inquired about this exceptionally strong and audacious group of Awagakure ninjas, learning that they were part of Awagakure's infamous execution unit. Meanwhile, the Awagakure ninjas were also sizing up the newly arrived reinforcements. There is no need to elaborate on Yakura from the Sand Hidden. During the war, she was one of the representatives of the Sand Hidden, one of the most famous ninjas in the ninja world. Therefore, the leader of the Awagakure execution unit, slightly overlooking the Sand Hidden, spoke sarcastically to the 4 members of Umbu Team 11. Is this all Konoha sent to die? It seems Konoha is really on its last legs. In Team 11, the oldest was only around 14 or 15 years old, and the younger Shizuki was even just 11 or 12, so they were indeed shorter than the Awagakure and Sand Hidden ninjas. Hinata Kagami coldly retorted, "You better watch out. You might accidentally die at the hands of a little kid." If it were someone else provoking him, Hinata Kagami might have ignored it. But facing the group from Awagakure that had almost killed him, he lost his temper. The Awagakure team leader's face darkened. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Chapter 37. Testing and speculation. If you can do it, come and try. Facing the elite Jonin, the captain of the Awagakure beheading squad, Hyuga Kagami was not afraid at all. He took a step forward, fully revealing his killing intent. Hyuga Kagami knew very well why the Awagakure ninja provoked him and the others. Undoubtedly, the impact of the unexpected deaths of the 4th Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was still brewing. The slightly weaker Sunagakure and Kirigakure were currently behaving themselves. But the strong Kumogakure and Awagakure began to stir. However, the more this was the case, the more Hyuga Kagami felt he could not retreat. Testing behavior would not stop due to retreat. On the contrary, the more one retreats, the more intense the opponent's probing would become. Feeling the surge of Hyuga Kagami's killing intent, the Awagakure captain narrowed his eyes and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of his short blade. Sensing that Hyuga Kagami was not just bluffing, on Hyuga Kagami's side, Kakashi, Guy, and Shursui immediately took up fighting stances, while the members of the Awagakure beheading squad also went on high alert. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall was thick with tension. The shrine maiden on the mat stepped forward at the right moment and said, "Ninjas, please put aside your prejudices for now. The foreign monsters are approaching." Both sides understood that internal conflict was not a wise choice with the monsters about to arrive, so they each took a step back, maintaining a temporary peace. Yakura, who had been watching coldly, asked the shrine maiden, "Your Highness, could you please introduce the current situation to us?" The shrine maiden nodded and said, "What we are facing is a foreign monster called Wangliang. I am ashamed to say it was summoned from another realm by a group of cultists known as the Yomi Church. The barrier I set up can stop Wangliang and the puppets controlled by it, but it cannot stop those Yomi Church cultists. Therefore, before Wangliang arrives, it will definitely order those cultists to attack here. Once this place is breached by Wangliang, it will no longer have any scruples, and the entire world will descend into chaos." After hearing the shrine maiden's explanation, everyone's expressions turned grim. Although they had not yet seen the true form of the foreign monster, they had already dealt with the indestructible puppets and knew that if those puppets spread throughout the ninja world, the situation would become unmanageable. Kakashi directly asked, "Your Highness, do you have any way to deal with that monster?" The shrine maiden gently stroked the girl resting on her lap and replied, "I can seal Wangliang, but the sealing location must be on the Demon Sealing Mountain in the Land of Swamps." The fact that the foreign monster could be sealed was obviously good news, but the requirement that the sealing location must be far away in the Land of Swamps posed a challenge for everyone. Yakura crossed his arms and rested his chin on his hand. "How do we lure the monster to the Demon Sealing Mountain in the Land of Swamps?" The shrine maiden smiled warmly. "You don't have to worry. I am the biggest threat to that monster. As long as I head to the Demon Sealing Mountain, it will definitely follow." Kakashi immediately took out a map and spread it on the ground. Although the Land of Swamps was adjacent to the Land of Demons, there were still hundreds of kilometers between the Demon Sealing Mountain and the Shrine Maiden's palace. Considering that the Shrine Maiden herself was not a ninja, and that the journey was fraught with steep mountains and turbulent rivers, the route had to be carefully planned. Yakura pondered for a moment and said, "The puppets outside aren't really a problem. As long as we break through their encirclement, they can't catch up with us." The captain of the Awagakure beheading squad nodded. "Yes, the real trouble is that monster and those cultists. The Yomi Church cultists were originally just a group of mediocre ninjas, and their leader, Yomi, was merely at the Jonin level. But now they have gained the powers of the monster Wangliang, acquiring an almost inexhaustible supply of evil chakra, allowing them to recklessly use ninjutsu, even large-scale combination techniques, greatly increasing their threat level. Considering that if they were pursued by these cultists on the way to the demon sealing mountain, the situation would become uncontrollable, Yakura said with killing intent. Rather than being attacked by the monster in the Yomi church on the way, we should use the barrier here to block the monster and the puppets. Eliminate the Yomi church first, and then escort the shrine maiden to the land of swamps. The captain of the Iwagakure beheading squad said, "We think the same." Kakashi nodded. "We have no objections either." With the unified opinion of Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure, the shrine maiden's palace immediately mobilized to prepare for the impending battle. Due to the Byakugan and 8 trigrams palm, which provided insight and defense, Hyuga Kagami was assigned to the shrine to protect the shrine maiden and her daughter closely. Unlike the other worried individuals, Hyuga Kagami was not too concerned about the current situation, so his thoughts were still on the artificial tailed beasts. As he delved deeper into the exploration of his reincarnation eye, he had a vague feeling that what limited his power was none other than the amount of chakra in his body. He sensed that only by possessing more chakra could he potentially unlock more abilities of the reincarnation eye. Thinking of Nagato, who possessed the Rinnegan, this was easy to understand. Nagato did not immediately gain the abilities of the Rinnegan after being implanted with it by Uchiha Madara. Only after his parents were killed and he experienced intense emotional trauma did he awaken some of the Rinnegan's powers. Later, when he reached adulthood, fully developed his body, and experienced the intense trauma of his dear friend Yahiko's death, he finally awakened all the abilities of the Rinnegan. The cost, however, was that his body could not bear the burden and became frail and emaciated. It should be noted that Nagato was a carefully selected member of the Uzumaki clan, chosen by Uchiha Madara to revive himself, and the Uzumaki clan was known for its strong vitality and large chakra reserves. Yet even so, the adult Nagato could not handle the fully awakened Rinnegan. While this was partly due to the Rinnegan not being his own, it was more because the level of the Rinnegan's bloodline was too demanding on the user. Thus, Hyuga Kagami even suspected that the reason his reincarnation eye had not awakened more abilities was instinctively protecting him, as his body was clearly not yet capable of supporting the fully awakened state of the reincarnation eye. This was why he tirelessly sought artificial tailed beasts. He needed a source that could continuously provide him with chakra, a battery. Only by having a large amount of chakra could he boldly explore the mysteries of the reincarnation eye. Otherwise, if he accidentally ended up like Nagato, with his vitality exhausted and his body emaciated and weak as a sickly person, it would not be worth the cost. Chapter 38. Trade. As for the monstrous wraith currently wreaking havoc in the land of ghosts, it is undeniable that it is a formidable threat. But that is all there is to it. There are countless powerful ninjas in the ninja world, not to mention others, even Nagato, who possesses the Rinnegan, is enough to deal with the wraith. Therefore, even if the shrine maiden fails to seal the wraith, it cannot truly dominate the ninja world. Moreover, in Hyuga Kagami's hazy memory, the seemingly frail shrine maiden before him actually masters extremely powerful sealing techniques. If nothing has changed, it was her self-sacrifice that successfully sealed the monstrous wraith. Gathering his scattered thoughts, Hyuga Kagami began to make his own plans in his mind. After a moment, he glanced at the chubby little girl beside the shrine maiden and asked, "She is your daughter, right? What's her name?" Before the shrine maiden could answer, the little girl chirped, "My name is Cheyenne." The shrine maiden smiled and gently stroked little Cheyenne's hair, looking very fond. Hyuga Kagami squatted down and playfully teased Cheyenne. "Oh, so your name is Cheyenne. What a lovely name." Little Cheyenne stared at Hyuga Kagami with wide eyes and mustered the courage to ask, "Ninja Big Brother, your mask is really interesting. Can I wear it?" Hyuga Kagami smiled and took off his hawk-faced mask, handing it to little Cheyenne. Holding the mask, little Cheyenne giggled and began to bounce around the hall. Watching carefree Cheyenne, a hint of sadness flashed across the shrine maiden's face. From the shrine maiden's expression, Hyuga Kagami could tell that she had made up her mind. Even if it meant sacrificing herself, she would do everything in her power to completely seal the monstrous wraith. Thus, Hyuga Kagami asked, "Your Highness, are you really confident in sealing that monster?" The shrine maiden lowered her head. "For everyone to live happily, I will definitely seal it. I promise. Even at the cost of your life?" The shrine maiden looked at Hyuga Kagami with some confusion, not understanding why he asked this, but still nodded firmly, "Yes. Even at the cost of my life." Boom! A sudden loud explosion sounded from outside the palace. Undoubtedly, the battle had already begun outside. After calling little Cheyenne, who was running around the hall, to his side, Hyuga Kagami retrieved his umbu mask and stood guard in front of the shrine maiden and her daughter. Gradually, The explosions outside grew more frequent, and the entire palace trembled faintly with the shouts of enemies, the cries of guards, and the wails of the injured all blending together. Fixing his gaze on the temple's main door, Hyuga Kagami's thoughts were elsewhere. Whether this mission was a coincidence or a test from the third Hokage, in any case, since he had come to the land of ghosts, he could not miss this heavenly opportunity. Having made up his mind, Hyuga Kagami said softly, "Cheyenne is still so young. I'm sure you wouldn't want her to live alone in the future, would you?" The Shrine Maiden was even more puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Hyuga Kagami replied calmly, "That monster is not as strong as you think. At most, it is at the level of a tailed beast. In the ninja world, there are not many means to suppress tailed beasts, but there are some." Hearing the implications in Hyuga Kagami's words, the Shrine Maiden fell into contemplation. Without waiting for her to speak, Hyuga Kagami directly stated his condition. "I need some specialties from the land of Marsh, and if your highness is willing to help me gather them, I will do my utmost to protect your safety." The Shrine Maiden didn't mind paying extra, but she was skeptical about whether the 14 or 15-year-old Hyuga Kagami truly had the ability to suppress the wraith. However, at this point, she didn't have much choice. So she asked, "What exactly do you want?" Hyuga Kagami stated his purpose: purple mud glue. Purple mud glue is not only expensive, but also rare. If he were to collect it alone, it would take at least 3 to 5 years. However, if the respected Shrine Maiden from the land of ghosts were to step in, it would be much simpler, and it would also better conceal his intentions, preventing others from tracing the purple mud glue back to his plan to create an artificial tailed beast. The Shrine Maiden furrowed her brows. "As far as I know, purple mud glue is a sealing material. What do you need it for?" Hyuga Kagami did not answer her question, but assured her again, "As long as your highness is willing to help me gather purple mud glue, I will guarantee your safety on this journey. I keep my promises." This guarantee was not just empty words. Whether it was his third Kazuke puppet or Shizen Tsuno, both had the ability to suppress tailed beasts in a short time, and using them against the wraith would likely not pose any problems. By then, the Shrine Maiden could calmly arrange the sealing without having to perish with the wraith. "All right, I agree." Although purple mud glue was expensive, it was not a rare treasure for the Shrine Maiden of the Land of Ghosts, so she did not hesitate much. After the trade was settled, the two fell into a tacit silence. Only the innocent little Cheyenne turned her head around, sometimes staring at the Shrine Maiden and sometimes looking at Hyuga Kagami, not understanding why they suddenly stopped talking. Not long after, several white-robed Yomi cultists rushed into the temple. Without hesitation, Hyuga Kagami used his Rinnegan to attract the intruding Yomi cultists towards him, then swiftly eliminated them with gentle fist techniques. The entire process taking only a few breaths. The panic on the Shrine Maiden's face had just begun to show when the enemies were already eliminated. The Shrine Maiden, who hadn't even seen the enemies clearly, stared blankly for a while before slowly exclaiming, "You truly are an excellent ninja. Since I promised, I will definitely not let you come harm," Hyuga Kagami said, then added, "Also, I hope our agreement can remain confidential." The Shrine Maiden nodded gently, "Rest assured, I will not leak it." After a while, the palace returned to calm. Soon, ninjas from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure returned to the temple. The leader, Yakura, said, "Most of the Yomi cultists have been dealt with. The remaining ones are not a threat." The captain of the Iwagakure execution squad said, "We can depart at any time." Kakashi nodded, saying nothing further. Hyuga Kagami glanced at the group that had entered. Although they all looked somewhat disheveled, none had sustained serious injuries, indicating that the previous battle, while intense, was not particularly fierce. However, this was to be expected, as the reinforcements sent to the land of ghosts from Konoha, Sunagakure, and Iwagakure were mostly elites, easily handling Yomi cultists, who were at most of Chunin level aside from their chakra levels. Seemingly recalling something, Hyuga Kagami asked, "What about the leader of the Yomi cult?" Kai laughed heartily. "That guy took a solid hit from my Chidori. Although he escaped, I think he should be dead soon." Hyuga Kagami vaguely remembered that it was a remnant of the Yomi cult that triggered the revival of the Wraith over a decade later. But he was unsure if the remnant was the same Yomi cult leader who had escaped this time. However, none of that mattered now. Who knows what things would be like a decade later. Chapter 39. Ambush after severely damaging the underworld sect and resolving the issue of the ninja attacks. The next step was to escort the Shrine Maiden to the Demon Sealing Mountain in the Land of Marsh. Before leaving, the Shrine Maiden hid little Shio-Yuen in a secret chamber located at the bottom of the palace. In the secret chamber, no one knew what the Shrine Maiden had instructed little Shio-Yuen, but it was clear that even with Hinata Kyō's assurance, the Shrine Maiden had resolved herself to face death on this journey to the Land of Marsh. With everything prepared, the Shadewind's Yakura, who possessed the Blaze Release bloodline, was responsible for leading the way, while the Konoha Umbu's 11th Squad provided close protection for the Shrine Maiden. The Iwagakyure's Decapitation Unit, skilled in Earth Release, brought up the rear. Soon, the group broke through the encirclement of the palace's puppet soldiers and sped toward the land of Marsh. Along the way, the Shrine Maiden guided everyone while sensing the movements of the magical creatures, the Wraiths. According to her real-time sensing, everyone was surprised to find that the Wraiths behind them moved at an incredibly fast speed, not inferior to that of elite ninjas. Fortunately, after the battle with the Underworld sect, the Wraiths did not appear. Otherwise, they would have had to guard outside the palace's barrier, making it extremely dangerous for everyone to break out. As the distance between the group and the Wraiths closed, the captain of the Iwagakure Decapitation Unit became a bit impatient. Hey, this won't do. It wasn't just the Iwagakure members who were anxious. Yakura from Sunagakure nodded. If we keep consuming chakra at this pace, we'll probably have no strength left to fight that creature once we reach the Demon Ceiling Mountain. Unlike the tireless Wraiths, the group was consuming a tremendous amount of chakra while rushing at full speed. If they couldn't shake off the Wraiths behind them in a short time, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable. Kakashi, the captain of the 11th Squad, suggested, "Then let's choose a suitable place to ambush it." The Shrine Maiden carried on Kai's back, thought for a moment, and hesitantly said, "I can set up a temporary ceiling barrier. If it works, it might be able to hold the Wraiths for a while." Yakura responded, "Then we'll leave it to you." Once the plan was decided, everyone immediately sprang into action. The ambush location was a steep canyon with a winding river running through it. With everyone's assistance, the Shrine Maiden set up sealing techniques on the rock walls on both sides of the canyon. These sealing techniques were very complex. Even a glance from afar would cause a slight dizziness. Even Hinata Kyō, who possessed the Byakugan, would feel somewhat uncomfortable if he looked closely, demonstrating the power of these sealing techniques. Before long, the magical creature that had been chasing them finally revealed itself. The Wraith appeared to be a creature that resembled a dragon, but was not quite one, and resembled a crocodile, but was not quite that either. Its entire body was dark purple, emanating a black mist that seemed both real and illusory, with most of its body concealed in the mist, making it difficult to discern its exact shape. Previously, the Wraith and its puppet soldiers could not approach due to the barrier set by the Shrine Maiden outside the palace, forcing them to send Underworld sect followers to assault the palace and attack the Shrine Maiden. Now that the Shrine Maiden had left the protection of the barrier, the Wraith would no longer just sit idly by. How can it be this big? Looking up at the Wraith's enormous and bizarre body, everyone exclaimed in shock. Although most of its body was hidden in the black mist, the exposed head alone could indicate that the Wraith was comparable in size to a tailed beast. A true monster. Yakura from Sunagakure frowned slightly. Dealing with such a large foe was not her forte. Kakashi and Kai looked equally suspicious upon seeing the Wraith. Unpleasant memories surged in their minds, as the creature before them seemed to overlap with the Ninetales that had rampaged through the village over half a year ago. Undoubtedly, monsters of such giant size like the tailed beasts or the Wraiths were nightmares for the vast majority of ninjas. Even some ninjas with power at the level of Hokage had little effective means against such massive creatures. Therefore, the reactions of everyone upon seeing the Wraith were understandable. If there was anyone among them who wasn't shocked, it would be the Shrine Maiden, who knew some details about the Wraith, and Hinata Kyō, who had vague memories from a previous life. As for Shursui, with his Mangeki Sharingan, he was not particularly afraid of large monsters. However, he was hesitant to use his Mangeki's techniques, as they were too notorious. Once exposed, the village's higher-ups would find it hard to tolerate him. Seeing that the Wraith had entered the ambush zone, Hinata Kyō, who remained calm, shouted loudly, "We can launch the attack." Coming back to their senses, everyone focused their minds and executed the ambush as planned. Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Earth Release, Underworld Marsh. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Earth Release, Earth Stone Flow. The 4 members of the Iwagakure Decapitation Unit, positioned on both sides of the canyon, simultaneously formed hand seals and unleashed a series of Earth Release jutsu. In an instant, quicksand, mud, earth walls, and stone pillars descended from all directions, temporarily trapping the Wraith within the canyon. A chilling roar erupted from the Wraith's mouth, sending chills down everyone's spines. The Shrine Maiden warned, "Everyone be careful, don't get too close." The Wraith, struggling violently, soon broke through the stone walls that held it down, but it found it difficult to escape the mud at the bottom. Blaze Release, Oversteam Kill. To prevent the Wraith from escaping, Yakura immediately unleashed her trump card, striking the Wraith's head fiercely and forcing it deeper into the mud. At that moment, the shrine maiden, who was ready, began to chant a spell. As she recited the incantation, the sealing techniques set up on both sides of the canyon emitted a faint glow, and a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing appeared, enveloping the wraith within. Kai hurriedly asked, "Did we succeed?" The shrine maiden weakly nodded. Undoubtedly, even a temporary sealing technique was a significant drain on her energy. Kakashi, not wanting to waste time, immediately urged everyone, "Let us move. We don't know how long this temporary seal will last. We need to hurry to the demon sealing mountain." In an instant, the scattered group regained their assault formation and raced toward the demon sealing mountain. Boom! The loud sounds continued to resonate from behind, indicating that the wraith was violently struggling against the confines of the seal. With each impact, the canyon trembled, showcasing its immense power, which was beyond imagination. The shrine maiden, carried on Kai's back, weakly reminded everyone, "The wraith has the ability to manipulate minds, so everyone must not get too close to it. Otherwise, it's easy to fall under its control and become its puppet." Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. No one wanted to deal with such a creature, but the current situation left them no choice but to press on. Chapter 40. Secrecy Day and night passed, and after several days, everyone finally arrived at their destination, Seal Demon Mountain. Looking at the treacherous mountain before them, Yitsong suppressed the unease rising in his heart and asked, "Is this cursed place really Seal Demon Mountain?" The priestess nodded and explained, "Inside Seal Demon Mountain, there's a natural lava source that can suppress the malevolent and cold chakra of the wraith. It is an excellent place to seal the wraith." Yitsong immediately asked, "What should we do next?" Unlike the arrogance they had when they arrived, after witnessing the wraith, neither the sand-hidden ninjas nor the rock-hidden ninjas showed any pride. They were only anxious to complete the mission as quickly as possible. The priestess pointed to the cave leading directly into the mountain. "Lure the wraith into the cave, and then seal its shell here." The captain of the rock-hidden decapitation squad looked puzzled. "To seal the shell?" The priestess gently nodded. "Yes, only seal the shell." The captain voiced the doubt in everyone's hearts. "Why?" "The wraith's power is too great, and its chakra has a strong corrosive nature. If we seal it as a whole, it won't take years for it to break free from the seal. Therefore, we must separate its shell and soul for sealing to ensure absolute safety. Then please start preparing immediately," Kakashi said, glancing at the distance, adding, "I have a bad feeling. We probably don't have much time left to set up the seal." At this moment, Hinata Kyō stood up and said to everyone, "You just need to hold the outside. I will take care of the final seal." Everyone was surprised to hear this. Sealing the wraith inside Seal Demon Mountain was undoubtedly the most dangerous part of the entire mission. Not only the sand-hidden and rock-hidden ninjas, but even Kakashi and Guy from the same village looked at Hinata Kyō in confusion, not understanding why he would take on such a dangerous task alone. Yitsong asked in a cold tone, "What do you mean by that?" Hinata Kyō calmly replied, "My meaning is very clear. When the wraith arrives, you don't need to stop it. Just block the puppets it controls. Leave the rest to me." The captain of the rock-hidden decapitation squad questioned, "With just you, a kid, I can't be reassured." Although the captain was unwilling to fight against the wraith, he was even less willing to mess things up, so he instinctively resisted Hinata Kyō's request. At this moment, Shirzei also stepped forward, bowed to everyone, and sincerely said, "I will complete the final seal with him. Please rest assured, we will not fail our mission." Hinata Kyō looked at Shirzei. "Thank you." Shirzei said nothing more, just smiled gently. Yitsong said coldly, "If you fail, your Konoha must bear all the responsibility." In Yitsong's view, after witnessing the wraith's might, the confidence of Hinata Kyō and Shirzei could only mean one thing. They truly had a way to deal with the wraith. As the captain, Kakashi had some doubts, but in the end he did not voice them. On the rock-hidden side, seeing that both Yitsong and Kakashi had nodded in agreement, the captain of the rock-hidden decapitation squad's expression changed several times, but after a moment, he still nodded in compromise. With the discussion settled, everyone immediately began to prepare. Hinata Kyō pulled Guy aside and whispered, "Once we enter Seal Demon Mountain, you can only let that monster wraith in. No one else, including you and Kakashi, is allowed to enter, understood?" Guy looked a bit puzzled. "Why is that?" "I will explain it to you later, but for now, just remember my words." Guy anxiously said, "What if you encounter an accident inside? Are we just going to watch helplessly from outside?" Hinata Kyō replied calmly, "If Shirzei and I can't handle it, then you entering would only be sending yourselves to death. Kai, you have to trust your comrades. Even if I can't help you, Kakashi is very capable. If he says something, he will definitely find a way to help you. It is because I believe in you that I have you guard the entrance." Do you think blocking those puppets is an easy task? After a smile, Hinata Kai's expression turned serious. Remember my words. No one is allowed to enter except the monster wraith. If necessary, use the 8 gates secret technique. Seeing Hinata Kai's seriousness, Guy could only nod and say, I promise you. With Guy's assurance, Hinata Kai, Shirzue, and the priestess walked towards the interior of Seal Demon Mountain. In the dark cave, Hinata Kai asked the priestess, how long will it take to set up the seal? The priestess seemed to have considered this beforehand and answered without hesitation, if it's just setting up the sealing technique. It won't take much time, but to activate the seal, it will take at least 15 minutes or even longer. Hinata Kai frowned slightly. So, we need to hold the wraith for at least 15 minutes? The priestess nodded with a serious expression. She was not sure if Hinata Kai and Shirzue could hold the wraith for 15 minutes. So before coming to Seal Demon Mountain, she had already prepared to perish together with the wraith. At that moment, the only thing she couldn't let go of was her daughter, Cheyenne. Shirzue gritted his teeth and said, Senior, leave those 15 minutes to me. Hinata Kai shook his head. You are not even 12 years old. Excessive use of your eye power will take a toll on your body. Shirzue's strength was mainly reflected in his ocular techniques, and in terms of pure physicality. He was only slightly above the average level of Uchiha, not particularly outstanding. Moreover, he was still young, and his body had not fully developed, so in terms of chakra, he barely reached the level of an ordinary Jainin, falling short compared to Hinata Kentucky. Shirzue wanted to say more, but before Shirzue could finish, Hinata Kai interrupted. I already have a plan. You just need to handle the initial suppression. I will take care of the rest. The priestess thought for a moment and said, I might be able to buy some time. Hinata Kai asked, what do you have in mind? The priestess hesitated for a moment, then sighed and said, that monster wraith has some connection with my lineage of priestesses from the land of ghosts. To put it bluntly, it is actually a part of me. Shirzue's eyes widened. This. Hinata Kai was not too surprised, although he couldn't remember the details. He vaguely recalled that there seemed to be some secret connection between the priestesses of the land of ghosts and the monster wraith. Otherwise, the wraith wouldn't have pursued the priestess all the way from the land of ghosts to the land of marshes. After revealing the secret in her heart, the priestess seemed to feel much lighter, then knelt before Hinata Kai and Shirzue. I am truly ashamed for causing all of this. The updates during the National Day holiday, barring any accidents, will continue to be 3 updates daily. I ask for nothing else, just for everyone's support with recommendation votes. Chapter 41. Don't stare blankly. Hyuga Kagami sighed and stepped forward to help the penitent shrine maiden up. Now is not the time for repentance. Once we seal the yokai, you'll have plenty of time to atone. The shrine maiden silently nodded. After a glance exchanged with Shirzue, Hyuga Kagami said to her, in a bit, we may need to use forbidden techniques. I hope you can keep our secret and not disclose our forbidden arts. The shrine maiden solemnly assured them, please rest assured. I will not reveal any information about you to anyone. Once this was said, the barrier between the 3 of them disappeared. The shrine maiden began to busily prepare the sealing techniques, while Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue searched for a suitable combat location within the cave. The interior of the demon sealing mountain was extremely perilous, filled with bubbling lava. A moment's inattention could lead to falling into the magma, resulting in a fate of being completely obliterated. Therefore, fighting here required facing not only the enemy, but also the complex and harsh environment. The shrine maiden seemed to be familiar with the place, skillfully weaving through the lava, setting up intricate and obscure sealing formations. After carefully observing the surroundings with his Tensigen, Hyuga Kagami reminded Shirzue, the ground inside the mountain seems quite unstable. We need to be particularly cautious when the fighting starts. Shirzue nodded. At this moment, he also activated his Sharingan, the 3 tomo slowly spinning in his eyes, as if meticulously observing the environment around them. On this side, Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue exchanged casual remarks, while on the other side, the shrine maiden seemed to have completed the setup of the sealing formations. Looking at the secret formations laid out in the mountain, Hyuga Kagami sincerely exclaimed, the sealing technique of the shrine maiden is truly remarkable. Shirzue nodded and said, the sealing techniques of the shrine maidens from the land of demons are renowned, rivaling those of the Uzumaki clan. Now that the Uzumaki clan has perished, in terms of sealing techniques, the shrine maidens of the land of demons should be the most famous in the ninja world. Seemingly reminded of something, Shirzue's expression darkened. Being too famous isn't necessarily a good thing. The Uchiha clan's notoriety has led to the younger generation being arrogant and overbearing, always at odds with the village, resulting in their current awkward predicament. Seeing the shrine Maiden possess such high sealing technique skills? Hyuga Kagami's thoughts shifted to his plan for creating a tailed beast. The information about the artificial tailed beasts given to him by Orochimaru indicated that sealing techniques accounted for more than 70% of all techniques. It could be said that without sufficient sealing skills, creating an artificial tailed beast would be impossible. For Hyuga Kagami, sealing techniques were undoubtedly his weak point. Therefore, the Shrine Maiden from a land of demons had now transformed into a treasure in his eyes. However, the Shrine Maiden from the land of demons held considerable prestige among the neighboring countries, and if he wanted to learn sealing techniques from her, he had to be cautious in his approach. Otherwise, it could easily lead to diplomatic tensions. With these thoughts, Hyuga Kagami's imagination began to wander further. In the data on the artificial tailed beasts, the village utilized the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Although the Uzumaki clan had a high level of mastery in sealing techniques, as the saying goes, one person's plan is short, and two people's plan is long. If the sealing techniques of the Shrine Maiden from the land of demons were incorporated into the artificial tailed beast techniques, perhaps the combination of the two could yield unexpected results. Just as Hyuga Kagami was lost in thought, the ground beneath him suddenly trembled. With a crash. At the same time, many fragments of rock fell from the ceiling of the cave. The Shrine Maiden, sitting at the center of the ceiling array, shouted, "It's coming." Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue exchanged glances and quickly hid. Not long after, accompanied by a rumbling sound, the massive body of a yokai surged into the interior of the demon sealing mountain like a flood. "Moro, you shouldn't have rejected me." The yokai, which nearly blocked the entire cave entrance, arched its body and emitted a low sound that seemed to come from the underworld. The Shrine Maiden pondered for a moment and then shook her head. "You are the one in the wrong." As the yokai slowly approached the Shrine Maiden, it seduced her. "Let us merge as one. With your power combined with mine, we will be invincible, and the entire world will bow at our feet. Doing so will only bring endless calamity to the world, and in the end, we will both fall into irretrievable ruin." To buy time, the Shrine Maiden's tone softened, her refusal not as resolute. Seeing this, the yokai did not attack immediately but loudly questioned, "What are you really worried about? You should know very well that after we merge, there will be no power in this world that can contend with us. Those ninjas and samurai are nothing but ants. Not worth your concern." The Shrine Maiden shook her head. "You are too arrogant." "Arrogant?" With a heavy snort, the yokai angrily retorted, "You are the one who is foolish. Have you forgotten how noble our existence is? You also forget that we were." "No, what are you doing?" Halfway through its words, the yokai suddenly sensed the dangerous aura in the cave. Seeing that its disguise was exposed, the Shrine Maiden could no longer delay, and Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue immediately sprang out from their hiding places. Before the yokai could react, Hyuga Kagami shouted, "Attack." With Hyuga Kagami's command, Shirzue, who had his eyes tightly closed, suddenly opened them. The three tomo in his Sharingan quickly fused together, transforming into a kaleidoscope shaped like a four-blade shuriken. "Susanoo!" With Shirzue's low shout, a fully green Susanoo emerged from his body, standing between the Shrine Maiden and the yokai. At that moment, both the Shrine Maiden and the yokai were shocked by the scene before them. Clearly, neither of them had anticipated that this small, cat-faced masked boy would be able to unleash such an imposing technique, and they could instinctively tell that this Susanoo was not to be trifled with. Maintaining Susanoo was an enormous burden for Shirzue at present, so he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately urged Susanoo to extend its arms, one hand on each end, firmly pressing down on the yokai. The yokai roared in anger. "You lowly human, you dare." Boom! At that moment, a massive iron spear fell from the sky, forcefully piercing the yokai's mouth, interrupting its furious roar. The Shrine Maiden stared in disbelief at Hyuga Kagami, who was now standing on a cluster of iron sand, suspended in midair. Beside him flew a strange ninja with iron wings and bandages wrapped around their entire body. Glancing at the dazed Shrine Maiden, Hyuga Kagami calmly said, "Your Highness, don't just stare blankly." Chapter 42. Dark Secret Arts coming back to her senses. The priestess quickly activated the sealing formation. The activation of the sealing array instilled a sense of fear in the wraith, which instinctively felt threatened. Since it was originally one with the priestess, it was aware of her weaknesses, and she was naturally familiar with its vulnerabilities. Thus, the wraith struggled desperately, booming. As the wraith's massive body twisted and thrashed, the entire cave shook violently. Shimizu's expression hardened as he immediately summoned all his strength to activate Susanoo. In an instant, the two colossal beings were entangled in a fierce battle, causing rocks to scatter and dust to rise within the cave. After dodging a few falling stones from the ceiling, Hinata Mirror glanced down at the ongoing battle. The Wraith was larger than Shimizu's Susanoo, so in terms of strength, Shimizu did not have the advantage. Moreover, the intense clash between the two giants made the cave hard to bear, with more and larger rocks falling from the ceiling, indicating signs of collapse. Hinata Mirror no longer hesitated and immediately infused his rebirth eye chakra into the third Kazekage puppet. Moments later, he concentrated and commanded the third Kazekage puppet to unleash its strongest technique. Magnet Release, Iron Sand World Technique. A sky full of iron sand converged into sharp iron spears, which then shot towards the Wraith like cannonballs, piercing into its massive body and pinning it firmly to the ground. The iron spears then connected with one another, forming a dense, spiky scaffold that confined the Wraith's enormous form to a small area. The priestess, who was silently activating the seal, was faintly startled. Could it really be magnet release? In the current ninja world, it was said that only the long-missing third Kazekage from Sunagakure and the current fourth Kazekage had mastered this bloodline limit. Although the priestess did not pay much attention to the affairs of the ninja world, she was aware of this common knowledge. She had been uncertain until the third Kazekage puppet executed the Iron Sand World technique, at which point she was convinced that the unfamiliar ninja flying beside Hinata Mirror was indeed a magnet release user. With the combined efforts of the Iron Sand World technique and Susanoo, the Wraith was quickly suppressed, and its struggles weakened significantly. The Wraith roared furiously, "Damn it! You foolish and humble humans! You have no idea what you have provoked." The booming voice echoed in the empty cave, hurting the eardrums of those present. However, both Hinata Mirror and Shimizu remained unfazed, fully focused on suppressing the Wraith, waiting for the priestess to finally activate the sealing formation. "Mila, you watch closely. These ants cannot stop me." After that, the Wraith's head twisted in a strange manner and slipped through the gaps of the iron spears in the Iron Sand World technique. Then looked toward Shimizu. The priestess's expression changed, and she shouted in alarm, "Get away! It's about to use dark magic." "Ha ha, I can't escape now." With a wild laugh, the Wraith fixed its gaze on Shimizu and commanded, "It is your honor to become my plaything." Dark Secret Art. Manifestation of the Heart Demon. Manifestation of the Heart Demon was an illusion technique that allowed the Wraith to manipulate the hearts of others. Those affected would immediately become soulless beings, mindlessly obeying the Wraith's orders. After casting the secret technique, the Wraith immediately commanded Shimizu, "Quick, go kill them." The targets of the Wraith's command were naturally Hinata Mirror in the air and the third Kazekage puppet. Thus, Hinata Mirror was taken aback and quickly looked at Shimizu. The priestess also turned to Shimizu, her heart leaping to her throat, forgetting to activate the sealing formation. In an instant, everyone's gaze in the cave fell upon Shimizu. Having activated his kaleidoscope Sharingan, Shimizu was speechless and retaliated by using Susanoo to punch the Wraith in the head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Wraith's distorted head slammed hard against the ground. How is this possible? The extremely surprised Wraith looked back at Shimizu, then shouted, "It's your eyes." Damn it! The Wraith was not ignorant. With a mere glance, it noticed that Shimizu's kaleidoscope Sharingan was different, deducing that it was this pair of eyes that rendered its illusion ineffective. The priestess let out a long sigh of relief. Just a moment ago, she had felt utterly despondent. She had already witnessed Shimizu's strength. If he had become the Wraith's puppet, the balance of power would have shifted instantly, and she was not even sure if she would have had a chance to take down the Wraith with him. Enraged, the Wraith shouted at Shimizu, "Human, being able to resist my miraculous secret arts is enough for you to be proud for a lifetime. It seems you're one of the few strong ones among humans." Halfway through its words, the Wraith suddenly raised its twisted head and laughed maniacally, looking at Hinata Mirror. "Huh, then let you become my puppet." Dark Secret Art. Manifestation of the Heart Demon. The Wraith's sudden faint left the priestess's heart hanging once again. At this moment, she was both furious and regretful. She was angry that the Wraith was so despicable as to suddenly attack Hinata Mirror, and regretful that she had forgotten to remind him in her panic. In her mind, it was already a miracle that Shimizu could resist the Wraith's secret technique, and it was impossible for Hinata Mirror to do the same, as she was well aware of the Wraith's formidable power. In midair, standing atop a mass of iron sand, Hinata Mirror felt an overwhelming sense of malice approaching. Then, there was no more then. Seeing nothing unusual, Hinata Mirror ignored the Wraith and asked Shimizu in confusion. "What is it doing?" Shimizu scratched his head, somewhat uncertain, and said, "It seems to be casting an illusion on us, but because of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, I don't feel anything." "How about you, senior?" "I don't feel anything either." After a pause, Hinata Mirror shrugged. "But it's pretty good at scaring people." Shimizu nodded seriously. "Yeah, it really is quite intimidating." Hinata Mirror then turned to the priestess and asked, "Your Highness, how much longer until the sealing formation can be activated?" "Oh." The priestess hurriedly continued to activate the sealing formation. At that moment, she suddenly felt that she didn't need to worry about Hinata Mirror and Shimizu at all. The wraith stood awkwardly for a moment, then looked at Hinata Mirror in disbelief, roaring, "Impossible! Why can you also resist my secret technique? How is this possible?" When dealing with the followers of the underworld, even a simplified version of the soul manipulation technique could turn those followers into complete puppets, let alone the manifestation of the heart demon level secret technique. It never expected that its infallible technique would repeatedly fail against Shimizu and Hinata Mirror. Chapter 43. Sealing outside the demon sealing mountain cave. Scorching escape, oversteamed, killing. Accompanied by the hissing sound of steam in the misty atmosphere, the surfaces of countless soldier puppets gradually cracked. The cracks grew larger until all the puppets shattered into a pile of gravel. Itsan from Sandhidden, however, did not pay much attention to her achievements. At this moment, her face was pale and her brows were tightly knitted. On the other side, after temporarily imprisoning a large batch of soldier puppets with Earth Escape, the captain of the Rock Hidden Decapitation Unit turned back, looking gravely at the cave entrance. Since that monster charged into the cave, there had been continuous loud noises coming from within, even being outside the cave. He could imagine that an incredibly intense battle was taking place inside. At the cave entrance, after using explosive tags to temporarily repel a few soldier puppets, Kakashi retreated to Guy's side and anxiously asked, "Guy, are those two really okay?" Guy nodded, "I believe in Mirai." Boom! Just as Guy finished speaking, another loud noise came from inside the cave. Along with the loud noise, there was an eerie and chilling evil chakra. Kakashi quickly looked toward the cave, and the Sharingan that Obito had given him began to activate. In the vision of the Sharingan, the evil chakra of the monster seemed substantial, as if the entire space inside the cave could not contain it, spilling out through the cave's passage, wiping the fine sweat from his temples. Kakashi couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Facing such a monster inside the cave, it's a certain death. Inside the cave, Hyuga Mirai, suspended in mid-air, shouted to Shizuku, "Leave the next part to me." Shizuka nodded and retracted his Susanoo. From its activation to its end, it had only been a few minutes. Yet he was already a bit out of breath, showing that awakening the Mangeki Sharingan at such a young age was not a good thing. Without the assistance of Susanoo, the struggles of the monster intensified again. The previous two failed attempts to use secret techniques not only severely crushed the monster's pride, but also unconsciously affected its confidence in itself. At this moment, it had realized that both Hyuga Mirai and Shizuku were powerful ninjas with strange ocular bloodlines, especially their eyes, which made it feel a deep sense of unease. This was something unimaginable before. In fact, since Shizuku activated Susanoo, the monster had been in a daze, as it had little understanding of the top powers in the ninja world. It never thought it would fall into such a dangerous situation, and the subsequent series of changes made it somewhat flustered. It was only at this moment that it clearly recognized that the cult it believed in, the Yellow Spring cult, was completely insignificant in the ninja world. Estimating the power of the entire ninja world based on the strength of the Yellow Spring cult was utterly misguided. As for the third Kazekage puppet flying beside Hyuga Mirai, the monster had already noticed that it was a soulless puppet. It had tried to forcibly control the third Kazekage puppet, but was resisted by the reincarnation eye chakra within the puppet's body. Two powerful ocular bloodline ninjas, whose backgrounds it did not know, along with a naturally restraining witch from the land of demons, made the monster aware that the current situation was extremely unfavorable for it. If it did not find a way to escape, it would truly be unable to avoid the fate of being sealed. Facing the monster's almost frenzied struggles, Hyuga Mirai's expression was stern. With the third Kazekage puppet as his trump card, he certainly would not hold back on chakra. So no matter how many iron spears the monster broke free from, there would be a continuous supply to pin it firmly in place. Damn it! The more iron pillars pierced its body, the more the monster let out a roar of unwillingness. With Hyuga Mirai fully pouring chakra into the reincarnation eye, the combat power of the third Kazekage puppet was nearly that of a living third Kazekage. And the third Kazekage, known as the strongest Kazekage, was one of the more capable shadows against giant monsters, so it was not difficult to temporarily suppress the monster. Time passed bit by bit. Soon, the sealing array of the witch finally began to activate. In an instant, the sealing techniques spread throughout the cave, emitted faint fluorescence, which gathered together, becoming brighter and brighter until it seemed to transform into a dazzling sun. Feeling a tremendous threat, the monster struggled even more frantically, not hesitating to tear its own body apart. Boom! In an instant, the cave shook violently, and the iron spears binding the monster shattered. Hyuga Mirai steeled his heart and made a decision. It had already come to this point. He would not give the monster a chance to turn the tables. So without hesitation, he poured almost all of his chakra into the third Kazekage puppet. The shattered sand iron transformed again into sharp iron spears, fiercely stabbing into the monster's body. Shizuku also wanted to help, but as soon as he lifted his leg, his foot buckled, and he fell to the ground. The previous Susanoo had consumed too much of his chakra. He hadn't noticed it before, but when he prepared to activate Susanoo again, he suddenly realized his body could no longer take it. At this moment, the witch finally finished chanting the lengthy spell. She slowly stood up, pointing one arm at the monster, and shouted, "Sealing technique, activate." The dazzling light slowly flew toward the monster. No, the monster struggled in terror, howling in despair. Puff! Mid-air, Hyuga Mirai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The monster's final struggle was too fierce, so much so that he exhausted all his chakra and could not suppress it. Thus, he had no choice but to activate a physical regeneration secret technique, forcibly squeezing out some chakra from the newly regenerated cells. The light finally landed on the monster's head, and with a reluctant howl, the monster's massive body deflated like a punctured balloon, rapidly wilting. Next, the witch formed several complex seals. The dazzling light immediately transformed into a screen inscribed with sealing techniques, wrapping the monster's shriveled body layer by layer like cloth. Finally, when all the light dissipated, a giant cocoon wrapped in sealing techniques slowly fell in front of Hyuga Mirai and Shizuku. Shizuku, sitting on the ground, looked delighted. Did we succeed? Suddenly a thick, muddy dark, purple chakra burst forth from a crack in the ground. This suddenly emerging evil chakra did not attack anyone in the cave, but hurriedly fled toward the cave entrance. Without a doubt, as the cocoon was being sealed by the witch, the monster's soul escaped, hiding in the rock crevices beneath the ground to avoid the witch's sealing technique, attempting to escape while everyone was slightly relaxed due to the successful sealing of its body. Chapter 44 Opportunity. Seeing the wraith attempting to escape, the priestess was immediately alarmed. Stop it! If the wraith's soul escaped, this sealing would be in vain, and endless troubles would follow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the priestess finished speaking, the sound of something slicing through the air rang out. It was Shizuku throwing shurikens at the wraith's soul. However, although these shurikens hit their target accurately, without exception, they all passed through the wraith's chakra state soul, causing no substantial damage. Shizuku's expression darkened, but there was no time to launch another attack. In just a few breaths, the fleeing wraith soul was only a dozen meters away from the tunnel's exit. At that moment, Hinata Kyō decisively activated his Rinnegan. Instantly, the wraith's soul, just a few meters from the tunnel's exit, suddenly paused, as if gripped firmly by invisible hands, making it difficult to escape even in its chakra form. If I let you escape, wouldn't my efforts be in vain? With that, Hinata Kyō intensified his Rinnegan's pull, forcefully drawing the wraith's soul closer. With Hinata Kyō's strength increasing, the range of Rinnegan's effect also expanded somewhat. Now, no object within 20 meters could escape its control. The prepared priestess quickly took out a wooden box from her scroll, and at the same time, Hinata Kyō drew the wraith's soul closer. She performed the sealing technique. No! Without the protection of its physical form, the wraith in its soul state could not resist the priestess's sealing technique at all, and with a final, unwilling roar, it was completely sealed. After sealing the wraith, the three of them slumped to the ground, collectively sighing in relief. At that moment, they were all a bit exhausted. The priestess had performed sealing techniques multiple times, especially the one that sealed the wraith's physical form, which nearly drained her of all her strength. So even though she hadn't participated in the battle, her own consumption was not small. Shizuku's situation was similarly dire. Even just activating the Sharingan was a considerable burden for him before obtaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. Not to mention he had battled fiercely with the wraith using Susanoo, so his exhaustion was far greater than it appeared. As for Hinata Kyō, he had even used the secret technique of physical regeneration, which alone had drained him of at least 2 to 3 months of lifespan. This also indicated that the wraith was indeed powerful, at least on par with a normal-tailed beast. After resting for a while, the priestess sincerely thanked Hinata, Kyō, and Shizuku. This time, it was truly thanks to both of you. If it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The priestess's gratitude was heartfelt. She initially thought that only by dying together with the wraith could this disaster be avoided. But unexpectedly, things had calmed down smoothly. As Hinata Kyō put away the third Kazekage puppet, he said, "I promised you, and I have delivered." The priestess nodded. "Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise." Shizuku then stood up and curiously asked Hinata Kyō, "Senior, what you just used is a puppet that can use magnet release?" Hinata Kyō did not hide anything and replied directly, "Yes, it's a puppet I obtained by chance. As for why it can use magnet release, that's because it was originally the third Kazekage." What? Both Shizuku and the priestess were shocked. The third Kazekage, renowned as the strongest Kazekage, had been turned into a human puppet. This was something they could not help but be astonished by. The third Kazekage was assassinated by a puppet master from Sunagakure and turned into a human puppet. I managed to snatch the third Kazekage puppet from that puppet master during a battle. It's that simple. Hinata Kyō briefly recounted how he obtained the third Kazekage puppet. Shizuku looked astonished. The third Kazekage was actually assassinated by a ninja from his own village. Hinata Kyō cautioned, "It's precisely because the assassination of the third Kazekage and his transformation into a human puppet is so sensational that I rarely use this puppet after obtaining it. This matter involves too much. It concerns the reputation of Sunagakure. You both must not spread it, or it could lead to conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha." Hinata Kyō dared to use the third Kazekage puppet because he was not worried about the priestess and Shizuku leaking the secret. The priestess was the kind of person who would dare to die with the wraith for the sake of peace in the world, and besides, she owed him a huge favor this time, so he believed she would not betray him. As for Shizuku, firstly, he trusted Shizuku's integrity, and secondly, Shizuku had leverage over him. If the secret got out, no one would have a good outcome. Even if, hypothetically, the matter of the third Kazekage puppet leaked, he could always hand over the puppet to the village. After all, it was just a trophy, and he wasn't the one who killed the third Kazekage. Hearing Hinata Kyō say the matter was so serious that it could even affect the two major ninja villages of Konoha and Sunagakure, the priestess and Shizuku quickly assured, "We will never leak it." Hinata Kyō changed the subject and asked Shizuku, "I've heard that above the 3 Tomo, the Sharingan has another form, which is the Mangeki Sharingan you just mentioned, right?" Shizuka did not shy away and smiled. "Yes, what I just used is a unique ocular technique of the Mangeki Sharingan called Tsu. Exchanging secrets is the fastest way to open each other's hearts." After the priestess, Hinata Kyō, and Shizuku exchanged secrets, their relationship suddenly became much warmer. After temporarily reinforcing the seal on the wooden box, the priestess said, "I plan to choose a suitable place within the land of demons to seal the wraith's soul, so that its body and soul are separated by thousands of miles, making it much less likely to escape. Compared to sealing the wraith's body, sealing its soul was much weaker, so the priestess had to choose another suitable location, rearranging a sealing formation to seal the wooden box within it for safety. Naturally, Hinata Kyō and Shizuku had no objections to the priestess's arrangements. In fact, at this moment, Hinata Kyō's thoughts were no longer on the wraith. He had already begun to ponder how to approach the priestess to learn her sealing techniques. From the sealing of the wraith, Hinata Kyō had confirmed the strength of the sealing techniques of the priestess's lineage. In his view, even though the priestess inherently restrained the wraith, the sealing techniques she exhibited far surpassed those of the vast majority of ninjas in the village. If he missed this opportunity to learn sealing techniques, his plan to create artificial tailed beasts might remain a distant dream. Chapter 45. One's own eyes after helping each other out of the cave. The first figure that came into Hinata Kagame's view under the sunlight was that of Kai. Clearly, Kai was faithfully carrying out Hinata Kagame's instructions, guarding the cave entrance the entire time and not allowing the ninjas from Sunagakure and Iwagakure to enter the cave freely. Seeing that the 3 people inside the cave had emerged safely, Kai revealed his signature smile and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Kagami, I knew you would succeed." Not far away, Kakashi said nothing, still appearing indifferent and relaxed, but from the rise and fall of his chest, Hinata Kagame could keenly sense that he seemed to have let out a long sigh of relief beneath his mask. The Sand Village's Yakura did not approach, but stood in place, carefully observing Hinata Kagami and Shursui. The commotion inside the cave was felt by the ninjas outside, so anyone could guess how intense the battle inside had been. The fact that the relatively young Hinata Kagami and Shursui had managed to come out alive made her regard them with a bit more respect. On the other side, the ninjas from Iwagakure looked at Hinata Kagami and Shursui with noticeably unfriendly expressions. Their captain even wore a thoughtful look, as if contemplating some important issue, making him appear somewhat distracted. Sensing the hostility from Iwagakure, Hinata Kagami immediately understood. With the chaos of the world caused by the malevolent spirit being completely sealed, the cooperative relationships among the ninja villages had also come to an end, replaced by the usual hostility and competition. At this time, the priestess holding the wooden box bowed to the group of ninjas outside the cave, thanking them for their help. Without mentioning anything else, just looking at the shattered puppet soldiers scattered outside the cave, it was clear that the ninjas guarding the entrance had not had an easy time, especially since these puppet soldiers were practically immortal until the malevolent spirit was completely sealed. After exchanging polite remarks, the group of ninjas escorted the priestess back to the land of demons, and then the ninjas from Sunagakure and Iwagakure took their leave one after another. Because the private transaction between Hinata Kagami and the priestess had not yet been completed, the Konoha Umbu Team 11 remained temporarily in the land of demons under the pretext of being commissioned by the priestess to eliminate the remnants of the Yellow Springs cult. Of course, the task of eliminating the remnants of the Yellow Springs cult was assigned by Hinata Kagami to Kakashi, Kai, and Shursui, while he himself recuperated in the priestess's palace, waiting for her to gather the purple clay for him. In his spare time, Hinata Kagami reflected on the battle with the malevolent spirit. This battle was the first time he had exhausted all his chakra since acquiring the reincarnation eye, and as a result, it exposed many of his issues and brought him some unexpected gains. The adverse effects of exhausting chakra were more severe than he had anticipated. In the following days, he could hardly muster any strength, and his spirit felt incredibly oppressed, as if a dark cloud loomed over him, refusing to dissipate no matter what. Fortunately, the pair of reincarnation eyes in his eye sockets were his own, perfectly attuned to his soul and body, making the burden much lighter. Had these reincarnation eyes been transplanted from someone else, he feared he would have already suffered a merciless backlash from them, and even if he miraculously survived, his body would likely be left with little vitality. In the vague memories of his previous life, after Otsutsuki Kinshiki was defeated by Naruto, his transplanted reincarnation eyes, obtained from Hanabi's Byakugan, also disappeared when his chakra was exhausted. This shows that even beings like Otsutsuki Kinshiki, capable of flying and cutting the moon, cannot maintain the reincarnation eye's level of bloodline after exhausting their chakra. The weak do not even have the qualification to possess the reincarnation eye. Thus, this again confirmed Hinata Kagami's earlier speculation. His reincarnation eyes seemed to have a certain spirit, instinctively suppressing themselves to maintain a state of initial awakening in order to avoid causing irreversible harm to Hinata Kagami's still weak body. How good it is to have one's own eyes. After realizing this, Hinata Kagami couldn't help but sigh. The power of the reincarnation eye exhibited by its original owner, Madara, and by Nagato was indeed different. Moreover, Madara could even perform the limbo, border gel technique, which Nagato had never used, indicating that Madara was more capable of utilizing the power of the reincarnation eye than Nagato, and the cost incurred was far less. This incident also served as a reminder for Hinata Kagami, making him wary of recklessly exhausting all his chakra in the future, and it further fueled his desire for artificial-tailed beasts. Time was of the essence, and Hinata Kagami could no longer hold back his request to the priestess to learn sealing techniques. However, the outcome greatly disappointed him. The priestess clearly told him that without the priestess bloodline, it was impossible to learn the sealing techniques of her lineage, a fact that had been verified by countless predecessors. In simple terms, the sealing techniques of the priestess lineage were also a type of bloodline limit. This was also why, for thousands of years, the priestesses of the land of demons have been passed down in a single line, with no outsiders allowed to interfere. Suppressing his disappointment, Hinata Kagami had to settle for second best. Although the priestess could not impart to him the powerful sealing techniques of her lineage as a master of sealing techniques, it was still no problem for her to guide Hinata Kagami in learning other sealing techniques. Changing his approach, Hinata Kagami immediately extracted all the sealing techniques related to artificial-tailed beasts from the data and handed them to the priestess, requesting her guidance in learning these sealing techniques. Upon seeing these sealing techniques, the priestess displayed great interest. The sealing techniques in the data on artificial tailed beasts were all from the Uzumaki clan, known for developing powerful forbidden techniques such as Shiki F Jin, Shish F In, and Kong F In. Therefore, even the priestess, who had a high mastery of sealing techniques, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon seeing the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. After a few days of study, relying on her own expertise in sealing techniques, the priestess quickly became familiar with the characteristics of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques and mastered all the sealing techniques involved in the artificial tailed beasts. These sealing techniques were simply exquisite. The Uzumaki clan was truly admirable. The priestess's feelings were heartfelt. The characteristic of the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques is using the weak to control the strong, where a frail human body can suppress and control massive monsters like tailed beasts through sealing techniques. Thus, since the founding of Konoha, all the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails have been from the Uzumaki clan. In this regard, the priestess felt herself lacking. Therefore, after learning many sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, the priestess felt she had gained a significant advantage and wholeheartedly began to guide Hinata Kagami. Chapter 46. Ambush. Under the careful guidance of the priestess, Hyuga Kagami learned quickly. Firstly, the materials on the artificial tailed beasts had already introduced the principles and functions of these sealing techniques in great detail. Secondly, after obtaining the Rinnegan, his comprehension ability had indeed improved significantly. After more than 10 days of study, he finally mastered all the sealing techniques in the artificial tailed beast materials. Once the guidance was completed, the priestess raised her doubts. These sealing techniques should be aimed at tailed beasts, right? Knowing he couldn't hide it from the priestess, Hyuga Kagami nodded directly and then asked in return, "Your Highness, do you think such sealing techniques can suppress a tailed beast?" The priestess pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I can't judge that either, but the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are very exquisite, surpassing mine in many aspects, so might be feasible." Hyuga Kagami frowned slightly. "Your Highness has sealed the Morio, so you should have a strong judgment in this area, right?" Seeing his confusion, the priestess smiled and explained, "You've misunderstood. The reason I could seal the Morio is simply that my sealing techniques restrain it. If I were to seal a tailed beast, the outcome would be hard to predict. As two sides of the same coin, the relationship between the priestess and the Morio was one of mutual restraint, so their encounters couldn't serve as a basis for judging tailed beasts, even though the Morio had indeed reached the level of a tailed beast. Understanding this, Hyuga Kagami's frown did not relax. On the contrary, it deepened. Previously, he had always used the Morio as a reference, and seeing the priestess easily seal it, he had somewhat underestimated the tailed beasts. But now, having learned the underlying secrets of the priestess's sealing of the Morio, he finally understood that the village's abandonment of the artificial tailed beast project was most likely due to the instability of the sealing techniques in the materials. An artificial tailed beast must be stable. Otherwise, it would not be a weapon against enemies, but a ticking time bomb for oneself. After pondering for a moment, Hyuga Kagami tentatively asked, "Your Highness, have you ever seen a tailed beast?" The priestess shook her head. "I personally estimate that the Morio is at least at the level of a one-tail, or even higher." After a pause, Hyuga Kagami continued to ask, "If we set aside the restraining element and focus solely on the sealing techniques, do you think the techniques I handed to you can seal the Morio?" The priestess assessed for a moment and replied, "If the Morio is in a weakened state, there's a certain degree of confidence." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kagami's expression darkened. The priestess thought for a moment and said, "If your Konoha needs to seal a tailed beast, I might be able to help." "How so?" The priestess explained. "The sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan focus on internal sealing, while I specialize in external sealing. Having already mastered a considerable amount of sealing technique knowledge, Hyuga Kagami quickly understood. The Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques emphasize practicality. They often seal from the inside out, while simultaneously gaining the power of the sealed object. The best examples are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, from the first Hokage's wife, Uzumaki Mito, to Uzumaki Kushina, and now to Uzumaki Naruto. All Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails since the founding of Konoha have come from the Uzumaki clan, precisely because their physique and sealing techniques are most suitable for being Jinchuriki. The sealing techniques of the priestess from the land of demons, on the other hand, are much more traditional. Their seals are equivalent to isolation and suppression. While they're not as exquisite as those of the Uzumaki clan, they are significantly more stable. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kagami suddenly had a new idea, a double-layered sealing technique. The first step would be to create the shell using the method in the materials with purple clay. and then combine it with the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan to produce an unstable artificial tailed beast. The second step would be to use the priestess's sealing techniques to seal the entire artificial tailed beast in a portable artifact. This way, the risk of the artificial tailed beast going berserk would be greatly reduced, and in daily life, there would be no need to be constantly on edge. During battles, if something seemed off, they could use the outer sealing to suppress the artificial tailed beast within the artifact, preventing it from going berserk. A few days later, Kakashi and the others, who had gone out to exterminate the Azure cult, returned to the priestess's palace one after another. This cleanup operation did not go smoothly. Perhaps due to the sealing of the Morio, the Azure cultists in the land of demons had almost vanished overnight. Kakashi and the others exerted a lot of effort, but they only managed to eliminate some peripheral cultists, while the injured leader of the Azure cult remained missing. The priestess did not pay much attention to this. Without the support of the Morio, the Azure cult was no different from a typical group of wandering ninjas. As long as they exposed themselves, the land of demons could easily hire ninjas from the 5 great ninja villages to deal with them. Kakashi was somewhat troubled by this, but he also knew that his Team 11 couldn't stay in the land of demons for long. So after apologizing to the priestess, he took his leave. At this time, Hyuga Kagami also received the purple clay that the priestess promised to give him. Over these days, the priestess had mobilized the resources of the land of demons to collect nearly a ton of purple clay. Although it cost a lot of money, the priestess had no complaints. After all, compared to the life-saving grace, this money was nothing. Moreover, with Hyuga Kagami and Shursui repeatedly assuring her that they would not disclose the fact that the Morio and the priestess were 2 sides of the same coin, thus preserving her reputation in the world, the priestess was even less concerned about these small details. After bidding farewell to the priestess, the 4 members of Team 11 finally set out on their way back. On the return journey, the increasingly familiar 4 chatted casually, and this mission not only broadened their horizons, but also increased their trust in each other. Even the indifferent Kakashi occasionally chimed in, seemingly integrating into the group. As the group walked and stopped, they quickly left the land of demons and entered the borders of the land of bears. There was a star ninja village in the land of bears, but it was not very strong. So many wandering ninjas were entrenched in the land of bears. It was even rumored that some wandering ninjas were deliberately supported by the neighboring land of Earth's Iwagakure, with the aim of quietly infiltrating the land of bears and plundering its resources through these inconspicuous wandering ninjas. Walking through a dense forest in the land of bears, Hyuga Kagami, who was at the front of the team, suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Kiba asked anxiously. Hyuga Kagami's face darkened. "It seems like someone has deliberately set up a trap here." Kakashi sniffed and immediately became alert. His nose was keen, allowing him to detect scents that others overlooked. During the Third Great Ninja War, he had often sensed enemies early because of this. Boom! 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 Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted around them, and the flames engulfed the 4 members of Team 11 in an instant. Chapter 47. Chaos in the Forest. As the 4 members of Team 11 were engulfed in flames, Kakashi performed a water release technique. Water release. Water barrier. The surging water wall collided with the explosive flames, creating a vast amount of steam. In an instant, the area was filled with mist. Feeling the slight tremor beneath his feet, Hyuga Kagami warned, "Everyone, be careful." Before the words left his mouth, numerous sharp earth spikes erupted from the ground, shooting towards the 4. Thanks to Kagami's warning, they each jumped away, leaping onto the trunks of nearby trees, narrowly avoiding this silent attack of earth spikes. "Where's the enemy?" Guy looked around anxiously. Boom! 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 In response to Guy's question, another round of violent explosions erupted. The shockwave from the explosions forced the 4 members of Team 11 to scatter once again, increasing the distance between them. The mist surrounding them was not too much of a hindrance for Hyuga Kagami, who possessed the Byakugan, but the continuous explosions forced him to dodge back and forth in the forest. As he noticed he was moving further away from his companions, Kagami began to guess the attacker's intentions. Sure enough, not long after, a figure appeared in front of him. Kagami frowned slightly. "It's you?" Standing in front of Hyuga Kagami was none other than the captain of the Iwagakure decapitation unit, who had previously collaborated with Kagami and the others to fight the monsters in the land of demons. Kagami had considered causing trouble for these Iwagakure ninjas, but he had more important matters to attend to. To avoid complications, he had suppressed his urge for revenge. Unexpectedly, instead of him seeking them out, they had come to find him. The captain of the Iwagakure decapitation unit smiled and said, "Surprised?" Kagami asked, "I'm a bit curious. How did you find out our whereabouts? From a series of ambushes, it was clear that the Iwagakure ninjas had known Team 11's route in advance. Otherwise, they couldn't have arranged such a perfect ambush. However, Team 11 had been cautious all along, and with Kagami occasionally using his Byakugan to scout the surroundings, he was sure that no one had followed them. Just then, a small head popped out from the collar of the Iwagakure captain. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a seemingly ordinary squirrel. A squirrel? Shaking his head, Kagami thought to himself, "No, this isn't an ordinary squirrel. It's a ninja beast." Ninja beasts come in various forms, and any animal that can use chakra can be considered a ninja beast. The seemingly ordinary squirrel before him was no exception. Its name was Bairu, and it could track any familiar scent within a dozen miles. After a chuckle, the Iwagakure captain continued, "I know you are from the Hyuga clan, so I wouldn't personally follow you." Kagami was slightly surprised. "You remember me?" From the captain's tone, Kagami realized that the captain had recognized him long ago. Clearly, in that battle where Kagami had nearly perished, not only had Kagami remembered him, but the captain also remembered the luckily surviving Kagami. The captain of the Iwagakure decapitation unit put away his smile and said solemnly, "A year ago, you were just an ordinary kid. I didn't expect you to grow to this extent. The geniuses of Konoha are truly enviable." Kagami replied coldly, "It seems you regret it a bit." The captain of the Iwagakure decapitation unit gritted his teeth and said resentfully, "Yes, I really regret not killing you back then, so I must personally rectify this mistake. I will not allow Konoha to have a second Golden Flash. I must be responsible for my village." At less than 15 years old, Kagami was already capable of participating in battles at the tailed beast level. It was easy to imagine that if Kagami continued to grow, he would inevitably become another Golden Flash, which Iwagakure could never tolerate. Iwagakure had never forgotten the humiliation brought by the Golden Flash. Boom! In the distance, the sound of explosions could be heard. Undoubtedly, the other members of Team 11 were also encountering enemies and had each fallen into their own battles. Seeing Kagami distracted, the captain of the Iwagakure decapitation unit said, "No need to worry about the others. You kids will soon reunite in the underworld. Remember, my name is Iwamoto, the one who will kill you." After saying that, Iwamoto joined his palms together, earth release, underground submersion technique. Seeing Iwamoto sink underground, Kagami worried about an attack from below, so he leaped onto a large tree and activated his Byakugan to observe carefully. However, whether it was because Iwamoto had dived too deep, he found nothing. At that moment, a rushing sound of water echoed nearby. Kagami turned to look, and a massive torrent of water surged towards him like a breached dam. Is this the water release waterfall technique? Although this waterfall technique posed little threat to Kagami, who was in the tree, he did not dare to let his guard down. After all, the opponent was a renowned elite jonin from Iwagakure, and he would not waste chakra for no reason on the battlefield. After the waterfall technique crashed down, the ground around him became muddy. The wet ground instinctively made Kagami feel something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was, as he knew little about earth release. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, many mud pellets the size of thumbs shot up from the muddy ground, whistling like bullets as they sped towards Kagami in the tree. Facing the densely packed mud pellets shooting at him, Kagami did not hesitate for a moment and immediately used the heavenly spin. The heavenly spin protected Kagami, but could not protect the large tree beneath him. In the blink of an eye, this towering tree, which 3 or 4 people couldn't hug, was pierced by countless holes from the mud pellets and crashed down amid flying wood chips. Kagami sprang off his feet, preparing to jump to another nearby tree. But at that moment, several mudwater whips swiftly swept over, wrapping around his legs and pulling him harshly towards the ground. Bang! With a muffled thud, Kagami fell from the air to the ground. Cough, cough. Kagami curled up, coughing out a mouthful of blood. This fall left him dazed, his head spinning, and breathing became somewhat difficult, as if a rib in his chest had broken. At that moment, Iwamoto emerged from underground, revealing half of his body, smiling. "Looks like I overestimated you. Your Byakugan isn't as strong as I imagined." At this, a pained expression suddenly appeared on Kagami's face, revealing a half-smile. Seeing this, Iwamoto felt a sense of foreboding, but when he prepared to sink back underground, an inexplicable massive suction force pulled him out of the ground. Chapter 48. Fierce Battle and Fear. Yamamoto involuntarily flew towards Hinata Kagami. The fallen Hinata Kagami struggled to prop himself up and exerted the 8 trigrams palm with great effort. Bang, bang, bang. Accompanied by a series of palm strikes, Yamamoto was sent flying by Hinata Kagami's soft fists and crashed into the nearby mud. Cough cough. After finishing a set of soft punches, Hinata Kagami coughed up a mouthful of blood, although he had deliberately allowed himself to be hit to draw Yamamoto out. The injuries on his body were real. In fact, he hadn't anticipated how powerful Yamamoto's mud whip was. The sudden impact from the air had directly injured his lungs. And even now, he felt his blood surging and his head spinning. After catching his breath for a moment, Hinata Kagami said calmly, "Stop pretending. I know you're not unconscious." Upon hearing this, Yamamoto stopped feigning and directly flipped up from the mud, asking with uncertainty, "Kid, what was that technique you just used?" Hinata Kagami spat lightly, "Humph, why should I tell you?" "No worries, I'll make you say it later." With that, Yamamoto slowly drew a short knife from his waist. As an elite jonin of the rock-hidden village, Yamamoto had secretly used earth-release ninjutsu to harden parts of his body while being controlled by the Wheel of Rebirth. Therefore, although Hinata Kagami's soft fists had sealed some of his chakra pathways, they hadn't caused any real damage to his body. Sealing his chakra pathways meant that ninjutsu couldn't be used, but as an elite jonin, even without chakra, Yamamoto was still an exceptional martial artist and swordsman. Seeing Hinata Kagami injured, he felt he had a significant advantage and that the situation was still under his control. At this moment, Hinata Kagami wasted no time and calmly took out a scroll marked with 3, summoning the third Kazekage puppet in front of Yamamoto. "What is this?" Looking at the iron sand cloud floating beside the third Kazekage puppet, Yamamoto was stunned. As a ninja who had experienced 2 great ninja wars, Yamamoto's knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary ninjas, so with just a quick glance, he recognized this as the unique bloodline limit magnet release of the sand-hidden village. Exposing the third Kazekage puppet in such an environment was undoubtedly a risky move, so Hinata Kagami immediately urged the puppet to attack without further ado. Magnet release. Iron sand rain. In an instant, the sky was filled with iron sand, transforming into sharp sunbon that shot towards Yamamoto like raindrops. Clang, clang, clang. The short knife in Yamamoto's hand danced out beautiful arcs of light, and with a piercing sound of metal clashing, he managed to block the vast majority of the iron sand sunbon. Seeing this, Hinata Kagami furrowed his brow. He had thought that sealing Yamamoto's chakra would allow him to quickly end the battle, but he didn't expect Yamamoto's swordsmanship to be so exquisite. However, relying solely on a short knife clearly wouldn't be enough to block the endless iron sand sunbon. So moments later, Yamamoto's limbs and torso were pierced with iron sand sunbon. Grinding his teeth, Yamamoto shouted, "Secret technique, blood explosion technique." The blood explosion technique was Yamamoto's unique secret skill. After using it, the amount of chakra in his body would surge, allowing him to break free from most genjutsu, restraints, and sealing techniques. As the secret technique activated, Yamamoto's face turned incredibly red, as if he were drunk. Sensing the danger instinctively, Hinata Kagami quickly flew back. At this moment, in Hinata Kagami's vision with the Byakugan, the chakra inside Yamamoto looked like a burning flame, surging and violent. This feeling seemed familiar to Hinata Kagami, reminiscent of Guy in the 8 Gates release state. However, while Guy's chakra was still traceable after opening the 8 Gates, Yamamoto's chakra was completely chaotic and violent, as if it could completely consume him at any moment. Undoubtedly, this was a secret technique with significant side effects, but such techniques often possessed immense power and could be a decisive weapon to change the course of battle. In just a few breaths, the chakra pathways sealed by Hinata Kagami were broken through by Yamamoto himself. Then he quickly formed hand seals, and his hands transformed into multiple afterimages. Earth release, mud dragon bomb. Earth release, earth spear piercing. Earth release, mud whip wrap. With a chilling low shout filled with killing intent, 3 large earth release ninjutsu almost simultaneously activated. In an instant, the whistling mud bullets, silent earth spears, and crackling mud whips attacked Hinata Kagami and the third Kazekage puppet from all directions. Faced with such a comprehensive attack, even with the Byakugan, Hinata Kagami didn't have full confidence to dodge completely, especially since he was still injured, so he had no choice but to choose defense. Magnet release, iron sand defense. The sky of iron sand immediately transformed into an iron sand sphere, protecting Hinata Kagami and the third Kazekage puppet inside. Boom, boom, boom. Countless mud bullets, earth spears, and mud whips struck the iron sand sphere one after another, creating deafening sounds. Inside the iron sand sphere, Hinata Kagami crouched on the ground, calmly considering his countermeasures. Explosive secret techniques couldn't last long, so logically, As long as he dragged this out, the scales of victory would definitely tip in Hinata Kagame's favor. However, considering that this ambush was meticulously arranged by the rock-hidden village, the enemy might not just be the four-man decapitation squad he had encountered in the Land of Demons. If there were other rock-hidden ninjas involved, it would be hard to say whether dragging it out would be beneficial or detrimental. After weighing his options, Hinata Kagami decided to take some risks and aim for a quick resolution. After all, the third Kazekage puppet was too sensitive. If it were discovered by rock-hidden ninjas, it would be a huge problem. Having made up his mind, he immediately urged the third Kazekage puppet to unleash its strongest technique. Magnet Release, Sand Iron Domain. The sand iron protecting Hinata Kagami inside the sand iron sphere was suddenly drawn out significantly, transforming into sharp iron spears that constantly branched out and stabbed toward Yamamoto. Seeing countless iron spears coming at him, Yamamoto's already fierce face became even more frenzied. He completely abandoned defense and launched a full-force earth release, seemingly determined to take Hinata Kagami down with him. Hinata Kagami found it difficult to determine the enemy's true intentions at this point, but having come this far, he had no time to consider other plans. A battle of life and death allowed no room for hesitation. Almost simultaneously, both sides' attacks struck each other. Yamamoto's entire right shoulder was pierced by an iron spear, and his limbs were also struck by branching iron spears, leaving him impaled like a skewer, blood dripping down the iron spear and staining a large area of the mud pit. On Hinata Kagami's side, because he had drawn too much sand iron out while using the sand iron domain, the defensive sand iron sphere revealed a half-open gap. Though it blocked most of the mud bullets and mud whips, he accidentally got pierced in the right leg by an earth spear that found the opening. Chapter 49. The heart of the strong pinned by an iron spear, Yin Madwa coughed up blood and weakly said, My premonition was not wrong. You really are a threat. Hinata Kyō, one hand covering the wound on his right leg and the other propping himself up, stared intently at Yin Madwa. From the chakra response within Yin Madwa's body, he still had a strong vitality, so the weakness he displayed was likely just a facade. Hinata Kyō would not underestimate any elite jonin who had experienced war, so he did not act rashly. Yin Madwa continued weakly, What a cautious guy. Aren't you going to come over and give me a quick end? Doubts arose in Hinata Kyō's mind. Is he trying to lure me closer? Before Hinata Kyō could think further, suddenly, Yin Madwa broke free from the iron spear, as if he had not been injured at all, and swiftly turned to escape deep into the forest. He wants to escape? Hinata Kyō was taken aback for a moment, then thought to himself, I cannot let him get away. The secret of the third Kazekage's puppet must not be leaked, so almost instinctively, Hinata Kyō extended his arms towards Yin Madwa and activated the rotation of the wheel with all his strength. Under the immense suction force, Yin Madwa was drawn towards Hinata Kyō without much struggle. Ignoring his injuries, Hinata Kyō unleashed a series of Bagua palm strikes, each aimed directly at vital points. Determined to completely eliminate this formidable enemy, Yin Madwa. Bang, bang, bang. The muffled sounds of palm strikes hitting flesh echoed through the forest. From the sensation of the strikes, Hinata Kyō could tell that this time, Yin Madwa had not had time to use the earth release, hardening technique. So even if this set of Bagua palms did not shatter Yin Madwa's heart veins, it would definitely have injured his internal organs. As expected, after being struck, Yin Madwa's body crumpled like a lump of mud, slowly falling at Hinata Kyō's feet. Just as Hinata Kyō let out a sigh of relief, Yin Madwa suddenly leaped up, grabbing Hinata Kyō and rasping, Konoha's young genius, come with me to the underworld. Hiss! With the sound of a hissing ignition, Hinata Kyō realized that Yin Madwa had actually modified his body, implanting many explosive tags beneath his skin, using the flow of chakra within him to confuse the chakra on the explosive tags, evading Hinata Kyō's detection. Looking at Yin Madwa, who remained calm even in death, Hinata Kyō suddenly understood. From the beginning, Yin Madwa had no intention of escaping. His act of pretending to flee was actually to get closer to Hinata Kyō to deliver this final blow. Boom, boom, boom. The storm raised by the explosion swept through large areas of the forest, leveling everything around, smoke billowing and the ground trembling. In the distance, after resolving the last enemy with a Genjutsu, Shirzue stepped forward to deliver a final blow, ending the opponent's life. By this time, 9 corpses lay sprawled around him. Among these corpses, one was a member of the Hokage decapitation unit, while the other 8 were dressed as wandering ninjas. seemingly part of the group of wandering ninjas from the land of bears secretly supported by a Hokage. Just as Shirzue sheathed his short blade, preparing to look for his other comrades in Team 11, a sudden series of earth-shaking explosions erupted in the distance, causing him to stagger. What happened? Startled, he hurried towards the direction of the explosion. On the other side, Kakashi withdrew his right hand from the opponent's heart, then casually flicked the sticky blood off his hand onto the ground. Breathing heavily, he looked towards the direction of the explosion. With his experience, he could naturally deduce that an explosion of this magnitude could not be caused by ordinary ninjutsu or explosive tags, and his expression darkened. The recent fierce battle had exhausted his chakra. Although he had taken down all 9 enemies, he was nearly out of combat strength. Yet he did not hesitate and limped towards the direction of the explosion. At the final battlefield, Guy covered his injured left arm, looking grave. Surrounded, he worried not only about the battle before him, but also about the other members of Team 11. He thought to himself, if the enemy sent 9 ninjas to surround him, then there were likely even more attacking his comrades. Suddenly, a violent explosion sounded, drawing the attention of everyone in the battle. Guy felt a sinking sensation in his heart, sensing something bad. The leader of the Hokage decapitation unit changed color dramatically, directly abandoning the injured Guy and leading 8 wandering ninjas to rush towards the source of the explosion. Guy was momentarily stunned, then followed after them. At the center of the explosion, as the dust settled, Hinata Kyō's figure slowly emerged. He glanced around with a calm expression and let out a light sigh. In that final moment, Hinata Kyō had decisively used the rotation of the wheel to push Yen Madwa away, but the explosion was too powerful. The rotation of the wheel could not repel all the shockwaves and flames, so he still sustained significant injuries, with multiple fractures and burns, looking quite disheveled. Yen Madwa, however, was no more, with only a shattered Hokage forehead protector remaining on the ground. Hinata Kyō limped over, picked up Yen Madwa's forehead protector, and placed it in his ninja tool pouch. He had won this life-and-death battle. A year ago, he was merely a small fry who could be easily eliminated by Yen Madwa, who even hesitated to waste chakra on him for jutsu. Yet 1 year later, Yen Madwa was dead, defeated by this small fry's hands. For a moment, Hinata Kyō felt a bit dazed, filled with emotions. This battle was also his first direct confrontation with an elite jonin. Although he still relied on a sneak attack with the rotation of the wheel to gain the upper hand, his overall performance in the fight was commendable. Of course, aside from being tricked by Yen Madwa at the end. After putting away the 3rd Kazekage's puppet, Hinata Kyō sat cross-legged on the ground, bandaging his wounds. His expression calm, as if he were merely tying his shoelaces. At that moment, a group of 9 ninjas hurriedly appeared before him. Leading them was a member of the Hokage decapitation unit, while the other 8 were dressed as wandering ninjas. The Hokage decapitation unit member scanned the battlefield and then angrily shouted at Hinata Kyō, "Damn, where is our captain?" After bandaging his wounds, Hinata Kyō slowly stood up and said, "Haven't you already seen the outcome? Why act so surprised? This is impossible. How could our captain lose? The reason he lost is simply that he encountered me." With that, Hinata Kyō charged towards them without hesitation. In his battle with Yen Madwa, Hinata Kyō gained a lot, but his greatest gain was the fearless heart of the strong. Chapter 50, Secrets in Silence in a Cave in the Land of Birds. The 4 members of Team 11 sat around a campfire, eating and chatting. It had been 3 whole days since their ambush in the forest of the Land of Bears. Everyone in the team, except for Shizuka, was injured, so Kakashi decided to take a break in the Land of Birds. As for the final battle in the forest, it was Shizuka and Guy who arrived just in time to assist Hinata Kagami in eliminating all the enemies. After the battle, the 4 of them gathered and realized that, in addition to the 4-man assassination squad from Hokage, there were also 24 rogue ninjas from the Land of Bears involved in the ambush against them. Among them, the leader of the Hokage assassination team, Iwamoto, took the initiative to approach Hinata Kagami, while the other 3 members of the assassination team each led 8 rogue ninjas from the Land of Bears to target the remaining 3 members of Team 11. Iwamoto was an elite jonin, and there was no doubt about that. The other 3 members of the assassination team were also at the jonin level, plus the 24 rogue ninjas who were close to the chunin level. When gathered together, they formed a considerable force. Moreover, the battle had erupted under ambush conditions, so it was quite an impressive achievement for Team 11 to completely annihilate the enemy without suffering any casualties themselves. Among them, Shizuka had the easiest time. With the support of his Manjikyu Sharingan, The ordinary Jinjutsu he cast was extremely powerful. Even a Jonin could fall victim if they weren't careful. The member of the assassination team sent to deal with Shizuka was caught in his Jinjutsu and didn't even have time to use his own ninjutsu before being confused and killed. Without the command of their leading Jonin, the remaining 8 rogue ninjas were easily dispatched by Shizuka, leaving the other 3 members of Team 11 feeling quite frustrated by the ease of it all. Kakashi's performance was slightly inferior to Shizuka's, because his body had to bear Sharingan that didn't belong to him. The otherwise talented Kakashi didn't have a significant advantage in terms of chakra compared to his peers. Coupled with the high chakra consumption of the A-rank technique Chidori, it was inevitable that he would feel exhausted after a fierce battle. Guy's performance was relatively normal. After all, he hadn't fully developed yet, and without using the 8 gates, he couldn't reach true Jonin standards. Given that he was attacked by a Jonin and 8 rogue ninjas close to the Chunin level, it was already impressive that he managed to survive. Hinata Kyō felt that his performance was neither good nor bad. Mainly, during the final confrontation, he had been completely deceived by Iwamoto, which put him in a dangerous situation, especially with Iwamoto's self-detonation at the end, which still terrified him. Kakashi shook his head and remarked, "In the entire village, not many people have such a record as yours." Hinata Kyō asked curiously, "Is Iwamoto that famous?" "Of course." Kakashi nodded and continued, "As far as I know, Iwagakure has a total of 7 assassination squads. One of them was attacked by over 100 of our ninjas in the Land of Grass. And in the end, both sides nearly perished." Guy looked surprised. "We had over 100 people attacking therefore, and we still almost ended up in a mutual destruction?" Kakashi replied seriously, "Yes, that battle was extremely fierce. Although we defeated them, it seems that only 6 or 7 of us survived in the end." Shizuka said gloomily, "Several of our elite Uchiha Jonin were killed by the Iwagakure assassination team." Guy was a bit confused, "So we did something quite remarkable, right? By the way, counting the one we took out, Iwagakure's assassination team is left with only 5, right?" Kakashi shook his head. "No, only 3 remain. 2 were wiped out by the 4th Hokage." Hinata Kyō muttered in disbelief. No wonder Iwamoto holds such a grudge against the 4th. During their confrontation, Iwamoto had mentioned the 4th Hokage multiple times, and only now did Hinata Kyō understand where Iwamoto's resentment towards the 4th came from. Among the 3 lost assassination teams, aside from the one that was attacked in the Land of Grass, the other 2 were killed by the 4th Hokage alone. Anyone in that situation would harbor deep hatred for the 4th. Kakashi then said with concern, "I'm worried that Iwagakure will take this opportunity to make a move." After finishing their meal, Hinata Kyō leaned against the side and replied, "What is there to worry about? We were acting in self-defense. We can't just let them slaughter us." Guy tilted his head. "By the way, why did they attack us in the first place?" Kakashi and Shizuka both looked at Hinata Kyō. Hinata shrugged. "Don't look at me. I'm not very clear on that either. Iwamoto might have some special ability that vaguely sensed something, which made him intent on eliminating Hinata Kyō to prevent him from becoming the second golden flash of Konoha. But such matters were not something Hinata Kyō could openly share. If word got out, it would not only attract Iwagakure's scrutiny and hostility, but also easily provoke unwarranted suspicion from the higher-ups in the village. After all, just over a month ago, Hinata Kyō had been promoted from a wartime Chunin to a special Jonin, and his rapid increase in strength had already drawn a lot of attention. If it were to be known that even the leader of the Iwagakure assassination team was highly wary of him and wanted to kill him quickly, it would be difficult to conceal the secret of his rebirth. Even now, after realizing the weight of the assassination team's presence in Iwagakure, Hinata Kyō felt a bit of a headache. He didn't know how to explain to the village that he had killed Iwamoto, as it was illogical for a newly promoted special Jonin to be able to defeat an elite Jonin like the leader of the assassination team. After everyone finished their food, Shizuka volunteered, "I'll take the night watch tonight." Hinata naturally had no objections, as he was the most heavily injured among the team. Guy smiled. "How about you take the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half." After resting for a few more days in the Land of Birds, Team 11 set off for home again. This time, they had a smooth journey and encountered no trouble on the way, safely returning to the village. Since they were directly under the Hokage's umbu, upon returning to the village, Team 11 went straight to the Hokage's office to report the details of their mission in the Land of Ghosts to the 3rd Hokage. Upon hearing that the demon, the Wraith, possessed power comparable to a tailed beast, the 3rd Hokage was quite surprised. When he learned that Team 11 had been ambushed by an Iwagakure assassination team in the Land of Bears, he fell into silence. After pondering for a long time, The third Hokage classified this mission of Team 11 in the Land of Ghosts as confidential and stored it in a classified file that only the Hokage could access. At the same time, a gag order was issued to all members of Team 11. Any information regarding the demon Wraith and the ambush in the Land of Bears was to be kept secret and not disclosed to anyone. Chapter 51. Chakra Source. After leaving the Hokage's office, the 4 members of Team 11 went home. This S-rank mission took nearly 2 months, and after a series of intense battles, everyone was exhausted. Therefore, the 3rd Hokage granted Team 11 a full 2-week break. Back home, Hyuga Kagami lay on his bed, carefully recalling the 3rd Hokage's reaction. From the 3rd's behavior, he could roughly infer that the mission in the Land of Demons was indeed just a coincidence, with no ulterior motives involved. It seems I was overthinking it. If the 3rd really suspected me of colluding with Orochimaru, he could have simply apprehended me directly instead of going through all these twists and turns. Calming his mind, Hyuga Kagami began to tally the gains from the mission in the Land of Demons. The acquisition of a large amount of purple clay, along with mastering all the sealing techniques from the artificial tailed beast data, was undoubtedly his biggest gain from this trip. Additionally, the friendship with the priestess of the Land of Demons was also a significant achievement. Don't underestimate this priestess. Her call for help prompted even the major ninja villages, including Konoha, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure, to respond immediately and send elite forces for support. Just this alone shows her prestige among the nearby countries. Establishing a personal connection with someone of her status, which can rival that of a feudal lord, will greatly benefit Hyuga Kagami's future. Not to mention, in the Artificial Tailed Beast project, this master of sealing techniques can provide him with valuable guidance and suggestions. The next issue is the chakra source for the Artificial Tailed Beast. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kagami's thoughts began to wander. He vaguely remembered that the Artificial Tailed Beast Zero Tail, created by Shin Nome, sourced its chakra from a large number of ordinary villagers, which directly led to Zero Tail's unstable and low-quality chakra. Therefore, when Zero Tail attempted to consume Naruto and Sasuke's high-intensity chakra, it was easily overpowered and went berserk. This lesson confirmed Orochimaru's earlier suggestion that the chakra source for artificial tailed beasts should ideally be singular. While chakra obtained from many people might be vast, it is too unstable and can easily lead to a berserk state under external stimuli. However, a singular and substantial chakra source is rare in the entire ninja world. This reminded Hyuga Kagami of the recently sealed demon, the Wraith. In terms of chakra volume, the Wraith could certainly serve as a chakra source for an artificial tailed beast. However, its chakra attributes are too evil, and it possesses a strong self-awareness akin to that of tailed beast. Using its chakra as a source would merely be swapping its original body for one made of purple clay, resulting in virtually no change at all. Such a thing would be more of a transformed Wraith than an artificial tailed beast, which would be harmful to Hyuga Kagami rather than beneficial. What Hyuga Kagami needed was a chakra source with little to no self-awareness. After thinking it over, the only option that remained was the dragon vein at the ruins of Lulon in the Land of Wind. As far as he remembered, the chakra attributes of the dragon vein seemed quite mild. Even ordinary people like the Queen of Lulon could control it through their bloodline. More importantly, the dragon vein seemed to lack a strong self-awareness, and with the right method, those without the Queen of Lulon's bloodline could also use its chakra. Using it as a chakra source for an artificial tailed beast would undoubtedly enhance the stability of the beast. The only problem was that the dragon vein at the Lulon ruins had been sealed by the 4th Hokage years ago, so to utilize its power, he would first need to break the 4th seal. The seal used by the 4th should be of the Uzumaki clan, but he wasn't sure which specific one it was. Furrowing his brows, Hyuga Kagami pondered. Under the guidance of the priestess from the Land of Demons, he had mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan from the artificial tailed beast data, but that didn't mean he was proficient in their sealing arts. On the contrary, he currently couldn't use any Uzumaki sealing techniques, let alone forbidden techniques like Corpse Demon Seal. What he had learned was merely following the requirements from the artificial tailed beast data to set up the sealing techniques designed by the Uzumaki clan. As for the chakra manipulation skills and hand seal methods required to perform the Uzumaki sealing techniques, he had no knowledge of them, and the artificial tailed beast data contained no relevant records. He didn't know if they were simply omitted or erased by Orochimaru. Hyuga Kagami thought to himself, "It seems I need to pay a visit to the Lulon ruins. Only by going there in person can I accurately determine what sealing technique the 4th used at that time, and then I can plan how to break it accordingly." Additionally, he considered that the bloodline of the Queen of Lulon might have a significant influence on the dragon vein, so he should bring her along when breaking the 4th seal. just in case unexpected situations arise. After a deep sleep, the next morning, Hyuga Kagami wasted no time. He took some tools and headed straight for the death forest on the edge of the village. His battle with Iwamoto made him realize the importance of poison. He regretted not continuously applying poison to the iron sand manipulated by the third Kazekage's puppet like Scorpion did, so even though he heavily injured the enemy, they often survived. Unlike Scorpion, who could take an enemy's life with even a minor injury, Hyuga Kagami was not unfamiliar with poison. His summon, the One-Eyed Viper, possessed strong venom. But after experiencing several wars, especially with the poison expert demigod Hanzo gaining fame, all major ninja villages began to develop and prevent poison. As a result, the singular snake venom had become ineffective on the battlefield, forcing him to venture into the death forest to collect other toxic substances to create composite toxins. Upon entering the death forest, many memories flashed through Hyuga Kagami's mind. This place was not unfamiliar to him. Before graduating, the ninja school had often organized practical exercises for soon-to-be genin in the death forest. So while he couldn't claim to be familiar with every blade of grass and tree here, he had a general understanding of the situation. There were many poisons in the death forest, primarily from snakes, scorpions, spiders, centipedes, moths, and mice. His goal this time was to collect the poison sacs and glands from these creatures. After wandering for nearly an hour, Hyuga Kagami finally made a discovery. By a small pond, a cobra was confronting a scruffy wild boar. Hyuga Kagami smiled slightly at the wild boar. "You're lucky." After that, he threw a shuriken, accurately pinning the cobra's head to the ground. Once it fell to the ground, he skillfully skinned the snake and took out the larger of its two poison sacs, casually tossing the snake's carcass aside. Just then, the scruffy wild boar, which had just escaped, dashed over and picked up the snake's corpse, ready to make off with it. Hyuga Kagami was taken aback and immediately shouted, "Hey, that has poison on it. Are you a pig or what?" Chapter 52. The challenge of the Uchiha. Before he finished speaking, Hyuga Kagami reacted, his face darkening as he muttered, "That guy is just a pig after all." The poison sac in the snake carcass is a deadly toxin for beasts that cannot utilize chakra, and the wild boar that escaped has no chakra flow in its body, so it will undoubtedly die if it eats the snake carcass. However, whether the snake poisons the pig or the pig eats the snake, it is all part of the natural cycle. Hyuga Kagami had no time to concern himself with such trivial matters. So after putting away the poison sac he had just obtained, he immediately began searching for other toxic substances. After a morning of effort, Hyuga Kagami collected more than 10 types of poison sacs and venom glands. Loaded with his findings, he made a detour to the market to buy some white mice. The preparation of composite toxins is not simply a matter of mixing all the poisons together. Different toxins have different properties, and random mixing can sometimes not only fail to increase toxicity, but also neutralize part of it, reducing the lethality of the toxin. Therefore, preparing composite toxins often requires a large amount of live test data to support it. Preparation, experimentation, recording. Almost the entire afternoon, Hyuga Kagami was meticulously busy with these tasks. However, the results were not satisfactory. The toxicity of the poisons in the death forest was still somewhat weak, unable to instantly kill the test white mice, let alone the ninja with chakra. Nevertheless, Hyuga Kagami did have some gains. He discovered that the toxin from certain moth had a strong paralyzing effect, while another toxin from scorpion accelerated blood circulation. If these two toxins were mixed together, they could almost instantly paralyze the test white mice. However, he still had no idea how to combine these two toxins without damage. And questions such as where the limit of this composite toxin lies and whether it could deal with powerful ninjas remained to be answered through further experimentation. In the evening, Rin arrived at Hyuga Kagami's home with a steaming dish. Seeing the white mice in disarray from Hyuga Kagami's experiments, she asked in surprise, "Kagami, what are you doing?" While seriously recording the poisoning reactions of the white mice, Hyuga Kagami casually replied, "I'm researching toxins." Hyuga Kagami had no qualms about discussing his research on toxins today. From a morning's trip to the death forest to collect poisons to buying white mice in the market at noon, the whole process was done openly. Rin squatted beside Hyuga Kagami and quietly asked, "Are some poisons really useful?" Like traditional members of the Hyuga clan, Rin had a natural aversion to toxins. But as a ninja who had experienced war, she understood that in battle, any means that could ensure victory was justified. Hyuga Kagami smiled and said, "Of course they are useful. Who knows, maybe these toxins will save my life on the next mission." After finishing his notes, Hyuga Kagami tidied up a bit and started eating with Rin. Besides bringing him food, Rin also had some news for him, a request for a meeting with Hinata Hayashi. as Hayashi had considerable influence within the Hyuga clan and was responsible for daily communication with the village. Hyuga Kagami naturally could not refuse the request. That night, in an izakaya, Hayashi looked at Hyuga Kagami and smiled gently. "Why did you choose to meet here?" Hyuga Kagami casually made up an excuse. "I'm now part of the Hokage's Umbu, so I need to keep some distance from the clan. It's better for both the clan and me." The real reason, of course, was to avoid exposing his Byakugan, as the clan area was bustling, and it was possible for any clan member to suddenly activate their Byakugan. Meeting in an izakaya allowed them to chat privately, and Hayashi would not randomly activate his Byakugan here, greatly reducing the chance of exposing the Byakugan. In fact, this was just Hyuga Kagami being overly cautious, due to the Byakugan's ability to see through. Members of the Hyuga clan generally paid attention to their surroundings in the village and would not easily activate their Byakugan, as doing so would also be considered a form of spying on fellow ninjas, and no one likes to be exposed in such a way. Hyuga Kagami was just making small talk, but Hayashi took it seriously and nodded. "Yes, your consideration is correct. The village's higher-ups are very wary of us noble clans." Undoubtedly, the recent arrangements by the village regarding the Uchiha had caused unease within the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Kagami did not elaborate on this sensitive topic and directly asked, "Hayashi, what is the reason for your meeting with me this time?" Hayashi requested, "Next month, the village will hold a trust vote for the promotion of Jonin. Under normal circumstances, when a special Jonin is promoted to Jonin, a small-scale trust vote is required. So my meeting with you is, to put it bluntly, to seek your support." Hayashi continued, "There is a long-standing special Jonin from our clan participating in this promotion, and since you are part of the Hokage's Umbu and have voting rights, I hope you can lend some support for the clan in this matter." After hearing Hayashi's request, Hyuga Kagami smiled happily. "Don't worry, I will do my best." In that moment, he deeply felt the change in his status. As a former Chunin during wartime, he had not even qualified to touch such matters, let alone participate. Now, as a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, they also had needs from him. Of course, the reason he agreed so readily was also due to his own interests. Unlike the overbearing Uchiha, the Hyuga clan was much more low-key and steady, which gave them a much better reputation in the village. Many Konoha ninjas were willing to team up with Hyuga clan members for missions. Therefore, the clan was not a burden for Hyuga Kagami, but rather a powerful force he could utilize. After chatting for a bit longer, both parties left the izakaya, each having gotten what they needed. The next morning, just as Hyuga Kagami was about to head out to the Death Forest to collect more poisons, a figure blocked his path. The other person coldly asked, "Hey kid, you're Hyuga Kagami, right?" Hyuga Kagami nodded. The other person, playing with a kunai in his hand, said, "I'm Uchiha Shinichi. I heard you recently defeated Shursui. I'm here to challenge you today. I want you to understand that our Uchiha name is not something to be trampled on casually." Hyuga Kagami's expression darkened. "Sorry, I have things to do." Uchiha Shinichi snorted lightly. "That's not up to you." Chapter 53. The wild boar, seeing that Uchiha Shinichi was about to make a move right at his doorstep, Hyuga Kagami had no choice but to agree to his challenge. After arriving at a secluded grove, Hyuga Kagami glanced around, his gaze briefly resting on a large tree in the distance, and then said to Uchiha Shinichi, "All right, let's spar here." Uchiha Shinichi nodded, looking proud. "Let me make it clear first. I'm different from Shursui. I will be serious." "Oh." Uchiha Shinichi's I twitched. "Hey, are you even listening? I said I'm going to be serious. If you're not careful, you could die." Hyuga Kagami sighed. "I really have things to do, so please hurry up." "Damn it." Uchiha Shinichi activated his Sharingan, glaring fiercely at Hyuga Kagami. "Insolent fool. Today I'll show you the true power of the Uchiha." With that, Uchiha Shinichi quickly formed hand seals and shouted, "Fire style. Great fireball, jutsu." Hyuga Kagami dodged just in time, narrowly avoiding Uchiha Shinichi's great fireball. At that moment, taking advantage of the cover provided by the fire style technique, Uchiha Shinichi used body flicker technique to appear right in front of Hyuga Kagami, the three tomo in his Sharingan spinning rapidly. In an instant, the two locked eyes, staring into Uchiha Shinichi's Sharingan. Hyuga Kagami was momentarily stunned, then slowly lowered his head, standing there in a daze. Uchiha Shinichi sneered. "What a weakling. How could Shursui lose to this kind of trash?" As he muttered, he approached Hyuga Kagami. In his line of sight through the Sharingan, he noticed that the chakra within Hyuga Kagami was in complete disarray, indicating that he was fully trapped in the Genjutsu. Thus, he had no defenses up, thinking to press a kunai against Hyuga Kagami's throat and then break the Genjutsu, allowing him to humiliate Hyuga Kagami thoroughly. However, just as Uchiha Shinichi raised his right arm, Hyuga Kagami suddenly crouched down and struck out with both hands. Bang, 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 in a flurry of palm strikes. Uchiha Shinichi fell to the ground, stunned and unconscious. Clapping his hands, Hyuga Kagami said coolly, "All right, come out." Swish! A figure landed in front of Hyuga Kagami, and it was none other than Uchiha Shursui. Shursui first glanced at the unconscious Uchiha Shinichi, then bowed to Hyuga Kagami, smiling. "Senior, you've worked hard." Hyuga Kagami had actually noticed Shursui stealthily following Uchiha Shinichi earlier, and since Shursui hadn't informed him in advance, he guessed that Uchiha Shinichi probably wasn't very strong. Otherwise, given Shursui's relationship with him, he would have definitely warned him beforehand. Hyuga Kagami asked, "This kind of trouble won't happen every day, will it?" Shursui shook his head. Speaking seriously, of course not. Shinichi is at least a special J-nin, and after losing so badly this time, the restless ones in the clan will surely discuss countermeasures. I guess it will be a few days before there's another challenge. Hyuga Kagami felt truly helpless. Isn't this never-ending? Shursui quickly assured, "Don't worry. The clan definitely won't send elite J-nin. At most, it will be at the level of ordinary J-nin." Hyuga Kagami frowned. "So you're saying I have to fight through most of the Uchiha clan? At that point, I want to end up with some weird title like Uchiha Slayer. Will I?" "Hee hee, thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work." Shursui chuckled awkwardly, then hurriedly picked up the unconscious Uchiha Shinichi and ran off in a panic. Hyuga Kagami called out, "Hey, don't run so fast. Next time, at least give me some intel in advance." The reason he was able to defeat Uchiha Shinichi so easily this time was mainly due to Shinichi's arrogance. Hyuga Kagami simply used the rebirth to disrupt the flow of chakra within him, easily tricking Uchiha Shinichi, who was overly confident in his Jinjutsu. If it had been a more cautious Uchiha, Hyuga Kagami might not have won so easily. "Don't worry, senior." Shursui's voice floated back from a distance. He was counting on Hyuga Kagami to keep the increasingly arrogant Uchiha clan members in check, so he would naturally offer help. After dealing with Uchiha Shinichi, Hyuga Kagami continued on his planned route to the Forest of Death. With the experience from yesterday, he was even more adept at collecting toxins today. In less than 2 hours, he had gathered a full double the amount of venom sacs and venom glands compared to yesterday, exceeding his task expectations. Just as he was about to head home to prepare the composite toxin, a rustling sound suddenly echoed through the forest. Hyuga Kagami stopped. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw a wave of grass moving, and then the wild boar he encountered yesterday jumped out from the bushes, staring at him blankly. "Oh, you're still alive?" Seeing this wild boar surprised Hyuga Kagami. Logically speaking, the venom sacs from the snake's corpse yesterday should have been enough to kill this wild boar 10 times over. If the wild boar had eaten the snake's corpse, it would certainly have died. Could it be that it didn't eat the snake's corpse? Or did it manage to remove the venom sacs? This thought had barely crossed his mind when Hyuga Kagami frowned, as he suddenly realized that the wild boar, which had no chakra flow in its body yesterday, now had a faint trace of chakra. This change surprised Hyuga Kagami even more. Wild animals can occasionally learn to use chakra, but the probability is very low, and it's rare for people to encounter it. Moreover, wild animals that can learn to use chakra by chance are usually intelligent, strong, and older. Hyuga Kagami had never heard of a wild animal like a young wild boar learning to use chakra. The wild boar jumped in front of Hyuga Kagami, grunting oink oink. "Wanted to eat. I don't have anything you can eat on me." Halfway through his sentence, Hyuga Kagami suddenly thought for a moment, then took out a thumb-sized venom sac from his pouch and threw on the ground. "Will you eat this?" Wild animals generally have an innate ability to seek benefits and avoid harm, so Hyuga Kagami wanted to test if this somewhat unusual wild boar would eat the venom sac. After all, the odor of the venom sac is pungent. Ordinary animals wouldn't just eat it, they would avoid it from a distance. Any animal daring enough to eat it would definitely be extraordinary. Hyuga Kagami thought that even if the wild boar dared to eat the venom sac, it would at least sniff it or lick it first. To his surprise, as soon as he threw the venom sac, the wild boar turned its backside up and jumped, swallowing the venom sac whole in midair. With a raised eyebrow, Hyuga Kagami smiled. "This is interesting." Chapter 54. Modulating toxins after making a few snorting sounds. The scruffy little wild boar swallowed the poisoned sac and wobbled off into the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Could it be that this guy's body has developed a resistance to toxins? After this thought crossed his mind, Hinata Kyō suddenly came up with a new experimental plan. He had been troubled by a problem for the past couple of days, the lack of a qualified living subject for testing toxins. Using white mice as test subjects was clearly inadequate, as their constitution was too weak. Even ordinary toxins could cause fatal harm to them, making it difficult to assess the potency of the toxins. The sudden appearance of this little wild boar solved this problem instantly. With his mind made up, Hinata Kyō did not linger in the death forest, but quickly returned home. The composite toxins designed by Hinata Kyō mainly consisted of two types. The first type of composite toxin was a paralyzing toxin. The main ingredients were the toxic powder from the wings of the striped toxic moth and the venom from the tail of a red-tailed scorpion, with the auxiliary material being the saliva of a giant mandible ant. The toxic powder from the striped toxic moth had a strong paralyzing effect, while the venom from the red-tailed scorpion not only had toxicity, but also an additional effect of accelerating blood circulation. Thus, the combination of the two could cause the paralyzing toxin to rapidly spread throughout the body of the poisoned individual via the bloodstream, rendering them immobile within a few breaths. As for the saliva of the giant mandible ant, it solidified into a rare protective film, which, when mixed into the composite toxin, could extend its activity time by 4 to 5 times. The second type of composite toxin was a lethal toxin. The main ingredients are the venom of the one-eyed viper and 2 types of poisonous spiders, along with a poisonous centipede, with the auxiliary material also being the saliva of a giant mandible ant. The one-eyed viper, which had been with Hinata Kyō for a long time, already possessed strong toxicity. If mixed with other toxic substances to form a composite toxin, as long as the toxicity remained intact, the standard antidotes distributed by the major ninja villages should have no effect on it. Of course, these were just plans and ideas. To turn them all into reality, Hinata Kyō needed to conduct continuous experiments. After an afternoon of effort, Hinata Kyō had prepared 10 bottles of toxins in total, 5 of which were paralyzing toxins and 5 were lethal toxins. The reason for preparing so many bottles was to test the best proportions of various toxic materials. It should be noted that even the same few ingredients could yield vastly different toxicities depending on the proportions used. Seeing that it was getting late, Hinata Kyō put away all the toxins and decided to return to the death forest the next day to test the toxins on that scruffy little wild boar. As for the evening, he had other arrangements. Uchiha clan territory. On his way home from school, Itachi noticed that the clan members were gathered in small groups, seemingly discussing something. He paused for a moment, perked up his ears to eavesdrop. Jinny actually lost? Yes, I heard he lost pretty badly, and it was sure Sui who brought him back. How incompetent! How could the clan let such a waste challenge? Isn't that tarnishing our Uchiha reputation? According to what I heard, Jinny isn't weak. He's been a special J-nin for 2 years now. How could he have lost so badly? Could that Hinata kid really be that strong? That Hinata kid was just a CH-nin a few months ago. How strong could he be? Sure, Sui might not have taken it seriously, but Jinny actually lost. If he loses again next time, this must not happen again. Next time, we need to send someone strong. After listening for a while, Itachi revealed a helpless expression, thinking to himself, it is indeed like this. The indeed in Itachi's mind had 2 meanings. First, the clan members couldn't resist challenging Hinata Kyō, and second, they indeed lost. With a heavy heart, Itachi slowly returned home. As he passed through the corridor, he noticed his father, sitting in the courtyard, seemingly deep in thought. To avoid disturbing his father, he instinctively lightened his footsteps. At that moment, Uchiha Fugaka suddenly said, "Is that you, Itachi?" Itachi quickly stood up straight. "Father, I'm back." Uchiha Fugaka did not turn around, but continued to stare at the crouching position in front of him, speaking in a calm tone. "You've heard the rumors outside, right?" "Yes, I just heard about it." Uchiha Fugako asked, "What do you think about this matter?" Everyone could see Itachi's talent, so from an early age, Uchiha Fugaku had already been grooming him to be the next Uchiha clan leader. Therefore, Fugaku would occasionally ask Itachi for his opinions on various matters to train Itachi's ability to handle affairs. Itachi thought for a moment and replied, "For us Uchiha, this may be a good thing." Uchiha Fugaku waved his hand non-committally and said, "You may leave." Itachi bowed to his father and then quietly left the courtyard. At night, after confirming that no one was spying on him, Hinata Kyō closed the doors and windows. He planned to use the evening to practice the various techniques outlined in the data for creating a tailed beast. Creating a tailed beast not only required a large number of sealing techniques, but also some shaping techniques and ninjutsu. Moreover, during the process of creating the tailed beast body, all techniques must be executed without the slightest error. If there was a mistake, there would be no opportunity to correct it, and the entire plan would be in vain. Therefore, before launching the artificial tailed beast project, Hinata Kyō had to master all the techniques with complete accuracy. Achieving this required diligent practice, leaving no room for shortcuts. Thus, taking advantage of the long break given by the third Hokage, he decided to use the evenings to practice diligently. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. As long as he practiced enough, achieving 100% accuracy would not be difficult. At a border between the land of fire and the land of hot water, a cloud ninja Nin crushed the throat of a leaf ninja in his hand and said to the two-tailed Jinchuriki, Yuki. Beside him, it seems that Konoha hasn't noticed yet. Crouching down, Yuki looked at the map spread out on the ground and said, Our team's speed seems to have slowed down a bit. The cloud Nin leaned over to look at the map as well, frowning. The intelligence class has gathered information that is riddled with errors. Our current speed is already considered fast. It shouldn't be the intelligence class's problem. It's likely that Konoha has temporarily adjusted the defense of this border recently. After a pause, Yuki continued, Forget it. Let us keep moving forward. We must rendezvous with Karabi within 2 days. With Yuki's command, the 20 or so cloud ninjas behind her began to advance deep into the land of fire. Chapter 55. Poison Testing and the Caretaker. Early in the morning, Hinata Kagami arrived at the Death Forest with a bulging backpack. He thought it would take some time to find the little wild boar, but as soon as he reached the small pond where the boar often appeared, it sprang out from the bushes. Rather than saying he found the boar, it was more accurate to say the boar found him. Today, the boar was noticeably larger than yesterday, but the hair on the back half of its body was all chewed off, as if it had been severely beaten by other wild animals in the forest. Looking at the limping little boar, Hinata Kagami smiled and said, Who did you mess with to get beaten up so badly? After laughing, Hinata Kagami set down his backpack and took out a large piece of meat, cutting it into strips with a short knife and laying them on the ground. The little boar squatted beside him, greedily staring at the strips of meat. Once the meat strips were arranged, Hinata Kagami numbered them one by one, then took out 5 bottles of paralysis toxin and injected them into the meat strips numbered 1 to 5. The toxins in these 5 bottles were the same, but their compositions were different. Today, Hinata Kagami was going to test which bottle had the strongest toxicity, and then make further adjustments based on the results. Once ready, he tossed the number 1 meat strip to the little boar. The boar, already eager, rushed over and swallowed it in a few bites, then sat back down, staring intently at the remaining meat strips. Hinata Kagami quickly observed with his Byakugan. However, the little boar that ate the meat strip containing the paralysis toxin seemed completely unaffected. Neither its weak chakra nor its muscles showed any obvious changes. The only difference was that it was drooling more than before. No way. The toxin injected into the number 1 meat strip was not an ordinary poison, but a carefully concocted composite paralysis toxin by Hinata Kagami. He estimated that even a Chunin-level physique might not be able to withstand it. Yet this ordinary-looking little boar, after eating the toxin-laden meat strip, was completely fine, which was hard for him to accept. Doubting the effectiveness, Hinata Kagami threw out the number 2 meat strip, then the 3, 4, and 5. The little boar accepted them all without any hesitation, and after finishing, aside from being covered in drool, there were no other changes. Watching the little boar affectionately rubbing against his leg and even smearing drool on his pants, Hinata Kagami's forehead twitched. This little boar had no sense of being a test subject at all. It treated him like a caretaker. You think I can't handle you? Feeling a bit humiliated, Hinata Kagami angrily took out a composite lethal toxin and injected it into the number 6 meat strip, tossing it to the little boar. An hour later, when Hinata Kagami returned home, he began concocting a new toxin. As for the previous ones, he discarded them all. If he couldn't even deal with a little boar that had some resistance to toxins, then such a composite toxin had no value of existence. In the following days, Hinata Kagami continued to concoct toxins, test them, and readjust them in a repetitive cycle. As for gains, it wasn't entirely absent. At least the test little boar was getting fat and strong. One morning, as soon as Hinata Kagami stepped out, he noticed someone had been waiting at his doorstep for a while. The person stepped forward when he saw Hinata Kagami, blocking his path, and said, "My name is Uchiha Hiragi. You must already know my intentions. Here, or elsewhere, it's up to you." Looking at the slender, cold-eyed Uchiha clansman in front of him, the contents of the small note Shursui had given him last night flashed through Hinata Kagami's mind. Uchiha Hiragi, Jonin, cold personality, proficient in fire release, wind release, taijutsu, kenjutsu, and ninja tool throwing. Weakness, poor stamina, tend to take risks with his blade, excessive killing intent. From the description on Shursui's note, it was clear that Uchiha Hiragi had very comprehensive abilities. The weakness of poor stamina might be serious in life and death battles, but in sparring matches with fellow villagers, it wasn't considered a major weakness. It was evident that the Uchiha clan was putting in considerable effort to regain their face this time. Thus, the only points Hinata Kagami could take advantage were Uchiha Hiragi's habitual risky moves with his blade and his mindset easily influenced by excessive killing intent during combat. After a brief moment of contemplation, Hinata Kagami said, "Follow me." Uchiha Hiragi did not respond, merely nodding coldly. After leading him to a secluded grove, Hinata Kagami asked, "What do you want to compete in?" Uchiha Hiragi was taken aback. He hadn't expected Hinata Kagami to ask this. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "Ninjutsu or taijutsu are both fine. You can choose whatever you want." Hinata Kagami smiled. "Then let's compete in taijutsu." After his previous battle with Iwamoto, he realized that the conventional methods of the Hinata clan were somewhat lacking against unpredictable ninjutsu users, so he intentionally provoked Uchiha Hiragi. He hadn't expected Uchiha Hiragi to let him choose the method of competition, so he naturally chose taijutsu. After deciding on the competition's content, Uchiha Hiragi slowly drew his short blade. The morning light filtered through the treetops, shining on the blade and reflecting a dazzling light, adding brightness to the somewhat dim grove. Hinata Kagami slightly lowered his body, wrapping his palms in blue chakra, positioning himself in a defensive stance. A gust of wind blew, scattering a few leaves. The leaves twirled in the air and fell onto the blade of Uchiha Hiragi's short sword, silently breaking in two. Hinata Kagami's expression tightened, thinking, "Good blade." A master of swordsmanship, when paired with a good blade, would see their combat power soar. The short sword in Uchiha Hiragi's hand was indeed an exceptional weapon. Just the chilling aura emanating from the blade made Hinata Kagami's heart race. Suddenly, Uchiha Hiragi moved, turning into a blur and charging at Hinata Kagami with a whoosh. Although Uchiha Hiragi was fast in Hinata Kagami's Byakugan, every movement and expression was crystal clear, so he didn't feel nervous. Instead, he activated his Bagua palm and met him head-on. In an instant, the blade and palm clashed fiercely. Chapter 56. Seizing the blade, a person's external demeanor can reflect their true inner self. This is something Hinata Kyō firmly believes. Uchiha Sho's immersion in swordsmanship reveals his pride in his own skills and his trust in the sharp short blade in his hand. It is precisely this pride and trust that leads him to take reckless risks in fierce battles, a flaw he has never noticed. Or rather, no one in the entire Uchiha clan, except for Shursui, has noticed this. Sometimes, small details are the key to victory. After a close-quarters battle with Uchiha Sho, Hinata Kyō proactively retreated, using the terrain of the small forest to engage him in a game of cat and mouse. With a sharp scream of a short blade slicing through the air, yet another tree, as thick as a person, was cut down. Including this one, there were already 8 or 9 trees that had fallen victim to Uchiha Sho's deadly hands. As the dust rose from the fallen trunks, Hinata Kyō successfully created distance between himself and Uchiha Sho. Uchiha Sho, filled with killing intent, shouted, "Coward, is hiding all you can do?" Hinata Kyō calmly replied, "Is chopping trees all you can do?" "You." Uchiha Sho was momentarily speechless. Hinata Kyō did not continue to mock him, but instead focused entirely on dealing with Uchiha Sho's increasingly ferocious attacks. As an elite of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sho's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of a Jounin, and his superb swordsmanship, enhanced by the Sharingan, was simply dazzling. To be honest, without the use of the Rinnegan and the third Kazekage's puppet, Hinata Kyō truly had no good way to deal with Uchiha Sho. If it weren't for the information relayed by Shursui, this battle would have been troublesome. At present, Hinata Kyō's strategy was simple: to drag it out. He needed to wait until Uchiha Sho became impatient and filled with killing intent. Only then would Sho reveal a flaw. Like most Uchihas, Uchiha Sho's patience was not very good. After relentlessly pursuing Hinata Kyō, his emotions grew increasingly unstable. Every move he made was filled with killing intent. But an excess of killing intent inevitably lacks variation. As a result, through Hinata Kyō's Rinnegan, Uchiha Sho's swordsmanship revealed more and more flaws. A few times, Hinata Kyō could even barely grasp the opportunity to counter with the 8 trigrams palm. However, Hinata Kyō did not rush. He believed in the information conveyed by Shursui, but he trusted his own eyes even more. After another round of chasing, the two leaped out of the already devastated small forest and arrived at a lake, startling the villagers who were washing clothes by the shore. Standing on the surface of the lake, Hinata Kyō panted lightly and said, "It seems you're a bit stronger than the last guy." Uchiha Sho roared, "You coward who only knows how to hide. You have no right to judge the Uchiha. As soon as he finished shouting, Uchiha Sho began to cough violently. There was no doubt that his already poor stamina was further depleted by the frustration of being unable to vent his killing intent, making his energy consumption far greater than Hinata Kyō's. Knowing the moment was ripe, Hinata Kyō smiled and said, "Hiding? Your shallowness is truly astonishing." Before Uchiha Sho could respond, Hinata Kyō took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Uchiha Sho's spirit lifted, and he immediately swung his blade at Hinata Kyō. In an instant, the calm surface of a lake was stirred into tumultuous waves, and amidst the splashes, the two engaged in a fierce clash. As they exchanged blows, Hinata Kyō felt that Uchiha Sho's swordsmanship had become much more chaotic than before. Although his killing intent remained intense, his blade's speed had diminished, and his strikes had become more brutal. However, one cannot kill someone solely with killing intent. Opportunity, opportunity, opportunity. Through the Rinnegan, Hinata Kyō discovered one flaw after another in Uchiha Sho's technique. But he still did not rush. He was waiting for not just the chance to defeat Uchiha Sho, but for the opportunity to seize the short blade from his hand. He wanted to completely shatter Uchiha Sho's confidence. After a few breaths, an opportunity finally presented itself. Hinata Kyō no longer hesitated, immediately transforming his palm into a fist and striking directly at Uchiha Sho's chest. As Hinata Kyō had anticipated, Uchiha Sho did not choose to retreat. Instead, he countered with an attack, swinging his blade at him. Indeed, he had a penchant for taking risks. The corners of Hinata Kyō's mouth raised slightly in a smile. At the same time, he feigned an attack with his fist, suddenly raising it to strike Uchiha Sho's wrist, while his other hand swiftly seized the short blade. The entire process of seizing the blade took just a blink of an eye. Once Hinata Kyō had taken the blade and retreated, Uchiha Sho stood there dazed, unable to react, playing with the short blade in his hand. Hinata Kyō said lightly, "It is indeed a good blade, but the person wielding it is a bit lacking." "You." Hinata Kyō tossed the short blade back to Uchiha Sho. "You lost." After saying that, he ignored the stunned Uchiha Sho and left the surface of the lake directly. Not long after, Shursui appeared in front of Hinata Kyō and asked, "Senior, was it smooth?" Because Uchiha Sho's strength was formidable, Shursui did not have the confidence to silently track him, so he did not observe the entire battle like he did when following Uchiha Shinichi last time. Hinata Kyō nodded. "It went relatively smoothly, but that Uchiha Sho is quite strong. If I hadn't agreed to fight him with just taijutsu, the outcome would have been uncertain." During the battle, although Hinata Kyō appeared calm and seemingly unconcerned with Uchiha Sho, in reality, without the use of the Rinnegan and the third Kazekage's puppet, this was probably the limit of Hinata Kyō's abilities. If he had not initially limited the fight to taijutsu, it would have been difficult to say whether he could win against Uchiha Sho. Shursui smiled and said, "You know I have no worries about you, senior. Some methods are inconvenient to use in the village." After a pause, Hinata Kyō continued, "If next time your Uchiha clan sends someone stronger, I might really have no way to deal with it." This time against Uchiha Sho, Hinata Kyō had already taken a shortcut. If next time the Uchiha sent a stronger jounin than Uchiha Sho, then Hinata Kyō's chances of victory would not be high. Moreover, Hinata Kyō accepted the Uchiha's challenge, not only to hone his own skills, but also to leverage the Uchiha's reputation to make a name for himself. Although the Uchiha were not well liked, their reputation was still quite prominent. The ninjas in the village, though they might not speak of it, had long since equated the Uchiha with elite status in their hearts. Moreover, the village's higher-ups were filled with suspicion towards the Uchiha, so stepping on the Uchiha could be considered the most efficient and stable way to make a name for oneself. Shursui quickly assured him, "Rest assured, with Sho's loss, the clan probably won't send anyone to challenge you in the short term." Chapter 57. Speculation on the divine artifacts. The challenge from the Uchiha clan to Hyuga Kagami initially only sparked discussions within the Uchiha clan. However, as Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Hiragi successively failed, the news eventually leaked out, and soon other ninja clans in the village began to weigh in on the matter. That night, after tidying up the bowls and chopsticks, Rin hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Kagami, is what they're saying outside true?" Hyuga Kagami was still pondering the matter of concocting toxins and absent-mindedly asked, "What are they saying outside?" Rin urged, "It's about you and the Uchiha, of course." "Oh, that's what you mean?" Hyuga Kagami chuckled and nodded. "Yes, the Uchiha did send someone challenge me, but I defeated them all." Rin looked worried and said, "The Uchiha are not to be trifled with. Let's not provoke them, okay? Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kagami stared at Rin in surprise. Rin cautiously asked, "Did I say something wrong?" Hyuga Kagami shook his head. He was indeed surprised. He hadn't expected Rin, a member of the prestigious Hyuga clan, to be so fearful of the Uchiha. This clearly indicated how ordinary ninjas in the village viewed the Uchiha. It could be said that, in terms of public sentiment, the Uchiha had completely severed ties with the village. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kagami's expression darkened. The Uchiha were not only a stepping stone for his rise to fame, but also a magnet that drew attention to him. As long as the Uchiha clan existed, figures like the third Hokage, Danzo, and even the hidden Obito would only focus on the Uchiha. Once the Uchiha clan was gone, it was uncertain where their attention would shift. Thus, from Hyuga Kagami's own interests, the Uchiha clan could not be allowed to perish. At least, they couldn't be allowed to fall too quickly before his strength reached the level of a Kage. This was also another reason he willingly cooperated with Shursui. Moreover, Hyuga Kagami had always been preoccupied with the divine artifacts, the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror. In his memory, Orochimaru, who used the eight-headed serpent technique and could rival tail beasts, was sealed away by Itachi's Totsuka blade without much resistance. Itachi decisively suppressed Orochimaru throughout the encounter. Because of this, Hyuga Kagami had a profound impression of these two divine artifacts used by Itachi. Hyuga Kagami had speculated a lot about what these two artifacts were. In his view, there were only two possibilities. The first possibility was that the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror were merely unique abilities of Itachi Susanoo, part of Itachi's own chakra, and could not exist independently. The second possibility was that these two artifacts were spiritual tools in a certain chakra state, which is why they could be directly equipped on Itachi's Susanoo. Among these two possibilities, Hyuga Kagami leaned towards the latter. This was because when Itachi used the Totsuka blade and the Yata mirror, both Orochimaru and the observing Kurizetsu recognized these two artifacts and even knew some of their abilities. Just based on that, it could be inferred that these two artifacts must have existed in the ninja world for a long time and that there were some deeds and legends associated with them. Otherwise, Orochimaru and Kurizetsu wouldn't have known the details of these artifacts when Itachi first used them. Logically and emotionally, this didn't make sense. Of course, until he truly obtained these two artifacts, everything was just speculation. As for the whereabouts of these two artifacts, Hyuga Kagami pondered that regardless of whether it was the first or the second possibility, it was best to leave the search for the artifacts to Itachi. After all, Orochimaru, who was well-versed in many secrets of the ninja world, had searched for many years without finding the Totsuka blade, indicating that these two artifacts were likely hidden in a very special place. Hyuga Kagami even suspected that the clues regarding the whereabouts of these two artifacts were hidden within the Uchiha clan. And perhaps Itachi had obtained this clue after the clan's massacre, which led him to find these two artifacts. After contemplating for a while, Hyuga Kagami reined in his wandering thoughts. Itachi was still young, and the matter of the divine artifacts could be put on hold for a bit. After all, aside from Itachi, no one else would be able to find these two artifacts in the next decade or so. At present, Hyuga Kagami's urgent priority was still the artificial tailed beast project. As long as he had ample chakra support, he could not only further explore the reincarnation eye, but also boldly learn various secret techniques and forbidden jutsu. The next day, Hyuga Kagami arrived at the Death Forest as usual. After several failures, the 8th version of the paralysis toxin he concocted finally showed promise. After feeding it to a wild boar, the boar immediately exhibited signs of paralysis, struggling a few times before collapsing on the ground. Although the wild boar was back to its lively self after just 5 or 6 minutes, that was enough. In battle, losing the ability to move for even 5 or 6 minutes, let alone 5 or 6 seconds, would be a fatal flaw for a ninja. Seeing this, Hyuga Kagami smiled slightly. It seems my approach is correct. Previously, he had gathered ordinary patterned poison moths, which are numerous but varied in toxicity. This 8th version of the paralysis toxin used the poison powder from the Poison Moth King. Although the quantity was much less, the toxicity was extremely potent. Moreover, he discovered that the saliva of the giant jaws ant had an effect that suppressed toxicity, so he reduced the proportion of giant jaws and saliva in the concoction. Although this decision decreased the duration of the toxin's effectiveness from 3 days to 1 day, the toxicity was assured. After all, for toxins, potency was crucial, and all other factors had to yield to toxicity. Just as Hyuga Kagami was recording the experimental results and contemplating using the saliva of the giant jaws ant as the main material to concoct an antidote, a figure landed on the large tree in front of him. Jonin Hyuga Kagami, the Hokage urgently summons you." The visitor left only that one sentence before hurriedly departing, seemingly in a rush to relay messages to other ninjas. Hyuga Kagami put away his notebook and frowned. The half-month vacation hasn't ended yet. Could it be that Awagakure is really coming for us? The reason he had been busy concocting toxins during this break was that he was worried Awagakure might take the opportunity to attack Konoha, using the decimation of the beheading unit as an excuse. Konoha, having lost the fourth Hokage in the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, no longer had the deterrent power it had when the Third Shinobi World War had just ended. It was not impossible for Awagakure to take a bite now. Even if a full-scale war did not break out, localized conflicts were inevitable. As a member of the Umbu, directly under the Hokage, Hyuga Kagami would certainly be involved in frontline battles, so he had to quickly enhance his strength in a short period. Chapter 58 Emergency Gathering. After arriving at the Hokage building, Hinata Kagami realized that it was already filled with ninjas. A rough count showed that there were nearly 100 people, all of whom were CH Nin and J Nin, with not a single genin in sight. The fact that the third Hokage had suddenly gathered so many elite ninjas left no doubt about the seriousness of the situation. Hinata Kagami silently walked towards Team 11 in the corner. Guy greeted him enthusiastically. "Why are you so late? We've been waiting for you for ages." Hinata Kagami didn't explain that he had rushed over from the Forest of Death, but instead asked the others, "What's this emergency gathering about?" The members of Team 11 shook their heads. Clearly, including their leader Kakashi, everyone was unaware of the reason for the emergency meeting. Shizuku speculated, "Maybe it has something to do with Awagakure." Kakashi nodded in agreement. Team 11's fierce battle with Awagakure's decapitation unit in the Bear Country undoubtedly provided Awagakure with the best excuse to take action. So everyone had been mentally prepared for this over the past few days. Due to confidentiality, they didn't continue the topic and instead chatted about other matters. Before long, the third Hokage, along with advisors Mito Minion and Kurama Yakumo, the three clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans, and Hinata Hayashi of the Hyuga clan, all made their appearances. As soon as the third Hokage appeared, the venue immediately fell silent. At this point, the third Hokage stepped forward and announced to the assembled ninjas, "2 hours ago, we received a message from the border that Kumogakure launched a surprise attack on our Fire Country border 3 days ago." Upon hearing this news, the previously quiet venue erupted into noise. Kumogakure's invasion made everyone present recall the recently concluded Third Shinobi World War. The horrors of that war were chilling, filled with too many painful memories, and the overwhelming majority of ninjas in the room were unwilling to revisit that conflict. The 4 members of Team 11 were both shocked and confused. Guy murmured, "Wasn't it Awagakure? How did it turn into Kumogakure?" Kakashi's brow furrowed deeply. "This is bad." Shizuku quietly remarked, "Could Kumogakure and Awagakure be teaming up?" If that's the case, Shizuku's words were left unfinished, and there was no need to complete them because everyone understood that given the current situation in Konoha, it would be extremely difficult to withstand a combined attack from Kumogakure and Awagakure. After briefly recalling memories from his past life, Hinata Kagami shook his head. "It's not that dire. The third Reikage was killed by Awagakure, so Kumogakure won't ally with them, and Awagakure won't trust Kumogakure. So even if Awagakure had plans to attack us, upon seeing Kumogakure make the first move, they would choose to hold back and let us and Kumogakure suffer mutual losses." He remembered that after the Third War, Konoha did have a conflict with Kumogakure. Subsequently, it was during Kumogakure's representative visit to Konoha to sign a peace treaty that the incident occurred where the Kumogakure ninja kidnapped Hinata, resulting in Hinata Hayashi being killed by Hinata Hisashi. This incident also led to Hisashi's death. Therefore, Hinata Kagami felt that this conflict with Kumogakure might be significant, but it shouldn't escalate to the level of a shinobi world war. After hearing Hinata Kagami's analysis, the members of Team 11 let out a slight sigh of relief. At this point, the third Hokage raised his hand to quell the discussions in the venue and continued, "According to the information we currently have, the commanders of Kumogakure are the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee and the Lightning Release Bloodline Uzurita. Additionally, the Two Tails Jinchuriki Nibi is also part of the attacking force." Upon hearing that Kumogakure had dispatched 2 Jinchuriki, the Konoha ninjas present felt both indignant and worried. Seeing that the crowd was intimidated by the presence of the 2 Jinchuriki from Kumogakure, the third Hokage declared in an unquestionable tone, "You will form an advance team responsible for repelling Kumogakure's invasion." Understood. In the presence of the third Hokage's authoritative tone, the Konoha ninjas seemed to regain some confidence and all bowed in acknowledgement. The third Hokage continued, Kakuzu, until Jiraiya arrives. You will temporarily serve as the commander of the advance team. Hizashi, you will be the deputy commander of the advance team. Nara, Kakuzu, and Hyuga Hizashi immediately stepped forward to accept the third Hokage's appointment. Finally, casting a stern glance over everyone, the third Hokage said, the Umbu will remain, while the rest of you may return to prepare. With a command from the third Hokage, figures began to flash out of the venue. Soon, the previously crowded venue was left with only the third Hokage, the 2 Hokage advisors, and 16 Umbu, including Hinata Kagame's Team 11. At this moment, the third Hokage took 4 scrolls from Mito Menyen and handed them to the 4 Umbu captains, ordering, your missions are recorded in these scrolls. They pertain to the village's safety, and you must give it your all. The 16 Umbu, kneeling before the third Hokage, replied in unison, rest assured, Hokage-sama, we will complete the mission. The third Hokage nodded, Team 11 stays behind. The other teams may go prepare. After the other 3 Umbu teams left, the third Hokage led Team 11 into the Hokage office. Lighting his pipe, he took a deep breath before slowly saying, according to regulations, one must serve in the Umbu for a year before applying to learn advanced ninjutsu. But this mission is very severe, so in my capacity as the third Hokage, I grant you permission to apply to learn 1 advanced ninjutsu. The permission applied to Hinata Kagami, Guy, and Shizuku. As for Team 11's leader Kakashi, he was already an old hand in the Umbu and was not included in this special permission. Hinata Kagami didn't expect such a benefit, so he pondered for a moment and asked, Hokage-sama, what level of ninjutsu can we apply to learn? The third Hokage, with the pipe in his mouth, replied, some A rank and most B rank ninjutsu. After hearing this, Hinata Kagami fell into thought. At the border between the fire country and the rain country, accompanied by a cry of an eagle, a majestic Konoha messenger hawk swiftly soared over the valley towards the direction of the rain country. This messenger hawk was specially trained by Konoha. It was a raptor in the air, not only fast in flight, but also fearless of most other birds of prey. Having almost no natural enemies, used as a last resort for urgent messages. Suddenly, a shuriken shot out from somewhere, accurately hitting the high-speed flying messenger hawk. Bang! The messenger hawk immediately fell from the sky and crashed hard onto a cliff. At this moment, the space on the cliff twisted, and then from the distorted vortex, a mysterious figure wearing a one-eyed mask emerged. The mysterious person leisurely picked up the already dead messenger hawk, untied a small scroll from its leg, opened it to take a quick look, and then mockingly said, it seems Jiraiya won't be receiving this message. Chapter 59. Confidential Archive if forced to choose between A-level and B-level ninjutsu. Hyuga Kagami felt that the most useful for him at the moment were the B-level shadow clone technique and the A-level multi-shadow clone technique. For a taijutsu-type ninja, the shadow clone technique can instantly double combat power. If used properly, it can often produce miraculous effects in battle. As a prestigious clan, the Hyuga clan certainly has collections of the shadow clone technique, and even a multi-shadow clone technique. Therefore, Hyuga Kagami originally intended to first fulfill Hinata Hayashi's request, resolving the trust vote for clan members to be promoted to Jonin, and then use this matter as a favor to ask the clan for permission to learn ninjutsu. However, plans could not keep up with changes, and now there was no time to make a request to the clan. Nevertheless, he still did not want to use the opportunity granted by the third Hokage to learn the shadow clone technique. This opportunity provided by the third Hokage was truly rare. One could say this was his only legitimate chance to come into contact with sealing techniques, so he had to seize it firmly. As for the shadow clone technique, he decided to approach it through Shursui. To deal with the Uchiha challenge, Shursui owed him quite a few favors, and asking for a mere B-level shadow clone technique as a token of thanks was clearly not unreasonable. Having made up his mind, Hyuga Kagami said solemnly, Hokage-sama, I hope to learn advanced sealing techniques. The third Hokage frowned slightly. Sealing techniques? The study of sealing techniques has very high requirements for ninjas. If one is not a ninja who has been specializing in sealing techniques from a young age, they often need to reach the level of elite jonin to smoothly study advanced sealing techniques. This involves not only the amount of chakra, but also the ninja's control over their own chakra. A very small part of sealing techniques even requires a certain level of mental power or a special bloodline, so the threshold for training in sealing techniques is quite high. After hesitating for a moment, the third Hokage ultimately agreed to Hyuga Kagami's request. After all, the choice was in Hyuga Kagami's hands, and even the Hokage had little reason to interfere in personal matters. After confirming Hyuga Kageme's request, the third Hokage then asked Guy and Shursui in turn. Guy, citing his focus on taijutsu, readily gave up the opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu without hesitation. The third Hokage nodded in approval. Perhaps it was precisely because of Guy's dedication to taijutsu that he would shine brilliantly in the future and become one of the few ninjas capable of threatening Madara during the Fourth Great Ninja War. As a member of the prestigious Uchiha clan, Shursui generally had no shortage of A-level and B-level ninjutsu, so he originally planned to give up the opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu. However, seeing that Hyuga Kagami chose to learn, and if both he and Guy were to give up, it would put Hyuga Kagami in an awkward position, so he casually picked a B-level fire release ninjutsu. Subsequently, Hyuga Kagami and Shursui followed the third Hokage to the confidential archive located underground in the Hokage building. On the way to the confidential archive, Hyuga Kagami fully activated his Byakugan, recording every detail along the way. There were hidden guards at the two corners leading to the basement on the first floor, with 2 people at each spot, totaling 4. Judging from their chakra levels, they should all be special jonin. The passage was arranged with ninjutsu formations, totaling 5, and they seemed to be sensing-type ninjutsu formations. If the entering individuals did not possess the third Hokage's chakra or any other specific characteristics, these ninjutsu formations would likely activate in response. There are actually ceiling formations on this row of stairs. They look unfamiliar, unlike the ceiling techniques commonly used by the Uzumaki clan. While observing, Hyuga Kagami analyzed the possibility of infiltration. The overall security of the Hokage building was not as strict as he had imagined, which might also be related to the recent shortage of personnel in the village. Setting aside the staff inside the building, there were probably more than 10 Chunin guards in plain sight, while the hidden guards seemed to consist of only 3 to 4 Umbu squads, including the Shadow Guard team responsible for the third Hokage's personal protection. Although the number of guards was not large, with the third Hokage personally overseeing, such security was sufficient to defend against the vast majority of enemies. Hyuga Kagami maintained his composure and quietly retracted his thoughts. Following the stairs, under the lead of the third Hokage, Hyuga Kagami and Shursui arrived at the entrance of the confidential archive in the basement. At this moment, the third Hokage quickly formed a hand seal and placed one hand on the door of the confidential archive. Bang! The door emitted a low rumbling sound and then slowly opened. Come in, the third Hokage beckoned, leading the way into the confidential archive. As soon as Hyuga Kagami stepped through the door, he was greeted by a vast space, realizing that this underground confidential archive was much larger than he had imagined. The third Hokage skillfully navigated through rows of bookshelves and quickly retrieved 2 scrolls, returning to Hyuga Kagami and Shursui. Shursui casually selected a B-level fire release ninjutsu from the scroll containing fire release techniques and quietly stepped aside. Meanwhile, Hyuga Kagami carefully began to choose from the scrolls, introducing sealing techniques. There were quite a few sealing techniques available for Hyuga Kagami to choose from, including the common 5-element sealing, for symbols sealing, 8 trigram sealing, as well as the less common evil sealing technique, contract sealing, and so on. After comparing and observing, Hyuga Kagami found that among these sealing techniques, the 4 symbols sealing was the most similar to the Uzumaki clan's techniques. After some consideration, he chose the 4 symbols sealing. The third Hokage nodded slightly, and then put away the scrolls introducing sealing techniques and fire release techniques. Then he selected the scroll specifically documenting the 4 symbols sealing and the B-level fire release scroll chosen by Shursui, handing them respectively to Hyuga Kagami and Shursui. The third Hokage reminded them, the ninjutsu learned through the Umbu must not be casually divulged. You should already know this as you become Umbu. Hyuga Kagami and Shursui nodded. These rules were well known to both of them as members of prestigious clans. Finally, the third Hokage cautioned, submit the ninjutsu scrolls within a month. If you're on a mission, the submission time can be postponed. In case of an emergency, destroy the scrolls. They must not be leaked. Yes. As soon as he left the Hokage building, Hyuga Kagami brought up the shadow clone technique with Shursui. Shursui was stunned upon hearing this. In his view, with Hyuga Kagami's ability to take down an elite jonin from a Wagakure one-on-one, he should have already mastered a B-level ninjutsu like the shadow clone technique long ago. Hyuga Kagami couldn't possibly explain to Shursui that he was still a minor character like cannon fodder more than half a year ago, so he had to come up with a casual excuse to brush off the question. Chapter 60. Kusanagi Maru Shursui didn't think much and immediately explained and demonstrated the hand seals and chakra flow methods of the shadow clone technique in detail for Hyuga Kagami. After just a slight attempt, Hyuga Kagami had a rough grasp of the shadow clone technique. After all, with his current chakra amount, mastering a B-rank ninjutsu was not difficult at all. Moreover, with his dojutsu, he could clearly observe the chakra flow within Shursui when he demonstrated the technique. Even a less capable person could easily learn the shadow clone technique by imitating it. This is the advantage of being a dojutsu bloodline ninja when learning ninjutsu. In the future, Kakashi would earn titles like Konoha's #1 technician and copy ninja thanks to the Sharingan that Obito gifted him. The third Hokage left only 3 hours for Team 11 to prepare, so after mastering the shadow clone technique, Hyuga Kagami and Shursui returned home to get ready for the secret mission. Considering that this would be a fierce conflict akin to a war, and the opponent was as strong as Konoha, Hyuga Kagami did not dare to be careless. He brought double the amount of shuriken, kunai, and sunban, and sealed the excess in storage scrolls. He prepared a total of 500 explosive tags, which were all the stock he had saved up since his promotion to Special Jonin. He also packed 1 vial of paralysis poison, 2 vials of antidote, 3 rolls of medical bandages, and 1 bottle of military rations. By the time Hyuga Kagami was ready to leave, his ninja tool pouches were already bulging. At the entrance, he encountered Rin, who was rushing over in a panic. Hyuga Kagami smiled gently and asked, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Looking at Hyuga Kagami's battle-ready outfit, Rin bit her lip and said, You must be careful." Rin had 1,000 words in her heart, but when it came to her lips, it was reduced to just one. Be careful. Hyuga Kagami reached out and patted Rin's head, a slight smile on his lips. "I'm a Jonin now. It's the Cloud Ninja who should be careful, not me." Feeling Hyuga Kagami's confidence, Rin felt a bit more at ease. She then took out a beautifully crafted short sword and handed it to him. "This is a gift from the clan leader." Clang! Hyuga Kagami drew the short sword from its sheath, and a golden ringing sound immediately echoed from the blade. The warm sunlight could not dispel the cold aura lingering around the dagger. Just a glance made the sharpness of the blade feel like a prick on his back. Hyuga Kagami exclaimed, "What a great sword." Rin followed up. The clan leader said, "This short sword is called Kusanagi Maru. It is a chakra blade with a special ability to prevent enemies' wounds from healing after being injured." Kusanagi Maru? Slightly taken aback, Hyuga Kagami thought, could this be one of the many Kusanagi swords? He was somewhat surprised, but not shocked by the clan leader's sudden gift of such a precious item. His current status was already vastly different. As a member of the Hokage's direct Anbu, he could meet the Hokage at any time and had gained the ability to participate in and interfere with some village affairs. Recently, he had also continuously defeated challenges from Uchiha Shinichi and Uchiha Hiragi, greatly increasing his reputation. Among the younger generation of the Hyuga clan, he was undoubtedly a standout. If the clan leader Hyuga Hizashi did not try to win him over, then Hizashi would not be a worthy leader. In fact, the decline of the Hyuga clan was already very evident. Although there were many Jonin in the clan, there were only a few elite Jonin. Among the younger generation, aside from the rising star Hyuga Kagami, there were no other notable figures. Thus, the low profile of the Hyuga clan was not only due to their style of handling affairs, but also related to the overall decline in the family's strength. Hyuga Kagami's surprise was simply at the unexpected value of the gift from the clan leader, making him feel that the 1,000-year heritage of the noble ninja clan still held some depth. After bidding farewell to Rin, Hyuga Kagami hurried to the assembly point for Team 11. Shursui and Guy had already arrived, but Kakashi was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for a long time, Kakashi finally showed up. Guy curiously asked, "Why did it take so long?" Kakashi, looking apologetic, said, "I just want to pay my respects at the memorial stone. I'm sorry for keeping everyone waiting." Upon hearing this, Hyuga Kagami frowned. Kakashi had gone to the memorial stone before embarking on a secret mission, which made him feel something was amiss. It seemed that this secret mission arranged by the third Hokage was not ordinary. As departure time approached, everyone stopped chatting and set off immediately. On the way, Hyuga Kagami tentatively asked, "What is our mission, Team 11? Upon hearing this, Shursui and Guy also turned their gazes toward Kakashi, who was leading the way. The mission scroll issued by the third Hokage was kept by the captain, so, currently, only Kakashi, as the captain, knew the specific details of Team 11's secret mission. Kakashi shook his head. "I can't say yet. To prevent information leaks. Many times the captain only informs the team members of the detailed mission information when they are close to the mission site. The more this was the case, the more Hyuga Kagami felt that this mission was likely not simple. Perhaps it was related to intercepting the invading Cloud Ninja. Because if it were just about intercepting invading enemies, there wouldn't be a need for such secrecy. In the following week, Team 11 took a winding route, avoiding the invading Cloud forces in the Land of Fire and approaching the border of the Land of Hot Water. By this time, everyone in Team 11 had guessed that this secret mission would likely be executed in enemy territory. Captain Kakashi no longer concealed the information and spread out a map on the ground, pointing to a red dot on it, saying, "This is it. This is our mission target." The red dot on the map was located at the border of the Land of Lightning and the Land of Moon, seemingly in a valley with a very complex surrounding environment. Kakashi continued, "This is Cloud's secret warehouse, which stores a large amount of ninja tools and food. Once we destroy it, Cloud's offensive in our Land of Fire will be forced to slow down." Shursui immediately asked, "What about the enemy's guard situation?" Kakashi shook his head silently. After a long pause, he finally replied, "The intelligence unit only scouted the location and did not investigate the guard situation, so we must be prepared for the worst. Since it's a warehouse of great importance, it wouldn't be surprising if Cloud sent 100 ninjas to guard it. And Team 11 only has 4 members. Although our strength is not weak, being outnumbered in enemy territory, the odds of success for this secret mission are slim." Hyuga Kagami couldn't help but mutter inwardly, "No wonder the third Hokage suddenly became so generous." Chapter 61. Weakness and powerlessness at this moment. Kakashi revealed another piece of news. The large troop from Awagakure has already gathered at the border of the Land of Grass. So we must quickly end the conflict with Kyōmogakure. Otherwise, if Awagakure senses an opportunity, they could intervene at any time. The conflicts among the 5 great ninja villages have never been isolated. When Kyōmogakure launched an attack on Konohagakure, Iwagakure, upon receiving the news, would inevitably respond accordingly. Perhaps as the news spreads further, Sunagakure and Kirigakure will also react in their own ways. But these are not issues that Team 11 needs to consider at the moment. Shizuka asked seriously, "Does that mean our mission relates to the safety of the village?" Kakashi nodded. "If we fail our mission, the village could fall into an extremely unfavorable situation, and the horrors of the Third Shinobi World War could repeat." Guy showed no signs of fear or depression and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." Kakashi calmly replied, while putting away the map, "I will carry out the final assault. You 3 just need to cover me." On the battlefield within the Land of Fire, in a semi-liberated state, Killer Bee easily blocked Aikido Ding's multiplication technique, sweeping 8 tails and sending Aikido crashing to the side. Immediately after, Killer Bee said in a strange tone, "Yay, why did Konoha only send you guys?" Nara Shikaku and Nakayama Hichi on the opposite side looked helpless. In their eyes, Killer Bee, who could perfectly coordinate with the 8 tails, was simply a bona fide monster. Even the 3 of them together could only barely hold on. Glancing at the situation in other battlefields with the corner of his eye, seeing that Konoha was at a disadvantage, Shikaku anxiously said, "Where's Lord Jiraiya? This kind of monster can't be resisted by ordinary ninjas." Not far away, Hinata Hayashi was panting heavily, staring intently at a black-haired Cloud Ninja in front of him. The opponent was none other than the vice commander of the invading Cloud forces, the Wind Release Ninja Ida. Before Hayashi arrived, 2 squads of Konoha ninjas had already perished at Aida's hands. If it weren't for Hayashi's efforts to hold Ida back, the nearby Konoha ninjas would likely have faced dire consequences. Ida sneered, "You're no match for me." Hayashi did not respond, but silently contemplated a countermeasure. Wind release techniques combine lightning release and water release, possessing the destructive power of lightning release and the fluid control of water release. Added to Aida's experience as an elite jonin, her wind release techniques were nearly impossible to defend against, particularly for a taijutsu-type ninja like Hayashi. Noticing the technique pattern of the caged bird on Hayashi's forehead, Ida smirked, "Too bad you're from the branch family. Otherwise, I could have collected a pair of Byakugan." Hayashi's expression hardened, and he immediately adjusted his headband to completely cover the caged bird technique. Aida's words inadvertently touched the deepest pain in his heart. On another battlefield in the distance, in a fully liberated state, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki was nearly unstoppable, turning the entire battlefield into her stage for recklessly unleashing chakra. At that moment, 8 Konoha ninjas shouted in unison, "Earth release, Earth prison." Enormous earthen walls rose up from all directions and then slammed together, enclosing the Two-Tails Jinchuriki entirely within the earth prison. Roar! Before the surrounding Konoha ninjas could breathe a sigh of relief, with a roar, the Two-Tails Jinchuriki easily broke through the earth prison and clawed at the Konoha ninjas. A single swipe resulted in 6 or 7 Konoha ninjas being instantly killed, while the survivors all sustained injuries. Water release, water chaos wave. Earth release, earth spike. Lightning release, lightning tiger strike. The remaining Konoha ninjas dared not hold back their chakra, immediately unleashing a series of ninjutsu. Boom! Countless ninjutsu struck the Two Tails Jinchuriki, yet none managed to inflict even a scratch on her. As the Two Tails opened her mouth and spat, several huge fireballs shot out, instantly burning down the surrounding forest, trapping all Konoha ninjas in a sea of flames. Cough cough. The last remaining heavily injured Konoha ninja, coughing up blood, unwillingly said, "If only the fourth and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were still here, you guys." Before he could finish, the Two Tails crushed him under her paw, coldly snorting, "Too bad they're already dead." The effects of Tsunade's departure, Orochimaru's defection, and the unexpected deaths of the fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki finally erupted at this moment within the Land of Fire. Facing the two perfect Jinchuriki from Kyō, Konoha displayed unprecedented weakness and powerlessness. On Team 11's side, after several days of trekking, the four finally crossed the Land of Hot Water and entered the territory of the Land of Moon. The Land of Moon, bordering the Land of Lightning, is an important buffer zone between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, where Konoha and Kyō have previously engaged in several large-scale battles. Therefore, Konoha was very familiar with the terrain here, and Team 11 relied on the high-precision map drawn by the intelligence team to safely traverse the Land of Moon and reach the border of the Land of Lightning. At the border, Kakashi stood atop a large tree and gazed into the distance at the valley, saying, "It should be there." Hinata Kyō focused and looked over, shaking his head after a moment. "The valley is filled with a large number of sealing techniques, interfering with my Byakugan's detection. I can't determine how many cloud ninjas are inside." Kyō has years of experience fighting against Konoha, so they would consider the reconnaissance of Konoha's technique bloodline users when setting up defenses for key facilities, implementing corresponding preventive measures. Kakashi was not too disappointed and calmly said, "Then let's proceed according to plan. You three are responsible for drawing away the outer guards, and I will execute the final attack." Guy quickly said, but before Guy could finish, Kakashi interrupted him. "I am the captain. This is an order. Execute it." Shizuka looked at Kakashi and then at Hinata Kyō, seeking his opinion. Guy also turned to Hinata Kyō, thinking that if anyone in Team 11 could persuade Kakashi, it would be Hinata Kyō. Hinata Kyō, with one hand on his hip and the other resting on the hilt of his sword, casually asked Kakashi, "I will only ask you one thing. Are you confident?" Kakashi answered firmly, "Of course I am confident. Don't worry, I will meet up with you at the retreat point." Chapter 62. The Raid in the Deep of Night Within the Valley. A cool breeze swept by, causing the two Yun hidden ninjas on watch to instinctively tighten their robes. One of them suddenly asked, "Hey, did you hear something?" The other focused for a moment, then shook his head and replied, "Isn't it just the sound of insects and birds? What's wrong? Did you hear something else?" Just then, a shadow suddenly darted into the watchtower, swiftly lunging at the two Yun hidden ninjas. "Who is it?" The two ninjas barely managed to utter a cry before collapsing under the cold flash of a blade. After checking their breathing and heartbeat, confirming their deaths, the shadow slowly stood up, gazing towards the secret warehouse located at the innermost part of the valley. The moonlight spilled down, illuminating the figure, revealing his appearance. This shadow was none other than Hyuga Kagami, who was responsible for drawing away the outer guards of Yun Hidden. Upon infiltrating the valley, he discovered that Yun Hidden had set up a very tight defense, with checkpoints every 10 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Far from the secret warehouse, such a stringent guard made Hyuga Kagami suspect that Yun Hidden must have stored a large amount of supplies here. However, after observing carefully with his Byakugan for a moment, his brows furrowed tighter. There were at least 150 to 160 guards in plain sight, and, counting the hidden guards, there were at least over 200 Yun hidden ninjas in the entire valley. This situation greatly exceeded Hyuga Kagami's expectations. According to the analysis of Team 11's 4 members, the number of enemies in the valley should have been between 50 and 100, and their tactical plan was designed based on this premise. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the other end. Within the noise, shouts, and sounds of combat mixed together, sounding extremely jarring in the silent valley. Hyuga Kagami looked in the direction of the noise and murmured, "That direction must be Guy. Has he been discovered so soon?" Team 11's combat plan was quite simple. First, Hyuga Kagami, Shizumi, and Guy would infiltrate the valley separately to assassinate the Yun hidden ninjas guarding the perimeter. If detected, they would immediately retreat to draw away some of the guards, diluting the strength of the Yun hidden guards around the secret warehouse. Then, Captain Kakashi would be responsible for the raid, directly targeting the secret warehouse located deep within the valley. Finally, the 4 members of Team 11 would meet at the agreed-upon retreat point after destroying the secret warehouse and return to Konoha together. However, the entire combat plan was premised on the enemy being within 100, and clearly, that premise was non-existent, causing an ominous premonition to swell in Hyuga Kagami's heart. Before long, the noise gradually faded. Guy, who had been exposed, had evidently followed the plan to draw away a portion of the Yun hidden ninjas. But Guy's exposure also made the Yun hidden ninjas in the valley alert, causing teams of Yun hidden ninjas to scatter and search the entire valley inch by inch. Seeing that the Yun hidden ninjas were about to search in his direction, Hyuga Kagami no longer hesitated and immediately threw out several kunai wrapped with explosive tags. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted in the valley. Taking advantage of the night and the smoke from the explosions, Hyuga Kagami, wielding the Kusanagi sword, lunged at the panicking Yun hidden ninjas like a ghost. Who is it? Where? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The blades flashed as Hyuga Kagami, under the cover of the smoke, ruthlessly harvested these Yun hidden ninjas, cutting down 3 or 4 in the blink of an eye. Wind release! Great wind break! One of the leading chunin from Yun hidden reacted quickly, using wind release to disperse the smoke caused by the explosive tags. Without the cover of the smoke, Hyuga Kagami's figure was revealed in front of the group of Yun hidden ninjas. The leading chunin quickly shouted, "It's the Konoha Umbu. Everyone be careful." This group of Yun hidden search teams, composed of chunin and jinin, began to signal towards the main base deeper in the valley while surrounding Hyuga Kagami. According to the plan, Hyuga Kagami should have retreated by now. However, the number of Yun hidden guards in the valley far exceeded expectations, forcing him to stay and attract more Yun hidden ninjas. Otherwise, Kakashi alone would not be able to approach the secret warehouse through the heavy obstacles. In another direction, Shizumi also took the initiative to launch a raid, activating the body flicker technique. He resolved a 4-member Yun hidden team in an instant and then pretended to raid towards the secret warehouse deep in the valley. Along the way, Shizumi did not engage too much with the enemies, directly leaving many Yun hidden ninjas behind. However, just as he was about to approach the secret warehouse, he was intercepted by a group of Yun hidden jonin. With the fierce raids of Hyuga Kagami and Shizumi, the entire valley erupted into chaos, with explosions, roars, cries of anguish, and calls for help rising and falling. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi silently observed everything, knowing it was not yet his time to strike. Before long, Hyuga Kagami and Shizumi were forced to retreat from a valley. However, the Yun hidden ninjas clearly had no intention of letting them go, dispatching 2 pursuing teams almost simultaneously to chase after them. Guy drew away 8, Kagami drew away 16, and Shizumi drew away 12. Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi calculated the number of enemies his teammates had drawn away while observing the changes in the Yun hidden guards after the ambush. The total number of enemies killed and drawn away exceeded 50, approaching 14 small teams. No matter how he looked at it, it was already a very good result. As for the enemies' numbers far exceeding expectations, it did not instill fear in Kakashi. On the contrary, it further solidified his determination to raid the secret warehouse. For such stringent defenses indicated that the supplies stored here must be extremely important. It was time. After exhaling lightly, Kakashi clasped his hands together, forming the seals: rat, horse, monkey, horse, rabbit, in order. Suddenly, a sharp and piercing bird call rang out. Accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds, Kakashi charged forward towards the depths of the valley. As Hyuga Kagami retreated, he heard the familiar sound of 1,000 birds and knew that Kakashi had launched the final raid. He glanced back at the Yun hidden pursuers behind him. There were a total of 16 for small teams, with at least 2 jonin among them, and the number of chunin was uncertain but would not be less than 4. He couldn't lead this group to the retreat point. He had to eliminate them. With this resolve, Hyuga Kagami stopped in a clearing and slowly drew out the Kusanagi sword from his waist. The Yun hidden pursuers immediately spread out around him, surrounding him. One of the leading Yun hidden jonin laughed. "You're just a kid, yet you have quite a bit of courage to dare infiltrate here." Chapter 63. Confusion and Rescue. Damn it, you little brat. As his chest was completely sliced open, blood gushed out, and the voice of the cloud hidden jonin grew weaker and weaker until he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Hyuga Kagami staggered a few steps before sitting down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath. At this moment, Dozens of cloud-hidden ninja corpses lay scattered around him, and the area was a mess, indicating that a fierce battle had just taken place. After catching his breath, Hyuga Kagami looked down to check his body and then sighed in relief. Although he had quite a few wounds, none were fatal. Only the penetrating injury on his left shoulder was a bit serious, but it did not hinder his ability to wield his sword with his right hand. "Thank you," Hyuga Kagami murmured, putting away his Kusanagi sword. This time, being able to annihilate over 10 cloud-hidden ninja at such a small cost was largely thanks to the Kusanagi and the paralyzing poison. One of the cloud-hidden leading Jonin, unaware of the Kusanagi's true nature, attempted to block the Kusanagi infused with rebirth Eye Chakra using a regular kunai. As a result, he was killed in a single encounter, greatly weakening the strength and morale of the remaining cloud-hidden ninja and laying the foundation for Hyuga Kagami's eventual victory. After simply bandaging his wounds, Hyuga Kagami did not dare to delay and immediately headed toward the evacuation point. After all, this was within the land of Lightning's territory. Staying for even a minute meant more danger. Soon, Hyuga Kagami arrived at the previously agreed-upon evacuation point for Team 11. Kai and Shirzue, who had arrived first, greeted Hyuga Kagami and said, "You finally made it. We thought something happened to you." Hyuga Kagami replied, "It took a bit of effort to deal with the enemy." Shirzue nodded. "Yes, I noticed that you attracted the most enemies, Senior." Hyuga Kagami glanced at Kai and Shirzue and casually asked, "How did it go on your side?" Kai and Shirzue each shared their situations. Kai's side attracted only Chunin and Genin, and there were only 8 of them, so after a fierce battle, he successfully dealt with all the pursuing cloud-hidden ninja. Among the 12 cloud-hidden ninja chasing Shirzue, although one was a Jonin, that Jonin fell victim to Shirzue's illusion technique right at the start. By the time he broke free from the illusion, his dozen or so Chunin and Genin teammates had already been slaughtered by Shirzue, and without the cooperation of his teammates. He was clearly no match for Shirzue in a one-on-one fight, so he soon met his end under Shirzue's short blade. After hearing this, Hyuga Kagami frowned, "So, together we only dealt with a little over 50 enemies? More importantly, among these 50 or so cloud-hidden ninja, only 3 were Jonin. The vast majority were merely cannon fodder, Genin meant to consume the enemy's chakra." Kai said worriedly, "Yes, so I'm very concerned about Kakashi. How could he handle so many enemies alone?" Shirzue stood silently by. The current situation was quite clear, given Kakashi's strength. Facing over 100 cloud-hidden ninja was undoubtedly hopeless. Even if he managed to destroy the secret warehouse by some stroke of luck, there would be no chance of escape. Kai looked towards the valley with a determined tone. "I need to go back and help him." Shirzue opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. The 3 members of Team 11 were all injured, and their chakra was more than half depleted. Even if they retreated immediately, they might not escape the pursuit of the remaining cloud-hidden forces and safely return to the Land of Fire. Not to mention turning around to launch a surprise attack on the valley. That would be tantamount to seeking death. At this moment, Hyuga Kagami also looked towards the valley, his eyes filled with hesitation. In the valley, glancing at the raging cloud-hidden secret warehouse beside him, Kakashi, half crouching in a pool of blood and holding his shoulder, revealed a relieved smile. Finally completed the mission. No more comrades will die for me. Swish, swish, swish. At that moment, more and more cloud-hidden ninja used body flicker technique to rush over, densely surrounding Kakashi. The leading cloud-hidden Jonin, with a cold expression, said, "Konoha Ninja, state your name." Although he was extremely angry, Kakashi's decisive attack still earned the respect of this elite Jonin from Cloud Hidden. So he wanted to ask for Kakashi's name before killing him. Kakashi lifted his head to look at the other party. However, due to excessive blood loss, his vision became increasingly blurred, and he could only vaguely sense the flickering firelight and the shadowy figures of the surrounding cloud-hidden ninja. At that moment, he suddenly felt a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. All right, it was during the Battle of the Kanabi Bridge. I was surrounded by so many people then as well. Unfortunately, my teacher is no longer here. This time, no one will come to save me. Obito, Rin, we will finally meet again. This ending doesn't seem so bad. Kakashi felt his strength gradually ebbing away, and his thoughts drifted further and further away, as if breaking free from the shackles of his body. Seeing that Kakashi's consciousness was beginning to fade, the leading cloud-hidden Jonin shook his head and sighed, then made a killing gesture to his subordinates. A cloud-hidden Chunin immediately gripped his kunai and slowly walked towards Kakashi. However, after reaching Kakashi's side, the cloud-hidden Chunin hesitated and could not bring himself to strike. The leading cloud-hidden Jonin impatiently urged, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and finish him. We still need to pursue the other Konoha ninja." The secret warehouse had been destroyed, and if they could not kill all the invading Konoha ninja, even if he was a highly experienced elite Jonin from Cloud Hidden, he would still escape the wrath of the Reikage. The Cloud Hidden Chunin stared at Kakashi's oddly shaped Sharingan in his left eye, stammering, but his eyes. At that moment, a figure flashed by, instantly slaying the Cloud Hidden Chunin standing in front of Kakashi. Following that, two more figures landed beside Kakashi. Wiping the blood off the Kusanagi, Hyuga Kagami said lightly, "Kai, carry Kakashi on your back and leave." Kai hesitated for a moment, but seeing Kakashi's consciousness had already blurred and he could not retreat alone, he had no choice but to carry Kakashi on his back and said to Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue, "I'll settle him down and be back soon." Shirzue smiled and shook his head. "No need, you take it back to the village first." "Here, senior, and I can handle it," Kai said, but Hyuga Kagami shouted with a dark face, "Get going before I change my mind." Chapter 64. The Heavenly Returned Sword Blade after Kakashi fell unconscious. Hyuga Kagami effectively took over the position of Team 11's captain, so Guy dared not say anything more and immediately carried the unconscious Kakashi towards the valley's exit. Among the Cloud Ninjas, several small teams immediately split off to pursue them. At this moment, the leading elite Jonin from the Cloud Village glanced at Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue, suddenly smiling and saying, "What an excellent group of juniors." Hyuga Kagami coldly replied, "Thank you for the compliment. I am Volcado, the commander of this defense unit." The elite Jonin from the Cloud Village continued, "I admire you, but unfortunately, you will all die here today, including those two who have escaped." Hyuga Kagami remained silent, scanning his surroundings with a grim expression. Ignoring the small teams from the Cloud that had just pursued Guy, there were over 100 Cloud Ninjas surrounding him and Shirzue, with at least a dozen possessing chakra levels of Jonin. Moreover, the signal for the attack on the secret warehouse had long been sent out, and the Cloud's reinforcements were likely rushing in from all directions. Seeing that Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue were in such a desperate situation, yet still held on to hope, Volcado, while admiring them, said with a smile, "If I can eliminate such excellent juniors from Konoha, I doubt Lord Reikage will blame me for inadequate defense." Hyuga Kagami stared silently at Volcado, waiting for the right moment. With his steadily increasing strength, the effective range of his Rinnegan had expanded to about 22 meters. If he were to overdraw his chakra at the cost of his physical condition, he could extend it further to 25 meters. Currently, Volcado was about 21 meters away, within the range of his ability. However, considering Volcado was an elite Jonin from the Cloud, he was certainly formidable, so 21 meters felt unsafe. It would be best to get within about 15 meters to ensure absolute success. As Hyuga Kagami calculated the distance to the enemy, he took out a poison vial from his waist pouch. The paralysis toxin on his Kusanagi blade had been mostly depleted from the previous battle, so he needed to reapply the poison to maintain its effectiveness. He had come too hastily and momentarily forgotten, but now he had no choice but to hastily poison the blade in front of his enemies. Seeing Hyuga Kagami poison his short sword, the Cloud Ninjas displayed various expressions. Volcado furrowed his brow slightly, thinking, "Where's Kurappa? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The Cloud Ninjas were not in a hurry to attack because they were waiting for their interrogator, Kurappa, to arrive. In Volcado's eyes, Hyuga Kagami and the others were already dead. They just needed to be utilized before dying, at least to extract some information about Konoha, since the Cloud had not yet developed a secret technique to invade a corpse's brain for information. They had to wait for Kurappa to arrive before taking action. Even if they severely injured Hyuga Kagami and Shirzue, with Kurappa present, they would have time to interrogate them on the spot. Shirzue quickly noticed the unusual behavior of the Cloud Ninjas and whispered to Hyuga Kagami, "Senior, something seems off. They appear to be waiting for something." Hyuga Kagami also sensed this and realized he could no longer hesitate. So he said, "When we make our move, you immediately activate Susanoo." Shirzue did not ask why, but nodded seriously. After instructing Shirzue, Hyuga Kagami slowly walked towards Volcado. Volcado's expression changed, and he immediately instructed the Cloud Ninjas, "No need to wait any longer, attack." As soon as he finished speaking, Volcado suddenly felt an immense, indescribable force pulling him towards Hyuga Kagami. Not only him, but everyone within 21 meters of Hyuga Kagami, including Shirzue, was also pulled towards him by this tremendous force. At that moment, Hyuga Kagami, wielding the Kusanagi, shouted, "Heavenly Return Sword Blade." The Heavenly Return Sword Blade was a makeshift tactic Hyuga Kagami devised after obtaining the Kusanagi. In his conception, he would use Rinnegan to pull all nearby enemies towards him and then wield the Kusanagi to forcefully execute the 8 trigrams palm's heavenly return. With the Kusanagi's blade as offense and heavenly return as defense, he aimed to achieve a balance of attack and defense. However, he had not had the opportunity to practice this concept privately before being assigned to this secret mission. So now he could only gamble on his life and give it a try. The immense pulling force of Rinnegan drew in more than a dozen ninjas, including Volcado and Sure Sway, towards Hyuga Kagami. Not only the Cloud ninjas were shocked, but even Sure Sway wore a stunned expression. Although Sure Sway had seen Hyuga Kagami use Rinnegan, experiencing it firsthand was a first for him. Fortunately, Hyuga Kagami had given prior instructions, so he remained calm and promptly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning Susanoo. The sound of whistling blades echoed at the right moment. All the ninjas drawn in by Rinnegan were attacked to varying degrees by the Kusanagi. Except for Sure Sway, who was protected by Susanoo, every other ninja was struck by the Kusanagi. After stopping the heavenly return sword blade, Hyuga Kagami panted while assessing the results of the battle. The large-scale, high-intensity use of Rinnegan had drained his already limited chakra, so he had to ensure that Volcado, the Cloud Commander, was struck by the Kusanagi. However, at that moment, among the Cloud ninjas who had been injured and fallen to the ground, all the Jonin, except for the Chunin and Genin, suddenly vanished with a bang in a flash of lightning. Lightning clone? Hyuga Kagami's heart sank. A skilled shadow clone technique could easily deceive even the most perceptive eyes. And in Hyuga Kagami's memory, Kakashi had once successfully used a lightning clone to trick Pain, who possessed the Rinnegan. But experiencing this himself, especially in such a dire situation, was not a pleasant feeling. In fact, Hyuga Kagami had sensed something was off. His Rinnegan had vaguely detected that Volcado seemed a bit out of place. However, having never encountered a lightning clone before, he could not deduce that all the Cloud Jonin before him, including Volcado, were merely lightning clones. At this moment, Volcado and several other Cloud Jonin who had lost their lightning clones stepped out from the shadows. Volcado, while curiously observing Sure Sway in his Susanoo state, laughed and said, "It seems I underestimated you. Ninjas sent to carry out such suicidal missions in enemy territory indeed have some skills." Chapter 65. The struggle of a cornered beast. Hinata Kagami stared intently at Volcado, who emerged from the shadows, his expression extremely serious. Just a moment ago, he had used the reversal sword blade for the first time to ensure the smooth execution of the 8 trigrams palm's reversal technique and to balance the awkwardness of wielding a sword in one hand while using a palm technique with the other. Hinata Kagami had consumed a significant amount of chakra. Coupled with the heavy chakra expenditure from the infinite rotation, he now had less than 10% of his chakra remaining. If he could use this to heavily injure Volcado and several other Cloud Shinobi Jonin, then the chakra spent would not be in vain. After all, without Volcado and these Jonin restraining him, whether to fight or flee, Hinata Kagami would have a better chance. However, with the surprise attack failing, the situation for Hinata Kagami and Sure Sway was looking grim. Glancing at Sure Sway out of the corner of his eye, Hinata Kagami's expression darkened further. Inside the Susanoo, Sure Sway was already panting, with beads of sweat covering his forehead. Obviously, the previous fierce battles had drained much of his chakra, and the burden of using the Kodoa Mitsukami with his Manjiki Sharingan was also significant for someone his age, whose body had not fully developed yet. At that moment, Volcado shouted, "Attack!" With Volcado's command, the surrounding Cloud Shinobi immediately launched their assault. Hinata Kagami quickly threw a few shurikens, taking down more than 10 Cloud Shinobi Nin and Genin who had been injured by the reversal sword blade and were nearly paralyzed by the paralysis toxin. He then leaped backward, retreating into Sure Sway's Susanoo. Boom! 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 As soon as Hinata Kagami stepped into Sure Sway's Susanoo, the attacks from the Cloud Shinobi followed closely behind, resulting in a series of violent explosions outside the Susanoo. When the smoke cleared, the Susanoo remained tall and imposing, with both Sure Sway and Hinata Kagami completely unharmed. Seeing this, Volcado, who had retreated to a distance, was astonished. The Uchiha clan's Susanoo had not appeared in the ninja world for a very long time, so Volcado was unaware of what the Susanoo before him represented. However, that did not hinder his experienced judgment. To him, both the infinite rotation used by Hinata Kagami earlier and the Susanoo currently wielded by Sure Sway were strange and powerful techniques that were not something ordinary ninjas could master. Thus, Even though Hinata Kagami and Shursui were dressed as members of the Konoha Umbu and wore masks, he still guessed their identities as Konoha bloodline users. Every bloodline user's body is an information repository, so in addition to his surprise, Vokado felt an urgent need to take down Hinata Kagami and Shursui. Trap them. Continue the attack without stopping. Vokado commanded loudly while quietly retreating. Earth release, earth prison. Earth release, earth wall. Fire release, great explosive technique. Wind release, gale. With Vokado's orders, 4 Cloud Shinobi Jonin immediately jumped to the sides of the Susanoo and launched their ninjutsu. Instantly, walls of earth rose from the ground, trapping the enormous Susanoo in place. The combination of fire and wind release created a sea of flames that surged toward the Susanoo like an inferno. At the same time, Shursui gritted his teeth and used the secret technique of Susanoo. 99. The emerald green Susanoo opened its chest armor, revealing a chakra mass dense as fire, shaped like a magatama. Following that, countless emerald green chakra arrows shot out. Meanwhile, Hinata Kagami, hidden within the Susanoo, was not idle either. He threw dozens of kunai wrapped with explosive tags, shurikens, and other throwing tools in one breath. Boom, boom, boom. The intense explosions shook the entire ground. Both sides launched their attacks almost simultaneously, with countless ninjutsu, throwing tools, explosive tags, and chakra arrows exchanging blows in the valley, illuminating the night like daylight. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the battlefield scene emerged. The earth prisons and walls created by the Cloud Shinobi were now largely destroyed, and the dozen or so Cloud Shinobi directly in front of Shursui Susanoo had suffered heavy casualties, most of them already lifeless. Yet in the center of the battlefield, Hinata Kagami and Shursui remained unscathed. However, Shursui was now kneeling on the ground, supporting himself with his hands and coughing violently, looking as if he was on the verge of collapse. Hiding at a distance, Vokado observed Shursui Susanoo while thinking, such a terrifying ninjutsu must consume a lot of chakra. It seems that kid is starting to struggle. From the earlier attacks of the Cloud Shinobi, the Susanoo had already proven its unparalleled defensive power. If an ordinary ninja faced such fierce enemies, they would likely be terrified, but Vokado was different. Firstly, he was a powerful elite jonin and had his own trump cards. Secondly, they were within the land of lightning, and reinforcements were continuously arriving. No matter how strong the enemy was, it was impossible for one person to take on an entire nation. It should be noted that the third Reikage had died in the siege of countless Iwagakure ninjas, and even a strong figure like the third Reikage struggled against an entire nation's ninjas, let alone 2 Konoha ninjas in their teens. No attack from any direction seemed capable of breaking through that green chakra apparition. How could this ninjutsu be countered? As Vokado pondered, a sudden thought struck him. If he attacked from underground by bypassing the top, would it be effective? Vokado quickly performed a very complex series of hand seals and then slowly pressed his hand against the ground. Inside the Susanoo, Shursui, after coughing violently for a while, weakly said, "Senior, you should go. I can't hold on much longer." Hinata Kagami also gasped. It's not time for despair yet. Although trapped in a desperate situation, Hinata Kagami was not completely powerless. The body regeneration secret technique he obtained from Orochimaru was his last trump card at this moment. As long as he was willing to overdraw his life, he could immediately recover from all injuries and replenish a certain amount of chakra. At that time, he could control the third Kazekage puppet and use magnet release, sand iron wings to break out from the sky. As for the exposure of the third Kazekage puppet, in such a dire situation, he could not care less. If he lost his life, what use would preserving the puppet be? Just as Hinata Kagami reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist, he suddenly felt a slight tremor beneath his feet. Before he could focus his gaze, the ground cracked open with a thin seam, and a dazzling lightning giant snake shot out from the ground, lunging straight toward Hinata Kagami and Shursui. Chapter 66, Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. Under the sudden ambush of the electric snake, Hinata Kagami and Shizum, already exhausted and injured, let out a scream. In an instant, the Susanoo that enveloped the two became transparent and then gradually dissipated. Finally, we have dealt with you 2 little ghosts. Seeing his attack succeed, the hidden Fricado could not help but laugh out loud from a distance. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, more figures landed in the valley. Nearly 100 Yunin ninjas who had come to support. Upon seeing the chaotic scene in the valley, with the bodies of Yunin ninjas scattered everywhere in the secret warehouse, The core facility, engulfed in flames. The supporting Yunin ninjas were instantly shocked. The leading Yunin interrogator, Kurappa, immediately shouted at Furcado, who was responsible for guarding the secret warehouse. Furcado, what are you doing? Why didn't you protect the secret warehouse? Furcado helplessly replied, we were attacked by the elite forces of Konoha. Elite forces? Kurappa sneered, then pointed to the paralyzed Hinata, Kagami, and Shizum. Just these two little Konoha kids, and you dare to say they're the elite forces of Konoha? Furcado snorted. Little kids? Take a good look around you. It's these few Konoha kids that have killed over 100 of us. Kurappa quickly surveyed the area and found that the ground was covered with the bodies of Yunin ninjas. In the entire valley, besides the paralyzed Hinata Kagami and Shizum, he could not see any other Konoha ninjas. Realizing that Hinata Kagami and Shizum were not simple, Kurappa immediately made a request. I want to interrogate them now. Furcado shrugged. Do as you please, but two little Konoha kids escaped, and I need to chase them now. Hinata Kagami, who was paralyzed by the lightning release technique, could not muster any strength at this moment. Seeing more Yunin ninjas arriving, the number surrounding them had exceeded 200, and his heart sank. Staring at Kurappa, who was walking towards him step by step, Hinata Kagami felt despair. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicably familiar power in the void. This power, seemingly hidden in the void, felt both distant and yet close at hand, and surprisingly enough, it was not only immense, but also very comforting. Yes, it was a sense of familiarity. This seemingly within reach power rekindled Hinata Kagami's will to survive. With a desperate hope for survival, he struggled to raise his hand. Kurappa, who was approaching, sneered, Don't struggle. After I get what I want, I will let you die without pain. On the side, Shizum stared at Hinata Kagami. Knowing that Hinata Kagami would never make a meaningless move, and he was prepared to sacrifice one of his Sharingan to use Goto Tsukimi to control Kurappa. With his current chakra, he could no longer use Goto Tsukimi normally. If he forced it, he would have to completely sacrifice one of his Sharingan. But it was undoubtedly worth it. As long as he could secretly control Kurappa, there was still a chance for him and Hinata Kagami to escape. At this moment, Hinata Kagami finally raised his hand and reached out towards the sky. Kurappa raised an eyebrow. Has your consciousness become fuzzy? Good. This will make it easier for me to interrogate you. Before he could finish his sentence, Kurappa was taken aback. Not only Kurappa, but also the surrounding Yunin ninjas, including Furcado, who was preparing to chase Guy, and Kakashi, and Shizum, who was brewing to use Goto Tsukimi, were all stunned. In their eyes, Hinata Kagami simply reached out to the sky, and suddenly an immense chakra response erupted from him. This chakra response was so enormous that it shook Kurappa and Furcado, who had experienced tailed beast chakra. Hinata Kagami felt the injuries and paralysis in his body vanish in an instant, replaced by an endless surge of power. What is happening? His shock was no less than that of others. This overwhelming power, although incredibly familiar, he was sure it was not the power of his own Tenseigan. Vaguely, he sensed that this vast chakra seemed to contain some information. It was a seal technique, although he did not understand what specific sealing technique was contained in this information. Hinata Kagami followed the instructions in the message to form the seals one by one. Whoosh! After forming the seals, Hinata Kagami's body was immediately enveloped in a gentle light blue chakra, and he slowly floated into the air. Immediately afterward, black truth-seeking balls burst forth from his forehead, surrounding him as they floated, transforming. Tenseigan Chakra Mode? The seals just now were actually the seals for Tenseigan Chakra Mode. In that instant, he guessed the source of this chakra from the void, but he still did not understand why this was happening. However, it was clear that this was not the time to dwell on these matters. He suppressed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind. With only one thought left, he must eliminate all Yunin ninjas to ensure that the Tenseigan would not be exposed. With his determination made, he pointed one hand at Shizum, pulling him into the air while slowly raising the other hand towards the entire valley. As he raised his hand, the 9 truth-seeking balls floating around him immediately merged into his palm. At this moment, a cold voice emerged from his mouth. Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. On the moon, in the Otsutsuki Shrine, an elderly man with white hair and a frail body suddenly opened his murky white eyes in shock. Who is using the power of the Tenseigan? Without hesitation, the old man rushed to the shrine that enshrined the Tenseigan. At the same time, 2 other elders also arrived at the shrine, and the 3 gathered before the enormous Tenseigan. How could this happen? To whom is the Tenseigan supplying chakra? Only the 3 of us can control the Tenseigan. The eldest of the 3 elders spoke. No matter what, We must seal the Tensigen and cut off its chakra output. The other two elders nodded in agreement. Therefore, the three simultaneously formed seals and then shouted, "Seal!" With the sealing of the three elders, the light flickering on the giant Tensigen immediately dimmed. Chapter 67. The valley disappeared. Boom. The enormous storm driven by the seeking Tao, Jade, swept across the entire valley in an instant. In such a violent storm, whether it was a powerful elite Jonin like Fukado or a group of ordinary cloud-hidden Chunin, they all seemed like rootless floating weeds. Tiny like ants. Not only the cloud-hidden ninjas, but countless large trees in the valley were uprooted, giant rocks were lifted whole, and houses and watchtowers were shattered into countless fragments at the moment they came into contact with the storm. Crash! Everything was turned into debris in the storm, colliding with each other and producing various sounds. The entire valley was as if it had been erased by an eraser named Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, leaving only a desolate blank. Not enough. Still not enough. At this point, Hokage had no intention of stopping. Even though the entire valley was almost flattened by him, there were still many chakra reactions in the valley in his rebirth eye's vision, indicating that there were still quite a few survivors from Cloud Hidden. These survivors absolutely could not be left alive. If they were spared, Cloud Hidden would uncover the secret of the rebirth eye. Cloud Hidden's dark history was not small. They had previously kidnapped Kushina and Hinata, and in order to grasp the secrets of other villages, they would use any means necessary. Floating in midair under the control of the gravitational force, Shizuka was dumbfounded, and for several minutes, his expression had not changed at all. Could this be the true power of Senior Q? Hiding his pride deep inside, Shizuka was seeing for the first time a power that even the Manjikyu Sharingan could not contend with, and amid the shock, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. His pride had truly been shattered this time. Hokage did not notice the change in Shizuka's mindset. He was fully exerting the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion, annihilating all cloud-hidden ninjas within his sight. Suddenly, the endless source of chakra was cut off. Hokage felt as if he had been suddenly emptied, and the abruptness of the process left him completely unprepared. He had long suspected that this chakra came from the giant rebirth eye on the moon. Only with chakra from another rebirth would he feel such familiarity. It was precisely because he guessed that the source of the chakra was on the moon that he poured all his energy into the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion. He knew that the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon would not allow him to recklessly use the power of the giant rebirth eye. So this opportunity might only come once. If he missed it, he could only gaze at the moon and sigh. However, the speed of the descendants of Otsutsuki Kagaya on the moon in reacting was far beyond his expectations. From the resonance between his rebirth eye and the giant rebirth eye on the moon to the disconnection of the resonance, the entire process took only a few short minutes. He could not stop now. Faced with the current situation, Hokage quickly realized, before annihilating all cloud-hidden ninjas, he could not the rebirth eye chakra mode. Even if it meant overexerting some life force, he had to grit his teeth and persist. Moreover, based on his estimation, it wouldn't take dozens of seconds for the Silver Wheel Rebirth Explosion to not only flatten the entire valley, but also plow the ground 3 feet deep. By then, not to mention humans, even the mice and ants hiding underground would find it hard to escape death. But without the support of the giant rebirth eye on the moon, Hokage, who had already exhausted his chakra, immediately felt an overwhelming fatigue, as if the entire world was swaying. 7, 6, 5, 4. With heavy eyelids that were almost impossible to open, he strained to sense the remaining chakra reactions in the valley. 3, 2. The last one. As the last chakra reaction disappeared, confirming that there were no living people left in the entire valley, Hokage could no longer hold on, spitting blood as he fell to the ground with Shizuka. Before he could activate the Rebirth Eye Chakra mode, his Rebirth Eye Chakra mode disappeared on its own. At the same time, his Rebirth Eye, like Otsutsuki Shurin's after the battle with Naruto, degraded from the Rebirth Eye to the Byakugan. Noticing Hokage's abnormality, Shizuka hurried over to support him and asked, "Senior, are you okay? Go hurry." Shizuka nodded, carrying Hokage on his back and fleeing towards the land of the moon. Just not long after Hokage and Shizuka escaped, teams of cloud-hidden ninjas rushed to the valley from all directions. Of course, it was no longer suitable to call a valley, because what met the eye was a flat expanse, as if a giant had furiously plowed it with an iron shovel. Did we get the location wrong? Wasn't it said that there was a valley here? Where are the people? Where is the secret warehouse? What just happened here? The cloud-hidden ninjas were dumbfounded, at a loss for what to do. At this moment, a cloud-hidden Jonin stood up and shouted loudly, "Damn it! What are you all dawdling for? Hurry up and search for survivors. I want to know what happened here." The cloud-hidden ninjas reacted and immediately scattered, searching for survivors in the messy, muddy ground. But after turning over everything, what they found were only incomplete corpses, and without exception, all were bodies dressed in cloud-hidden attire. What, not a single enemy corpse found? After receiving the report, the cloud-hidden Jonin was also somewhat flustered. He pointed to the row of broken corpses that had been gathered in front of him and trembled as he said, Could it be that all these corpses are our own people? On the moon, after cutting off the giant rebirth eye's supply of chakra, the remaining 3 Otsutsuki elders were filled with suspicion. The eldest elder, with a hoarse and weak voice, said, "The recent anomaly with the rebirth eye is too strange. I suspect it has something to do with the person who previously stole the outer path golem." The second elder, equally old and frail, was both shocked and angry. "He dares to steal our Otsutsuki's treasure, the rebirth eye?" The third elder, more calm, said lightly, "Why not use the rebirth eye to sense it? The recent anomaly is indeed a bit unusual. Perhaps something has changed on Earth." The eldest elder nodded, then formed a seal and shouted, "Open." The dim giant rebirth eye once again burst forth with brilliant light, casting a light curtain that projected far towards the Earth. On Earth, Hokage Kyō, who was being carried by Shizuka and fleeing towards the land of the moon, suddenly felt that familiar chakra sweep past him. However, because his rebirth eye had depleted chakra and degraded to the Byakugan, that familiar chakra did not linger on him, merely sweeping past and continuing on into the distance. Chapter 68. Forbidden Land Within the Land of Soup. In a narrow cave, the unconscious guy and Kakashi lay side by side on the ground, while Hinata Kyō leaned against one side alone, with only Shursui busy by the campfire. Stirring the small pot over the fire, Shursui said softly, "Senior, the soup will be ready soon." Hinata Kyō nodded. He was feeling quite hungry at the moment. Although there were still plenty of military rations left, they tasted terrible, and, given a choice, he naturally preferred to have delicious fish soup. Before long, Shursui served a steaming bowl of fish soup to Hinata Kyō. After taking the soup, Hinata Kyō drank it while glancing at the unconscious guy and Kakashi. It was somewhat amusing. Clearly, it was Hinata Kyō and Shursui who were responsible for the rearguard. Yet after the Team 11 regrouped at the retreat point in the Land of Soup, it was Guy and Kakashi who had retreated earlier that ended up the most seriously injured. Guy had been forced to use the forbidden technique 8 Gates due to being pursued and besieged by the Cloud Ninja. The 8 Gates technique, being a forbidden technique, harms the user even as it harms the enemy. So while Guy successfully repelled the enemy, his body fell into unconsciousness from overexertion. Kakashi's situation was more complicated. Besides his injuries and excessive blood loss, there seemed to be other reasons for his unconsciousness. But Hinata Kyō couldn't figure out what they were at the moment. Of course, Hinata Kyō didn't have much energy to investigate these issues. He still had his own troubles to deal with. Suddenly, Hinata Kyō frowned, and the bowl of soup in his hand fell to the ground, shattering into 2 pieces. Shursui quickly asked, "Senior, what's wrong?" Hinata Kyō shook his head with a serious expression. "It's nothing." After giving a perfunctory reply to Shursui, he turned to look outside the cave. The night sky outside was enchanting, with bright stars scattered like diamonds across the sky, and the moonlight was pure and gentle, creating a dreamlike beauty. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Hinata Kyō sighed. "Ah, they've been alerted after all." Just a moment ago, a wave of chakra from a hidden Rinnegan swept by, and if it weren't for Hinata Kyō's familiarity with that chakra, he might have missed it entirely. Meanwhile, Shursui had shown no reaction at all, and was completely unaware of it. This indicated that the chakra probe from the giant Rinnegan on the moon was very sophisticated and subtle. Unless one was familiar with Rinnegan chakra, even someone with the power of the Sharingan wouldn't be able to detect it. It could be counted as the 7th time this had happened in the past few days. Why hadn't they given up yet? It was just chakra usage. Did they really have to be so relentless? Hinata Kyō was somewhat annoyed, but he understood that the remaining Tsutsuki descendants on the moon were all radical factions. These Tsutsuki descendants misunderstood the intentions of the Tsutsuki clan in the Land of Wave, believing that the ninja world established by Sage of 6 Paths was a failure and were wholeheartedly intent on destroying the ninja world to recreate the world. Therefore, once these people learned of his existence, Hinata Kyō felt the consequences would be very unpredictable. Moreover, having used the giant Rinnegan chakra himself, he knew better than anyone how powerful that giant Rinnegan on the moon was, It could be said to be a true divine tool, the highest treasure belonging to the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki descendants could manipulate the giant Rinnegan freely, while Hinata Kagami could only barely resonate with it when his life was in danger. This showed that in terms of authority over the giant Rinnegan, those Tsutsuki descendants on the moon far surpassed Hinata Kagami. Once a confrontation occurred, he would have to face a giant Rinnegan that overwhelmed him in both quality and quantity. And the outcome was obvious. At that moment, he even felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, due to chakra exhaustion, his Rinnegan had temporarily devolved into Byakugan and was in a brief state of dormancy. Otherwise, he truly would have had no ability to evade the repeated probing from that giant Rinnegan on the moon. On the moon. Cough, cough. After a bout of urgent coughing, the elder raised his hand from the hand seals and slowly shook his head. Seeing this, the second elder's brows nearly knitted together. Still nothing? The elderly elder calmed his cough before slowly speaking. Apart from those 9 forbidden lands on the ground, there are no other anomalies. The Tsutsuki descendants on the moon had long been plotting the destruction of the ninja world. However, through the probing of the giant Rinnegan, they discovered that there seemed to be many secret places hidden in the ninja world that even they were unaware of, which they collectively referred to as forbidden lands. Some of these forbidden lands were protected by strange natural energy, some were shrouded by bizarre extraterrestrial forces, and some were tainted by evil, mysterious powers. Because of this, the Tsutsuki descendants on the moon had yet to take action. Currently, there were very few Tsutsuki left on the moon. Apart from the 3 elderly elders, there was only a 3-year-old child named Shunrin. Such power was clearly insufficient to sweep away the entire ninja world, so no matter how radical they were, they had to temporarily endure and wait for a suitable opportunity or for Shunrin to grow up. The 3rd elder then asked, what about the outer path deity statue? Any clues? The 3rd elder asked this because they had briefly sensed the outer path deity statue a few years ago, but soon that since disappeared, so they couldn't lock onto its precise location. The elder shook his head again. The most radical 2nd elder stood up from his mat. Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? The elder replied calmly. We are all old and lack the strength to fulfill our ancestors' wishes. This heavy burden should fall on Shunrin. He is the most gifted child in our clan, and if it's him, he will surely fulfill our ancestors' wishes. The 3rd elder tentatively suggested, perhaps we can contact the Hyuga. After all, they share the same bloodline as us. The elder snorted coldly. No, they are all fallen ones and do not deserve the Tsutsuki bloodline. They only deserve to be destroyed along with the failed world created by the sage of 6 paths. The 3rd elder wanted to argue that if everything was exterminated, then the few remaining Tsutsuki clan members on the moon would also be unable to escape the fate of extinction. However, seeing the elder's resolute expression, he opened his mouth but could not bring himself to say it. Ultimately, it still stemmed from the 3rd elder's own belief that the Hyuga clan on the ground did not deserve to be compared with the Tsutsuki clan on the moon. Chapter 69. Opening and closing the border between the land of earth and the land of grass. The 3rd Tsutsuki, Anoki, flipped through the intelligence in his hands and said, so, the commander of the Konoha ninja army facing us is Danzo? Standing beside him, the Yellow Earth replied, yes. According to the information gathered by the intelligence division, it is indeed Danzo commanding the Konoha ninja army across from us. The sudden mobilization of a Wagakure forced Konoha to make corresponding deployments. Among the 3 members of the Konoha advisory group, Danzo was assigned to the Wagakure front by the 3rd Hokage, while Tsunade personally sent Shizen to Sunagakure to negotiate an alliance. And Mito Gate and was responsible for the eastern coastline of the Land of Fire to guard against a surprise attack from Kirigakure. This intelligence was hard to conceal, so a Wagakure's intelligence department intercepted it immediately. After a moment's contemplation, the 3rd Tsutsuki asked, what about the 3rd Hokage? The Yellow Earth shook his head. There is currently no accurate news, but it said he is still stationed in the village of Konoha. Ijan really knows how to keep his cool. The 3rd Tsutsuki smiled, then seemed to remember something and asked, by the way, have the Konoha ninja who killed Iwagumo been found? Iwagumo, as the captain of the few remaining decapitation squads in Wagakure, was one of the few elite jonin, and his death naturally made the 3rd Tsutsuki very grieved and furious. According to reports from spies placed in the Land of Demons, the ones who killed Iwagumo were Konoha's Umbu Squad 11. The 3rd Tsutsuki frowned. Konoha's Umbu? Regardless of which village, the identities of Umbu are confidential, so gathering specific information about Konoha's Umbu Squad 11 is not an easy task, even for a Wagakure. Has this Umbu Squad 11 appeared on the battlefield? The Yellow Earth seemed to have collected relevant intelligence and answered immediately, no. The confrontation between Konoha and Kumogakure attracted the attention of nearly all ninja villages in the ninja world, and among them, Iwagakure was undoubtedly the most concerned. Therefore, at the beginning of the battle, Iwagakure dispatched a large number of ninjas skilled in earth-release stealth techniques to infiltrate the Land of Fire as independent observers, gathering a lot of first-hand intelligence from the battlefield. From the intelligence, it was clear that Konoha had suffered a significant loss this time. The several defensive lines in the front were easily breached by Kumogakure, and both the losses in supplies and personnel were shocking. There were even rumors that the daimyo of the Land of Fire was furious. The third, Tsuchikage, with his hands behind his back, said with a smile, "If Kumogakure continues to attack like this, it won't be long before they reach the village of Konoha." Seeing his old rival in such a predicament made the third Tsuchikage very happy. More importantly, this battle completely stripped away Konoha's tiger skin, allowing everyone to see that Konoha was no longer the invincible existence it once was that could dominate the ninja world. The Yellow Earth, however, was not as optimistic as the third Tsuchikage. He shook his head and said, "After Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, arrived, Konoha's situation on the front lines improved a lot. Kumogakure's offensive has been temporarily suppressed. So far, no one knew why Jiraiya arrived a full week later than expected. But in any case, his arrival successfully curbed Kumogakure's offensive." The third Tsuchikage pondered for a moment and said, "Konoha's reaction this time is a bit strange. Clearly, their combat power on the front line is insufficient, yet we do not see the Uchiha police force on the battlefield, and that quite capable Umbu Squad 11 is also absent. There must be some problem here. You send someone to investigate thoroughly. I want to know why." "Yes, I will arrange it right away." In the Land of Fire, at Kumogakure's camp, after receiving news from the rear, the two Jinchuriki and the wind-release ninja, Ida, exchanged glances. The message contained little information, only 4 words: "Cease the attack." Karabi scratched his head and asked those around him, why would the village send such an order? The wind-release ninja, Ida, shook his head. "This makes no sense at all. We have already destroyed Konoha's front line. If we stop the attack now, all our efforts will be in vain." One of the other ninjas said, "Could something have happened in the village?" Karabi and Ida immediately agreed with this speculation, as only this reason would lead the usually tough Reikage to issue such a ridiculous order to the front lines. In the Konoha ninja army camp, facing Kumogakure, Shikaku hurried into the command center and said to everyone inside, "It seems Kumogakure has stopped their attack." Hinata Hayashi, standing nearby, immediately frowned and said, "They clearly have the upper hand. Why would they suddenly stop the attack?" Jiraiya, who knew more, said at this time, "Perhaps the old man's strategy has worked." He briefly mentioned the third Hokage's arrangement for the direct Umbu to raid the supply depot on the border of the Land of Lightning. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed in unison. Such a mission to infiltrate the enemy's territory and raid important facilities was extremely dangerous, even if the target was a small ninja village outside the 5 great shinobi countries. Let alone this time the target was Kumogakure, whose strength was already comparable to Konoha's. So everyone felt that even if the mission could be accomplished, those executing it would likely face dire consequences. In the Land of Water, alone by the lake, Hyuga Kagami removed the dark goggles from his head. The clear lake water reflected his pure white eyes. He focused on the surface of the lake and observed that it was indeed the Byakugan, exactly the same as his Byakugan before the gene serum injection, with no changes whatsoever. After confirming several times, he slowly closed his eyes, channeled chakra into his eyes, and then suddenly opened them wide. Instantly, his eyes sparkled with a sapphire blue light, resembling stars, and the world in his vision became much clearer, allowing him to see even the patterns on the trunks of distant trees in detail. "Ah, so it could be like this." Hyuga Kagami chuckled lightly, feeling relieved. This encounter allowed him to fortuitously discover the method to open and close the Rinnegan. After several attempts, and the final confirmation just now, he found that the Rinnegan could be temporarily closed, just like how members of the Uchiha clan could deactivate their Sharingan. Moreover, he was surprised to discover that once he closed the Rinnegan, the caged bird seal on his head became effective again. This discovery greatly piqued his interest in the caged bird, as this seal was clearly not simple and contained many secrets. Suddenly, he realized that the caged bird seemed to have significant research value. Chapter 70. Team 11 in rest, since he could freely open and close the rebirth eye now. Hinata Kagami no longer needed to wear the dark goggles. After all, wearing them significantly affected his vision, especially at night, as the dark lenses severely interfered with his sight and reduced his perception. After putting the dark goggles away in the ninja tool pouch at his waist, Hinata Kagami stood up and returned to the small cave where Team 11 was hiding. As soon as he saw Hinata Kagami, Guy, who was stretching outside the cave, smiled and said, You look a bit unaccustomed without the goggles." Hinata Kagami looked Guy up and down and asked, "Are you feeling all right?" Guy immediately gave a thumbs up to Hinata Kagami, showing off his big front teeth, and laughed heartily. "Don't worry, I'm the Azure Beast of Konoha. A little injury like this doesn't bother me at all." Guy's recovery ability was indeed extraordinary. An ordinary person wouldn't last long under his intensity of training, as their bodies might not be able to handle it. Yet, he trained every day as if nothing was wrong. This time, he had sustained quite a serious injury, but after just a few days of rest, he was able to jump around again. Upon entering the cave, Hinata Kagami noticed Shursui and Kakashi chatting quietly. Hinata Kagami casually asked, "What are you talking about?" Shursui glanced at Kakashi, and after receiving a nod from him, he said to Hinata Kagami with a strange tone, "Kakashi-senpai has awakened the Mangeki Sharingan." Hinata Kagami looked at Kakashi and asked, "Was it after the battle in the valley?" Kakashi, still looking somewhat weak, shook his head. "I'm not really sure." Hinata Kagami wasn't particularly surprised by Kakashi awakening the Mangeki Sharingan, as it seemed like a natural progression to him. He couldn't quite remember when Obito's Mangeki Sharingan had awakened, but he knew that once Obito awakened it, considering the resonance of their Sharingan, Kakashi could activate his at any time with just a little stimulation. Moreover, Kakashi had experienced quite a lot of emotional triggers. Putting aside the life and death battle in the valley, the deaths of Rin and the fourth Hokage alone had been an unimaginable psychological blow to him. Therefore, it was very likely that Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan had already awakened before, and the battle in the valley simply allowed him to accidentally grasp the method to activate it. Seeing that Kakashi still looked quite miserable, Hinata Kagami didn't ask any further. He didn't want to appear too interested or familiar with the Mangeki Sharingan, as that would invite unnecessary trouble and suspicion. After all, there were people in the village like Danzo interested in the Mangeki Sharingan, and outside the village, there was Orochimaru. Obito, lurking in the shadows, was also fixated on exterminating the Uchiha clan and destroying Konoha. None of these individuals were benevolent if they set their sights on him. Although Hinata Kagami wasn't afraid, it would still be a hassle. Shursui didn't say much more either. In fact, Shursui was still somewhat dazed. He had never imagined that a non-Uchiha who had transplanted a Sharingan could awaken what he believed to be the Uchiha clan's ultimate secret, the Mangeki Sharingan. To him, this was the greatest and most intense mockery of the proud Uchiha clan. Countless Uchiha, hailed as geniuses, had failed to awaken the Mangeki Sharingan. Even now, in Shursui's perception, he was the only one in the entire Uchiha clan who had awakened it. He even felt anxious about having awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, fearing that this excessively powerful force would bring misfortune to his family and village. He guarded this power, which represented Uchiha pride, with great caution, while a non-Uchiha inexplicably possessed it as well. This feeling of being mocked was particularly strong for him. Fortunately, Shursui's pride had just been shattered by Hinata Kagami not long ago. In his heart, the proud Uchiha had already been thoroughly defeated by the Hinata clan. Because from any perspective, the power of the Mangeki Sharingan couldn't compare to the rebirth chakra mode that could wipe out a valley with a mere gesture. Therefore, in his heart, the Uchiha had lost and lost completely. Having been defeated once, accepting a second defeat seemed a bit easier. At least Kakashi was the son of Konoha's White Fang, who had terrified other ninja villages. Hinata Kagami and Kakashi did not notice Shursui's complex psychological state. Kakashi was still immersed in his own mental world. His inner feelings were far from the coldness he displayed on the outside. His usual indifference was often just a mask to hide his wounded heart. Hinata Kagami pondered the events of the past few days. The battle in the valley had been life-threatening and had taught him an important lesson. Even if you hold a trump card, you must be cautious, or you might lose your life before you even get to use it. This was exactly what happened. Although he had the third Kazekage puppet as a trump card and could break through from the air using magnet release at any time, one careless mistake nearly led him to be captured alive by the Cloud Ninja before he could even use the puppet. It was essential to understand that this was the ninja world, where even the Ten Tails Jinch Riki Madara could be ambushed and killed in an instant. Of course, Hinata Kagami also gained quite a bit from this battle. His biggest gain was undoubtedly acquiring the method to enter the rebirth, chakra mode, and the usage of the golden wheel rebirth explosion and silver wheel rebirth explosion technique from the gigantic rebirth eye on the moon. At the moment he entered the rebirth, chakra mode, he even felt like a god, believing that he could easily crush any enemy with just a raise of his hand. That feeling was incredibly exhilarating. Unfortunately, the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon reacted too quickly, leaving him with little opportunity to utilize the giant rebirth eye's free chakra to familiarize himself with the rebirth chakra mode. In fact, after a few days of rest, Hinata Kagame's chakra had already recovered to about 70 or 80%, based on the chakra consumption during the battle in the valley. He had enough chakra in his body to enter the rebirth chakra mode. However, he considered that the Otsutsuki descendants on the moon might still use the giant rebirth to scout the ground from time to time, so for safety's sake, he thought it would be better to avoid attracting attention for now. It was best to wait until he returned to the land of fire and find a secluded place to thoroughly familiarize himself with the rebirth chakra mode. Chapter 71. Like a thorn in the throat, after a brief rest, the 4 members of Team 11 had somewhat regained their energy. The next step in their actions became an urgent matter for them to consider. Spreading the map on the ground, they sat in a circle and began to discuss. Pointing at the map, Jishuei was the first to speak. The land of soup has been heavily infiltrated by the Cloud Village. They have many spies here, so we can't stay in this place any longer. It's best to set off immediately and retreat along this route. The route Jishuei pointed to followed the eastern coastline of the land of soup back into the territory of the Fire Country. From the map, this route seemed unsafe as it passed through the influence of the 3 major ninja villages, Konoha, Cloud, and Mist. However, in reality, because of this, the mixed nature of this route made it the safest option since no village had absolute control over this area. Over time, this area had become a no-man's land where many retired ninjas or homeless wandering ninjas chose to hide. Kai nodded immediately. Yes, this route is good. With the current strength of Team 11, as long as we're not too unlucky and run into the main forces of the Cloud or Mist ninja armies, crossing this no-man's land shouldn't be a problem. Kakashi, the captain of Team 11, stared at the map in silence. Seeing that Kakashi seemed to have other plans, Hinata Kagami said, "If you have something to say, just say it directly. We are all comrades who have faced life and death, and there is nothing we can't discuss." Although Kakashi had previously concealed information during the secret mission, putting Team 11 in danger, the mission had been ordered directly by the 3rd Hokage, leaving no room for Kakashi to question or refuse. Moreover, he had voluntarily taken on the most dangerous part of the mission, nearly sacrificing his life, so no one held a grudge against him. Kakashi pointed to the location of Team 11 on the map and slowly said, "Logically speaking, we have completed the mission and should quickly return to Konoha. But think about it. We are currently caught right in between the Cloud's ambush troops ahead and their village behind us, which is a very critical location." Hinata Kagami picked up on Kakashi's words. "Yes, this position means danger for us, but our presence is like a thorn in the throat for the Cloud. As long as they don't eliminate us, they won't dare to confidently attack the Fire Country. In terms of delaying their efforts, the 4 of us in Team 11 can rival an entire ninja army." Team 11 had just destroyed a secret warehouse of the Cloud and faced over 300 Cloud ninjas who were stationed and came to reinforce. Therefore, no matter how arrogant the Cloud was, they could not afford to ignore the existence of Team 11. Once the Cloud discovered that Team 11 was still active within the land of soup, their offensive in the Fire Country would inevitably weaken, or even come to a complete halt. Jishuei thought for a moment and said, "That's right. Although we are all injured and our combat power has greatly diminished, the Cloud doesn't know that. As long as we hide well and occasionally show ourselves to scare them, they want to be able to commit all their forces to the front lines." Currently, among Team 11, Kakashi was severely weakened, with limited mobility and basically no combat power left. Kai had only regained his mobility, but with multiple fractures, he also had no combat strength. Jishuei had overexerted himself from using the Manjiki Sharingan continuously, and being the youngest in Team 11, his physical and chakra recovery capabilities were weaker than the others, leaving him with only about 30 to 40% of his combat power. The only one who still had combat power left was Hinata Kagami, who had recovered about 70 to 80% of his chakra. This wasn't because Hinata Kagami's physique was far superior to the others, but because during the battle in the valley, the enormous chakra from the giant Rinnegan had healed all his injuries, so naturally, he retained the most combat power. The members of Team 11 quickly reached a consensus and decided to temporarily stay in the land of soup to harass the Cloud's troops ambushing the Fire Country from behind. Hinata Kyō agreed because, based on his memories from his previous life, he knew that the Cloud had no intention of indefinitely escalating the conflict. Once the situation became stalemated, it was very likely that the Cloud would propose negotiations. If Team 11 facilitated the Cloud and Konoha returning to the negotiation table, it would be a significant honor and qualification for the four of them. Taking the fourth Hokage as an example, there was no faster way to gain prestige than to achieve merits in war. In the Fire Country, at the camp of the Cloud's ambush troops, through active communication with the rear village, the 8-Tails Jinch Riki Killer Bee, the 2-Tails Jinch Riki Waimurin, and several commanders, including the Wind Release Ninja, Ida, finally learned the reason for the fourth Reikage's order to pause the attack. Staring at the information sent from the village in his hand, Killer Bee's usually carefree face turned unusually grim. The message from the Reikage mentioned that several secret warehouses located at the border were almost simultaneously attacked by Konoha's Umbu, with one warehouse completely destroyed and over 300 Cloud ninjas stationed around it killed in battle. Beside him, Waimurin crossed his arms and coldly said, "Humph. Konoha just knows how to resort to underhanded tactics." The Deputy Commander Ida said with concern, "It's not surprising that Konoha discovered the locations of the secret warehouses. The transportation of goods is indeed difficult to conceal, but to annihilate over 300 of our station ninjas is no simple feat," although Waimurin was proud. He knew that eliminating 300 ninjas was not an easy task, so he sneered. What other experts from Konoha haven't shown up yet? A Konoha Jonin serving as a secretary in the command post stepped forward to answer. According to all the gathered intelligence, among Konoha's renowned experts, only the Uchiha clan leader, the Hokage clan leader, and the third Hokage have not made an appearance. Ida analyzed. The head of the Hokage clan rarely goes to the battlefield. Even during the previous Third Great Ninja War, he only appeared on the front lines a few times in the most critical moments. So we can rule out the Hokage clan leader. The Uchiha clan's absence this time is indeed strange, as they have barely shown themselves on the battlefield. Therefore, it's highly likely that the incident at the rear was caused by the Uchiha, and the leader might even be the Uchiha clan leader. Waimurin said, "If it's not the Uchiha clan leader, then it's probably the third Hokage leading the team." Chapter 72. Encirclement. How many experts are there in Konoha? Yuin had already inquired thoroughly. In the eyes of Yuin, aside from the defector Orochimaru and the deceased fourth Hokage couple, there were probably no more than 5 people in Konoha capable of leading such a behind-enemy raid. Thus, the yet-to-appear Uchiha clan leader and the third Hokage became her suspects. At this moment, a Yuin ninja hurried into the command center, saying, "The village just sent the latest news." Upon receiving the news, Killer Bee, Yuin, and Ida were quite surprised. It turned out that the 3 other secret warehouses that had been attacked not only suffered no losses, but Yuin had completely annihilated the Konoha Umbu that launched the assault, even capturing one of them alive. After being interrogated with Jinjutsu, the captured Konoha Umbu revealed everything he knew. Consequently, the Konoha Umbu's 11th squad first appeared in the sight of Yuin's higher-ups. A 4-man Umbu squad from Konoha killed over 300 of us? Yuin paused and continued. Could it be that Reikage-sama made a mistake? Killer Bee and Ida also looked surprised. The only ones in the Yuin command center capable of such a feat were Killer Bee and Yuin himself. Even Ida, as the deputy commander, did not have that capability. It wasn't that Ida was weak, but his chakra was insufficient. In other words, no normal ninja could possess such abundant chakra to slaughter nearly 100 times their enemy in one night. We must eliminate Konoha's 11th squad. In an instant, this thought surged in the minds of the 3. After exchanging glances, Yuin stood up and said, "I'll go kill them. In the land of hot water. Enemy attack. Everyone be careful. They're behind us. Quickly send a distress signal." Amidst the noise, Hyuga Kagami, wielding Kusanagi, charged into a Yuin transport team. The leading Yuin Chunin immediately confronted him with kunai in hand. Oomph. Seeing this, Hyuga Kagami smirked slightly. He could no longer remember how many Yuin ninjas had tried to block his Kusanagi with ordinary kunai. Clang! With a crisp sound as expected, the leading Yuin Chunin and his kunai were effortlessly sliced in half by Kusanagi. With the leader gone, the remaining Yuin genin hardly put up any resistance and were all swiftly killed by Hyuga Kagami. Only the last genin, knowing he was doomed, resolutely detonated the explosive tags hidden in the transport cart, blowing up all the supplies along with himself. Having escorted supplies several times during the Third Shinobi World War, Hyuga Kagami was quite familiar with this setup and had already dodged away, avoiding the explosion. His goal was not these supplies, so there was no need to take risks. After circling the battlefield and confirming there were no survivors, he picked up the broken kunai of the Yuen Shunin and casually stowed it in his storage pouch. If he left the broken kunai on the battlefield, Yuen would deduce from the smooth cut that Hyuga Kagami wielded a treasured sword. Once Yuen learned this information, it would significantly increase the difficulty of his future ambushes. After ensuring that no traces were left behind, Hyuga Kagami did not linger and immediately left the scene. Not long after, Yuen's two-tailed Jinchuriki Yuen led a large group of Yuen ninjas to this location. Seeing the scene in disarray, with supplies headed for the front line reduced to ashes, the faces of the Yuen ninjas were extremely grim, and Yuen could hardly suppress his anger, his pupils turning into the beastly eyes of the two-tailed beast. At this moment, a Yuen Jonin approached Yuen and shook his head. There are no survivors. Yuen suppressed his rage. No clues at all? The Yuen Jonin nodded. Just like before, our people died with a single strike. The opponent is still that taijutsu master with a short blade, his style somewhat resembling that of Konoha's White Fang back in the day. Grinding his teeth, Yuen growled fiercely. Chase him, he definitely hasn't gone far. Swish, swish, swish. With Yuen's command, the Yuen ninjas immediately used body flicker technique to turn into afterimages. Searching in all directions, sensing the pursuers behind him, Hyuga Kagami smiled slightly and then formed a hand seal to release a shadow clone. The main body and the shadow clone quickly separated, going in different directions. After shaking off the pursuers using the shadow clone, Hyuga Kagami arrived at a crevice in a high cliff. This place was not only concealed, but also had a wide field of vision, making it the best hiding spot for someone like Hyuga Kagami, who possessed an exceptionally keen dojutsu. Taking out a military ration pill to chew, Hyuga Kagami repoisoned Kusanagi while contemplating his next move. During this week, Hyuga Kagami had continuously attacked 3 Yuen transport squads. Although he did not destroy many supplies and did not inflict significant casualties on Yuen, he had caused considerable trouble, leaving several of Yuen's transport routes in a state of alarm. With the rear unstable, Yuen had to slow down its offensive within the Land of Fire. Moreover, Yuen's unusual behavior immediately caught Konoha's attention. Not only that, but several other major ninja villages closely monitoring this conflict also noticed Yuen's abnormal actions. Everyone unanimously turned their gaze to the Land of Hot Water, situated between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, as if it were the key to determining the conflict between Konoha and Yuen. At the same time, with the active movements of Hyuga Kagami and others, Konoha's 11th squad quickly became Yuen's primary target, and more Yuen experts joined the encirclement against Konoha's 11th squad. Initially, only a team of Jonin was sent against Hyuga Kagami. Now, Yuen not only dispatched the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yuen, but also sent over 20 Jonin, a force comparable to encircling an elite ninja. Suddenly, while repoisoning Kusanagi, Hyuga Kagami became distracted. Just now, he sensed that his shadow clone had vanished. This was nothing unusual, as shadow clones were merely bait to draw away pursuers. However, he was somewhat surprised that the shadow clone disappeared very abruptly and almost without relaying any memories. This meant that the shadow clone was eliminated in an instant. Although Hyuga Kagami's shadow clone technique was not yet proficient and needed improvement, the clone inherited half of his combat power and dojutsu. The fact that such a shadow clone was eliminated so quickly indicated that the opponent was not only strong, but also extraordinarily fast, so fast that even the shadow clone, inheriting half of Hyuga Kagami's dojutsu, did not have time to react. Leaning against the cliff, Hyuga Kagami gazed in the direction where the shadow clone had disappeared, smiling faintly. Who could be such a strong opponent? Chapter 73. Pursuit and interception. In the entire ninja world, there may be many who can surpass Hyuga Kagami, but those who can move fast enough that even his shadow clone has no reaction are quite rare. Specifically in the Cloud Village, such individuals are even fewer. Could it be the 4th Reikage? As Hyuga Kagami guessed aimlessly, he sheathed his sword, Kusanagi. Judging from the response of the Cloud Village, the plan of Team 11 was undoubtedly successful. If, as Hyuga Kagami suspected, even the 4th Reikage of the Cloud Village was lured out, it further indicated that Team 11 had successfully delayed the Cloud's offensive, considering that the 4th Reikage might join in the encirclement against him. Hyuga Kagami decided to temporarily halt his harassment of the Cloud supply lines. The 4th Reikage was no ordinary ninja. His speed was nearly unparalleled in the ninja world. Even the 4th Hokage, known as the Golden Flash, would likely fall short in conventional speed if he didn't use the Flying Thunder God technique. Against such a powerful opponent, a moment of carelessness could lead to death. Team 11's plan was to disrupt the supply lines of the Cloud surprise attack forces. So there was no need for Hyuga Kagami to recklessly confront an opponent who might be the fourth Reikage at this moment. As long as he stayed alive, it will be a victory in itself. Not long after, Hyuga Kagami returned to the small cave where Team 11 was hiding. Just returning was Sure Sui, who asked, "Senior, how'd it go on your end?" Hyuga Kagami smiled and replied, "I took out 3 small supply teams. How about you?" Sure Sui answered, "As expected of you, Senior. I've been busy for several days and only intercepted one." Sure Sui lacked Hyuga Kagami's long-range reconnaissance ability, so his efficiency in searching for the Cloud supply teams was far lower than Kagami's. Additionally, having recently overexerted his ocular power, he was very cautious in selecting targets to ambush. Kai, who had been resting in the cave, murmured, "Next time, I want to go with you." Due to his injuries not healing, both Kai and Kakashi had not gone out to harass the Cloud supply lines and had been recuperating in the cave these past few days. However, Kai was restless. Upon hearing Hyuga Kagami and Sure Sui discuss their achievements in harassing the Cloud, he became somewhat anxious. "You should just stay put." Hyuga Kagami shook his head, then brought up the matter of his shadow clone being instantly killed. "I suspect the fourth Reikage might also be in the Land of Water." Sure Sui was startled and asked, "Senior, you didn't provoke the Reikage, did you?" Sure Sui was genuinely worried about what Hyuga Kagami might have done to the fourth Reikage, as he believed Kagami had the strength to confront him. If anything happened to the Reikage, the conflict between Konoha and the Cloud could escalate into a full-scale war. Kai and Kakashi looked puzzled. After a while, Kakashi weakly asked, if Kagami encountered the Reikage, shouldn't we be worried about Kagami? Kai quickly nodded in agreement, "Yeah. The Reikage is definitely not someone we can deal with." Hyuga Kagami also felt helpless and glanced at Sure Sui, secretly thinking, "Sure Sui, do you have some misunderstanding about my strength?" Unlike the somewhat arrogant and reckless fourth Reikage of the future, the current fourth Reikage was much more cautious after being suppressed by the fourth Hokage during the Third Ninja World War. Once such a fast ninja became cautious, he was nearly flawless. If he had the support of the giant Rinnegan from the moon, Hyuga Kagami would not fear the fourth Reikage. However, without that support and relying solely on his own chakra, he would have to turn and run when facing the fourth Reikage. Furthermore, the fourth Reikage would undoubtedly be surrounded by numerous elite Cloud ninjas, so seeking trouble with him at this time would be a sign of a serious lapse in judgment. Weighing the current situation, Hyuga Kagami said to Team 11, "We have already exceeded our mission objectives. Staying in the Land of Water any longer poses too great a risk. So I propose we return to Konoha immediately." Sure Sui agreed, "I concur." Kakashi considered for a moment and then nodded. In the distance, a figure known as Yuki stood on a high cliff, his face dark with anger. At that moment, a Cloud Jounin crawled out from a crevice in the cliff and said, "This should be the hideout of that Konoha ninja who ambushed our supply team." Yuki quickly asked, "Is there any clue inside?" The Cloud Jounin replied, "There are no clues, but he left behind a scent, and that is enough." After saying that, the Cloud Jounin walked to the edge of the cliff and whistled into the distance. Before long, a lark covered in silver feathers flew to the cliff in response to the whistle, circling the air a few times before landing steadily on the shoulder of the Cloud Jounin. After the lark sniffed the scent in the mountain crevice, the Cloud Jounin threw the lark high into the air. The lark took off, circled a few times, and then flew off in a specific direction. The Cloud Jounin said to Yuki, "Found it," in that direction. Yuki uttered a single word, "Chase." In an instant, more than a dozen Cloud ninjas on the cliff transformed into shadows and followed the lark. After a pursuit, the Cloud ninjas stopped outside a cave. One of the Cloud Jounin skilled in sensing closed his eyes and focused for a moment, then said to his companions, "In front of this cave there are 1, 2, 3, a total of 3 people, all with chakra levels of Jounin. This should be Team 11 from Konoha." Yuki stared at the entrance of the cave and asked, "Are there any traps around?" The sensing Jounin focused again, shaking his head. There seem to be no traps outside the cave, but there are many weak chakra responses inside. It's hard to determine what they are. It could be some kind of technique or explosive tags. An older Cloud Jounin frowned. Could this be a trap? Yuki gritted his teeth. After being toyed with for so long, even if it's a trap, I will break through it. Just thinking about how the village had prepared for so long for a surprise attack, only to be disrupted by a mere Konoha Anbu team, made Yuki feel furious. Soon, under Yuki's leadership, the group of Cloud ninjas charged into the cave. Upon seeing the three members of Team 11 packing their gear inside, Yuki sneered, "Humph. Finally caught you little mice." As a host for the Two Tails, Yuki preferred closed and narrow environments, where she could fully utilize the agility of the Two Tails and ensure that her enemies had nowhere to escape. Chapter 74, Trap in the Cave. The three members of Team 11 did not panic too much, and each took out their weapons to stand guard. At this moment, Yumu's gaze swept over Hinata Kagami's face, and she frowned slightly, as if remembering something, and said, "So it's you? You're from the Hyuga clan?" Clearly, Yumu recalled her encounter with Hinata Kagami during the mission to retrieve the Forbidden Scroll, which was her first failed mission, so she had a deep impression of him. Moreover, since Hinata Kagami was not wearing his dark goggles this time, she recognized him as a member of the Hyuga clan, one Byakugan and one Sharingan. No wonder they were so hard to deal with. It turned out there were two bloodline ninjas with high techniques. After sizing up Hinata Kagami and Shursui, Yumu snorted lightly and said, "Just right, we'll settle the new and old scores together." Hinata Kagami ignored Yumu and calmly said to Shursui beside him, "The Jinchuriki is here." "What a pity." Shursui asked, "Senior, should we activate it?" Hinata Kagami nodded. Hearing their conversation, Yumu immediately felt something was wrong and shouted, "Quick, retreat." Boom, boom, boom. Before Yumu's words finished, a series of explosions sounded in the cave, the force so great that it echoed for miles. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the massive form of the Two Tails appeared amidst the ruins of the cave. While the more than 10 Cloud Village Jonin who had rushed into the cave with Yumu were all hiding under the Two Tails, barely escaping the explosions and the cave's collapse. Swish, swish, swish. At this time, figures landed outside the cave's ruins, and the leader was none other than the fourth Reikage of Cloud Village. The fourth Reikage glanced at the disheveled Yumu and the others and asked in a deep voice, "Where's the enemy?" Yumu, who had already exited the tailed beast form, coughed violently as she said, "Cough, cough. It's a trap. They probably escaped long ago." The fourth Reikage looked into the distance and sighed. "It seems that Konoha is not as weak as we previously imagined. Perhaps it's time to end this conflict." Yumu quickly said, "Lord Reikage, please give me more time. I will definitely kill them." The Reikage shook his head. The front line has just reported that the third Hokage launched a surprise attack on Karabi and his team yesterday. Karabi couldn't hold on and has already begun to retreat. Not only that, Iwagakuri's movements are also unclear, which may be disadvantageous for us. Iwagakure, who is watching from the sidelines, is not only focused on Konoha. If Cloud Village shows any weakness, they will not hesitate to strike. Yumu was stunned upon hearing this and murmured, "Could it be that all our previous efforts were in vain?" The Reikage patted Yumu on the shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. There will be other opportunities." Yumu's face was dark as she gritted her teeth. "Damn it, Team 11." On the eastern coastline of the Land of Soup, the four members of Team 11 were racing towards Konoha. Suddenly, the leader, Hinata Kagami, stopped. The other three members of Team 11 also halted, and Shursui and Kakashi exchanged glances, both showing expressions of regret. Shursui sighed. "I didn't expect it to turn out this way. What a pity." A somewhat dispirited Kakashi wondered. Cloud Village's reaction seems too extreme. They even sent a Jinchuriki just to deal with us? Besides, isn't the Two Tails Jinchuriki part of their frontline assault team? How could he suddenly appear in the Land of Soup? This is too strange. Kakashi was unaware that Hinata Kagami, in the chakra mode of the Reincarnation Eye, had wiped out the entire valley and killed hundreds of Cloud ninjas, so he was puzzled by Cloud Village's reaction. Shursui cautiously glanced at Hinata Kagami and thought to himself, facing a strong opponent like Senior Kagami, Cloud Village wouldn't have any chance without sending out the Jinchuriki. Hinata Kagami, with a serious expression, said nothing more. Naturally, he felt quite displeased at the thought of so many explosive tags being wasted. After deciding to withdraw from the Land of Soup, Team 11 immediately set up a large trap, preparing to deal a heavy blow to Cloud Village. The members inside the trap were merely shadow clones of Hinata Kagami, Shursui, and Kakashi. As for Guy, because he had not yet mastered the shadow clone technique, there were no shadow clones of him in the cave trap. The original plan was to lure a small team of Jonin, or at least a reconnaissance team led by Jonin. Unexpectedly, they directly attracted the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yumu. Once a Jinchuriki transformed into a tailed beast, under the protection of the tailed beast chakra, it was difficult for ordinary explosions or cave collapses to cause them fatal harm. Moreover, since Yumu was a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of cooperating with the Two Tails, encountering her meant that the hastily arranged trap was insufficient. After receiving information from the distant Shadow clones, the four members of Team 11 continued racing towards Konoha. As Cloud Village increased its military presence in the Land of Soup, the situation became increasingly dangerous. So despite some regret, Team 11 had no choice but to withdraw immediately, perhaps fearing being caught in the conflict between Konoha and Cloud. The wandering ninjas within the Land of Soup had long since scattered, so Team 11 raced along the coastline for several days and encountered no ninjas, except for a few fishermen. A week later, after taking a long detour, the four members of Team 11 finally returned safely to the Land of Fire. Within their homeland, Team 11 quickly encountered a patrol team of Konoha ninjas, and through these Konoha ninjas, they learned about the latest situation. Just as in Hinata Kyō's previous life memories, Cloud Village's surprise attack on Konoha was merely a test. The trigger for this test was the unexpected death of the fourth Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It could be said that this conflict between Konoha and Cloud Village was entirely a continuation of the aftermath of the Nine-Tails chaos in Konoha, a chain reaction following Orochimaru's defection and the deaths of the fourth Hokage and his wife. Neither Cloud Village nor the ambushed Konoha had any intention of fully engaging in war, so after the attack went poorly, Cloud Village expressed a willingness to negotiate with Konoha. The third Hokage readily accepted Cloud Village's request for talks. The third Hokage was currently unaware of the chaos that Team 11 had caused in the rear of Cloud Village. And even if he knew, he would choose to negotiate with Cloud Village, as Konoha could not afford another ninja world war. With the contact between the representatives of both sides for negotiations, Konoha and Cloud Village had effectively ceased hostilities, and Cloud Village's attacking forces had completely withdrawn from the Land of Fire several days ago. Chapter 75. Uchiha Clan meeting in a damp cave in the Land of Rain. The sound of dripping water echoed as drops hit the rocks. At that moment, two massive leaves of a carnivorous plant slowly rose from the ground, revealing a bizarre face that was half white and half black in the center. The masked man sitting in the cave glanced over and casually asked, "Zetsu, how's the situation?" The peculiar man, known as Zetsu, who still had half of his body submerged underground, replied, "They have already started peace talks. It's completely different from what you expected." The masked man fell silent for a moment and said, "Why is the Cloud Village slowing down their offensive?" At the beginning of the attack, the Cloud Village had surged forward like a tidal wave, nearly breaking through the Leaf Village's front defenses. Everyone, including the masked man, believed that the Cloud Village would maintain their momentum and quickly approach the Leaf Village. However, no one expected that the Cloud Village, in a position of advantage, would suddenly slow down their offensive, turning what was once a clear situation into a perplexing one. Zetsu shook his head. "I don't know either. Monitoring all the battlefields within the Land of Fire has already exhausted me, so I can't keep up with the battles outside of the Land of Fire." The masked man grew frustrated. The Cloud Village is wasting an opportunity. Zetsu recalled. Perhaps something went wrong in their rear. A few weeks before withdrawing from the Land of Fire, their deployments were rather strange. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki even detached from the front line and hurried back to the rear. The masked man waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. He had no intention of delving deeper. To him, both the Leaf Village and the Cloud Village were merely pawns to be used, and since they were just pieces to be manipulated, there was no need to place too much hope in them. Zetsu asked blankly, "What should we do next?" The masked man smiled. "From this conflict with the Cloud Village, it's clear that the village no longer trusts the Uchiha. We should target the Uchiha to further undermine the village's strength." "What do you need me to do?" Zetsu asked. "Find me an Uchiha clan member." After a pause, the masked man's tone grew darker. "I need a useful pawn to stir up relations between the Uchiha and the village. At the Leaf Village, Uchiha clan district." Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks resounded from outside the yard. Shui, who had just returned home, dragged his fatigued body to open the yard door. And as soon as he opened it, Itachi's slender figure came into view. "It's you, Shui. You're finally back," Itachi exclaimed joyfully. The Uchiha clan was aware of Shui's secret mission. Many clan members believed that the third Hokage was using the mission to settle personal scores, intending to eliminate the Uchiha clan's top genius, which made Itachi very worried about Shui's safety. Shui smiled as he led Itachi into the house. After taking a seat, Shui briefly mentioned the mission of Team 11 and then said with a smile, "Don't worry, we have Elder Kagami with us, so there won't be much danger." Upon hearing that Team 11 had caused a ruckus in the Land of Thunder, Itachi looked curious. "So, Shui, does this mean that the Cloud Village slowed down their offensive because of you guys?" The unusual behavior of the Cloud Village had puzzled the Leaf Village for a while, with various speculations and tests never stopping. It wasn't until it was confirmed that something had gone wrong in the Cloud Village's rear that the third Hokage personally led an attack against the Cloud Village's assault troops, forcing them out of the Land of Fire. Shursui nodded with a smile, recalling the surprised expression on the third Hokage's face after hearing the report from Team 11 filled him with immense satisfaction. Undoubtedly, after returning to the village, Team 11 quickly concluded that it was their interference in the rear of the Cloud Village's assault troops that forced the Cloud to slow down their offensive, giving the Leaf Village a valuable breather. After chatting for a while, Itachi suddenly became serious. Shursui, look. With that, Itachi's eyes suddenly turned red, and two tomos slowly appeared in his pupils. Shursui was thrilled. You've awakened your Sharingan. Itachi nodded. I awakened on the battlefield last week. You went to the battlefield? Shursui asked. Itachi replied, I graduated early. Just then, a figure landed in the courtyard of Shursui's house and said, Shursui, the clan leader is holding a clan meeting in the main house and is just waiting for you. The smile on Shursui's face immediately froze, and his expression darkened. Upon arriving at the main house, Shursui surveyed the people inside. The clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, sat in the center with his arms crossed, surrounded by a circle of elites from the Uchiha police force, all of whom were high-ranking shinobi. Seeing this scene, Shursui's heart tightened. Even the ordinary special Nin within the clan were not qualified to attend this clan meeting, and he could vaguely guess what issues were to be discussed. Clan leader. Shursui greeted and quietly sat down in the corner. Fugaku glanced at Shursui and nodded. With Shursui's arrival, the Uchiha clan meeting officially commenced. Soon, an elite Nin from the police force stood up and said, Captain, I received accurate information that the village has lost more than 30 Nin this time. Clans like Hyuga, Nara, Akimichi, Yamanaka, and Inuzuka have lost Nin in battle, and the losses of Nin and Jinin are even more numerous. As he spoke, this Uchiha elite Nin became increasingly agitated. After suffering such a huge loss, the third Hokage actually agreed to peace talks. Many people in the village are dissatisfied. This is an opportunity for us. Another Uchiha elite Nin replied calmly. It is said that the Umbu directly under the Hokage suffered considerable losses this time as well, further weakening the third's forces. As soon as this Uchiha elite Nin finished speaking, the Uchiha members in the room turned their gazes towards Shursui in the corner. At this moment, Shursui was the only one from the Uchiha clan who had joined the Umbu, so the clan could only learn the real intelligence from the Umbu through him. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shursui felt both annoyed and helpless and could only casually respond. I don't know much. I think they lost about 3 Umbu teams. The Uchiha members in the room were invigorated upon hearing this, and one of them stood up to address Fugaku. Captain, it's time. The Hokage position should rightfully belong to us Uchiha. Yes, Captain, let us take action. As the atmosphere heated up, these Uchiha members from the police force began to rise. The clan leader, Fugaku, remained seated with his arms crossed. He scanned the crowd of clan members before his gaze finally landed on Shursui, asking, Shursui, what do you think? Chapter 76. Bounty looking at the frenzied and twisted faces of his clansmen in front of him, Shursui felt a sense of fear for the first time. If this madness continued to spread in the room, the Uchiha clan would only face destruction. Resolute, Shursui stood up and said, Clan leader, force is not the solution to the problem, and with just our clan's strength, we are no match for the village. Shursui, what are you talking about? Are you afraid? The Uchiha are the strongest. As long as we take down the third Hokage, the villagers will recognize us. The room erupted into chaos. Cough, cough. Clan leader Fugaku lightly cleared his throat, stopping the Uchiha from descending into disorder. But Shursui showed no sign of retreat. Blind actions will only lead the Uchiha clan into the abyss. Fugaku gazed deeply at Shursui, then waved his hand. That's enough for today, everyone disperse. Walking home alone, Shursui covered his eyes with one hand, silently pondering. Perhaps my Manjiki Sharingan awakened to save the clan, but can the heavens really change the fate of the Uchiha? At the Hokage household, Hokage Kagami flipped through the scroll of the 4-symbol seal, deep in thought. The difficulty of learning the 4-symbol seal was much higher than he had anticipated. It even involved the transformation of chakra attributes, a sealing technique that truly comprehended the changes in chakra. Perhaps because of this, many powerful forbidden techniques were developed based on the 4-symbol seal. At that moment, Rin walked into the room carrying delicious food. Smelling the aroma, Hokage Kagami's fingers twitched, and he smiled. It smells great. Rin knelt beside him and said quietly, I hadn't heard from you for a while. I thought something happened to you. Hige Kagami smiled gently. Didn't I tell you not to worry? This mission wasn't that dangerous. It just took some time to hide and move around. Rin pouted. You always do this, downplaying dangerous things to trick me. Hige Kagami quickly changed the subject. By the way, how significant were the losses in the clan this time? Rin sighed, her mood a bit low. Including Q's father, the clan lost more than 10 members this time. Hige Kyō was Rin's neighbor and had a good relationship with her. And his father was one of the few elite J-nin in the Hige clan who died at the hands of the Cloud Village's lightning-release ninja, Ida. During this conflict, with the death of Hige Kyō's father, the number of elite J-nin in the Hige clan, including retired elders, could probably be counted on one hand. Thinking of the many orphans in the clan now, Hige Kagami's expression darkened. Rin continued. The clan leader said if you have time, please visit the clan grounds. Hige Kagami nodded. Now he could freely open and close his tensigen, and there was no need to hide from his clansmen anymore. After finishing the meal that Rin made, Hige Kagami headed toward the clan grounds. Although the Hige clan did not gather together like the Uchiha, most of the clansmen still lived near the main family's old residence. So this area was also referred to by the villagers as the Hige clan's grounds. Arriving at the entrance of the main family's old residence, Hige Kagami was just about to knock on the door when a servant came out and said, Lord Kagami, the head of the family is waiting for you inside. Hige Kagami was momentarily taken aback. This was the first time he was called Lord in his clan, and the servant addressing him was a chunin, which was unthinkable in the past. Walking into the main family's old residence, after passing through a corridor, Hige Kagami finally saw the current head of the Hige clan, Hige Hizashi. Clan leader. Hige Kagami politely bowed. Sitting upright. Hige Hizashi nodded. Sit down. Sitting opposite Hige Hizashi, Hige Kagami asked, Is there something you want to see me about, clan leader? Hizashi pondered for a moment and said, Shursui Uchiha is your teammate in the Umbu, right? Yes. Then you must have heard some things about the Uchiha. Hige Kagami frowned slightly. Clan leader, what do you mean? Hizashi stated plainly. This recent conflict with the Cloud Village has completely exposed the village's suspicions and wariness towards the Uchiha. I am worried that the village will take action against them. As the leader of the prestigious Hige clan, Hige Hizashi understood the importance of balance. Whether the village eliminated the Uchiha or the Uchiha took control of the village, neither was acceptable to the Hige clan. Only by reaching a balance between the Uchiha and the village could the Hige clan become a target for both sides' alliances, thus ensuring their own safety. Currently, the balance between the Uchiha and the village was gradually collapsing, and to the discerning eye, a severe conflict was becoming increasingly imminent. Hizashi continued, The Uchiha and our Hige are both prestigious clans and possess techniques as bloodlines. If they are easily eliminated, our Hige clan's prestige in the village will also be affected. And if they control the village, we will inevitably face suspicion and exclusion. Therefore, I hope you can use your identity in the Umbu to do your utmost to prevent this conflict from occurring. Like Shursui's situation in the Uchiha clan, Hige Kagami was also the only Hige clan member currently serving in the Umbu, so whatever the Hige clan wanted to do, they could not do without his support. Hige Kagami immediately replied, I understand. In dealing with the Uchiha issue, Hige Kagami and the clan's stance were unified. The Uchiha must not fall. Why was the reputation of the Hige clan so good? Wasn't it also because the Uchiha had complemented it little by little over the years? Once the Uchiha were gone, the ones who might be subtly excluded as an alternative could be the Haiga. After all, technique bloodline ninjas indeed surpassed the vast majority of ordinary ninjas in various aspects. After discussing the Uchiha issue, Hizashi took out several bounty notices and handed them to Hige Kagami, advising, You should be careful in the coming days. Hige Kagami took the bounty notice and saw his own portrait on it, with a long string of zeros for the bounty amount. After counting for a long time, he exclaimed, 20 million Ryo. Hizashi said casually, There's a second one. Hige Kagami quickly flipped to the second bounty notice, which also depicted his portrait. And again, the bounty amount was a long string of zeros, even exceeding the first one. 25 million Ryo? What is going on? Hizashi didn't seem to care too much. You probably offended someone. Such a bounty amount is rare. It might attract some bounty ninjas, so you should be cautious and not leave the village carelessly. Chapter 77. Recruitment and Rejection After a Detailed Inquiry. Hyuga Kagami learned that the 4 members of Umbu's 11th Division had all been put on a bounty, with each bounty amounting to 20 million ryo. This bounty must have been issued by the Cloud Village, right? The only ones who held a grudge against the 11th Division were Cloud and Rock. And, compared to Rock, Cloud's suspicion was clearly greater. But how did Cloud obtain specific information about our 11th Division? Could their spies have infiltrated Umbu? This sudden thought startled Hyuga Kagami. The Umbu directly under the Hokage were all personally selected by the 3rd Hokage, chosen from ninjas who were well known within the village. If there were spies from other ninja villages among them, it would mean that this spy had infiltrated the village a long time ago, and at least on the surface, the spy had no flaws. Immediately after, Hyuga Kagami thought of the second bounty. This second bounty was 5 million ryo higher than the first, reaching a shocking amount of 25 million ryo, almost on par with the bounties of renowned elite jonin from the 5 great ninja villages. Strangely, this second bounty was a personal bounty targeted solely at Hyuga Kagami. This undoubtedly indicated that the person who issued the bounty had a personal vendetta against Hyuga Kagami, unrelated to the 11th Division. Who could it be? Seeing Hyuga Kagami lost in thought, Hizashi believed he was worried about the bounty and reassured him. You don't need to worry too much. For ninjas, bounties in the black market are a reflection of our achievements. Only powerful ninjas can have high bounties. Hyuga Kagami nodded. He wasn't afraid. He was just a bit concerned about who issued the bounty. Taking a sip of his tea, Hizashi asked, "Do you know what my bounty in the black market is?" "How much?" Hizashi replied nonchalantly, 100 million ryo. Hyuga Kagami forced a smile. Huh? As expected of the clan head, Hyuga Kagami understood that this 100 million ryo was less a bounty on Hizashi himself and more a bounty on the Hyuga clan. A bounty on the Byakugan. It was well known that only the Byakugan from the main branch of the Hyuga clan could be stolen, and the main branch had a small population. Therefore, killing Hizashi would not only grant a pair of Byakugan, but also cause immeasurable impact on the clan's branch family system. After leaving the main family's old residence, Hyuga Kagami walked slowly toward his home. As he passed through a narrow alley, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. Hyuga Kagami's expression immediately sharpened as he drew the Kusanagi from his waist and activated his Byakugan, adopting a fully defensive posture. The figure stepping out from the shadows leaned on a cane and coldly stared at Hyuga Kagami. "Special Jonin Hyuga Kagami. You should recognize this old man, right?" Hyuga Kagami quickly retracted his Byakugan and nodded. "Yes, Lord Danzo." The one blocking Hyuga Kagami was none other than Shimura Danzo, who held the title of Darkness of the Ninja, and he was also one of the advisors of Konoha, the commander of Root. "You have great talent. Staying in Umbu has no future for you. Join my Root, and you'll have everything you desire." Danzo's tone was cold, not at all like someone trying to recruit. Yet he seemed very confident, as if the conditions he offered were impossible to refuse. Hyuga Kagami replied without hesitation, "I'm sorry, but I am part of the Umbu directly under the Hokage. All assignments must be in accordance with the 3rd Hokage's arrangements." Danzo's gaze turned icy. "If I remember correctly, this is the second time you have refused to join Root." In the turmoil caused by Orochimaru's defection, Hyuga Kagami had previously declined an invitation to join Root. But at that time he was just a middle-ranked ninja in wartime, a disposable pawn, so Danzo had not taken it to heart. Now, however, Hyuga Kagami had begun to shine, not only becoming a special jonin, but also defeating several Uchiha challengers and successfully completing a secret mission assigned by the 3rd Hokage. He was a rising star in the village, which was why Danzo chose to personally come for recruitment. Thus, Hyuga Kagami's immediate refusal greatly displeased Danzo. Ignoring Danzo's threat, Hyuga Kagami remained indifferent. "Sorry, I'm not interested in joining Root. Youth, every decision must be made carefully, otherwise, you will regret it in the future." With that, Danzo's figure gradually faded back into the shadows. Watching Danzo, who seemed self-satisfied and as if everything was under control, Hyuga Kagami's expression remained unchanged. In fact, he had already sensed Danzo lurking in the shadows when he first turned into the narrow alley. His panicked activation of the Byakugan and drawing of his sword were all deliberate performances. The purpose was merely to legally activate his Byakugan and probe Danzo's current state. This performance clearly did not go to waste. Hyuga Kagami discovered that Danzo had actually implanted the 1st Hokage's cells and a whole arm of Sharingan. No wonder he had appeared less in public lately. While reflecting on this, Hyuga Kagami had to start considering countermeasures. He had not forgotten the old grievances against the village. And through various investigations and information provided by Orochimaru, he learned that the one presiding over the purge was none other than Danzo. Therefore, regardless of whether Danzo provoked him or not, he would not let Danzo off the hook. However, the information he just received surprised him. He had not expected that Danzo had already implanted the first Hokage cells and a significant number of Sharingan at this time. This also indicated that Danzo had never given up on human experimentation and had even surpassed Orochimaru in research on the first Hokage cells. Moreover, Danzo must have started collecting Sharingan a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to acquire so many Sharingan before the Uchiha clan's extermination. The Uchiha clan had no birds in a cage, so collecting Sharingan was relatively easy, at least for Danzo, who controlled Root. This was premeditated. As Hyuga Kagami walked home, he mused, if the Uchiha have no plans for a coup, Danzo will likely take action against them. Danzo has set his sights on the Uchiha Sharingan. As a member of the Konoha advisory group, Danzo should normally possess strength close to that of a Hokage. Otherwise, he would not be so obsessed with the Hokage position. Now, with the first Hokage cells and a large number of Sharingan, his strength might have already surpassed the third Hokage, perhaps. Chapter 78. Confession. No matter what the issue is, once it involves the Uchiha clan and Sharingan, there can be no room for carelessness. This is because the Uchiha clan harbors numerous strange forbidden techniques within Sharingan, such as Izanagi and Izanami. If one is unaware of the details, it is practically impossible to defend against them. Since Danzo has transplanted the first Hokage cells and a large number of Sharingan, he is very likely to have mastered certain forbidden techniques of the Uchiha clan. At this moment, directly confronting Danzo would be extremely risky. Orochimaru is a prime example. As a genuine Kage-level powerhouse, he was casually defeated by Itachi's Sharingan on 2 separate occasions. The lessons from this should serve as a warning for Hyuga Kagami. Upon returning home, Hyuga Kagami focused his mind and resumed his study of the 4-symbol seal. Improving his own strength is currently his top priority. All other plans serve this purpose, and he has always been clear about this distinction. As of now, he has actually learned the 4-symbol seal, though this learning refers to being able to use it with difficulty. When it comes to understanding the operational principles of the 4-symbol seal and developing it further, he is still lacking, which is why he needs to conduct deeper research into it. The 4-symbol seal is a door, a gateway to the vast treasury of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. Once he masters the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he will be able to unravel the 4th Hokage seal on the dragon vein, thus completing the most crucial part of the artificial tailed beast plan. After studying for a while, Hyuga Kagami recorded his insights one by one. After finishing, he reviewed his notes and thought to himself, with the merits established by Team 11 this time, it shouldn't be a problem to exchange for another sealing technique. He predicted that it would take at most a week to fully master the 4-symbol seal. Once he masters the 4-symbol seal, if he can learn 1 or 2 more sealing techniques from the Uzumaki clan, then he would be confident in using the Rinnegan to uncover the secrets of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. In his view, the merits established by Team 11 should be more than enough to exchange for another sealing technique. Early the next morning, Hyuga Kagami set out. Along the way, he heard villagers debating the recent peace talks with the Cloud Village. Without a doubt, the village's ninjas were outraged by Cloud's sudden sneak attack. Additionally, due to this conflict, hundreds of ninjas had died, and nearly every major ninja clan was mourning. Therefore, many ninjas in Konoha harbored grievances regarding the peace talks. While everyone could more or less understand the 3rd Hokage's difficult position in agreeing to the talks, it was hard for the ninjas of the largest ninja village in the shinobi world to swallow the humiliation of being struck hard and then shaking hands for peace. Hyuga Kagami, however, did not have much emotional reaction to this. Today's Konoha is no longer the Konoha that could dominate everything like it did in the first Hokage's time. In the shinobi world, if one lacks strength, they can only silently endure even the greatest humiliations. Moreover, this is just the beginning. The village will face many more troubles in the future. Upon reaching the agreed location, Hyuga Kagami waited quietly. Soon, a figure landed in front of him. It was Uchiha Shursui, who had arranged to meet with him. Shursui looked apologetic. "Senior, sorry to keep you waiting. It's fine, I just got here a little while ago." Hyuga Kagami waved his hand and said, "I called you here because I have something very important to tell you." "What is it?" Hyuga Kagami activated his Byakugan, confirmed that there was no one around, and whispered, "I met with Danzo yesterday and discovered a secret about him." Shursui was instantly taken aback. "What? You also met with Lord Danzo yesterday?" Hyuga Kagami frowned slightly, a bad premonition suddenly welling up in his heart. "You also ran into him yesterday?" Shursui replied, "Yes. Lord Danzo invited me to join the route, but I declined." "Did Lord Danzo invite you as well?" Hyuga Kagami hurriedly said, "You didn't confess to him about your Mangeki Sharingan, did you?" Shursui nodded. We talked about the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. To reassure Lord Danzo and the village's higher-ups, I confessed to both Lord Danzo and the third Hokage about my Manjiki Sharingan yesterday, and assured them that I would prevent any extreme actions from my clan when necessary. Hyuga Kagami's expression darkened. Foolish. Shursui was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Do you know what I was going to tell you today? After a pause, Hyuga Kagami continued. Yesterday, I discovered through my Byakugan that Danzo has already transplanted the first Hokage cells and a large number of Sharingan. He has completely transformed his body. What? Shursui stood frozen in place. Hyuga Kagami glanced at him and said, that old guy has long coveted the Sharingan. And you told him about your awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan. Isn't that like sending sheep into a tiger's den? Hyuga Kagami's plan was to inform Shursui about Danzo's coveting of the Sharingan, and then induce Shursui to use Kodoe Mitsukami on Danzo to eliminate him once and for all. However, he never expected Danzo to act so quickly, reaching out to both him and Shursui the very next day. What surprised him even more was that Shursui had directly confessed to Danzo and the third Hokage about the Manjiki Sharingan yesterday. Of course, this was also because Hyuga Kagami was unaware of the impact Shursui experienced at the Uchiha clan meeting the day before, where some Uchiha members had openly advocated for a military coup. This was what prompted Shursui to confess to the village's higher-ups. After being lost in thought for a while, Shursui murmured, Senior, did I do something wrong? Hyuga Kagami asked again, aside from Susanoo, your Manjiki Sharingan should have other abilities, right? Without hesitation, Shursui immediately replied, yes. My Manjiki Sharingan can activate an illusion called Kodoe Mitsukami, which can modify and control the enemies without their knowledge. And you told Danzo and the third Hokage about this too? Shursui nodded. Yes, I intended to use Kodoe Mitsukami to stop the clan's coup, so I didn't hide anything to gain the trust of the third Hokage and Lord Danzo. Hyuga Kagami said, you can stop the Uchiha from launching a coup, but can you stop Danzo from targeting the Uchiha? At this point, the village's higher-ups will no longer trust you, and in private, Danzo probably won't meet with you again. Shursui seemed to realize something, his expression turning incredulous. Hyuga Kagami warned, remember, if Danzo asks to meet with you privately, there's only one possibility. He intends to take action against you. However, whether he can make it to that day is hard to say. Chapter 79. Konoha's high-level meeting. Shursui had not anticipated that things would escalate to such a degree, and he felt a bit flustered. He had always believed that what he was doing was right, and that his crazy clansmen were all wrong. However, after listening to Hyuga Kagami's words, he began to faintly realize that his confession to the village's higher-ups had inadvertently pushed the Uchiha clan deeper into the abyss. He deeply bowed to Hyuga Kagami and sincerely said, Senior, I would never use Kodoe Mitsukami on my comrades. Please believe this. Hyuga Kagami shook his head. This is not about belief. When faced with someone who can modify their will at any moment, anyone would instinctively feel fear and caution, including myself. Shursui looked somewhat lost. But regardless of your loyalty to Konoha, regardless of whether you are upright and kind, as long as you have the ability to manipulate others' will, you are seen as an undeniable threat in the eyes of others. After a slight pause, Hyuga Kagami sighed. Ultimately, Kodoe Mitsukami is just too unsettling. At this point, Shursui realized where the crux of the issue lay, and he hurriedly asked, Senior, is there a way to remedy this? Hyuga Kagami rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment before replying, For now, I don't have a good solution. However, you should refrain from doing anything unnecessary. Currently, the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village have not been completed, so they want to take action against the Uchiha for the time being. As for future matters, we'll discuss them when the time comes. The problem with Shursui lay with Kodoe Mitsukami. As long as his Manjiki Sharingan remained in his eye socket, he could never be fully accepted by the village's higher-ups. Shursui silently nodded. Thinking of Obito, who had been causing trouble outside the village, Hyuga Kagami reminded him. By the way, keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals near your clan's territory. Are you referring to a year ago during the Nine-Tails incident? Although I wasn't in the village, the intelligence I gathered indicated that the Nine-Tails was indeed being controlled by a Sharingan. Shursui's expression suddenly turned grim. Senior, do you suspect that the Nine-Tails incident was planned by our Uchiha? The facts are before us. It's inevitable that the Uchiha will be suspected. Glancing at Shursui, Hyuga Kagami continued to lead him. Moreover, even if it was the Uchiha, it doesn't necessarily mean it was the Uchiha within the village. Shursui suddenly recalled something and fell in a deep thought. Over the past few decades, many clansmen had left the village or disappeared without a trace. the most famous among them being Uchiha Madara, who had helped establish Konoha with the first Hokage. Therefore, it was possible that remnants of the Uchiha bloodline still existed outside Konoha. After discussing for a while longer, Shursui took his leave, and, as he watched Shursui depart, Hyuga Kagami shook his head. As the most talented ninja of the Uchiha generation, Shursui was nearly flawless in other aspects. But he was still too naive when it came to understanding people's hearts. In a small conference room of the Hokage building, the third Hokage was discussing the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village with 3 elders from the advisory council. When the secret mission of the Umbu Team 11 was mentioned, the third Hokage clapped his hands. Kakashi, who was waiting outside the conference room for inquiries, walked in upon hearing the sound and recounted the process of Team 11 completing their mission to the 3 elders of the advisory council. After Kakashi finished speaking, the third Hokage said lightly, "You may leave now." Kakashi nodded and exited the conference room. Tsunade remarked, "So it was Team 11 that harassed their supply line in the back, forcing the Cloud Village to slow down their offensive. Team 11 has made a significant contribution to the village." Midogate Inn also chimed in, "Yes, we can consider promotions and rewards for Team 11. At this moment, Danzo suddenly spoke, "The information I've received from my roots does not align with that." Both advisors, as well as the third Hokage, turned to Danzo, waiting for him to continue. Danzo coldly stated, "The Cloud Village suddenly slowing their offensive is due to suffering significant losses in their rear. It is rumored that over 300 Cloud Ninja, including several elite Jonin, died in one night, and even the 4th Raikage left the Cloud Village because of this." Tsunade and Midogate Inn exchanged glances. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage immediately recalled Shursui, who had confessed to awakening his Manjiki Sharingan the day before, and his expression darkened as he began to puff on his pipe, remaining silent for a long time. Danzo stood up and questioned, "Why didn't Team 11 report this? Why would they hide such an accomplishment?" Tsunade sternly asked the third Hokage, "Does Team 11 really possess such combat power? If Team 11 could annihilate over 300 Cloud Ninja in one night, it implied that at least one of the 4 had achieved shadow-level strength." The third Hokage could only helplessly say, "Uchiha Shursui has awakened the legendary Manjiki Sharingan." Tsunade was taken aback and then frowned. "That is a power said to be cursed. Is there someone else in the Uchiha clan who has awakened it?" Midogate Inn murmured to himself, "Could it be another Uchiha Madara?" Danzo did not relent and continued darkly, "Hizashi, it seems you left out some details." The third Hokage's gaze sharpened as he stared at Danzo. Unfazed by the third Hokage's pressure, Danzo said, "Uchiha Shursui's Manjiki Sharingan can use a forbidden technique called Kuroemitsukami, which can instantly modify the will of the user, turning them into a puppet." "What?" Tsunade and Midogate were taken aback. After scanning the shocked faces of his colleagues, Danzo coldly smiled and said, "I propose that we take immediate coercive measures against Uchiha Shursui." After a brief moment of shock, Tsunade and Midogate Inn also agreed. The third Hokage firmly shook his head. "Shursui is our bridge for communication with the Uchiha clan. If we take coercive measures against him, it will provoke the Uchiha clan. Right now, the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village are at a critical juncture. If turmoil erupts in the village, the consequences would be unimaginable." Danzo seemed to have anticipated the third Hokage's response, so he made a compromise, then placed Uchiha Shursui on the watch list, monitored by my roots. After a moment of contemplation, the third Hokage finally nodded. The third Hokage's concession made Danzo feel very satisfied. He recalled the scene from yesterday, when Hyuga Kagami had rejected his invitation and said again, "Team 11 is hiding important information, and their loyalty is questionable. I propose that all members of Team 11 be placed on the watch list." Chapter 80. Reincarnation. I chakra mode. Before the third Hokage could speak, Mitarashi had already adjusted his glasses and said, "Kakashi is Minato's disciple. His loyalty should not be doubted. As the son of the Konoha White Fang, a disciple of the 4th Hokage, and a hero of the 3rd Shinobi World War, Kakashi has too many honors to his name. If even he is to be questioned, then there would be no ninja in the village who could be trusted." The third Hokage nodded. "I will conduct inquiries related to Team 11 privately. There is no need for full surveillance. They are all trustworthy Konoha ninjas." "Trustworthy?" Danzo sneered coldly and continued, "Hinata Kagami is a former subordinate of Orochimaru. Who can guarantee that he isn't a spy planted by Orochimaru in the village? Allowing such a person to remain in the Umbu is too careless, Hizashi." The third Hokage felt somewhat irritated by Danzo bringing up past matters and said in a deep voice, "Danzo, there's no need to mention the past." Danzo insisted. He has been on the cleansing list. A person like this cannot remain in the Umbu. If you insist on going your own way, I will have to privately arrange for Root to monitor him. The third Hokage fell silent. The fact that Hinata Kagami had been on the cleansing list was like a thorn in his heart, making it impossible for him to fully trust him. Anyone who had been on the cleansing list and abandoned by the village would inevitably have their loyalty greatly diminished. Seeing the third Hokage's tacit approval, Danzo said no more and left the Hokage building with his cane. On Hinata Kagami's side, after bidding farewell to Shursui, he went alone to the Forest of Death. Not long after entering the Forest of Death, the little wild boar that had previously tested poison for him sprang out from the dense grass and ran up to him, circling around while sniffing at his pant legs. How did it grow so big? Looking at the little wild boar, Hinata Kagami was a bit dazed. It had only been a little over a month. The little wild boar that was still a piglet before now had grown several times larger, nearly surpassing Hinata Kagami's waist. Upon closer inspection, Hinata Kagami noticed that the little wild boar was covered in scars, with sparse fur, as if it often fought with other beasts in the Forest of Death. In such a wounded state, still dazed and acting as if nothing was wrong, it truly deserved to be called a pig. After a moment of contemplation, Hinata Kagami activated his Byakugan. He carefully surveyed the surroundings, confirming multiple times that there were no hidden individuals and no abnormal chakra responses, before slowly closing his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the pupils had transformed into a magnificent sapphire blue. He then gradually formed hand seals and whispered, "Reincarnation I chakra mode." Swish! The sky blue chakra instantly enveloped his body, lifting him gently into the air, suspended weightlessly. The little wild boar, not overly panicked, cautiously approached him, sniffing around and finding that the scent hadn't changed. It then turned around and began to circle Hinata Kagami, seemingly waiting for him to feed it something. Hinata Kagami smiled slightly, disregarding the little wild boar and focusing on experiencing the reincarnation I chakra mode. Although he had entered this mode in the land of lightning before, and even activated the silver wheel reincarnation explosion that transformed the truth-seeking balls, it had only been on the battlefield and for a very short time, so he had never truly familiarized himself with the reincarnation I chakra mode, nor was he familiar with its consumption rate. Now, hidden in the deserted Forest of Death, he could experience the reincarnation I chakra mode without interruption and test its various abilities and consumption rates. As he gently landed on the ground, Hinata Kagami, in reincarnation I chakra mode, touched the ground with one hand, infusing the chakra into the earth. Soon, centered on him, the chakra responses within a radius of nearly 10 miles were fed back into his mind through his reincarnation I chakra. The chakra perception range had increased nearly tenfold. Feeling delighted, Hinata Kagami infused chakra into his reincarnation I and focused on observing the surroundings. With ample chakra support, his reincarnation I immediately radiated an unparalleled beautiful light, resembling two brilliant gemstones at first glance. At that moment, everything in his field of vision was crystal clear. Even the patterns on the wings of moths dozens of meters away appeared as if they were right in front of him. Glancing at the little wild boar wandering beside him, Hinata Kagami suddenly noticed that its chakra had also grown quite a bit during this time. Although a few of its meridians were still somewhat obstructed and not fully connected, Hinata Kagami raised an eyebrow and waved at the little wild boar. In an instant, the little wild boar was involuntarily pulled toward him, unable to escape the gravitational pull of the Rinnegan's activation, no matter how hard it struggled. Once the little wild boar was by his side, Hinata Kagami gently placed his hand on its abdomen, infusing it with reincarnation I chakra. As the reincarnation I chakra entered, the chakra within the little wild boar instantly grew several times stronger, and the previously obstructed meridians were cleared by this surge of chakra. Thanks for testing poison for me for so long. This is just a little reward. Hinata Kagami smiled lightly, feeling in a good mood. The little wild boar, now with all its meridians connected, appeared somewhat drunk, grunting and wobbling as it walked, not paying any more attention to the wild boar. Hinata Kagami focused again on activating the truth-seeking ball. Unlike the last time, when he could summon 9 truth-seeking balls with ease, this time, without the support of the giant Rinnegan, he exerted considerable effort just to summon 1 truth-seeking ball. Moreover, he could faintly sense that once he activated this truth-seeking ball, his own chakra would rapidly deplete. As he toyed with the truth-seeking ball in his hand, He pondered, if I just maintain the reincarnation chakra mode, my own chakra should be enough to last about 10 minutes. But if I activate the truth-seeking ball and unleash the golden wheel reincarnation explosion and silver wheel reincarnation explosion, my chakra could be depleted in an instant. Hinata Kyō had long since come to terms with his own inadequate talent. From his time in the Ninja Academy to the Third Shinobi World War, he had always been the invisible one in others' eyes, but so what? He had still made it to this point. In the current shinobi world, how many could manipulate the truth-seeking balls like this? He had already left many who once stood in front of him far behind. Hinata Kyō's gaze deepened as he looked toward the distant sky. Is it just a lack of talent and insufficient chakra? Problems that can be discovered are not problems at all. Chapter 81. Taking the blame, regaining his thoughts. Hyuga Kageme's gaze fell on the Tao orb he was toying with in his hands. The essence of the Tao orb should be a highly concentrated chakra sphere, which includes the properties of yang release, yin release, and other chakra attributes from the 5 elements. Theoretically, the Tao orb possesses the ability to transform all matter. Thus, its essence transcends single chakra attribute ninjutsu, bloodline limits of 2 chakra attributes, and bloodline eliminations of 3 chakra attributes. This is a qualitative difference. Except for a few cases, the Tao orb is nearly unsolvable. Because of this, after mastering the chakra mode of the Rinnegan, Hyuga Kagami had once flashed through the thought that if he ultimately could not successfully master the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, he could forcibly break through the sealing imposed by the 4th Hokage on the Dragon Vein using the Tao orb in Rinnegan chakra mode. However, after today's attempt, he dismissed this idea. Firstly, in the ninja world, sealing techniques are incredibly unpredictable. Almost anything known can be sealed, whether it's powerful tailed beasts and magical creatures, or those products that exist between life and death after being reanimated, or even ephemeral things like souls. All are no exception. Even the chakra progenitor Otsutsuki Kagaya cannot escape the sealing of sealing techniques. Therefore, Hyuga Kagami cannot assert that his Tao orb can definitely break through the sealing techniques imposed by the 4th Hokage on the Dragon Vein. Secondly, estimating the consumption needed to activate the Tao orb, even if Hyuga Kagami could indeed break through the sealing techniques imposed on the Dragon Vein, he would inevitably exhaust all his chakra afterward. Once the 4th Hokage's sealing technique fails, the immense chakra of the Dragon Vein will surge forth. At that time, even if Hyuga Kagami mastered all the sealing techniques on the artificial tailed beast scroll without any chakra left, he would only be able to watch helplessly. In that state, it would be impossible to subdue the massive outpouring of Dragon Vein chakra. If he cannot steal the chakra from the Dragon Vein in a very short time, the loss of the sealing will inevitably attract the attention of the major ninja villages nearby, especially Sunagakure. At that time, Hyuga Kagami would truly be left with nothing gained and only trouble. Just as Hyuga Kagami was lost in thought, he suddenly sensed a chakra rapidly approaching. So he immediately exited the Rinnegan chakra mode. Soon, a ninja dressed as an umbu landed in front of Hyuga Kagami and said, "The Hokage summons you." Hyuga Kagami nodded and followed the umbu out of the death forest, making his way to the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage's office, he realized that not only had the 3rd Hokage summoned him, but the other 3 members of Team 11 were also present in the office. Once everyone was gathered, the 3rd Hokage put down his pipe and swept his sharp gaze over the 4 members of Team 11, asking, "Is there anything you withheld regarding the report on the secret mission?" Kakashi's expression stiffened. He thought the 3rd Hokage was referring to his awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, so he felt somewhat guilty. Regarding this matter, Team 11 had actually reached a consensus to keep it secret for now. No one knew what the Uchiha clan would do upon learning that an outsider possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. So within Team 11, including Shursui, who was part of the Uchiha clan, everyone was willing to conceal Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan to prevent the Uchiha clan from taking any extreme actions that could escalate the conflict between the Uchiha and the village. Kai lowered his head, not daring to meet the 3rd Hokage's eyes, as he also thought the 3rd Hokage was referring to Kakashi's Manjiki Sharingan. Hyuga Kagami and Shursui appeared relatively calm because they knew the 3rd Hokage was most likely referring to Hyuga Kagami erasing the entire valley and slaughtering hundreds of Cloud Ninja. Seeing that Team 11 was silent, the 3rd Hokage directly threw the intelligence he received from Danzo in front of the 4, saying sternly, "You can take a look for yourselves." After reading the intelligence, Kakashi and Kai were taken aback, then looked at Hyuga Kagami and Shursui with surprised expressions. This was because during the battle in the valley, it was Hyuga Kagami and Shursui who had stayed behind, and they had never mentioned the details of the battle to them afterward. Thus, seeing information such as the entire valley was leveled and hundreds of ninja were left with no corpses in the report, one can imagine how shocked they were. Hyuga Kagami flipped through the intelligence, thinking, as expected, it's about this. Shursui suddenly stood up and said, Hokage-sama, this was my doing. I didn't mention it in the mission report to conceal the Mangeki Sharingan. The third Hokage didn't speak but looked closely at Kakashi, the captain of Team 11. Shursui quickly explained, at that time, Captain Kakashi was already unconscious, so he was unaware. Only then did the third Hokage nod and take a puff from his pipe. In the third Hokage's view, if anyone in Team 11 truly had the strength to annihilate hundreds of Cloud Ninja in one night, it could only be Shursui who had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan. As for Kakashi, Hyuga Kagami, and Kai, the third Hokage acknowledged that they were all excellent ninjas, but he did not believe they possessed shadow-level strength. Since the matter was clarified, it should not be mentioned again. After defining the situation, the third Hokage continued this time. Team 11 did very well and achieved great merit for the village. The village has decided to grant you an additional opportunity to learn advanced ninjutsu. You don't have to decide immediately. You can come to me whenever you are ready. The four members of Team 11 responded in unison and then left the Hokage office one after another. Once outside the Hokage building, Kai hurriedly asked Shursui, did you really take down over 100 Cloud Ninja, all by yourself? Shursui glanced at Hyuga Kagami and then nodded towards Kai. At that moment, Kakashi quietly said, thanks. Although he was shocked by Shursui's strength, he was more grateful that Shursui kept the secret of his Mangeki Sharingan. Shursui shook his head. I did it for the Uchiha clan. Upon learning that Kakashi had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, even Shursui himself felt a strong negative emotion. It's easy to imagine the consequences if this news were to leak out and reach the Uchiha clan. The four chatted for a few more moments. Then Kai pulled Kakashi away for some sparring, while Hyuga Kagami followed Shursui to a secluded area. Casting a thoughtful glance behind him, Hyuga Kagami said softly, thank you. Shursui sighed lightly. Anyway, they're already wary of us. It doesn't matter if they're one more thing. Chapter 82 Uchiha Shinichi, looking at the exhausted Shursui. Hyuga Kagami reassured him, don't worry, there will definitely be a turning point. Shursui replied, I hope so. The village's relentless pressure on the Uchiha clan actually reflects the village's own weakness. And the instigator of all this is none other than Uchiha Obito, who has been lurking in the shadows, waiting to take a bite out of Konoha at any moment. The current third Hokage could be described as mentally exhausted without exaggeration. With age, the third's strength has been declining from its peak, and if his carefully chosen successor, the fourth Hokage, had not died unexpectedly in battle, it wouldn't have been a big deal. However, with the unexpected death of the vigorous fourth Hokage, everything changed. The troubles facing Konoha now, whether it be the Cloud Village outside or the Uchiha within, can be said to be the aftermath of the fourth's unexpected death. If the fourth were still alive, and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki were still around, Cloud Village wouldn't dare to act recklessly, and the Uchiha wouldn't dare to have any crooked thoughts. A series of misfortunes that Konoha later faced might have all vanished. Then the fourth died, and thus Konoha fell into chaos. Glancing back, Hyuga Kagami continued in a low voice, someone is following us. Shursui nodded, yeah, I noticed when I came here. After a moment of thought, Hyuga Kagami said, it should be Danzo's route. The 11 team is directly under the Hokage's umbu, and they're the ones who usually track and monitor others. No one would dare to track them, because if the Hokage did not trust them, he would directly revoke their umbu status without sending another umbu to monitor them. Shursui was somewhat indifferent and said calmly, I won't harm the village, so I'm not afraid of their surveillance. Hyuga Kagami replied, you're thinking too simply. Shursui curiously asked, Senior, what do you mean? Surveillance is a signal. It not only indicates that Danzo does not trust us, but also that he is not afraid of us. After a pause, the corners of Hyuga Kagami's mouth slightly lifted. He can distrust us, but he cannot not fear us. Shursui has always mistakenly believed that the power he saw in Hyuga Kagami was the norm, thanks to the chakra state of the giant Rinnegan. In his eyes, Hyuga Kagami was undoubtedly the strongest in Konoha at the moment, even surpassing the third Hokage or Jiraiya, one of the legendary three. So when he heard Hyuga Kagami say this, he immediately asked worriedly, Senior, you wouldn't really want to take action against Lord Danzo, would you? Seeing Shursui's terrified expression, Hyuga Kagami knew he didn't dare to act against Konoha's higher-ups, so he said, "You don't have to do anything. Just keep it a secret for me." Those who truly fear Danzo are, to put it bluntly, the Konoha ninjas who wouldn't defect and are wholeheartedly devoted to the village. For ninjas who have defection as an option, Danzo is nothing at all. In a dense forest outside Konoha. Fire style, fireball jutsu. After releasing the fire style ninjutsu, Uchiha Shinichi knelt on the ground, panting heavily. However, he quickly stood up again and threw shurikens at the distant target. He had been practicing hard all morning, and even though his clothes were soaked with sweat, he showed no sign of stopping. Ever since he failed to challenge Hyuga Kagami last time and was carried back by Shursui, he had become the laughing stock of the Uchiha clan, falling into endless ridicule and doubt from his clansmen. This pain nearly drove him mad. Since that day, he had rarely returned to the clan. Whenever he had free time, he would come here, using intense training to numb his nerves. In the distance, watching Uchiha Shinichi train frantically, the masked man sitting cross-legged on a branch said, "Is he the one you're talking about?" Zetsu, who was half out of the tree trunk, nodded. I can feel the hatred in his heart. As a scout for the Akatsuki organization, Zetsu's perception abilities are outstanding in the entire ninja world. Due to certain special reasons, he can even sense the emotions of the target. The masked man seemed to be reminded of something. His tone still cold. Such hatred is still far from enough. Zetsu said, "This is currently the best candidate that fits your requirements." Most of the Uchiha clan members with Sharingan serve in the police force, so under normal circumstances, Uchiha ninjas rarely leave the village. Only Uchiha Shinichi is an exception. Moreover, Uchiha Shinichi possesses the 3-tomo Sharingan and the strength of a special jonin, and he is filled with hatred, so Zetsu immediately reported his information to the masked man. The masked man hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Let us go with him. You wait here, I'll go meet him." After saying that, the masked man's entire body twisted into a vortex and silently disappeared. After a while, the masked man appeared behind Uchiha Shinichi and said in a hoarse, deep voice, "Young Uchiha, you are really in a sorry state." Uchiha Shinichi was startled and quickly turned around to jump away, demanding, "Who are you?" The masked man smiled. "Who I am is not important, but I can give you what you want." Uchiha Shinichi was furious. "A sneaky guy. Do you think who I am? I am Uchiha Shinichi." The masked man slowly opened his arms, his tone still calm. "You are nothing." Deeply insulted, Uchiha Shinichi could no longer contain himself and lunged at the masked man with a short blade. Seeing the masked man standing still, not dodging or avoiding, a sinister smile appeared on Uchiha Shinichi's face. But when the blade struck the masked man, it passed right through him. And the sensation from the handle clearly told Uchiha Shinichi that he had not hit anything. What? In Uchiha Shinichi's horror, the masked man punched him in the stomach. As Uchiha Shinichi fell to the ground, he still couldn't believe it as he looked at the masked man. I clearly hit you just now. Why? Is an illusion? Thinking he had guessed the truth, the 3-tomo in Uchiha Shinichi's eyes spun rapidly. The masked man said, "You keep shouting Uchiha. Uchiha. Is that all the ability you have?" Uchiha Shinichi gritted his teeth. "I have already broken your illusion." Saying this, he stood up, quickly formed hand seals, and shouted, "Fire style. Fireball jutsu." In an instant, a huge fireball flew rapidly toward the masked man. Boom! With a loud bang, a row of large trees was struck by the fireball and burned to charcoal. After carefully observing and seeing that there was no trace of the masked man around, Uchiha Shinichi murmured, "Is he dead?" Just then, the masked man abruptly appeared behind him again, pressing one hand on his shoulder and pulling him into the twisted vortex. Chapter 83 Contract Seal. Not long after, a distorted space vortex suddenly appeared again. Injured and battered, Uchiha Shinichi was thrown out from the vortex and fell heavily to the ground with a thud, half of his face buried in the dirt, looking extremely miserable. At this moment, the masked man casually walked out from the twisted vortex. His tone as bland as ever. "Can't even stand up?" Uchiha Shinichi strained to lift his head, glaring fiercely at the masked man, his eyes filled with stubbornness and hatred. The masked man crossed his arms and smiled slightly. "Very nice eyes." Uchiha Shinichi coughed lightly and hoarsely asked, Who exactly are you? What was that jutsu just now?" "I've already said, who I am is not important." After a pause, the masked man smiled. "What matters is that I can give you what you want." Uchiha Shinichi was momentarily confused. "What I want?" The masked man looked around and shrugged. "What are you training here for?" Uchiha Shinichi spat out a name, Hinata Kyō. The masked man was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Is this person very strong? Though reluctant, Uchiha Shinichi nodded helplessly. Uchiha actually lost to the Hyuga clan. With a gentle smile, the masked man continued to entice. With your talent, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat that person named Hinata Kyō. Watching the masked man warily, Uchiha Shinichi opened his mouth but remained silent, his face filled with hesitation. Seeing that Uchiha Shinichi was somewhat tempted, the masked man didn't press too hard, but instead shrugged. If you've thought it through, you can come find me here. After saying that, the masked man simply disappeared into the vortex. Uchiha Shinichi barely stood up, glancing around in confusion, and then staggered away towards the village, dragging his injured body. Before long, the masked man returned to the large tree from earlier. Zetsu, half of his body sticking out, looked at Uchiha Shinichi's departing figure and said, "Is it really necessary to go this far? He might very well inform Konoha." The masked man shook his head. He won't. Why? Because he craves power. The masked man sat cross-legged and continued. He has more potential than I expected. With a little stimulation, he might awaken those eyes. At Hinata Kyō's home. Back home, Hinata Kyō focused his mind and seriously studied the four-symbol seal again. Perhaps due to having carefully felt the sage orb, he gained a deeper understanding of the changes in chakra attributes. So when he opened the scroll of the four-symbol seal this time, the parts he previously didn't understand suddenly became clear. The changes in chakra attributes are both the foundation and the core of the four-symbol seal. Once he comprehensively grasps the changes in chakra attributes within the four-symbol seal, he would be close to fully mastering it. After studying for a while, Hinata Kyō picked up a teacup and took a sip, secretly contemplating. At this rate, I can fully understand the four-symbol seal in no more than 3 days. Remembering the promise made by the third Hokage to Team 11, he suddenly felt that mastering the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan didn't seem so unattainable. Suddenly, Hinata Kyō seemed to sense something, his brows slightly furrowing as he activated his Byakugan. In the vision provided by the Byakugan, he noticed a chakra reaction hidden behind a large tree outside the courtyard, and from the amount of chakra, it was at least at the level of a special jonin. Humph, are they already brazenly monitoring me right at my doorstep? Clearly, the root responsible for watching Hinata Kyō knew he possessed the Byakugan and understood that no matter how well they disguised themselves, they couldn't escape its scrutiny. So they simply placed their surveillance in plain sight. I'm part of the Hokage Zanbu. Without the third's consent, Danzo wouldn't do something so crude. Lost in thought for a moment, Hinata Kyō continued to ponder. Now is not the time to fall out. I'll wait until I learn the sealing techniques. Unlike Danzo, the third Hokage, as the village's leader, was very concerned about his reputation, since he had promised Team 11 a chance to learn advanced jutsu. As long as Hinata Kyō didn't act recklessly, the third would definitely follow through. Having made up his mind, Hinata Kyō stayed home, wholeheartedly dedicating himself to studying the four-symbol seal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Hinata Kyō had anticipated, after grasping the key points, he quickly understood the crucial parts of the four-symbol seal. Although there were still a few details he hadn't fully comprehended. Those details would require time and effort to clarify, and there was no rush. Carrying the scroll of the four-symbol seal, Hinata Kyō went to the Hokage's office. After returning the scroll, he once again requested to learn sealing techniques from the third Hokage, and considering that this might be his last formal opportunity for public learning, he didn't hold back, directly expressing to the third that he wanted to learn the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. The third Hokage had some doubts about Hinata Kyō's request. However, from the third's perspective, Hinata Kyō's request to learn sealing techniques was certainly better than asking to learn forbidden jutsu, as sealing techniques were more defensive in nature. Even if Hinata Kyō mastered the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it wouldn't pose a significant threat to the village. Moreover, aside from the Reaper Death Seal, which was a mutually destructive forbidden technique, other powerful sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan usually required the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan to be effective. After some consideration, the third Hokage ultimately retrieved a scroll from the confidential archives titled Contract Seal and handed it to Hinata Kyō, issuing an order to return the sealing technique scroll within a month. After obtaining the contract seal, Hinata Kyō continued to stay at home, not even stepping outside, dedicating himself entirely to researching the contract seal. Compared to the broad applicability of the four-symbol seal, the contract seal had a much narrower scope, primarily used to sever the contractual relationship between enemies and summoned entities. However, this didn't mean that the contract seal was inferior to the four-symbol seal. On the contrary, Hinata Kyō had a vague feeling that the sealing technique used by the fourth Hokage to seal the dragon vein likely included parts of the contract seal. When he first received the scroll of the contract seal, Hinata Kyō noticed that its ability to sever was exceptionally strong. Since the dragon vein had an inexplicable connection with the Queen of Lulan, whether there existed some kind of contractual relationship between them was uncertain. Therefore, if the roles were reversed, and Hinata Kyō were in the fourth Hokage situation, he would also incorporate the contract seal into the dragon vein sealing technique to prevent future covetous individuals from the Queen of Lulan from breaking the dragon vein seal. Chapter 84. Journey. When it comes to contracts, it inevitably involves souls, bloodlines, and other intangible and hard-to-describe things. So the difficulty of learning contract seals is no less than that of the four-symbol seals. However, Hinata Kagami is no longer a novice who knows nothing about sealing techniques. Under the guidance of the priestess from the land of demons, and after in-depth research on the four-symbol seals, he now has made some progress in sealing techniques. Enough to be considered somewhat accomplished. Especially in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, it's not an exaggeration to say he is half an expert. After a serious study for half a day, he estimated that mastering contract seals completely would take at least 7 days. Fortunately, the village was currently discussing peace talks with the Cloud Village, and Team 11 had no tasks, so 7 days was just the right amount of time for him. 4 days later, all members of Team 11 suddenly came to Hinata Kagami's house. After glancing at Kakashi, Shirzei, and Guy, Hinata Kagami smiled and asked, "Why did you all come here together?" Guy, being impatient, was the first to speak. "Kagami, have you heard?" Hinata Kagami casually replied. "Heard what?" He had been staying at home, wholeheartedly researching contract seals for the past few days, completely oblivious to outside matters. Guy hurriedly said, "It's about the village negotiating with the Cloud Village." Shirzei then added, "Senior, the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village have broken down." Hinata Kagami was somewhat surprised. What? In his previous life's memories, when the village signed the peace agreement with the Cloud Village, there indeed was an incident where the Cloud Village's negotiating representative kidnapped the eldest daughter of the Hinata main family. However, at that time, the peace agreement between the village and the Cloud Village had already been basically finalized. It was puzzling that the talks had broken down before they were even completed. Soon, Kakashi, as the captain of Team 11, detailed the sequence of events. It turned out that not only was Konoha dissatisfied with the peace talks, but there were also many people in the Cloud Village who were unhappy, believing that if they persisted a little longer, they could drag Konoha down from its position as the strongest ninja village. With grievances on both sides, the peace talks naturally could not proceed. Hinata Kagami pondered for a moment and then smiled. "You don't need to worry too much. Neither of us can afford to continue fighting with Cloud Village. The third Hokage and the Reincarnated both know this, so the peace talks will definitely continue." Guy asked curiously, "Why are you so sure?" Hinata Kagami smiled. "The ninja world is not just made up of us and the Cloud Village. If we both suffer heavy losses, it will only benefit other ninja villages. Whether from the blurry memories of his past life or the various intelligence gathered in this life." Hinata Kagami was sure that the Cloud Village's sudden attack on Konoha was just a test. If Konoha showed little ability to fight back, they would undoubtedly launch a full-scale attack. But once Konoha proved that it was not a lamb to be slaughtered, the Cloud Village would have no need to continue risking themselves and making a move that could benefit other ninja villages. After sending off the members of Team 11, Hinata Kagami sighed. "It seems the peace talks between the village and the Cloud Village will be incredibly long. Although I know that both sides will eventually sign a peace agreement, until both sides' grievances subside, the talks are likely to fall into a prolonged stalemate." But for Hinata Kagami, this was neither harmful nor beneficial. As long as the negotiations with the Cloud Village were ongoing, the village would not dare to risk unrest by taking action against the Uchiha, so the Uchiha would serve as a temporary shield. Hinata Kagami's mastery of contract seals was delayed by a full 5 days compared to his expectations. The main reason for this was that he had no opportunity to practice. When he studied the four-symbol seals, he could use anything at home to practice sealing techniques, but contract seals were different. They required tangible objects that had a contractual relationship to serve as the target for the seals, so Hinata Kagami, who was cooped up at home, couldn't find suitable practice objects. Fortunately, the scroll given to him by the third Hokage explained the various key points of contract seals clearly, so even without practice, he could barely grasp the technique by imitation. When Hinata Kagami returned the contract seal scroll to the third Hokage, the latter was surprised. The third Hokage had thought that Hinata Kagami would need at least a month to master contract seals. But he didn't expect that Hinata Kagami returned the scroll after only 13 days. In his memory, the fourth Hokage had taken nearly 15 days to master this technique. Thus, in his heart, the third Hokage couldn't help but regard Hinata Kagami more highly, considering him a rare talent in sealing techniques. After returning the scroll, Hinata Kagami then requested permission to travel. The third Hokage fixed his gaze and asked, "Why do you have this idea?" Hinata Kagami had already thought of an excuse. "I want to find a suitable summoning beast." In Konoha, it was not unusual for ninjas to travel, and Jiraiya, one of the legendary three ninjas, was a typical example since he was almost never in the village. However, traveling required the village's approval. Even Jiraiya was no exception in this regard. Otherwise, he would be considered a defector. Of course, if one had a strong enough background and power like Tsunade, it would not be called defection, but rather departure. As a member of the Umbu directly under the Hokage, Hinata Kagami technically did not qualify to apply for travel, especially at a time when the village was negotiating with the Cloud Village. Therefore, he had to come up with a reason that the third Hokage could not refuse. Since summoning beasts pertained to a ninja's combat power, seeking a suitable summoning beast naturally became a legitimate reason for most ninjas to travel. After pondering for a long time, the third Hokage finally relented. "I can only grant you a 2-month leave." After thanking the third Hokage, Hinata Kagami hurriedly returned home, packed his long-prepared belongings, and headed toward the village gate alone. The main purpose of this trip was not anything else but to see firsthand what kind of seal the fourth Hokage had placed on the dragon vein and to try to break it. As long as he confirmed that he could break the sealing technique imposed by the fourth Hokage on the dragon vein, his plan for an artificial tailed beast could immediately commence. After registering his information at the village gate, Hinata Kagami left the village without looking back, while the root member assigned to monitor him could only follow along with a stiff face. He needed to think of a way to shake them off. Noticing the shadow following him, Hinata Kagami began to ponder secretly. Suddenly, a chain sprang up from the ground, binding Hinata Kagami tightly. Almost at the same time, figures rushed out from the surrounding bushes, one on the left and one on the right, stabbing their long swords into Hinata Kagami's sides. At this moment, one of them sneered, 25 million Ryo, we accept it." Chapter 85. Bounty ninjas seeing their attack succeed, one of the attackers sneered, "Big brother, this guy with a bounty of 25 million Ryo is nothing. We took him out in one hit." Bang! As soon as the words left his mouth, Hinata Kagami, pierced by 2 sharp blades from his sides, turned into a cloud of smoke. The 2 attackers were momentarily stunned. Shadow clone? At that moment, a figure suddenly dropped from the sky, directly stepping on the heads of the 2, 1 foot for each, forcefully pinning the dazed attackers to the ground. The figure was none other than Hinata Kagami, who slowly squatted down while standing on their heads, and with a helpless expression said, "Hey, doesn't T the bounty notice it have my name on it? You 2 are just sitting there in the bushes. Aren't T you looking down on me too much? Damn, how could it be a shadow clone?" The 2 bounty ninjas, with their heads pinned down and unable to move, still found it hard to believe. Hinata Kagami's expression turned cold as he pondered. Has the Hinata clan's deterrent power in the ninja world weakened to this extent? In his view, since his name was written on the bounty notice, those who dared to take the bounty should know he was a Byakugan user. Yet these 2 bounty ninjas seemed to have no concept of the Byakugan. Moreover, their skills were not weak, judging from their recent ambush. Both were at least CH9 level. This left Hinata Kagami uncertain. He didn't know whether these 2 bounty ninjas were too ignorant or if the Hinata clan had already lost most of its deterrent power in the ninja world. After tying up the 2 bounty ninjas, Hinata Kagami returned to the village. At the village's mission center, he learned that these 2 were rogue ninjas from the Mist Village, who had committed numerous crimes after defecting. Hence their bounties totaled nearly 3 million Ryo combined. At the same time, Hinata Kagami also learned that the Mist Village was recently embroiled in internal strife. It was said that several bloodline clans in the Mist had directly participated in a rebellion, causing chaos throughout the village. As a result, many Mist ninjas defected, with some becoming rogue ninjas and others bounty ninjas. Having resolved the issue with the bounty ninjas, Hinata Kagami didn't linger and left the village again. On the road, despite just obtaining a large unexpected fortune, he didn't seem particularly happy. On the contrary, his expression gradually turned stern. When he was ambushed earlier, worried about a follow-up attack, his true self had been hiding in the shadows, carefully observing his surroundings. It was precisely because of this that he noticed that the root ninja assigned to monitor him had shown no intention of coming to his aid during the ambush. After all, They were all ninjas from the same village. The fact that his own people were attacked and didn't take care at all clearly indicated that the root ninja not only was monitoring Hinata Kagami, but also treated him as an enemy. Realizing this, Hinata Kagami's killing intent surged. Initially, he thought that the root ninja was just following orders and was not in a position to act, so there was no need to kill anyone. But now his thoughts had changed. By nightfall, Hinata Kagami chose a flat area in the forest as a campsite, lit a campfire, and began to rest while eating roasted rabbit meat. Not far away, the root ninja responsible for monitoring Hinata Kagami sat in a tree fork, leaning against the trunk, gazing at the campfire from a distance. He actually lit a campfire. His vigilance is really poor. How does someone like him qualify to be in the Umbu? The root ninja chewed on his rations while secretly scoffing. This root ninja's code name was Dingyu, and monitoring such tasks was second nature to him, as all the missions he had executed fell into two categories, surveillance and assassination. And these two types of missions could often be viewed as one, as the targets he was tasked to monitor ultimately all became his assassination targets. Suddenly, Dingyu felt a wave of killing intent. With years of assassination experience, he instinctively sensed that something was targeting him. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. Almost instinctively, he leaped into the air, twisting as he jumped down from the tree, pulling out paper and brush mid-air to quickly draw a large ink bird. Swish, swish. But before he could land on the ink bird, two iron spears swiftly pierced through it, shattering it into a splash of ink in mid-air. Landing awkwardly on the ground, Dingyu finally noticed that the one who ambushed him was a mysterious ninja wrapped in bandages, with no discernible appearance. Then he noticed the iron sand floating around the mysterious ninja and was immediately shocked. Magnet release? As a member of a root, Dingyu had heard of various strange bloodlines and secret techniques in the ninja world, so he instantly recognized this as the bloodline unique to the Sand Village. Ninjutsu, super beast imitation. Quickly sketching two ink lions to delay the opponent, Dingyu immediately used body flicker technique to escape towards the campfire not far away. In his rush, he suddenly realized that Hinata Kagami was still sitting by the campfire, leisurely gnawing on a rabbit leg, and he thought disdainfully, what a fool. He didn't even notice such a close battle. Chapter 86. The Lulan Ruins. After a few ups and downs, Dingyu escaped to the campfire. He glanced at Hinata Kagami, who was sitting on the ground and gnawing on a rabbit leg, a mysterious smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he silently thought, "Die, you fool." Just then, a mysterious ninja using magnetic release also arrived at the campfire, and countless iron shurikens rained down on Dingyu like raindrops. Dingyu was taken aback and quickly realized his target isn't Hinata Kagami, but me. With Dingyu's strength, he couldn't dodge the densely packed shuriken attack, so despite his evasive maneuvers, he was hit by dozens of shurikens in the blink of an eye. Compared to shuriken and kunai, the power of shuriken was undoubtedly much smaller, so although Dingyu was covered in shuriken, he didn't die immediately. After staggering a few steps, Dingyu collapsed next to a large tree, trembling fingers pointing at Hinata Kagami, saying, You are in cahoots with him." At this point, he naturally understood that the other party was likely allied with Hinata Kagami, but he couldn't fathom how an elite from Sunagakure who mastered magnetic release would be involved with Hinata Kagami. Hinata Kagami then stood up, slowly walked in front of Dingyu, and calmly asked, "What order did Danzo give you?" Cough, cough. After a fit of coughing, Dingyu sneered, "You dare to collude with Sunagakure. Lord Danzo will not let you go." As if recalling something, Hinata Kagami said to himself, "The root ninjas should all have been sealed with curse marks. It seems we won't be able to extract any useful information. All the root ninjas have been sealed with a special curse mark called Tongue Curse Severing Seal by Danzo, which prevented them from revealing any information about Danzo to the outside world." Returning to the campfire, Hinata Kagami continued to eat the rabbit meat, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Dingyu looked at Hinata Kagami with confusion, then at the silent, mysterious magnetic release ninja, and for a moment, he couldn't figure out their relationship. In his eyes, it seemed that Hinata Kagami didn't care at all about the mysterious magnetic release ninja, and that the mysterious ninja also didn't mind Hinata Kagami's indifferent attitude. But regardless, Dingyu felt it was necessary to relay the information about Hinata Kagami colluding with Sunagakure, so he gathered his last bit of strength and unfurled a scroll he carried. Ninja technique, super beast imitation. Bang, bang, bang. With a series of muffled sounds, small and agile ink birds flew out from the scroll Dingyu unfurled. There were dozens of these ink birds, and in the blink of an eye, they scattered and disappeared into the quiet night. Watching the departing ink birds, Dingyu revealed a relieved smile, but suddenly, his expression changed to one of terror as he noticed that all the ink birds were being drawn by an invisible force and landed in Hinata Kagame's hands, eventually turning into blobs of ink. In the midst of his panic, a steel spear ruthlessly pierced through his skull. After finishing his meal and wiping the ink off his hands, Hinata Kagami put away the third Kazekage puppet and then hurried towards the nearest Konoha outpost with Dingyu's corpse. Upon reaching the outpost, Hinata Kagami said to the responsible Chunin, "I was attacked by a bounty ninja, and unfortunately my colleague from Root was caught in the crossfire. Please send the body back to the village and report the situation to Lord Hokage." Looking at Dingyu, who was already dead, the Chunin looked troubled. In Konoha, even elite ninjas like Shursui and Hinata Kagami were unwilling to deal with Root, so it was understandable that common ninjas would keep their distance from Danzo's Root. Seeing the Chunin's hesitation, Hinata Kagami patted his shoulder and smiled. "Don't worry, just do as I say. If any Root ninja asks you, you can tell them everything you know." Hinata Kagami's current identity is not only a special jonin, but also a member of the Hokage's Umbu, which gives him the authority to temporarily assign tasks to regular Chunins in the village. So even though the Chunin was very reluctant, he still gritted his teeth and agreed. After a few simple instructions, Hinata Kagami left the outpost. For Hinata Kagami, returning Dingyu's corpse to the village openly was much better than dealing with it quietly. Firstly, the higher-ups in the village were aware of the huge bounty on Dingyu, and he had also been attacked by a bounty ninja today, so attributing Dingyu's death to a bounty ninja was definitely a plausible explanation. Secondly, it also sent a message to Danzo. As for how Danzo would react, Hinata Kagami didn't care. Danzo was not the kind of person who would let you off just because you showed weakness. In the original timeline, Shursui was so obedient to him, yet the result was that he lost a Sharingan and was forced into a tragic suicide. Therefore, even if Hinata Kagami showed weakness now, Danzo wouldn't let him off. In fact, even if Hinata Kagami had initially agreed to join Root, Danzo would still have sealed him with the tongue curse severing seal, because Danzo didn't trust anyone, not even his own trusted subordinates en route. 2 months of vacation is neither short nor long. Hinata Kagami couldn't spend too much time on the road, so he checked the map, chose a remote and rugged route, and then used the third Kazekage puppet's magnetic release to fly quickly towards the Land of Wind. Hinata Kagami had a smooth journey, and after 2 days, he finally crossed the Land of Rivers and entered the Land of Wind. The ruins of the ancient city of Lulan are located in the vast sandy sea of the Land of Wind, and even with a map, it will be difficult to find if one is not familiar with the local terrain. Fortunately, Hinata Kagami could fly using magnetic release, which made searching much faster than ordinary ninjas. However, even so, it still took him nearly 10 days to find the dilapidated ruins of the ancient city of Lulan in the endless sandy sea. Looking at the leaning towers in front of him, Hinata Kagami secretly sighed. If it weren't for these tilted towers, I wouldn't have discovered the dragon vein hidden underneath. At such a close distance, Hinata Kagami didn't sense even a trace of chakra emanating from the dragon vein, which shows how solid the 4th Hokage seal on the dragon vein is. However, he had already anticipated this outcome. If the seal on the dragon vein was so easy to break, Sunagakure wouldn't have left this treasure untouched. Gathering his complicated thoughts, Hinata Kagami strode into the ruins of the ancient city of Lulan. Chapter 87. Dragon Vein Seal. As soon as Hyuga Kagami walked into the Lulan ruins, he felt a sense of oppression. This oppression was not related to chakra, but was felt in his mind, as if an ordinary person had mistakenly wandered into a predator's hunting ground. Byakugan, activate. With a low shout, Hyuga Kagami activated his Byakugan and walked towards the central tower of the Lulan ruins, carefully observing his surroundings. In the field of vision of his Byakugan, everything around was filled with silence. There were no signs of life at all in the entire Lulan ancient city ruins, let alone any chakra reactions. This is a bit strange. Seeing this situation, a trace of doubt arose in Hyuga Kagami's heart. Even in the desert, there are usually some creatures like snakes, insects, and ants, so logically speaking, with so many architectural remnants in the Lulan ancient city ruins, it should be a good place to shield from the wind and sand. And there shouldn't be a complete absence of signs of life. Although he had doubts, Hyuga Kagami did not feel the slightest bit of fear. No matter what was wrong here, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him now. After all, even if the worst-case scenario happened and the dragon vein chakra went berserk, he was confident he could retreat safely. Before long, Hyuga Kagami arrived at the place where the fourth Hokage sealed the dragon vein. As expected, it was a composite sealing technique. With just one glance, Hyuga Kagami recognized that the seal placed on the dragon vein by the fourth Hokage was a composite sealing technique formed by mixing various sealing techniques. He approached and squatted down, carefully discerning each sealing technique. As he analyzed, he murmured to himself, the foundation should still be the four-symbol seal, mixed with the contract seal sealing techniques and another sealing technique. After a rough analysis, Hyuga Kagami concluded that this dragon vein seal from the fourth Hokage combined at least 3 powerful sealing techniques, of which he had only recognized the four-symbol seal and the contract seal. As for the third sealing technique, he had no clue. It didn't seem to be from the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques. At that time, the fourth Hokage should not have inherited the title of Hokage yet. So his sources for learning sealing techniques were limited to 2. One was from his wife Kushina, learning the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques, and the other was from his teacher Jiraiya, learning the Mount Myaboku clan sealing techniques. Thinking of this, Hyuga Kagami had a guess. The third sealing technique in this dragon vein seal was most likely from the Mount Myaboku clan. Stepping back a few paces, Hyuga Kagami supported his chin with one hand and pondered for a while. He felt that with his sealing technique proficiency, he had a fair chance of breaking through the fourth Hokage's dragon vein seal. After all, the entire dragon vein seal was based on the four-symbol seal, which was precisely the sealing technique he understood the best, so there was a chance to forcibly it. However, since the fourth Hokage's dragon vein seal included portions of the contract seal, this indirectly proved that there was some kind of contractual relationship between the bloodline of the Lulan Queen and the dragon vein. Therefore, to be safe, it would be best to have the bloodline of the Lulan Queen with him when breaking the fourth Hokage's dragon vein seal, to avoid difficulties in subduing the dragon vein chakra after it went berserk. But where to find the descendants of the Lulan Queen? Konoha Village, root base. Swish. A figure landed, half kneeling in front of Danzo, and reported, Lord Danzo, we have finished examining Ding Yu's body. Danzo, leaning on his cane, rapped the ground heavily with it. Speak the results. The half-kneeling root member immediately replied, Ding Yu's body has a total of 37 wounds, with a fatal injury located in the head. Due to the complete destruction of the brain tissue, we are unable to obtain any information. The more Danzo listened, the darker his expression became. When he first learned that Ding Yu had been killed, his first reaction was that it must have been Hyuga Kagami who did it. But after considering it for a while, he was no longer so sure. In his mind, Ding Yu's strength should be above Hyuga Kagami's. Moreover, Ding Yu had carried out multiple assassination missions, including several targets at the Jonin level. In terms of strength and experience, Ding Yu was among the top en route. So even if Ding Yu were to be outmatched by Hyuga Kagami, it shouldn't be to the extent that he couldn't convey any information and died inexplicably. At this point, the root member continued. During the autopsy, we also found a small amount of iron sand in Ding Yu's body. Danzo's eyes narrowed. Iron sand? Yes. The iron sand is very fine, uniformly sized, and has good chakra conductivity, as if it has been nurtured by chakra for a long time, almost like. The root ninja wanted to voice his guess, but felt that it was too absurd and hesitated on how to report it. Danzo, who had long been in charge of the village's external espionage, had seen a lot and had already guessed what the root ninja was trying to say without him having to say it. Suna, lost in thought, Danzo suddenly asked, Have you investigated the Chunin who delivered Ding Yu's body back to the village? The root ninja replied, Yes. His record is clean and has no relations with the Hyuga clan. Danzo said sternly, Search his brain. I want to know everything. The root ninja was taken aback and whispered, Lord Danzo, if we do this, the third. Forcibly searching the brain carries significant risks, if not careful. It could cause irreversible damage to the ninja's brain. Therefore, this cruel method of interrogation is usually only used on prisoners from enemy villages and defecting rogue ninjas. Danzo impatiently waved his hand. Do as I say. Yes. The root ninja had no choice but to comply and quietly withdrew. Not long after, that root ninja returned again and reported to Danzo, Lord Danzo, we have interrogated him. That Chunin is indeed unrelated to Hyuga Kagami. Danzo asked, Did Hyuga Kagami have any injuries when he handed Ding Yu's body over to him? The root ninja shook his head. No, in that Chunin's memory. There were no visible injuries on Hyuga Kagami. Danzo continued to ask, Where did Hyuga Kagami go afterward? He didn't know. Danzo thought to himself, Was it Hyuga Kagami who killed Ding Yu, or was it a bounty ninja targeting Hyuga Kagami? At this moment, the root ninja weakly said, Lord Danzo, During the interrogation, we accidentally damaged some of that Chunin's brain tissue. He may not be able to continue being a ninja in the future. Danzo coldly said, dispose of him directly. But the root ninja understood the implications of the phrase dispose of and had done such tasks before, but they were always directed at enemies and traitors. This was his first time dealing with an innocent person. Looking at this ninja who had recently joined Root, Danzo said coldly, don't make me repeat myself. The Root ninja wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and nodded. Yes. Chapter 88. Commission Grass Ninja Village, Mission Center. A middle-aged woman greeted cheerfully, guest. What commission do you need? Hinata Kagami politely replied, I want to find someone, but I don't know her whereabouts. So I would like to commission the ninjas of your village to help me locate her. Looking for someone? No problem. Please fill out the information here. After receiving the form, Hinata Kagami glanced over it. The form only required information about the person Hinata Kagami was looking for and the commission amount. There was no requirement to fill out Hinata Kagami's own information. Seeing this, Hinata Kagami nodded to himself. Grass Ninja Village is not large. To compete with other ninja villages for commissions, they have to relax the commission conditions, which is one of the important reasons Hinata Kagami chose to come to Grass Ninja Village. After filling in all the information he had about the descendants of the Queen of Lulan, Hinata Kagami thought for a moment and wrote down 1 million ryo in the commission amount section. When the middle-aged woman at the mission center saw the form, he returned. She was taken aback. 1 million ryo? That's the commission fee for an A-rank mission. Will the task you are commissioning encounter other ninjas? Hinata Kagami smiled and said, the person I am looking for is likely within the Land of Wind. Just in case, I hope your village can assign excellent ninjas to accept my commission. Seeing it was a big business, the middle-aged woman at the mission center squinted her eyes. Guest, don't worry. Our Grass Ninja Village is the strongest ninja village besides the 5 great ninja villages, and we have many strong ninjas in the village. We will definitely meet your requirements. Hinata Kagami smiled slightly. Among the small ninja villages, although Grass Hidden Village is not weak, it certainly cannot be called the strongest outside the 5 great ninja villages. In Hinata Kagami's view, only Rain Hidden Village could claim that title. If it weren't for Rain Hidden Village's terrible geographical location, sandwiched between Konoha, Suna, and Iwa, it might have risen to become the 6th great ninja village during Hanzo's era. A few hours later, 4 grass ninjas appeared before Hinata Kagami. One of them looked him up and down and then said, my name is Ran. I'm a jonin from Grass Ninja Village. And this time I team, and I will be responsible for your commission. Hinata Kagami smiled and said, you can call me Mr. Mu, and I will leave this commission in your hands. Hinata Kagami was quite satisfied with the 4 grass ninjas in front of him. The leading jonin, named Ran, although looking young, had a very strong chakra response in his body, and even among jonin, he was quite excellent. The other 3 grass ninjas were all Chunin level and looked capable. After leaving Grass Ninja Village, one of the Chunins said to Hinata Kagami, don't worry. Lord Ran is one of the best in our village. A simple task of finding someone is a piece of cake. Hinata Kagami smiled. It seems I'm very lucky to have hired you all. Another Chunin laughed and said, I'm not afraid to scare you. But our Lord Ran has a bounty of 10 million ryo on him. Even if we really encounter ninjas from sand, you won't be in any danger. Hinata Kagami, upon hearing this, took another careful look at the leading Ran. He didn't expect this jonin from Grass Ninja Village also had a bounty on him, and quite a substantial one at that. In fact, Hinata Kagami's decision to come to Grass Ninja Village to commission a task was a last resort. After the ancient city of Lulan was abandoned, the descendants of Lulan began living a nomadic life, chasing after oases, making them essentially homeless. It would be far too difficult for Hinata Kagami to find them alone within just a month and a half. Thus, he thought of the idea of commissioning a ninja village. Suna and Konoha were obviously out of the question, so Hinata Kagami ruled them out first. Then, he successively ruled out Iwa, Kimo, and Kiri among the 5 great ninja villages, either because of enmity or distance. The remaining ninja villages close to the Land of Wind were only Rain Hidden Village and Grass Ninja Village. Rain Hidden Village is currently the base of the Akatsuki organization, which is a den of danger, and Hinata Kagami didn't want to seek trouble. So, after disguising himself, he took a detour and arrived at Grass Ninja Village in the Land of Grass. By hiring grass ninjas, he could obtain the intelligent support of Grass Ninja Village, making it much easier to find the descendants of the Queen of Lulan with the intelligence power of a ninja village. In the Land of Water, Scorpion sat on a rock, catching his breath while taking out a water bottle. After taking a sip, he stood up and looked at the battlefield in front of him, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. At this moment, countless pale bone spears erupted from the ground, filling the area like a bamboo forest, creating a scene that looked like a white forest of bones from afar. In the center of the bone forest lay a corpse. The corpse was covered in sharp bone spines, looking like a monster. Walking slowly to the side of the corpse, Scorpion unfurled a scroll and carefully sealed the corpse inside. At this moment, another figure appeared. Scorpion turned his head coldly and said, "Orochimaru, you're late." Orochimaru smiled sinisterly. The leader of the Kagaya clan seems to be nothing much after all. The situation on the battlefield surprised Orochimaru. He truly did not expect Scorpion to easily take down the formidable leader of the Kagaya clan by himself. Scorpion nonchalantly rolled up the scroll, saying, "Those guys from the Kagaya clan are all crazy. If it weren't for them being poisoned by me, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with them." Orochimaru, with interest, examined the bone spears that had erupted from the ground, laughing. "It seems you've collected quite a bit of quality puppet material during this disturbance in the Land of Water." Scorpion glanced at Orochimaru. "Aren't you the same? The kid in the dungeon was taken by you, wasn't he? I thought I had managed to keep that from you." Not caring, Orochimaru smiled and continued, "We should leave soon. The disturbance in Kiri seems to be calming down." Scorpion shook his head. "Let's stay a few more days. Opportunities like this to hunt bloodline ninjas are rare." After pondering for a moment, Orochimaru nodded. "All right then, we'll stay here a few more days." Having already found a survivor of the Kagaya clan, Orochimaru had little interest in remaining in the Land of Water, but since he was partnered with Scorpion, he had no choice but to stay a few more days as Scorpion insisted on remaining. Scorpion's reason for wanting to stay in the Land of Water was, of course, to make up for the loss of the third Kazekage puppet. If he hadn't lost the third Kazekage puppet, he wouldn't actually have any interest in lingering in the Land of Water. Chapter 89. The kind child Orochimaru, dressed in a simple kimono, wandered alone through the various towns of the Land of Water with a playful expression. Due to Scorpion's involvement, he did not leave the Land of Water as originally planned. And since there were almost no enemies that required him and Scorpion to join forces, he didn't stay with Scorpion either. The turmoil in the Hidden Mist Village had lasted for a long time. This turmoil had almost exhausted all the vitality of the Hidden Mist, and several famous bloodline clans, such as Kagaya and Yuki, had been wiped out one after another. The members of the clans with bloodlines either died or fled, scattering all over the place. Fortunately, the Land of Water was located in a corner, and its neighboring villages, Konoha and Kimogakure, were engaged in a standoff and negotiations, lacking the energy to deal with other matters. Otherwise, the survival of the Hidden Mist Village would have been uncertain. Suddenly, a burly man holding a sharp blade blocked Orochimaru's path, looking fierce. "Hand over your money." Orochimaru extended his long tongue and lightly brushed it across his lips, speaking in a hoarse voice. What a pitiful fool who can't even sense danger. The burly man was enraged. "You're asking for death." Clang! Before he could finish his sentence, the blade in his hand slipped from his fingers and fell to the ground. As he struggled to lower his head, he suddenly realized that at some point, a snake as thick as a finger had latched onto his throat. Orochimaru brushed past the burly man, his hands never leaving his pockets. The man fell to the ground, lifeless. Having wandered through the Land of Water for so long, very few dared to trouble Orochimaru, for even the most mediocre of mist ninjas could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. Only pure, common thugs like the burly man would foolishly approach seeking trouble. This also indicated that the turmoil in the Land of Water had affected not only the ninja class, but also the lives of ordinary civilians. The entire Land of Water was in chaos. Turning a corner, Orochimaru suddenly stopped, his gaze drawn to a pile of garbage in the corner. In front of the garbage pile, a ragged child crouched down, tearing apart a small piece of blackened bread to share with a few skinny wildcats. The wildcats meowed affectionately at the child. Quite a good chakra." Orochimaru licked his tongue and slowly walked toward the garbage pile. The sudden approach of Orochimaru frightened the child, who curled up and tried to hide in the corner, but thinking of the wildcats at his feet, he gritted his teeth and opened his arms protectively in front of him. Orochimaru took a look at the gaunt child and then glanced at the breadcrumbs he had shared with the wildcats, asking, "What is your name?" The child cautiously replied, "My name is Bai." Staring into Bai's pure and innocent eyes, Orochimaru shook his head and turned to leave. This child, who was himself so thin, still shared his meager food with the wildcats. Even though he possessed decent chakra, such a kind-hearted child was not suited to be a ninja, so after a single glance, Orochimaru dismissed the thought of taking the child away. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped again, as he remembered a child named Jago. Jago was a child who could absorb natural energy, and it was because of this child that Orochimaru added a new experiment called Seal to his research projects. Looking back at Bai, Orochimaru murmured, such a pure child might be able to bear that kind of power. At that moment, a figure landed beside Orochimaru. It was none other than his partner, Scorpion. Scorpion glanced briefly at the frail Bai without stopping, turning to Orochimaru and saying, "Let us go. The person I'm looking for has appeared." Orochimaru smiled and said, "Are you sure the person you're looking for is a living human and not a corpse?" Scorpion gritted his teeth and replied, "I will turn him into a corpse." Orochimaru rarely saw Scorpion so enraged, so he feigned casualness and asked, "Who exactly are you looking for? I don't have time to follow you around." "A ninja from your Konoha, in the Land of Wind." With the assistance of the grass ninjas, Hinata Kyō finally found the traces of the Lulon refugees after a month. After climbing over a sand dune, the grass ninja, Jonin pointed to a conspicuous oasis in the distance and said to Hinata Kyō, "The Lulon refugees you're looking for are right there." Hinata Kyō looked over and saw a circle of caravans around the oasis, with sparse figures moving between the carts. Some were fetching water from the oasis. Some were tending to camels and sheep, and others were cooking. Furrowing his brows, Hinata Kyō wondered, why are there only so few people? Counting everyone in the entire caravan by the oasis, there were only about 200 to 300 people, far below Hinata Kyō's expectations. In his view, while the Lulon refugees might not be many, they shouldn't have dwindled to just 200 or 300. A local guide brought by the grass ninja quickly explained to Hinata Kyō, since Lulon City was abandoned, these Lulon refugees have lost their livelihoods. Those who could leave have left, and those who couldn't have died. Now only these remain. Hinata Kyō asked again, even without a town, their lives shouldn't be this miserable, right? Just as the guide was about to explain, he suddenly spotted something and pointed into the distance. Look. Following the direction of the guide's finger, Hinata Kyō saw 2 sand ninjas approaching the oasis, negotiating with the Lulon refugees. The 2 sides seemed to be having an unpleasant exchange, and after a heated argument, the 2 sand ninjas left the oasis, their figures gradually disappearing into the wind and sand. Hinata Kyō asked, "Why are sand ninjas appearing here?" The guide sighed, "I heard that sand has been taxing these Lulon refugees. Those 2 sand ninjas must have come to collect taxes." Hinata Kyō pondered for a moment and understood Sand's intentions. For a mere caravan of 200 to 300 people, how much tax could they collect? Sand's actions were twofold. First, it was an excuse to monitor the Lulon refugees. Second, they likely hoped to use economic pressure to make the Lulon refugees completely submit to Sunagakure. This way, Sand could rightfully possess the Dragon Vein. Hinata Kyō found Sand's little maneuvers quite normal. After all, for a massive chakra source like the Dragon Vein, it would be truly abnormal if Sand didn't covet it at all. Grass Ninja, Ran asked Mr. Mu, "Do you need to go confirm the person you're looking for?" Hinata Kyō shook his head, "No need." Ran continued, "In that case, what about our commission?" Hinata Kyō didn't say much and directly handed over the remaining payment for the commission to Ran.